seeing what happens. I doubt they were expecting this kind of response. Now, of course, there is always the chance that it is fraudulent. There are so many fake GoFundMes out there, so there's always a chance that all of it is fucking fiddlesticks. It could all be baloney. I have no way of knowing that. I only have James Charles fucking Gangnam styling on this person and insulting them for it to go on, which leads me to believe that it might be real, because if it was just fake, obviously just a sham, why would he even be bothering to crash out for over 2 minutes about it? So I'm going to work under the assumption that this is a real person that has reached out about it. You could have just not responded. Like, that was also an option. You didn't need to come over here and start, like, spitting and dunking on him. Like, how dare you even message me asking for help? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm James Charles, goddammit. And is there anything ickier than someone that has a job like James Charles telling someone else to get a job, preaching that they need to get a job? Brother, this former Spirit Airlines worker is a 10 times harder worker and has done 10 times as much labor as you ever have in your life. James Charles' entire career has been just farting out dog shit products and posting cringe videos, and he couldn't even do that without also trying to sext minors. So how dare you try and tell an actual hardworking American to go get a job as if you've done anything worthwhile and you've done, like, actual work? You got the easiest fucking job in life. You got dealt a very lucky hand, bro. This is so tasteless. It's so crude, coming from James Charles of all people. So you've never been in a desperate financial situation. Great. Group hug in the shower tonight, James. Glad you've never gone through a financial struggle. This person is. And they desperately tried to reach out to you, and there's no obligation for you to try and, like, save them or anything. Obviously, there's no expectation of that, but they tried anyway because they're feeling in a rough spot. So they tried, and now you're insulting them and publicly trying to humiliate them for it. It's just so gross, bro.
Yeah, try that. Because in the time that it took you to copy and paste the same fuck-ass message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled. And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why would I ever help you?
There's no way the word entitled just left his lips. Right? No, I must have misheard that. There's no way he said that. James Charles did. He didn't use that word against somebody else, did he? It had to be an audio glitch. I'm gonna assume that there's no way his vocal folds would even let the word entitled leave his lips. Oh my god, the lack of self-awareness would probably cause his fucking head to combust. So I'm not even gonna bother touching on that one. Holy. So let's instead look at the other stuff he said. He really highlighted that this person doesn't follow him. Who gives a fuck? There's plenty of people that I watch their stuff and engage in their content with without subscribing to them or following them on socials. That's pretty normal, actually. I don't know why he's, like, spiteful about that. So then he's using that to say, like, oh, you must have sent this to, like, 100 other celebrities. Based on what, man? You're just making an assumption. You're just taking a guess. You don't know that. You could be the only person they reached out to about it because they really admired you and thought that maybe you could be that helping hand. Which, again, there's no obligation for him to do, but why go this hard against them? This is fucking diabolical. And you have no idea if they've sent out job applications or not. Why are you speaking as though you're certain they haven't? They very well could have 100 job applications out there right now. The Spirit Airline layoffs are still pretty new. Getting a job right away is not like this, bro. I don't know how out of touch you are with reality and what's going on in the world around you. It doesn't happen lickety-split like that. So in the meantime, they are out income. And I imagine as a Spirit Airlines employee, they weren't rolling in dough, able to afford fucking mansions and stuff. They're probably wondering where next month's rent is going to come from in the meantime in between jobs. So they reached out to you in the interim. That would be my guess. You have no clue if they've sent out job applications. It takes a while.
You're not a fan. You don't even follow me. You've never supported me. This is your first time DMing. And you think that I'm going to send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God. Welcome to the real world, sweetheart. People lose their jobs every fucking day, and you're white, pretty, and able-bodied. You're in a much better position than a lot of other people out here who are trying clearly much harder to make a better life for themselves. Why would I fucking help you?
What is Dr. Doofenshmirtz even crashing out about at this point? He's having a conniption, blowing a gasket Over what? What are you even yapping about? You're not even making a point anymore. You're trying to tell someone else how the real world functions when you yourself haven't been a member of the real world in like a fucking decade. You are so detached from the real world, yet you're over here lecturing them about it. It's absurd, bro. You couldn't write someone this out of touch and this unlikable. He's like the Starbucks CEO about the $9 coffee and the premium experience, but wrapped up in like an insufferable asshole influencer.
Aside from that, 17,000 people lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines. Why do you think you need the GoFundMe? I can at least like 1% respect the mentality of closed mouths don't get fed, doesn't hurt to try. But honestly, it does hurt to try because now you pissed me off. Okay, I'm not the one. Go find fucking Mr. Reese. This is literally his entire shtick. I'm sure the next YouTube video is literally gonna be like, I rehired all 17,000 of the Spirit Airlines employees, and it's gonna be the real life Hunger Games. The last one of them to leave the Spirit Airlines plane gets to be the CEO of the new company and gets a house and a car and $10 million that everybody else dies.
Stop trying to make jokes. Like, actually, just please stop trying to make jokes, James. Put the kibosh on it right now. It's miserable listening to him try and inject humor into anything. Why did it piss you off? How does that piss you off? Yeah, 17,000 people lost their jobs here, man. That's 17,000 people that are now out income. I imagine a lot of them are feeling very similar ways to the person that reached out to you. This person just decided to try. They decided to throw a Hail Mary. Again, you could have just ignored it. Why did it piss you off? That's a fucking you problem, man. That is a weird response to it.
Like, go find that video to compete in, baby. I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking helping you. All you did was lost your job, okay? Welcome to the real world. I could at least understand if you were like, James, I'm a longtime fan. Here's a trillion years of DMs and my support for you. I love you. I'm suffering with a really rare genetic disease that there is no cure for, and I'm trying to raise money for myself and other people that have this. Maybe I would help. Maybe I would help because I love you and I appreciate you. This bitch, you lost your fucking job? Oh. What are we gonna do? Nothing! I'm gonna do nothing. You know what you need to do? Go find a fucking new one, girl. Put some effort into the workplace.
Hey, pal. You just blow in from Stupid Town? He really thought he cooked with this rant. So the impression here is that the only people in the world he cares about are people that like mindlessly support him through thick and thin forever. Here's a trillion DMs. Okay, now I care about you. So maybe if you had like a genetic disease where you were dying and you were about to just kick the bucket, I might consider spitting on you if you were on fire. I might, because you've proven that you're a fan. And those are the only people I care about. Those are the only human beings to me, are the fans. Then I would have cared. By the way, worth reminding you, there's nothing that says that she wasn't a fan, by the way, James, just because she didn't follow you or DM you before. What an awful perspective to have on people, huh? Again, you could have just not said anything about it, but you decided to make a whole show. You decided to go fucking hog wild on it. And man, do you look like a clown. Talking about hard work in the real world, two things that you are not someone to be lecturing anyone on. You don't work hard, and you are not in the real world. And that's one of like the biggest things, like points he tries to make here. Get real. This person is just in a desperate spot, as a lot of people are and have been. And in those positions, sometimes people try a Hail Mary. That's what they did here. It clearly didn't resonate with you in any way, and for some reason, really brought the demon out of you, James, for some reason. But I don't think they did anything wrong. Again, you could have just not said anything about it. And you have no idea if they are applying for jobs. It rarely happens overnight, especially currently. So in the meantime, having no income is scary and detrimental to actual working people, James. Most average workers can't just coast off of poop they shat out years ago like you can. Just collecting paychecks off of the trash that you've peddled over the years passively. So in the meantime, they made this GoFundMe, they reached out to you, and then you had this ballistic response to it. And James did get dunked on for it, so he made an apology video.
This video was fucking stupid. It was rude, it was obnoxious, it was privileged, and most importantly, it was completely fucking unnecessary. When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day.
But instead, I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it.
Put a shirt on. You don't need to get into formal attire, not asking you to put a suit and tie on, but could you do the bare minimum of at least putting on clothes? Why are you filming this video half awake in your hotel bed after a night of binge drinking and meth smoking? Like, you couldn't just do at least a tad bit more? Why do I have to watch you shirtless here fucking like sleepwalk through your response?
And I bashed her, and it was obnoxious, and I shamed her for asking for help in a situation where she was clearly really struggling, and this could have been her absolute last resort. I have no idea what was going on in her life, and I should have never assumed that she was just copying and pasting this DM as an easy way out. I don't know. I just don't know.
Ooh, I know. Pick me. I've got my hand raised. I know. It's because you are an egomaniac. It's because you are a self-centered, self-absorbed, narcissistic piece of shit, bro. That's why you did it. You thought that you were above this person, and you thought you could actually convince your audience that what they are doing is wrong and worthy of being shamed, and you tried to even spin it in a way like hard work, when you yourself are not the product of hard work. So you tried to puff out your chest about how much it takes to get back out there with the elbow grease, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but the message falls flat because you, the messenger, are not that person. And you're also choosing someone who is going through a very real grievance, again, assuming all of this is a legitimate story and a legitimate person, which I have no reason to believe it's not based on everything he's said. So, really, it was all a pile of dog shit, and you let your mask slip so people get to see even more about the real you, James. This is the real you.
My intention behind making this video in the first place was I get a lot of messages like this every single day. And for me personally, it definitely sucks to receive messages from people that don't follow you and don't support you, treating you like our personal ATM or bank account. But what I'm sure sucks even fucking more is not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from and not being sure whether or not you're going to be able to put food on the table for yourself and your family. So it really doesn't matter what my intentions were behind making the video, because it came across as super fucking privileged and like I was basically shaming anybody that's unemployed for not trying hard enough to get a job. And I feel awful because that wasn't my intention, and it really hurt a lot of people.
This is coming across very genuine here, James, as he's falling into slumber here. It feels like I'm watching a video of someone ODing. Why do you film it like this, man? And also, I don't understand why it even upset him in the first place, and why he says it sucks that people, treat me like an ATM. I get these random messages from people that obviously don't know anything about me and are just trying to hose me for cash. Like, yeah, that happens. That's annoying if you see it, but I guarantee most of the messages go to his management. I guarantee James doesn't see the vast majority of those, like, fake, reaching out for money type things. It's not like a telemarketer call. Telemarketers get a direct line to you, they call you, then they treat you like a little piggy bank for their trash product, and you know what happens there? You hang up. Here, these messages go into the fucking void. You'd have to go out of your way to find these, like, spam, scam, like, fraudulent things. Like, I don't understand why he's making it seem like, oh, it's so hard being me, James Charles, where people reach out and they don't even care because they're asking me for money. Again, I don't think you see most of them, and the ones you do see, just ignore. Like, it takes, like, actual split seconds. If he was making a point, like,
if it was a 15-year-old boy, he would have done different.
Just for cash, they treat me like I'm not even a human anymore. I'm just a cash ATM for them. Then I'd get it, because, yeah, that sucks. That's horrible. That's not what he's saying. It's so weird, like, his view on it. At least to me, I think it's weird. I'll sum up the next section where he tries to, like, relate to the average worker, saying that he knows how hard it is in today's job market. I know people looking for a job, and it sucks, getting ghosted and stuff like that. So now he's saying, like, oh, I get it. It's super, I relate. That's now his big thing that he's saying in this section. And then he goes on to talk about how he recognizes that he got really lucky with his makeup tutorials, so now he's got the position he's in, and now in his position he needs to learn how to humble himself.
And for anybody that saw that video and was disappointed or upset with what I said, I am super sorry, especially to the woman from Spirit Airlines. I did try to look for her message earlier before making this video, and I couldn't find it. If you see this video and you want to get in touch, I would love to apologize to you directly and to help you out a little bit. But if you are not comfortable with that, I totally understand too. I really appreciate anybody that sent me a message or left a comment about this video today, letting me know how insensitive it was. I really needed to hear that.
I was giggling so hard. I was going on like, okay, I really want to help now. I tried to find her message, but I fucking banished to the shadow realm somewhere along the way. I really want to help. I've learned my lesson. And then there's a cut, and then he's got the blanket pulled over him. He's tucking himself into bed. Why? It's so fake. It's so unbelievably fake.
And I really need to think twice before I hit record and just start yapping on this account. I genuinely treat this spam page like I'm on FaceTime with you guys. I love to laugh and tell you stories and rant and scream at the camera and joke around with y'all, but sometimes I genuinely forget how many people are watching, and it was completely inappropriate to make a joke out of somebody just trying to provide for themselves and their family. That's definitely my bad.
What joke did you make, man? It was just insulting them. It was just berating them for having the gall to try and reach out to you in any capacity during a hard time.
True.
Where was the haha? I don't know why he's saying it like that. Like, I just, I love to rant, I love to yap, I love to laugh, I love to joke, and, well, I just forgot that so many people like me and watch me, and this one came across bad. I shouldn't have been joking about this one. But you weren't joking. You were just insulting this person.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? And it wouldn't have changed even if you had, like,
I agree.
a fraction of the people watching. You'd still be an asshole. Yeah, it'd still be fucking weird to have that response to it. So yeah, that's the James Charles stuff going on in a nutshell. I haven't heard that name in a long time, and it popped up today, and I had to watch that. What a wacky fucking rant. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Donald Trump and his DOJ just got eviscerated in a court filing regarding his ballroom. Donald Trump previously filed a motion. It seems like he posted his own social media post and made it into a motion before the federal judge, where there was like lie after lie. It was a shocking motion that we covered, where Donald Trump said right after the alleged incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner that this proves why we need the judge to allow the ballroom to take place and overrule your prior ruling that the ballroom needs to be put on pause because it violates the Constitution. And so the National Historic Trust that brought this lawsuit to block the ballroom, they write in their motion, look, all of this, like what we're seeing in this bizarre motion, I'll show you the motion in a second. This all may be some standard fare when it comes to a social media post, but in a federal court filing, it is neither appropriate nor is it permitted. They go on to talk about how the defendants, Donald Trump and his regime, claim that the National Trust, the plaintiff, was asked by the United States military not to bring the suit in the first place because of the top secret nature of the important facility being built. The National Historic Trust says this statement is not only false, the military did not request that the National Trust not file this suit, but the allegation is patently absurd, and this is a federal court. You just can't make up things. Then you have the plaintiffs uncorking this overall argument that emergency action needs to be taken by the federal judge. And here's what they say in the motion. Defendant Trump ignores the reality that to date, construction has continued unabated. Work at the East Wing site has not been paused for even a single minute because the injunction has not yet gone into effect. But the defendants claim the events at the White House Correspondents' Dinner show this lawsuit must be dismissed immediately because it now endangers the lives of all presidents, current and future. This statement is not only utterly professional, it is reckless. Also, the plaintiff, the National Trust Historic Group, says that the Trump administration keeps mischaracterizing the standing argument of plaintiff as, quote, some woman walking her dog in the vicinity of the White House. The plaintiff said this statement is false. They go on to say the defendants claim that standing is based on a woman walking her dog in the vicinity of the White House. This statement is false. Declaration of National Trust board member who is the former senior historian of the Historic American Building Survey of the National Park Service. And it goes on to say this isn't like, that's just not like, there's like literally nothing true about it. I mean, there's no aspect of it. Now, just to remind you the type of slop that the Trump regime filed, this was what it almost appeared that after the alleged incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, that like Donald Trump wrote the motion himself, and they refer to it as an indicative ruling dissolving the court's injunction under Rule 62.1. But as the plaintiffs pointed out, the injunction hasn't gone into effect yet. The judge made the ruling that the ballroom needs to be blocked, but the judge gave additional time for appeals to be taken. But this is what Trump put in the motion. The National Trust for Historic Preservation is a beautiful name, but even their name is fake.
Beautiful
And that's in
name.
caps, because when they add the words "in the United States" to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, it sounds like a government agency, which it's not. In fact, the United States has refused to continue funding it since 2005. They're very bad for our country. They stop many projects that are worthy and hurt many others. In this case, they're trying to stop one that's vital to our national security and the safety of all presidents of the United States, both current and future, their family, staff, and cabinet members. They were asked by the United States military not to bring this suit because of the top secret nature of the important facility being built. They were shown detailed plans and specification of this knitted, unified, and cohesive structure by top officers and leaders in both the military and the Secret Service. But this did not stop them because they suffer from a disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, commonly referred to as TDS, as noted by Democrat Senator John Fetterman and represented by and Barack Hussein Obama
What?
Gregory Craig. The lower section of the building does
So they
not
just
work
made up a
without the upper
syndrome?
section, and likewise the upper section of the building does not work without the lower section. You get the point, and I go on to continue to read it. Now, our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says the following, and Ron Filipkowski is a former federal prosecutor. He goes, "There was a time when the DOJ making several blatant and obvious lies in a big court case would be a very big and serious matter. But nothing ever happens to these people
A
other
former
than very
prosecutor.
stern
Ooh.
warnings and strongly worded orders. The Trump mafia exposed the weakness of our judiciary." Let me bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Talking Feds podcast, and Talking Feds Substack. There's different layers, Harry, that I think we need to address here. First, the underlying filing by the Historic Trust, pointing out that these aren't just lies in a court document before a federal judge. These are lies that are so outside the universe of reality that, Harry, this would be 5150 vexatious litigant stuff. That the military spoke to them before and said, do not file this. Like, this didn't happen. You're putting your name on false documents before a federal judge. In a normal course, Harry, when I was practicing, if I wrote something like this, if you wrote something like this and it was false, we would lose our bar license. The judge would immediately refer us to the bar.
Because I need to be the one doing the quiz for the car.
And we would have to show up and we would have to beg the judge for leniency, and we probably wouldn't get it. So first, let's talk about getting called out by the Historic Trust. But then the point that our editor-in-chief raises, I want you to address, because it is like, enough is enough. Stop it. I mean, there were lawyers who put their names to this document, and these are patent lies. This is a federal court. You know, if the court means something, step up and sanction these people. Take away their bar license. Refer them to the bar. You can't lie in federal documents like this, Harry.
Ben, we've seen some really crazy submissions from this Department of Justice. This filing leaves them all in the dust. It's the single craziest, most unprofessional filing I've ever seen. Certainly have ever seen from the Department of Justice. You gave some of the highlights, but just to give the Midas Mighty and Fed heads a bigger flavor, the entire brief starts with a 2-page paragraph that it's as if you took every crazy speech from Trump, dumped it all into some AI chat GPT, and said produce some parody of everything he's ever said. Capital letters. So look, I do not want to diminish the lies, but we've seen lies from them before. What really It's the surface of the brief that right away would have made the court just be completely appalled. It shows how totally hands-on. I mean, honestly, I can't think of a hypothesis other than Trump just spewing it out and some poor Slav having to write it down and put it before the federal court and someone else having
That's what I
to
think happened. Yeah.
sign it. It's just, a complete um craze screed, like someone, a crazy person jumping up on a bus or something. And that's in addition to, as you say, are all the lies. So I think Trump, this is such a vanity project for him that he did just go back and say, here's what we should say, and this is really micromanagement, right? And I gotta imagine any professional, I mean, even any pro-Trump loyalist, but who has ever practiced in court would say, "Oh shit, what do we do with this? This is what the boss wants." And I think they basically have decided here. This is before Judge Leon. Any court, any court that received this would completely write off that side in this case. It is that far beyond the pale. And all I can imagine that they, is that it's hard to push back when Trump is at his most crazy and insistent, but they also calculate we're not going to get anywhere with Leon anyway. He's going to rule against us. This will be some kind of PR document and it will appease the boss. And we just have to pray that the future courts, like the DC Circuit, don't even see this because, or don't take notice of it because it is just deeply tawdry and offensive, like completely friggin' nuts. Okay, now then the National Trust comes in, and let's go to Ron's point. They make a fairly measured response. No, that's a lie. No, this is a lie, etc. It's always a kind of a question that when you're a DOJ lawyer, for example, and you are litigating against a crazed person on the other side. Do you play it lower key? You can't try to match the rhetoric, but you're really right.
Yo, can we do some DBS, guys?
It's gone on, and it's also courts across the country. Any individual court just deals with what's in front of them, and there's really no court to say he did this in Minnesota and that in DC and this in Florida, and enough is enough. And you sign this, we're going to hold you up for discipline. Really, the first move instinctively of a federal judge here is to get real tough, as Ron says, and I'm not joking. And it just is zero. There is no effect that it has on the Department of Justice. They've made this deep decision not to care about courts and things, little criticisms that would have completely raced through the building and done a sort of change of conduct in the DOJ before. Now I think they just provoke a kind of ha ha ha. No department that permits this to be filed could be caring even that much about the court.
Is this a 2x2? I messed up.
I always say
I
this,
messed
not
up.
a Democrat, Republican, or independent issue. When you read, that's why we read the motions here. I don't characterize them. I read them because I want people to see what's actually said in these things. And it should deeply disturb anyone, regardless of political affiliations, that type of filth, that content that looks like it was, written by someone who was trying to intentionally provoke the teacher into suspending them in high school so that they could get back at their parents or what, what I don't even know how to, whatever it is. It's intentionally done in a way that lowers the bar of intelligence to such a level that is shameful. It's a shameful document to be filed in court, Harry. And what a
and the
shame.
fact
Let's
about it
get the
shows
final
they
word.
are shameless. Look, I clerked at the Supreme Court. They get 10,000 petitions a year. Half of them, fully half, are from prisoners just writing on their own, saying things like, the 16th Amendment is unconstitutional, or really crazy stuff. I can't recall a single father. And when you think about the combination of, the terrible prose, but the cheekiness and the nastiness, and yes, the lies, you really, as a court, don't know whether to just treat it as a joke. But how can you? It's the Department of Justice, and it has to make their heads spin. I just want to go back to the point that they have to know. Anybody at the Department of Justice, Blanche, Sauer, the SG, has to know that this would appall any judge on any side. Are you friggin' kidding me? And that they let this happen really is a show that, especially where the ballroom is concerned, there's just no limit to Trump's control over this ultimate vanity project. That this piece of crap could go to a federal court is mind-boggling.
Everybody, make sure you subscribe to Harry Littman's YouTube channel. It's called Talking Feds. Just search Talking Feds now on YouTube. After you ensure that you're subscribed to the Midas Touch YouTube channel, head over to Harry.
That the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now. A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal.
So we were not to take the word of the liar-in-chief and the Secretary of War who likes to say hoo-ha loud enough to drown out dissent?
A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now.
The Washington Post just released an exceedingly disturbing report. For one, the Iranian airstrikes in the Middle East were much more damaging to our bases there. And two, that information was purposely withheld by the Trump regime. So what happened exactly? According to the Washington Post, the Iranian airstrikes were actually quite precise, probably because Russia evidently helped them to know where to strike. But also the amount of destruction. Evidently, they hit 228 pieces of infrastructure or equipment, far more than Trump and Hegseth, Rubio, all the lot let on. And the reason why we didn't know that, it wasn't because of bad reporting. It was because they specifically asked the satellite companies to not reveal images of that area. So we could not see what was happening. So the Washington Post revealed images that Iran released. Here we are in a situation where normally we're used to authoritarian countries like Russia trying to shape the narrative by what information they let the public have or what they don't have. We are used to here in a democracy having access to information. And then at the end of the day, people can have opinions on it. They can vote in or out their leaders. They can decide whether or not to vote out their congressional member. After all, Congress is the one who's supposed to authorize going to war in the first place, putting men and women in harm's way, never mind paying for the war. Never mind actually whether or not we want to kill civilians as we did those 150 school children, which we should never stop talking about until they get justice. Well, here it turns out, according to this Washington Post report, that the satellite companies complied with the United States request and did not release these. So they had to turn to information released by Iran. And they were able to basically authenticate those images in part by using images from satellites from the European Union. Those were not as clear of images, but they were able to, I guess you could say, cross-check those images with the ones with Iran to determine the accuracy of the images that they were seeing, the accuracy of the devastation of those airstrikes. We have been lied to. We have been lied to purposely by trying to say that we haven't been hit, and we have been lied to by the purposeful withholding of information. And that's not how a democracy functions.
As Pete Hegseth says, and I'm paraphrasing here, that essentially the United States holds all the cards. Is that how you see it? Does Iran have no cards this morning?
Iran has a lot of cards, and you're seeing them in real time. Americans are paying much higher prices for gasoline, but not just for fuel, also for food, everything from mattresses to medical devices, everything dependent on petrochemicals and plastics. And the world economy is at risk, all because Iran still holds cards. And here's a lesson. You can't count on war being quick and easy. You can't base it on bombast and bluster or bombing alone. And the costs of this war have yet to be fully felt or calculated. And I would just emphasize this point. This administration has concealed a lot of the costs. I've asked repeatedly in classified settings as well as in open hearings, most recently when Hegseth came before the Congress in a hearing last week. What are the costs of this war? And so far they've stonewalled and really stalled us and the American people.
President Trump's approval rating is sinking as Americans express growing concern about the war in Iran. The latest NBC News poll has Trump's approval at 37%, the lowest of his second term, while 63% disapprove. The poll finds 2/3 of Americans disapprove of Trump's handling of the war with Iran, including 54% who strongly disapprove. This all comes as voters say the economy remains a top concern. According to the poll, 29% say it's the issue that matters the most to them right now, while 24% say threats to democracy and 12% said health care and 10% said crime and safety.
Trump's approval is cratering. He's in about the high 30s now, which is where Nixon was when he resigned. In terms of the war, only 30% approve of it. I mean, there's going to be a segment of the population that's going to agree with Trump no matter what. They are truly going to believe his lies. They're going to get information from Newsmax and who knows where else. There will be no light between Trump and him. So to have such a low approval despite Fox out there using their messaging is shocking. And it shows how badly Trump and Hegseth and Rubio and all the rest are in handling this. Basically, starting a war with no end goal, killing civilians, and now trying to open up a strait that was already opened. Even the Megyn Kellys of the world, not just the Democrats, even the Megyn Kellys of the world are calling him out for this war.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post. You know, like I am the first to try to understand Trump and his strategy and to not freak out over his weird social media posts and language that is loose and incendiary. Truly, I've lived with it for 10 plus years. I learned it the hard way when I was on the receiving end of it for 9 months. And truly, I think that was a gift to me in many ways because it helped me really come to understand what he does with his social media. But this is completely irresponsible and disgusting. This is wrong. It's wrong. He should not be doing it. I don't care that it's his negotiation tactic is to kill an entire country full of civilians, men, women, and children. an American president so that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened? It's just wrong. It's not hard to say it. It's not hard to recognize it. I wish he would stop doing this. Like, he can't negotiate without doing this. What does that say about him? What does that say about the position that our country is in right now in these negotiations? He's got to say this. He can't be a dignified, strong leader without threatening a bunch of war crimes.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
Hi, I'm Suri Crow, and you're watching the Midas Touch Network. Do you remember
as President Trump is putting the pressure?
Marjorie Taylor Greene continues to get her final revenge on Donald Trump. She is not relenting even after getting 50 million views for a speech she gave in Texas where she absolutely eviscerated and exposed Donald Trump, by the way, that we showed here and covered on the Midas Touch Network. She's not stopping. She's going to do this every damn day and every hour of every damn day. Let me show you what just went down. She posted the following. 70% of farmers say they can't afford to buy all the fertilizer they need for this growing season due to the war in Iran. 2/3 of the United States is in a drought. The cost of food is already high, and the rising cost of gas makes it even tougher on Americans and our farmers. Food security is national security. America first means focusing on our food security and basic cost of living for Americans. War in Iran is pointless and honestly just stupid. Then in response to Donald Trump announcing that he was releasing unidentified anomalous phenomena, formerly classified information, and Trump's like, we're going to give you some information about potential UFOs. Go take a look at some of these images. You may find them interesting. We'll release the UFO files. To which Marjorie Taylor Greene responds, releasing only a few files on fallen angels or demons? Now can you guys tell the truth about the girls' school that you bombed in Iran? And stop spending our money fighting another stupid war on behalf of Israel. Well, Donald Trump was asked about the war crimes against the little girls in Manab, Iran, where the Trump regime killed over 160 little girls using Tomahawk missiles and then tried to cover it all up. Here's what Trump said about that. Let's play it.
Almost 10 weeks after a missile hit a girls' school in Iran. Who fired that missile?
So that's under study right now, and we'll give you a report as soon as we have it.
And then Marjorie Taylor Greene said something that I've been asking here every damn day on the Midas Touch Network, and you know from watching it. Where are the two pilots that crashed and were rescued in Iran? Are they okay? Why don't we know anything about them? Remember, as soon as that incident took place,
that's actually a good
Trump
point.
Regime said that there were 2 Air Force pilots who miraculously ejected, and they were in Iran, and then we apparently had 100 special forces operations, or hundreds. They landed in these C-130 planes, and
he's actually making a good point here.
Got stuck in the dirt, so they had to be blown up. But the hundreds of special forces were managed to escape, and then these 2 pilots, they were heroically saved, and they're doing great. Where are they? Who are they? Who are these people? Don't you think if this story was real, and it's possible, and I'm not trying to go down necessarily a path of seeming conspiratorial. I don't think this is, though. Don't you think we would know their identities? We would see them. They would give interviews. At the very least, we would know their names. And as I said at the time,
When all of corporate news was spewing Donald Trump's line, "What a heroic rescue," I said, this story makes no sense. I said, I'm trying to understand this. The rescue allegedly happened right next to Iran's Isfahan nuclear facility. The Trump regime was saying previously that they were going to send special forces in C-130s to try to capture the nuclear dust from the Isfahan facility. The pilots ejected seemingly miles and miles and miles away from the Isfahan facility. Now, I did an analysis where I wanted to see just how far can you glide in a parachute, because I figure, okay, you eject in one location, you can basically drift to another location, so that may account for some of the miles, but it was nowhere near Isfahan. I checked. Parachute, you don't go all that far. And so I said, let's see, and why did we establish a temporary Air Force base in Iran? I said what probably happened here was a failed and aborted mission that the Trump regime was talking about before, where they were going to go and invade the Isfahan nuclear facility, and Iran figured it out, and then we managed to have our soldiers escape, and they were lucky enough to get out, I think, and then they utilized, either there was actually 2 pilots who were shot down, and then that was utilized as the pretext for the invasion of the Isfahan facility, which failed, or the entire story was just a cover by the CIA for a invasion of Isfahan's nuclear facility, and then that failed. But do we all agree right now that everything out of the Trump regime is a complete and utter lie, and that we would at the very least know who these pilots were who allegedly were rescued in Iran, and they were out there and there was this big successful rescue mission? I'd call BS on all of that right now. And apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying it also. Marjorie Taylor Greene then posts the following: "The most transparent administration in history still hasn't released all the Epstein files or arrested anyone, but rolled out some UFO files today, so you would get so excited that you forgot that you're paying $4.50 a gallon because they are fighting another foreign war they said they would no longer fight. Happy Friday, everyone." She goes on to say, "I really don't care about UFO files. I just don't. I'm so sick of the look at the shiny object propaganda while they wage foreign wars, let rapists and pedophiles run free, and ruin the value of our dollar. Unless they roll out live aliens and test demo UFOs or actually admit what we know this really is, then I have way better things to do on this Friday." Now, I do want to share with you, though, how Democrats and how others are reacting to this. The first clip I want to show you is AOC speaking in Chicago, and she was asked about Marjorie Taylor Greene's shift. Marjorie Taylor Greene now becoming anti-MAGA, anti-Trump, and, leading a movement against Donald Trump. So what does AOC have to say about it? Here, let's play this clip.
I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists.
But when she was on your side, you cared.
And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions.
Yeah, the
and
results
where we
is
think
terrible.
That train would go.
The results is terrible.
As far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
Now that's what AOC's perspective is. What about John Ossoff, Democratic senator from Georgia running for re-election? What does he say about it? Play this clip.
Listen to what Marjorie Taylor Greene just said about MAGA last week. I'm serious. Marjorie said, she said, quote, "I think people are realizing it was all a lie." Hold on, it gets better. Marjorie said, what MAGA is really serving in this administration, who they're really serving is their big donors. Guys, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene talking. She went on. Marjorie said, quote, "The big donors that donated all the money and continue to donate to the president's PACs and are donating to the big ballroom, those are the people who get the special favors. They get the government contracts. They get the pardons." All true. Spot on. Marjorie, welcome to the resistance. It's a big tent.
What about Congresswoman Ilhan Omar? What does she have to say about it? Here, play this clip.
Have you like called Marjorie, or you guys talked at all? I mean, I know she's not in Congress anymore, so you probably wouldn't run into her, but like, I don't know, it seems powerful, and it's a good message, I think, to a lot of people out there who are tempted to scold former MAGA folks and say, "I told you, we were right, you were wrong," right? As opposed to kind of like building a bigger tent.
Yeah, I did see Ro Khanna, give her a big shout out the other day. I haven't called her, but I did before she left. I found her on the House floor and thanked her for her support in ending the genocide, her willingness to speak up about what the people in Gaza have experienced and what our tax dollars have allowed to take place as we all worked really hard to say that we have a responsibility to end this genocide and to end our financial and political support for Israel and the impunity that we have constantly provided for them as they have tried to destroy a group of people.
Now, I do want to share this other clip of AOC speaking at the University of Chicago, in addition to what I just shared with you about Marjorie Taylor Greene, because to me, someone like AOC has always been authentic and intellectually consistent. And it's fascinating to me that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others would always attack AOC. They're obsessed with attacking AOC. But ultimately, AOC's been on the front lines when it comes to affordability, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to championing the working class, when it comes to fighting for equality, when it comes to just being decent, human beings. And I think, obviously, I think it's an interesting plot, an interesting story about Marjorie Taylor Greene, the MAGA general, getting revenge on Donald Trump, getting revenge, exposing the MAGA movement, exposing how they cover up child sex trafficking rings, exposing their corruption and getting America into catastrophic and unlawful wars, exposing their war crimes from within. She was a top general. But in doing that, I don't want to lose sight on the true allies out there who have always been on the right side of history and who haven't just wavered back and forth, who have been steady champions, working class, truly what it means to fight for Americans. Here's what AOC said. Here, play this clip.
Oh, yeah. But last thing before we go to the students, because I would be drawn and quartered if I did not say this. There are a lot of people who would like you to run for president in 2028. Apparently some of them are here. And there are people who, there are others who would like you to run for the United States Senate. Senator Schumer's up in 2028. I don't know. It sounded like even more. Should we do it?
Move to New York or to other parts of the country?
How many would like AOC to stay in Congress? See, they want you to make a move. What say you about all of this?
You know, it's funny because in this op-ed that Jeff Bezos paid for in the Washington Post, there was this line that you had mentioned earlier about, well, as a potential 2028 contender, XYZ. And in the context of that,
I think
it was very clear this was a
does
sales
Trump
job,
understand he's only
right?
friends with billionaires
So it's like
because
the elite saying,
they like him because
if you
they make
want
more
this
money?
job, you just stepped out of line.
Because I'm billionaires. I
And
don't
we want you
understand
to
why they
know
just want more money.
where the real power
What
is.
what do they want more
And
money
it's
for?
in
I will
it's in
never
the
understand.
modern day barons
If you have
who
100 billion
own the
why
post
do
and
you
own the
want 1 bill more?
algorithms, and
Is that
we're
where it
gonna
take?
we'll make an example out of you. And what's funny about that is that they assume that my ambition is positional. They assume that my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that. My ambition is to change this country. And presidents come and go, Senate, House seats, elected officials come and go, but single-payer health care is forever. A living wage is forever. Workers' rights are forever. Women's rights, all of that. And so, anyways, the way, but to a finer point to your question is that when you aren't attached, right? When you haven't been like fantasizing about being this or that since the time you were 7 years old, it is tremendously liberating.
Hey.
Because I get to wake up every day
I wanna
and
pee
say,
on
we
you.
have
I
a
wanna
unique
pee
moment.
on you. I wanna pee on you.
And conditions change radically all the time. So I make my response less to an attachment to some positional, like, you know, title or position and working backwards from there. But I make decisions by waking up in the morning, looking out the window, and observing the conditions of this country and saying, what move or what decision can I make today that is going to get us closer to that future, stronger, faster, better than yesterday?
Now, you have that, and I'll just remind
What
you
is she
of two
yapping
quick
about?
things with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here's what she told Tucker, because Marjorie and Tucker are both anti-Trump now. Play this clip.
I don't want Democrats to win because I don't support their policies either. But why am I afraid of Republicans losing? I'm not. I resigned from Congress because I refuse to be a part of, and I refuse to support a party that lied to the American people and is completely selling them out.
And here's the clip from the Midas Touch coverage of Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech at Ron Paul's clinic in Texas. This one's the one that went mega viral, that got over 50 million views. Here, play this clip.
I sent them to all these people. I got no response from Susie Wiles. None. And she's a mother and a grandmother and a woman. I got no response from James Blair because he only cares about making money on campaigns. I did hear from Kash Patel. He said on it, but I haven't heard from him since. I don't know what he's on. J.D. Vance was very nice to me, compassionate and kind, and reassured me that he would do everything we could to find out what's going on. And then I heard back from Donald Trump. And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault and that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him. That is our President of the United States. That's the man that says MAGA is whatever he wants it to be.
Well, there you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching, everybody. New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch. What's the matter, Donald? Are you losing state regime media, which calls itself Fox? Is that making you absolutely livid that they have no choice but to report the data right now as much as they don't want to? And Donald, the data ain't good at all. The consumer sentiment report for University of Michigan
Of course it
has
isn't
the
good.
worst consumer sentiment
Of course
in
it's
the
not good.
entire history of the poll. The deficit continues to soar. Our debt continues to mount. For most Americans right now, this economy is in a great recession or a depression. I know that your billionaire buds don't feel that way because when they talk about the K-shape, their economy's great. But for 99% of Americans, things cannot be worse right now. And that's reflected in the data. And Fox, state regime media, has been calling it out. That's what's going down. I'll give you an example right here. One of the Fox hosts yesterday said, you know, people voted for Trump to bring down the cost of living, to make things more affordable. It's much worse. People are struggling out there to survive. Here, play this clip.
People voted for President Trump in part to make the cost of living lower and making ends meet easier, and it's gone the wrong way in the last couple of months. Taylor.
And then Fox continued. A host goes on to say, I don't really think we could be ignoring how people feel right now. That seems to be what Trump and Vance and Rubio and they're all doing. I mean, we all remember what the CEO of Heinz said this past week, that consumers are running out of money. They're tapping into their life savings and they're running out of their life savings, while Donald Trump's out there talking about triumphal arches and golden ballrooms and demolishing the public golf courses in D.C. and black granite in the White House and whatever the heck he's talking about next. Reflecting pools,
you need that.
driving the motorcade in the reflecting pools. Let's play this clip.
But to ignore the way that people feel right now about gasoline prices and mortgage rates, they're pissed off. And they have every right to be upset. And as that quote from the CEO of Heinz yesterday, Kraft Heinz, consumers are literally running out of money.
And then state regime media, which calls itself Fox, read the consumer sentiment report that I talked about. Ain't no denying what the consumer sentiment report says. Let's play this clip.
To us, the latest read from the University of Michigan on consumer sentiment. What do we have, Madison?
Bad number. The number is 48.2 for May. That is a record low. It was expected to slip down to 49.5, but 48.2. We also have some news on inflation. 4.5% increase over the year in inflation. You know, when you look at this number, 48.2, this is the third straight decline and the second record low in a row.
And then it kept on going. Talked about how the regime is expecting a $2.1 trillion deficit for the 2026 fiscal year. That's up from $1.8 trillion the last fiscal year. Now, folks, I was a political science major in undergrad. I went to law school because, you know, I knew enough math to be dangerous. But as I look at these numbers, where are my deficit hawks? Hawk. Remember all these MAGAs? Deficit hawks. Whenever the Democrats went, the deficit is growing. Then they get in power and they're the ones who make it worse. Like during Donald Trump's first term, he added more debt than any other president. And most of
Oh, did you see that star? Oh, I'm getting ads. I'm getting ads. You fucker. You fucker. You fucker.
Trump's term before former President Biden. He was recklessly printing out money. That PPP program also was basically flushing a lot of money down the toilet to rich people who didn't need the money in the first place. And you want to know what was causing inflation? What was causing it? What do you think caused it? It was Donald Trump's calamitous term the first time, and he's doing it worse this time. Play this clip.
The administration is expecting a $2.1 trillion deficit for the 2026 fiscal year. $2.1 trillion. Edward Lawrence of the White House. Okay, Edward, what does that mean for the national debt?
Yeah, federal debt is going up is exactly what that means. And the government watchdog group warns that this is just unsustainable. If you look at Treasury data out yesterday, as well as the president's proposed budget, the fiscal year projection for 2027 is $2.1 trillion for the deficit. Now, most of the increase is in defense spending, but that's up from $1.8 trillion the last fiscal year.
But folks, it continues on from there. Another Fox host said, okay, the average one-week getaway for an American right now costs $2,000. Who can afford that? I don't know, maybe the people at Club Mar-a-Lago or the people in the Golden Ballrooms or the Club Rose Garden. Maybe they can, but not most Americans. not pretty much everybody. Here, play this clip.
The average one-week getaway for an American costs nearly $2,000 a person. Wow. The math behind it, relentless. Airfares, gas, restaurants, theme park tickets, the costs are exploding. And for working families, it's, well, maybe not going to happen this year.
So then next, we have this host talk about how comments from Whirlpool executives are coming out saying they haven't seen this demand so low since 2008. Play this clip.
Look at Whirlpool. Turner, good morning.
Good morning.
Why the dive for Whirlpool? Down 60%?
Yeah. So comments from executives are coming out and they're saying that they haven't seen demand this low since 2008, that this feels like recession levels to them. They're citing a number of factors: record low consumer sentiment, the economic impact of the Iran conflict, severe weather. All of that drove what they're saying is 7% contraction in industry demand during the first quarter.
Okay, I'm interested.
As someone with a very active online presence, privacy is incredibly important.
Because I'm peeing.
Our personal information is constantly being collected, bought, and sold online, and in today's world of surveillance and data breaches, that should concern everyone. Delete Me makes it easy, quick, and safe to remove your personal data online at a time when surveillance and data breaches are common enough to make everyone vulnerable. Delete Me does all the hard work of wiping you and your family's personal information from hundreds of data broker websites. You simply tell them what information you want removed, and their experts take it from there. They also send you regular privacy reports so you can see exactly what they found and what they removed. And I love this. It's not a one-time service.
As credit, I might showing you the receipts of what they're saying on Fox, and to their credit, they're just saying what the data shows. It's fascinating, right? Because why is it that we're not technically in a recession, although most Americans feel like they're in a great recession or a depression? It's because the distribution of wealth is so uneven and so unfair that the wealthiest Americans are so damn wealthy, and those corporations are making a lot of money, and they're just shuffling money to and from each other while the American people suffer. That what's happening is the technical definition of a recession is to basically have back-to-back consecutive quarters where you have a negative GDP.
No.
Most Americans feel we're in serious negative GDP territory because Americans aren't getting jobs and they can't afford rent, and they're struggling because the CEO pays $3,000 or $5,000 or in some cases 10,000 times their own salary, and their health care is being ripped away. So it's being artificially propped up, basically the economy on like economic steroids, if you will, when the rich get richer. But the thing is, while you have the rich getting richer on economic steroids, probably a good example, you have everybody else basically famished in a massive famine, and they're suffering. But all the weight of that wealth at the top is pulling it up. So technically it's not a recession, but it is, because the American people feel we're in a depression, because that's the average experience.
What are you mining
no
for?
one talks about it like that.
Wait, what are you doing?
Trump regime people go on Fox and they try
What
to
are you mining for?
spin this. You have Brooke Rollins, agriculture secretary, dismissing the farmers' concerns about
what?
fertilizer costs. Play this clip.
But I get 30 seconds also on that another issue, and that is a concern about the fertilizer that is held up in the Strait of Hormuz. What's your level of concern, 1 to 10?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, Dana, my level of concern, listen, America, because of energy independence, we've got enough fertilizer in our country.
Is this your powder
We have
setup?
fertilizer.
How?
The concern is the price, and we've implemented basically a 20-point action plan
Why are
to
you
start bringing those
using
prices
a
down.
655
For
for
the long
powder?
run, this is the president's
What?
vision. We have to reshore fertilizer.
What? Why?
You've got Sean Duffy bragging on state regime media about taking a 7-minute. He said for the past 7 months he's been doing reality shows. Play this clip.
So I wanted to lean into America's 250th birthday. Rachel and I actually met on a road trip on a reality TV show.
Right.
And so over the course of 7 months, we just kind of found these moments
Isn't
where
this
I
way
was able
better
to
for
do some
Johnson
work. I
powder?
could take the
It gives
kids with me
20%
to a
more
road
powder.
trip.
Oh, yeah.
What?
And our motto is to love America is to see America. And there's so much to see in this beautiful country. We did that with our family. The president kicked us off, as you're seeing right now. We went to the Oval with the kids. By the way, who gets to do that? The kids were wildly excited, and he was so generous with his time, the president was.
You've got Energy Secretary Chris Wright talking over a Fox News graphic showing the national average gas price is $4.55. He's like, we're all about lowering prices. Here, play this clip.
And what about people's concern about gas prices? They're seeing numbers that give them some heartburn and some heartache, and it's hard for a lot of people to figure out how they're going to stomach this for much longer.
It is. And of course, it's been tough for our administration as well. This is an administration, the first Trump term and the second Trump term, all about lowering energy prices.
Hey, you should use full glossy.
Record in doing that. So when President Trump looked at the
Full
trade-offs
glossy
of
with
going into
Jasper
Iran
gel. If
right
you think
now,
Johnson powder, what are you doing?
his sort of beautiful record of just constantly pushing down energy prices, gasoline headline prices as well. But Iran has roughly 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, massively higher than you ever need for any commercial power production. It's actually quite close to weapons-grade uranium. So they just get to this threshold where they're not far away from nuclear bombs. President Trump is absolutely unwilling to hand the next administration a nuclear-armed Iran.
You've got Hassett saying that the golden age is upon us. Let's play it.
Yeah, these are 2 months in a row of absolutely blockbuster numbers. And to put them in perspective, Bill, not that I'm counting, they have 65 economists that were polled at Bloomberg on what the number should be. 62 came in way below. 62 out of 65. The fact is that people
No, bro.
the golden age is upon us.
Dude, you need to get more powder.
Showing up in the data.
You need powder, bro.
Then
What are
you've
you
got
doing?
Lara Trump with Dana
This is my
White
old account.
talking about the
You need more
UFC
powder.
fight
Like,
that's
what
gonna
are you
be at
talking
the
about?
White House. And Lara Trump's all like, Dana, I hear this is going to be the hottest ticket in town. How many people are going? This is a sold out. And Dana's like, well, actually, it's an event that we're just going to comp 4,300 seats for the military. Oh, it's such a hot ticket. Such a hot ticket. Well, yeah, I mean, there's going to be 4,300
Just get 20
comps,
minute
so it's
Johnson
gonna
powder.
be
I don't
How is
understand.
this
It's
a
so
hot ticket? What are
easy.
we even talking? Why is there UFC fights? Why are we talking about UFC fights at the White House and golden frickin' domes and arches and black granite and reflecting pools and getting rid of the parks? Can we just talk about the American people? Please, can
I
we just
don't have
listen
honor,
to
bro.
the suffering that
There's
the
not even
American people
remotely
are
close to that.
experiencing and deliver for them? That's what we need to be
I'm trying
doing
to
right now.
buy
Anyway, here's
stuff
what
and
they're talking
it's
about with the
taking
UFC
ages
fights.
and it's not really working.
All right, well, Dana White, we're so excited to have you back on the show. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
What a great venue as
Yeah.
well. But the thing everyone is talking about is this incredible UFC Freedom 250 fight at the White House, Dana. I don't even know how you go about putting on a production like this.
And also, when you listen to state regime media, you hear people like this guy Webb. You know, these they're like, we all know that the Strait of Hormuz has always been closed. Iran always controlled it. That's why we went to war. What are you talking about? What do you mean Iran always controlled? They got it in the war, in Trump's catastrophic. They didn't control it before the unlawful war by Trump and Netanyahu. What are you talking about?
Please buy my
This
age.
is what they say
You have
on
so much money. My age is cheap. Please buy.
media. Play it.
What do you mean? I don't have money.
But that
I have 300 minutes.
situation when the strait was open.
Hi,
Fact,
you
you are not
munchie.
allowed to mine international waterways, and Iran's been doing that for decades. It was not open. It was constantly under their influence.
We're outnumbered in just a moment. Stay with mic drop.
And then finally, you had at the end of the week, you had Tom Homan.
Can you have him do
the
some
so-called
4-7 runs?
border czar,
What?
And he's saying, look,
what?
At the end of the day, 60% of the people we got are criminals, 40% totally innocent. I would say that's a good ratio. First off, it's a lot more innocent than that. But even if I accepted your arguments arguendo as true, you're bragging that 40% of the people you've detained are completely innocent. And by the way, their definition, the Trump regime's definition of criminal is like traffic ticket or like
yes,
traffic
bro.
ticket or like marijuana offense from 1981. They include that in the
I need to buy order like 70k more
40%
hair.
of the people that you've thrown into
Is
concentration
it filling at
camps
this
are
price? I
innocent.
don't think so, is it?
Well done, you sickos. What a
The
sicko
love
regime.
per.
Here, play this clip.
But look, we're going to arrest non-criminals, even though President Trump is prioritizing public
Does
safety.
it take
That's
long to
scary
get
stuff. If you look at the numbers right
a
now, about
replenish
60%
book?
of everybody who
No,
arrested is a criminal. The
I
other
don't think
40%
so.
are not. I think that's a good percentage.
Anyway, there you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to
Why is
7
it too many
million
orders? It doesn't even
subscribers.
make any sense.
Thank you for watching. Thanks for watching. Be sure to add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever
How
you
is it
get
too
your
many
podcasts
orders?
for new updates every single day.
How?
World leaders are absolutely furious at Donald Trump and his despicable regime, and world leaders are calling out.
Glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a nice, beautiful little winter scene that's sort of warm and has a beautiful little glow in it. I think it'll make you happy. So let's have them start off and run all the colors across
Replenish.
the
I
screen. What you
mean,
need to do this
isn't it
painting,
just
and they'll come
the
across in the same order as I
cookies?
have them on my palette.
Extracted
Now I've
cookies?
already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick. It's all ready to go. Let's have some fun. Start today with a little 1-inch brush. Go into a little bit of cad yellow and the tiniest little amount of the bright red. Tiny little amount. Can't say that enough. Just work a little bit into the bristles. Let's go right up here. I'm going to have a sun in this painting, so we'll have the sun right about there. And we start off just making a little circle. That's all you got to do. Like so. Okay,
Is
I'm
det
gonna wash the brush.
någonting till bara några?
And we wash our brushes in odorless thinner.
What do you lower? You cook in the curtain, yeah, isn't that easy?
And we'll come right down here and get a little touch of alizarin crimson. Just like so. Okay. Now let's go right up in here and we'll work this in using little crisscross strokes, little X's. Now if you'll use these little crisscross strokes rather than drawing a big circle, it's much easier to blend all these colors
Easy
together.
to buy.
I'd really recommend
Buy
you
what,
use little
bro? What are you talking about?
Okay. Like so. Maybe I'll add the least little touch of crimson here and make it a little bit brighter so you can see it better on the set. Sometimes some of these colors are so soft it's hard to see. And we'll bring it right on out like that. Normally when we're doing these paintings for television, we paint a little brighter than we would at home. So when you're painting it,
Oh, what do you want me to so badly buy it from you? I guess, like, I don't want it.
bring it right on down. Like
They are scamming.
Okay, I'm going to go to a 2-inch brush. It's a little bit faster now. Go right into the crimson, tiniest little bit.
Lower are scammers?
And
What?
I'm going to add just a small amount of the dark sienna to the crimson. Make it
Femboy
very
Milker.
warm
Is
brown.
this you,
Okay, so back
Techstar?
up here. Yeah, very lightly.
I mean, Skyblock, I mean,
Here, still making
Skyblock
little
is
crisscross
Skyblock for like 1 minute, and then you leave the island, and then it's no longer Skyblock.
gentle little sky, but very effective. Very effective. This is the type painting that people put in their living rooms to just make it look warm. They're good sellers if you're interested in selling paintings. So many people write and tell me that they're selling paintings and they never even believe they could paint. Boy, that really makes me happy when people write and tell me that. And it's not the money. The money is not important. It's what it does to your ego and inside here. Because if somebody's willing to pay you for something you painted with your hand, then makes you want to go home and paint 10 more paintings. That's what's important.
Bro, he's a nectar chest plate. Nobody wants to buy nectar chest plates. So what are you talking about?
Sometimes I talk too much. I have to hush. Get excited. Van Dyke Brown. Still making a little crisscross. Now this is mixing with the liquid white, and all of these beautiful little things just happen. Okay, a little bit more of the brown.
You're trying to be technical in potatoes. I mean, that's very easy, to be fair. Doesn't he only have like 500 million?
Well,
That's super easy.
Cooked this morning. Bad news. I'm not much of a cook. I'll just lay a little tiny bit of this brownish color down in here. And without even cleaning the brush.
Like, does he know an nectar chest plate sell price?
Okay, and we'll just lay a little bit of that, just here and there. Just here and there. And you can add a little alizarin crimson. I'm just
Look at this shit.
Colors down here. Don't worry about blending them together or mixing them at this point. All right, let's lay that brush down. And I have several of these 2-inch brushes going. And I'm going to go right up here and begin blending. Still using a little crisscross strokes. And you really want
There's like sheer demand for it, bro.
Just blend it, blend it, blend it.
Like, this is basically the same price as yours, and it's way more valuable.
Blend it outward.
There. You should just go to garden and make a potato farm, you know, and just beat Technoblade.
Very soft and very gentle. And then very lightly, just take out the brush strokes. And if you happen to get a hair on your canvas like I did there, just take the corner of the brush and pop it off. That's all there is to it.
40 good potatoes. Okay, so you're pretty close.
We'll put a sun up in here. And for that, I'm going to use my finger. Let's go right here. Take a little white, and I'm just going to rub it right in. Just make a little circle. Sun looks a little better if it's round. Them square suns sort of bother you. There you go. See? And you just push that right in there and make a little circle. Now, if you tried blending that,
Yeah, 40,000. Yeah, it's not bad. You're getting there.
Take your knife and just go. Whoop,
it might just take a few more days.
The value or the color remains in the canvas. Now you can come along here and see. You can blend that. Isn't that easy? That easy. You have a happy little sun. All right. And that completes our sky. Now we can have some fun and begin painting.
No, but with a replenishment book, it would be so more easy. I know. Are you Iron Man or something? Like, why don't you just buy one? I'm so confused.
I'm just going to mix them on the brush. Just tap it. See, just tap. There we go. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here. And then we'll start at the base of this tree and work upward. So automatically it's going to mix with the liquid white. And it's going to.
It's still hard to sell. You can buy. You're a multi-billionaire. I don't have for area checks. That's why. What?
Darker down toward the.
What? Why do you need to sell it so quickly? Why are you in such a rush?
Maybe there's a happy little tree or bush that lives there. Begin thinking about the lay of the land.
You can buy the Bazaar Replaner.
I'm going to have a little hill here, so that's what I'm going to.
That is one.
We're not worried a great deal about detail at this point, but all we're interested in is the general lay of the land. Oh, there's another one. See, just let these little things just sort of fall out of your brush. They live in there. Sometimes you have to tap them out a little bit, but they live in there.
They live in there.
There we go. And we'll pull a little bit of that color down. Just
well, you should get Skyblock level 7, I guess.
That being our shadows in the snow. See, use all these things. Well, you got so dark.
Who's this guy?
You can use it.
The Huz Magnets?
I'm going to take.
Yo, bro, what's up?
Liquid black out here on my palette.
What is this?
Take my liner brush, add a little paint thinner, and then work that brush in there and turn it, bring it to a super sharp point. Look at that, very sharp. All right. Now then, in here, put just the indication of a few little trunks, little stems, whatever you want to call them, limbs, arms, whatever. Okay. Now, one of the questions I get asked a great deal, it doesn't matter. Try it both ways, and most people will find it works better one way.
I don't know what makes. So what gives them? Just grind each skill to 7 or something. Just do farming in the hub, and then do garden. No, not garden. And do foraging, and do mining.
Try to show you as many ways as possible.
What do you appreciate? You fuck.
Now then, I'm going to take the old round
Brush
brush,
PT.
dip it right into a little touch of the liquid white, just a little touch. I'm going to add the least little touch of the bright red here.
I'm not sure if this is super correct. Maybe it is.
Tap it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's put some beautiful little highlights up here on these trees. Just use just the top
Because I
of the
just don't
brush
remember
and
playing
just
this much
tap
in
it.
this account at all.
See there? But think about shapes in here. Don't just throw this on at random. Leave some of those nice dark areas in here. See the patterns? That's what gives your tree shape and form. And if you
Yeah.
have trouble making it stick, add a little bit
I don't
more
know
liquid
what I
into it.
did it for 1K hours and a half.
Red in there.
Please buy Edge. Bro, why are you still asking me to buy your auction house? What are you doing, man? What do you need 100 million coins for right now that will change everything in your life? Like, why do you want a gun so quickly? What's wrong?
See?
I don't understand.
That creates depth. This is where the little bunny rabbit hides, is behind that bush. And then up here, all winter long, the little tree urchin stays. Now, I bet you wonder what a tree urchin is. That's what I call a little squirrel. I have a big walnut tree in my yard, and the little squirrels come and they eat the walnuts. And we have little power struggles over who's going to get
Also, I
the
do not have money to buy your auction house.
who wins. Squirrel's got a nest full of nuts, and I have none. Just go right up here. There. Got one of them little rascals that decided he liked my garage better than he did out there in the cold. He moved into my garage. Can't get that little devil out. So I put some mothballs in his nest. Whew, now it stinks. There. Now.
I'm gonna get protocoling and cut. No. What? Why would you ever get a powder coating?
About much of anything except the lay of the land.
Unless it's powder coating on your drill, then what are you talking about?
There we go. Just like so. All right.
What?
Now then, we can
You're
take
missing way better
brush.
upgrades.
The old fan brush with a little white on it, and we can begin working on some nice shapes and stuff here. This is where begin laying.
Like, is your drill even recommed? Let's start there. Is your drill even recommed? Does it even have a reforge? I swear it doesn't even have a reforge last time I checked.
In fact, it's desirable if you pick up a little bit of this brown and begin working it in here.
Yeah, no reforge and no recom.
Always.
No gemstones and a terrible drill engine.
And think where the light.
No omelette.
Snow is very really smooth. It has little bumps because there's rocks and stones and all kinds of little happy things that are underneath the snow. You may not see them, but they cause bumps in the snow. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's go right here and push in. There. There's a happy little grassy area that just runs right down the hill. There. Just make all kinds of little things happen here. All right. I like to do these little winter scenes. They're a lot of fun.
Well, no, that's not what you said. You said you needed money for cold resistance. Like what?
Okay, tell you what. Maybe years ago, an old trapper.
Come on, give me something. No. No, I keep getting scammed. I keep getting scammed.
Cut across and get a little roll of paint on it.
No.
There you can see right out on the edge is most important.
Oh.
Let's go up here. Okay, maybe the little house lives.
I don't know where you're rushing to get money. You're missing like 18 million gemstone powder, like 16 million mithril powder. Like, why are you so worried about coins right now? You just need to get powder.
Front on the other side. See, just sort of in your mind think what a house looks like. And he needs a little side over here too.
I dropped 2 eyes before giants. You mean precursor eye?
Pull it out very flat. Get us a little roll.
I think I dropped a 5-star precursor eye before.
At least a little touch of highlight on
And recons, which is like over 1 in 1 million chance, I'm pretty sure, at the time I got it.
Okay, now. See, we can see that the light's coming from here. So this side's going to be brighter. This one over here. This one's going to be
I'm not sure if that's even possible anymore, or if it's bugged now. There was a point where you could get starred armor pieces and stuff, and recon upgrades, or rarity upgrade items, armors. I think it's still a thing. Actually, I don't know. I haven't seen it in a long time. Especially not in... When I did M5, I never got a single rarity recon piece anymore. Maybe it's bugged?
Just sort of bring all that together. Isn't that easy? We got a little cabin. Need a door. Don't want you to get locked in there and can't get out all winter. There, you got a little door. Take a little white. Go around the edges. There, make that rascal stand out. I'm going to take the small knife now.
I spent 60 million on alchemy. Didn't you make profit from alchemy?
Just to give the indication of...
Did you not level the alchemy bets?
Like that. Okay, on the chimney. We'll use the small edge of the small knife again. Put a little chimney. Take a little...
Chimney?
Bright red. Excuse my arm there. Maybe he don't have his fireplace lit. A little snow laying up here on his chimney. There we go. That easy. I'll tell you what. Take a little bit of liquid black. Maybe there's what remains of an old fence. And it went right on off. Here, this is just straight liquid black. There it goes. There. And there's a few old rails left on it. Right on off into the distance. Isn't that neat?
Yo, this party is maybe cooked. We might not get S+ with this party.
I'll take a little bit of the liquid white. Oh, look at there. A little snow laying up here on his fence. And a little up here on top. There. See? And you can just make all kinds of little things. Alright. Now we can take the fan brush and grab just a touch of that. And blend it in. Alright. Now we can fix up the foot of this cabin. Take and work on the perspective. Look at there. You can just cut it right off.
Does the archer have damage or not? I don't know how to feel. Is his damage good?
Take a little white, a little touch of blue into it. Come right along here, and there's a big old bunch of snow laying right on.
No, I don't think it's good. He keeps fumbling.
Maybe even create the illusion. He's been walking right now. I'm just using a little tiny.
Yeah, it's not that good. But you need to do gemstone powder. You know you can make money from doing gemstone powder, right? You make at least like 100 to 200 million. Probably 200 million. I'm doing gemstone powder. Like, you don't need to sell everything you own. What's next? Are you gonna sell talismans now?
If you don't, it'll get away from you. Run right out of your painting. Pretty soon you'll have land going in every which direction. So pay attention to that.
Let's go. Let's go.
Make your paintings better. Make you happy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Roll it in, baby. Yes, sir. Let's go.
There. Just put that right back in. See? Gotta get a little larger down here because perspective-wise, it's getting closer to you.
Oh man, I'm making it out the hood. We might make it out the hood, guys.
One side done here.
We might make it out the hood.
Fun. There. Okay, let's get serious.
I spent half my bank yesterday on my bazaar,
Let's put something over here.
so I really need coins now.
Back into my dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, tap pedal brush in there. So you really beat that son of a gun. This is where you take out all your frustrations. This is better than kicking your dog. Of course, if he's like mine, you kick him, he'll take your leg off.
Beat the son of a gun.
There we go. Right.
I can't believe it. I'm actually gonna make it out the hood today, I think.
Work it up. See, once again, we're starting from the bottom and working upward.
I'm actually like super broke now.
Maybe that comes right up into there.
Oh.
I like these.
I'm kind of focused on secrets. I know I probably shouldn't be, but I really want to die.
These browns and stuff. They're so striking, so effective. There we go. Maybe to about right there, right there. Tell you what, let's do.
Who left 1 out of 4 trap? Are we serious? Fucking idiots.
And maybe right here, I'm just gonna push upward. See, just push. Look at all the thousands of little leaves and stuff it makes there. Isn't that easy?
Give me your MS. What's that?
There's one right there too. We'll have a couple of these.
What's MS?
Just drop them in.
I don't know what that means.
And you take a.
You want my milliseconds? Or you mean my ping? Is that my ping?
Create all kinds of pretty things. So you can make the lay of the land go anywhere you want to go.
Give me your master star? Why? What? Why?
See, it makes all kinds of little snow drifts up there. There we are. Sometimes it's just so pretty it hurts. Okay.
I need money. And I also need money.
Let's change
What?
the flow of the land here. The lay of the land. Watch right here. See? Take it this way and bring it up in here. And automatically grab some of that brown, pull it down in there. Automatically, you can change the lay of the land. So now you can see there's a separate entity here. It goes back farther, pushes everything back. There we go. Okay.
Like I want money as well. Otherwise I wouldn't be grinding.
Let's take. I'll use the old knife here. Let's just put a quick little indication here of a little tree trunk. Doop, doop, doop. A few little limbs here and there. Little brown and white.
No, he's entering way too quickly. I cannot roll. I cannot roll bitches. No. No.
Look at there. Scrape through and make all kinds of little doers in there. Little limbs and stems and twigs. It's that easy. Okay.
Alright, let me see. Can I go in here and then quiz? Yo, quiz is good. Quiz is good. Quiz is good.
I'm gonna take a little the bright red.
Yo, quiz is actually really good.
Yellow ochre, little Indian
I fuck with quiz heavy.
Very small amount. Don't get too wild on
You know what I'm saying?
Very small amount. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe this tree here.
I finished some here yesterday. No, not that. These.
Just drop in some happy little things.
So I'm gonna sell that during Marina.
Patterns, shapes.
And I'm making more of them now.
And I'm just using the very top corner of the brush. Just the very, very top corner. Look at that though. See all them little things? And this creates a little warmth in the painting. Sometimes I paint winter scenes that are so cold. Whew, gosh, you almost have to put on a coat to look at them.
What?
These are very warm and very soft. And they go well in people's homes. People like these kind of paintings. These are the type paintings I do for special friends and as gifts for Christmas and birthdays and weddings and all kinds of things like that. You know, that brings up another thing. A lot of people ask us what we do with all these paintings that we do on TV. Most of them are used to go into the books that we do, but all the rest of them we donate. We donate them to PBS stations all around the country and to charity organizations for them to make a happy buck with.
Oh wait, so they have given out paintings.
One of the easiest ways to get it is to call your PBS station and say, hey, you know, get one of Bob's paintings for your next auction, and we'll be glad to donate one to him. And it helps everybody out. You get better programming that way in the PBS station.
Wait, so he has given out paintings before.
And you get a,
Oh, I want that.
So keep that in mind if you want one. Just let your station know. Just drop in a few little blue and white grassy areas here. All kinds of little things going on in here. All kinds of little things.
Some has been sold on auction, huh?
Let's use the knife. Maybe there's what remains. There's an old fence right here. There's a post. Put one there. Tell you what. Three looks better. A little bit of brown and white for some highlight.
We need one about Ross painting, but it's just physically impossible to find. And if I see one, it's probably gonna be like $200,000
Okay, let's have some fun. Let me get a old
minimum,
brush here. Go right into the Van Dyke.
and it's probably gonna be a fake one.
Sienna. I think, yep. Look at there.
What the fuck is he doing?
Big old
What?
Tree.
Oh.
Big old tree. I put a big tree in a painting one time. The lady screamed at me. Absolutely screamed at me.
Why?
If you don't want a big tree in your painting, don't put one in there and then scream at me. This is your world, so you do whatever you want in your painting. Okay, now then I'll take the liner brush. A little bit of liquid black.
What? Bye. Good luck. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Now, sometimes I add a little paint thinner to the liquid black to make it really flow easy. Just let it go.
Did he die down there? Yeah, he did.
Come right on around there. Look at there. See? And have some of these limbs that go up and across the tree. Don't have them all just going out the side. See, and you can put all kinds of little tiny things in there just by stroking the canvas. Can you see that?
Stroking the canvas.
Just get sort of
What?
I'm going to take the knife and a little bit of white, a little brown. Let's put a little touch of highlight on this tree.
There. Something is missing down there. Hey, buddy. Thank you.
This is a thick paint, so it'll grab and hang on. There. Maybe this one comes right down in front. Like that. See there?
What is he doing? He's super gay.
Just make all the trees you want in your world.
That guy is gay, bro. He just tried to steal that shit.
Take the old fan brush and put a little snow down here on his foots. Gotta take care of his old foots. Big foots.
Bigfoot mentioned. What?
Take the liner brush with a little liquid white.
Is Bigfoot actually real? Is there any evidence of Bigfoot being real? Like, I swear it's cap, all of it. I've seen some videos, but there's no way. I don't believe it. I don't.
Liner brush, and we'll sign this one. The old clock on the wall tells me I got to leave you for today, but I'll be back next time. Hope you have your easel set up, a glass of tea, and you're all ready. Until then, happy painting. God bless.
welcome back to the painting studio. I'm Nicholas Hankins. It's a pleasure to have you back with us, and it's my special pleasure to share with you another one of Bob's beautiful paintings that he created for his Series 32 of The Joy of Painting. And it's quite a painting indeed, as you can see. Come on up to the canvas and I'll show you what's going on here. So I have an 18 by 24 pre-stretched double primed canvas, just like Bob used on the show. And as you can plainly see, I've taken some black gesso and a natural sea sponge, and I just kind of plunked around some little shapes all over, sort of approximate trees, the look of trees. And then once that was dry, the black gesso is a water-based paint, so it dries very quickly. I applied a very, very thin, even coat of liquid clear, and as you caught me here, I'm just applying a little yellow ochre to the canvas and getting started there. So let's mix up a new color, and we'll get going.
What?
So follow me down here to the palette. I'm going to use some alizarin crimson, proportionately much more alizarin crimson than sap green, but we'll mix sap green and alizarin crimson together. Maybe just a little more of that green. Come up with a real pretty sort of reddish brown color. That's how Bob creates that pretty autumn scene with that old tree leaning across that little stream. Something about like that. We'll try.
Why does it just resemble Bob so much? But the only difference is that this guy doesn't have hair, I guess. Right?
Brown color. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I like that.
I want to brush my teeth today though. I haven't done it in a few days.
Kind of surround that yellow ochre that I got started, and we'll paint a little bit of this color down here all over the bottom of the painting too. The beauty of having a little bit of work on your canvas done in black gesso is that it's locked into place and it won't move. And then we can take these transparent colors and paint right over the top of it, and that gesso will still show through, and it's beautiful. You can create some of the most beautiful things you've ever imagined with that black gesso.
Yeah, right.
And it creates so much distance and just really puts a lot of, well, it just puts a lot of mood and atmosphere in your painting. It's such a nice thing. There we go, maybe just a little more.
Where's the bat?
How laughter is written across the Americas. So in Canada, they say ha ha ha. In the USA, they say ha ha ha. In Mexico and a few other Central American countries, they say ya ya ya. But in Haiti and Jamaica, they say ha ha ha. In Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, they also say ya ya ya. But in Guyana and Suriname, they say ha ha ha. In French Guyana, they say murder. And in Brazil, they say k. I like that one. The Dutch town that used to be an island. So in 1930, here it is, a satellite image of it being very much an island, whereas in 2020 they've just whacked a lot of land out of nowhere. It's kind of mad to think about, isn't it? It's a very low sea level country and very flat, but they just made it work anyway. So this little square bit here is that there, so they've really expanded it outwards. Wow, that's mad. The paper divide, you know, this is madness to me. So in all of these yellow countries and territories, an A4 is just the standard A4. I don't even know how to describe it. Just a piece of paper. One of these fellas. This is me setting up my new printer, by the way. But in the US and countries surrounding it, they have the US letter, which is just ever so slightly different. Look at that. It's so close to just being A4. Just use A4. Surely that makes things a bit easier at this point. But maybe it's too deep. You know, that is a lot of countries, a lot of people. We've got Chile involved. Philippines is the only ones over on this side of the map, but obviously they were heavily involved with the US, so yeah, that makes sense. But it's just so close to being the same. I'm just surprised they haven't adopted it yet. But hey, maybe I don't know what I'm missing with the US letter. Maybe it blow me away.
Why did you agree with me?
By the way, this is the most satisfying thing I've ever seen. I don't think it's even remotely accurate, but it's still a lot of fun. Europe's longest serving leaders. Well, so you hear about Putin a lot at 26 years, which is a mental amount of time to be the leader of a country. But Turkish leader is not far behind, and the Belarusian leader is actually quite a bit ahead, 32 years. That is mad to think about. That's like a reign that a king or queen would have. But this is a possibly elected individual. Top 10 countries with the lowest racial diversity. So this is quite interesting, because you would expect a country like North Korea to be incredibly low at 2%, but it's actually beaten by Japan, which is pretty much the same. But every country in this list has incredibly low levels, which I think, generally speaking, is a bit sad to see. How far can you travel by train within 3 hours of Brussels? Oh, this is always really interesting. So, Brussels right in the middle. You could get yourself to Luxembourg just for a little day out. That's quite a big day out if it's 3 hours, you know, there and back. We get to Cologne in Germany. You could do a lot of the
Racial
Netherlands. You can get
diversity,
yourself to Paris,
1.9%
no
in Japan,
problemo.
really?
You can even get yourself to London, look. You can go over the
So,
little
1 in 50 people are black in
It's quite
Japan.
interesting to visualize compared to the other spots that you can't actually really stop anywhere before London, so you do bypass a lot of places. But I mean, this is something I absolutely want to make use of this year. I really want to get the train
Or is
from
that
London
other than
just
Asian, so
over here
including
somewhere. I
white?
don't even mind where I end up. Oh, we've got a follow-up to a famous map that I have absolutely seen multiple times over the years. This was 7 years ago. List of countries mentioned or referred to in the Bible. And they've provided an update. I am the creator of the 52,000 upvoted Bible map from 7 years ago. I was 14 and now I'm back as a data science student to explain the chaos. Okay, so this is the kind of map that is going to spark a lot of debate in the comments. And here they are showing off back in 2020 that their map ended up on Facebook. Okay, so they've provided a long analysis of their map, and they have basically admitted that they did a quick dive on Wikipedia and skimmed through a list and didn't really do any verification. Who knows how many of the maps that we've looked at in this series have been even remotely accurate. Comparison of births between Europeans and Nigerians. So this entirety of Europe and all of Russia have a total of 6.3 million births per year, which is not really that many, is it? Whereas just Nigeria by itself has 7.5 million births
What?
a year. Yeah,
They got no
population of
condoms.
some African countries is just absolutely skyrocketing, because for the most part in the world, the population rate is actually really kind of slowing down, and it would probably be getting lower if it wasn't for places like Nigeria. Oh, this is really interesting. So in Algeria, there was a fertility rate of 6 or 7, which is a lot of people. That was due to improved healthcare, but then they introduced mandatory 12 years of schooling for everyone, which meant women stopped getting married as early and kept in education, which is obviously amazing. And then there was massive migration to urban areas, and women entered workforce, which is obviously great as well. And now the fertility rate has dropped to 2.5 or 3. So it's really positive to see things like that happening in Algeria. Nigeria, on the other hand, absolutely crazy influx of people. Colors where the orange fruit is called Portugal. What? How have I never heard of that before? Orange fruit is called
Does
Portugal.
Nigeria
I
have
need to
condoms,
check
or
that.
did they
What is an
just
orange
like it
called
raw?
in Albania? It's called a Portugal. That's not quite Portugal, but I guess it is the Albanian word for Portugal, so I guess it is Portugal in some respects. I've never heard that before. That's actually just really interesting, and it's a very specific region as well. It's a vast area, but they're all clumped together. Map of the 7 seas of the ancient world. This is actually fascinating. So many times as a kid, I used to hear about, you know, sailing the 7 seas. I had no idea what that actually meant, and that there were actually 7 seas that people sailed. But there they are. We've got Mediterranean Sea, we've got the Adriatic Sea, the Black Sea, Caspian, Persian, Red Sea, and who's that little fella? I don't know how to pronounce it. Asian Sea? No, that doesn't sound right. Map showing the length of the Great Wall of China in comparison to the coastline of mainland Europe. Ooh, that's very interesting. So if you took Great Wall of China and you wrapped it around Europe, you would get all the way from this area of Greece to Denmark, which is kind of mad. What's happening here, though? Why have you included this? Why would you not just leave this bit out and go around Denmark a bit further? That's irritated me, to be honest. I'm annoyed about that. The Aztec Empire at its greatest territorial extent in the early 16th
Wait, the Great
century.
Wall of
So it's
China?
mostly Mexico, and as you can
Is
see,
that
for how
across
much you hear
entire
about the
China?
Aztec Empire, they stuck to one spot. Granted, this is ginormous, but when you just think of other empires over the years, this is pretty concise. An astronaut captured
And how
this
much
image
did that
of North
cost?
and South Korea at night with the border visible from space. So the border is lit up all the way across, and yeah, it's interesting to see an entire country just not lit up. I guess just strict rules about what people can get up to at nighttime. We can see Pyongyang, there is lights in the actual capital. I mean, it is also, a lot of the country is incredibly rural and sort of segregated, so perhaps there just wouldn't be that much visible. But yeah, you can see comparatively to South Korea, there's just so much more vibrancy. Which would you rather lose? Nah, there's no way. More people would be happy to lose the right to vote than to lose the right to bear arms. That's crazy. That's actually mad. Nah, that cannot be true. This poll was from 2008 for a little bit of extra context, but still, that is insane. Nah. Also, when I said more people, I'm not taking into account populations. So more people might not be strictly true, given that California and New York aren't included. But still, that is a ginormous amount of people. I cannot believe that. Tennis court density in Europe. Do you know what? That's an awful lot of tennis courts. There cannot be that many tennis courts. There's so many tennis courts. How do we not just spend all our time driving around tennis courts? Look at that. It's outrageous. 70% of Canada's population live in these 3 regions. Yeah, really interesting this. Quebec Winter Corridor has nearly 50% of the total population. Calgary, Edmonton, 74% of the population of the province. And Lower Mainland, 3 million people, 60% of the population of the province. Look at that. I mean, this is pretty common in a lot of countries. Everyone is just in the cities. Which countries are home to the most billionaires? There are a lot of billionaires over in Russia, like way more than you would anticipate. And then it's a somewhat even split in a lot of countries, with Germany really having absolutely loads as well. 212, but then we've got 55, 53, 44, 51. And then a lot of countries not even having any billionaires. If you're a billionaire, just cap it at 999 million and just spread any excess about that's not included in your net. I think you'll be alright. Oh, this is really interesting. Something I've not really thought about.
That's
Old
what I'm
World
saying.
versus New World, map of namesakes. So New England in the US, which is this area of the US, as you can see, that was obviously named after England, and comparatively in terms of size, they're really similar. Do you know, this is stupid, but Little Tiny Wales, I've never considered the fact that Little Tiny Wales is the namesake of New South Wales in Australia. That's so obvious, but I just don't link the two at all, and it's so crazy to think that this is derived from that, with like all the millions of people that live here. And I did not know that Nova Scotia over in Canada was named after Scotland. That's mad. I mean, you can see it when you break down the word. Then we've got Hampshire, which, I mean, Hampshire, no one thinks about Hampshire in the UK. I couldn't even point to Hampshire on a map, but New Hampshire feels so much more famous over in the US. And then we've got one that's not British Isles related. We've got Netherlands. So Zeeland, Netherlands, a small area of the Netherlands, is what ended up naming the entirety of New Zealand. History and the knockoff effects that things have are just like mental to think about, aren't they? The world's map used in North Korea. Oh, I do love seeing stuff like
What?
this. Okay, let's see how accurate we think it is. So they've attempted to put it in the center of the map, but obviously that just visually doesn't work too well. It's pretty accurate in terms of scale of the Pacific Ocean, though, compared to most maps that we see. They've included New Zealand, which is nice. It looks a bit too big, I will be honest. I think their drawings of the Americas look quite accurate in terms of their angles, but then they've gone far more traditional with Africa, which should really look way bigger than it is. So yeah, maps of the world, always pretty difficult to get right. I think their general vibe is that they've heavily sort of stretched it outwards, so anything that is super far away from North Korea has kind of been distorted, which, I mean, that's perfectly fine to do, to be fair. Feels like they gave up a little bit down in the Mediterranean, but other than that, it's not the worst map in the world. How to say moon in different European languages. So in the UK, you say moon. In Ireland, you say moon. In Germany, you say mond. In the Netherlands and half of Belgium, you say man. In France, you say loon. In Spain, you say luna. In Portugal, you say luna. In Italy, you say luna. In most of Romania and Bulgaria, you say luna. Oh, and in Russia, you say luna. In Turkey, they say ey. In Greece, they say fengari. In Czechia, they say mezik. In Slovakia, they say mezyak. In Poland, they say in Ukraine, they say mistyats. And in Finland and Estonia, they say ku. The true size of Australia. So this is all of the European countries that you could comfortably fit inside that gigantuous country. Look at that. That's mad. So that's Cyprus and Malta just easily sitting in Tasmania. They're kind of bobbling about a bit as well.
Is Australia that big, really?
So Europeans, big countries, France, Spain, Finland, Sweden, Germany, they're just sat in here completely fine. Yeah, massive country. Map of internet freedom. So North Korea has the lowest.
Thing is, though, with countries that are this big, they usually just don't have that much civilization everywhere. There's always just the big cities, so it doesn't really change anything.
Countries, you'd expect much higher range. That's
Alright.
64 for USA and Australia. The UK is only at 52. I presume a lot of that is because you now have to put your ID in to access adult content, or so I've heard anyway. Wow, this is just insane looking. Put your eye on Australia. The UK is only at 52. I presume a lot of that is because you now have to put your ID in to access adult content, or so I've heard. Yeah, massive country. Map of internet freedom. So North Korea has the lowest level of free access to global internet. China is obviously very low as well at 4. Russia is lower than I thought at 4. So many very developed countries, you'd expect much higher range. That's 64 for USA and Australia. The UK is only at 52. I presume a lot of that is because you now have to put your ID in to access adult content, or so I've heard anyway. Wow, this is just insane looking. A map of temperatures. South Asia is
Yeah,
freezing
Norway,
right
we
now.
chilling,
So
bro.
apparently
At
India's just
92.
like getting mentally hot at the moment.
Yes,
and
sir.
I think
Can do
it
anything,
seems like
man.
a lot of it is just because of its position and like the heat doesn't really have anywhere to go. But look how chilly it is on the other side of the Himalayas. You know, we've got 0 degrees, 4 degrees, and then pop into India, 40 degrees, 43 degrees. I can remember one time a few years ago, it was 40 degrees on one day in the UK, and it was insane. So to think about that just being the case all the time is just crazy. Whoa! Is this now 100 degrees? Oh, it'll be Fahrenheit, won't it? Yeah. Okay, I'll calm down. Migration routes from Britain that shipped early America. So these guys went to New England. These guys over here went to Virginia and the Lowland South. This is what I'm talking about. History is mental. The knock-on effects are insane. Everything that happens and everyone that exists anywhere can be tracked backwards from like a decision that someone else made. And it is just crazy to think about. One of Europe's biggest wildlife recoveries, beaver distribution in Europe from 1900 to 2021.
Beaver.
So there were not a lot of beavers kicking about in Europe back in 1900, but look at that. Oh, they're thriving. Well, probably not thriving, but still so nice to see things like this. We need more of this. And you know what? Let's end the video on a positive note for once. Thank you all very much for watching this month's map video. If you enjoyed it, please do click that like button. Got loads more of them for you to go check out, and also subscribe as well. I'd really appreciate that, because I really would love to get to 2 million subscribers.
Yo,
I think I've been
sup,
at it
OD?
for about 2 years now. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all later. 1 hour of maps I find amazing. Map of Europe, but it's made out of national animals. Well, this is absolutely adorable. Okay, so United Kingdom,
What's up,
we've got
Ange?
the lion. For England, we've got the Welsh dragon, the unicorn. Do any other countries in Europe have mythical national animals? Let's see if we can spot any. Oh, there's a cow! That must be Switzerland. So they don't have an official national animal, but the cow is what they most commonly associate with them. Okay, we got any other ones? Oh, we got
Yo.
a hedgehog. Is that
Yo.
Monaco? You would
Yo.
not expect Monaco's national animal to be a
Can you
hedgehog.
only
It
one
is.
me?
They have 3. The rabbit and
Wait,
the
no.
wood mouse as well. That's such a cute
I don't know what I'm talking
selection.
about.
Any other
I'm
interesting
just
ones?
kind of
Oh, we got
bored
a
of
couple of
dungeons
dolphins,
already,
it
man.
looks like. We've got a big
Is that
wolf.
valid?
That's epic. We got some horses, a lot of wolf actually.
Dungeons
And
is
then-
just
oh,
kind
there's
of
a big old
boring, you know?
bear. Obviously, that is Russia. Map of the internet in 1969. So you might have seen this one before, but it is a classic. So interesting to think about. You know, that wasn't really that long ago at all. Countries with compulsory voting. Okay, I didn't realize any countries had compulsory voting. So it's big in South America, which is interesting. It is a frustrating one because so many people don't bother voting. The UK's latest general election, 59% of people voted, but that means 40% of people didn't. That's 4 in 10 people. That's a huge number. But yeah, is the solution compulsory voting? Probably not. Maybe we could just give people a lolly or something once they voted. Sweden, when they voted to change to euro currency, the north side won with only 55%, but all of the biggest populations voted yes. So even though green is so teeny tiny, because of the amount of people that live in these areas, it equated to 42%. Wow, that looks crazy. Male circumcision by country. Ah, I've just enhanced. What's with the pictures of the bananas? There's no... I don't need to see that. 80% in USA, way higher than I would have thought. 97% and 96% in Algeria and Libya. 58% in Australia. What is it?
Damn.
20%? 1 in 5 men circumcised? Nah. Global average, 38%. That's so much higher than I thought. Countries in the Western Sphere, according to Harvard School.
Wait, what?
I don't need to see that. I've just enhanced. What's with the pictures of the bananas? There's no... I don't need to see that. 80% in USA, way higher than I would have thought. 97% and 96% in Algeria and Libya.
Circumcised? Is that when you're
58%
born?
Australia. What is it, UK? 20%?
Yeah, Norway,
1 in
3%
5 men
circumcised.
circumcised? Nah. Global average, 38%. That's
Yeah, it's
so
only
much higher than I
3% in
thought.
Norway is
Countries in the
circumcised.
Western Sphere, according to Harvard School of International Relations. So this is showing us that the West isn't always
That's
the
pretty
West,
low.
because Australia and New Zealand are definitely not West. Although, to be fair, I suppose you could go far enough over on the map and then, like, turn a little diagonal. Yeah, okay. I understand South Africa, but apparently places like South Korea and Japan are undergoing westernization, which is interesting. I wonder if people would agree with that. Pollution in India and Pakistan is positively insane right now. So these are satellite images, and whoa, That is crazy, because this is a ginormous region here. Like, this is all Himalayas, I'm pretty sure, but we can see just so much fog and smoke covering these areas.
This is
of the
nasty,
country.
man.
This is India, there's New Delhi, and then this is Pakistan over here. Wow, that's so bad. That's sad. The Sahara Desert 6,000
It is sad.
years ago. Okay, so this is the Sahara Desert now, but 6,000 years ago there were lakes. Enhance. That's crazy. I had no idea about this. I assumed that it would have been hot for the last, like, million years. Lake Chad. That's huge. Is there still a Lake Chad? There is still a Lake Chad, but it is teeny tiny compared to how big it used to be. And it is continuing to disappear. So you can see it used to be the size of basically the United Kingdom, whereas now it could be contained within Ireland. Whereas now it is, whoa, is it just this yellow bit now? What? Africa's religious divide. Okay, so we can see that it is very heavily Muslim in the north, and then Christian in all the south. Hindu pops up somewhere. Ah, Mauritius. Teeny tiny little Mauritius. Eritrea is also a hybrid between the two.
What's
Kind of
Mauritius?
sweet looking with that yellow and pink blend together. There are 793 US counties without a McDonald's. What? I mean, I suppose these are very unpopulated regions, but you would think McDonald's would open a McDonald's in every county just so they could say they've got one in every county. Is California richer than your country? So California is obviously a single state in the US worth 4.1 trillion. That is crazy, which means that all of these red countries are poorer than California. The only country richer is Germany, 4.4 trillion, and even then it's not by very much. That's insane. UK there at 3.3 trillion, France 3 trillion, we've got 2 trillion for Russia. Wow, that is crazy. Ooh, this isn't really a map, but Sir Christopher Wren's unrealized proposal for City of London after the 1666 fire. So this is what he suggested they should rebuild it to look like, and this looks really cool. So I looked in the comments, apparently this didn't happen at all, and it was rebuilt quite similar, but just with not wood, because many rich and important people owned these specific areas, and they didn't want what land they had to be changed or have a big road put through it, which, you know, it does make sense. Wow, that is a cool looking map. Population density of Africa. It looks like fire. Editor Kai, can we get some, like, sizzling, crispy noises? Ooh, yeah, look at that.
Wait, Kai's did that. That's awesome.
Okay, South Africa, not as populated as I thought, you know. Look at that, fair enough. Okay, does get kind of busy around Tanzania, Kenya, those kind of areas. Very populated up in areas like Nigeria and Niger, and then very quiet, understandably, throughout the Sahara. But look at Egypt, everything following the Nile there from like Cairo and Alexandria. Madagascar, also a lot more populated than you'd think, because, you know, kind of probably because of the animation. You just assume it's all jungle and animals, but
That's what I thought.
it's really not like that these days. Yeah, this is from Madagascar.
That's actually what I thought. Am I crazy?
There are still some very cool, pretty regions. I'd love to see these trees in person. And look how beautiful that is as well.
Wait, I
South
actually
American
thought that.
territories were once
I
controlled
might
by
be
France.
stupid.
I had no
Fuck.
idea France once had this amount of power. This was kind of 1700s. Wow, that is a huge region. Google Street View 2024 versus 2014. Wow, they've come a long way in 10 years. So you can see in 2014, most of Europe was covered, most of the USA was covered, but if we head up, look, so much more of South America. Basically all of Europe now. India completely covered. Was there any coverage? No, nothing in India 10 years ago, but they have since managed to show every single street in that country, basically. Wow.
Hey, a bit of
crazy.
Sky
Look at
Wars?
that. Oh, we haven't done this in ages. Let's go to a random area on Google Street View. Okay, off we go. Ooh, hello. This really does look just classic Indian, doesn't it? Is it the panorama, or are these faces actually this close together? I need to move over a bit so I can see. Yeah, it was the panorama. This fella in particular got done so dirty. Look at that. On this guy. Oh, look at the nice, pretty coloured fence. That's delightful. The 1860 US presidential election. All right, this is interesting to look at. So there was 4 different candidates that actually won a bunch of areas. I mean,
I don't want to
as
play
long as I
Sky Wars,
win alive,
bro.
I can
Didn't
only
that shit
remember
die
between
like
2. Abraham Lincoln
a
winning
few
in the
days
north,
ago? Why
understandably,
didn't that
but
shit
he wasn't
fall
very
off?
popular in the south. Interesting to be able to see this data, because it's obviously from so long ago now. Ooh, what a 5,000-kilometer radius around Paris actually looks like on a Mercator map. So this is really interesting to see, because obviously this is supposed to be a circled area centered around Paris, but because you can't show a globe on a flat map, you get this distortion instead. Oh, I'm gonna have to have a play around on true size. All right, we're grabbing
You
China
should
and
go
we're
get
doing a
some
bit of
sleep.
this. You ready?
Why?
Woohoo!
I literally woke up like 2 hours ago.
Side as well. Look at that. Map of Africa using ethnically drawn borders
Like
rather than
what?
those drawn by imperial powers. Well, that's very depressing to think about, isn't it? Look at this, so much diversity and culture that was.
What are you
Settlements
talking
and
about?
stations in Antarctica. Okay, interesting. So there's actually quite a few, generally spread around the coast, but there are a few people that have dipped in the middle. So China have
You
a
look
couple of
tired as
stations.
fuck.
USA
How?
got a big one. Japan, Belgium, Japan again. Russia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Argentina. That makes sense. Obviously, Argentina's closest. Ukraine, okay. UK have got a couple of stations. Interesting, isn't it? What are they all up to? City of Chicago with one line. Whoa, wait. So you're saying you've drawn all of this with one continuous line that just wiggles about? That is an enhance. Oh my god, yeah, you can see it continue. Look at that. So it goes from this block and connects
I don't look tired. I look awake.
Oh, what? This is kind of hurting my eyes to look at. This is crazy. Oh. National tourism organizations in Europe country logos. These are quite cool. I feel like England's is a bit boring. Yeah, I don't really like the look of that logo. Wales looks cool. Just got the Welsh dragon. That's epic. Ireland, yeah, that's not bad. Northern Ireland, a little overly complicated. Not very pretty. Visit Scotland, yes, fine. It's a bit boring. Let's have a look about explore France. Okay, very dull. Switzerland, and they've got the T in the flag. I feel like that sounded better in their head than it actually ended up looking. Visit Monaco. That's quite smart looking. I like that one. San Marino, okay.
Wait, Monaco. How expensive is it to go to Monaco?
But I guess it kind of works. Look at the Montenegros. That's kind of cool. Albania is a bit hard to look at, but with the right background. Bulgaria, I liked what they were going for. I'm being very picky here, I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of cool ones. Visit Ukraine, yeah. Belarus, that's just a font that is available on Microsoft Word. I used to always use this when I was like 12. Square mile of Iowa, 1848 to 2024. Okay, so this is what the area looked like in 1848. Not very much going on. I think we're going to see a big difference here. 1872. Okay, let's just go back. We've got a very small amount of
Come on, enter, boys, enter. These runs are slow as shit. Wow, these runs are slow.
Right, fair enough. A little bit more.
Why are we so slow?
Satellite photography. Still not
Why?
much going on.
Why?
Yeah, it's a lot of just field, isn't it? We got some trees and stuff. We are going to see some big differences, right? 955, 961. There's a huge housing district that's popped up. 974. Hang on, as the houses got a little bit more concentrated and a little bit more development here. We got some
1 square mile of Iowa. 18 per day.
983. A lot more of the same. 1990. Back to black and white. 2002. 2024. Whoa. So the houses have doubled over here, and then we've got what could be schools.
That is quite the evolution.
That is crazy to look at. Wow. It's kind of sad, isn't it, thinking about the land disappear, but people also need houses at the same time. It is interesting to look at. The blue countries use ISO 216 as their standard for paper size, which is most commonly known as A4. I've heard of A4. You've probably heard of A4 paper. The red countries use
Everyone has heard of A4 paper.
commonly known as the US letter size. Ah, okay. So if you're watching in the USA, you might not know what A4 paper is. This is A4 paper right here. I've never thought about it before. So a few countries in North America and some South America don't use A4. Okay, interesting. What's this? Is this Philippines? They also use US letter size? China's normal GDP is larger than 30 Asian countries combined. Not just larger, but combined. That's
what?
Crazy. 18.3 trillion. We saw earlier in the video that the UK was on like 3 trillion. That's insane, isn't it? Look at that. Combined. China's economy outweighs the rest of Asia's. I mean, it outweighs most of the world, right? Earth's gravity isn't smooth at the surface, but is stronger in some places than others. Wait,
Is China rich?
So they're not saying this is what the Earth actually looks like. They're saying that in certain regions, the gravity feels stronger. So does that mean if I go over
Is that China actually rich? I didn't know that, because I felt like everyone in China is just kind of poor apart from the rich people.
Okay, so it's between 0.5 and 1% difference. So obviously you just wouldn't notice that.
But I know they have crazy military developments and a lot of stuff.
Change, but weight does.
I mean, and also they are like the biggest seller of like every product in the world, bro. Everything is made there. They must be making so much money from that.
I'm blown away by this one. The tallest statues on every continent. Oh, here we go. So the tallest
Yeah, I
in
know.
America is the Statue of Liberty. Probably the most famous
That's
one
what I'm
to
thinking.
me anyway. But I've heard it's actually kind of much smaller than you'd think, 93 meters. In Europe, it's Sanctuary of Christ the King, which is in Portugal. I've never even heard of this. I thought this was Christ the Redeemer on first glance. It's 110 meters. Virgin Mary, 47 meters. South America, African Renaissance Monument.
Why have nobody in the room up there? What's happening?
Like, how absolutely
What
epic
the
does
fuck?
that look? Wait, the tallest statue in Oceania is 15 meters. How has nobody beaten that yet? It's a giant sheep. Oh my god, that's insane. Look at the size of it compared to a car. That's so tiny. I feel like if I stood up straight, I would be the tallest statue in Australia. And then tallest statue in Asia is by far the tallest in the world. Statue of Unity, 182 meters. Look how insane this looks. It looks like
What the
something from, like,
fuck?
Game of Thrones. Look at people sat on his toes. How Earth will look with current international borders in 250 million years. This is so interesting to think about, isn't it? Because like 250 million years is such an inconceivable amount of time that the assumption is that humans will just not exist then. But with technology and what the super rich have got access to, you do wonder, will humans as we know them still be around? Because we're unlikely to keep evolving because of the way our life is.
I don't think so.
It's just
I don't
interesting
think
to
so.
think about. But yeah, basically all
I don't
continents
think.
will
I don't
collide,
think.
forming
I think the world will be ruined in 250 million years. 100%. Way before then.
Crazy to think about. The Indian Sea
Way
is kind
before
of the
then.
only ocean that'll still exist, excluding the big one that'll surround most of the Earth. Let's enhance, get a good look at Europe. Whoa, so Europe and Africa are just all squashed together. If we head over here, we've got Canada and Greenland squished up. That makes sense. But then we have.
I think it
Whoa,
would
look
be
at that, the
way
Atlantic
before then, to be
Sea.
honest.
Oh, that's so cool to think about. Atlantic Ocean is just
Probably
a
like.
tiny little sea
I don't
now,
think
and we have New
the world is
York
gonna
and
make it
the
past
Republic
10,000
of
more years,
Congo,
even.
just a sea away from each other. Oh, that's
Isn't
insane.
it crazy?
Oh, look
Maybe
at
not even
Namibia
1,000
and
more
Central
years.
America squashed up. There is no sign of the Caribbean though. That's sad. Lake Mexico. This is so weird. Who knows what life will be like here? I mean, presumably burning and dead. Google Street View. Google are constantly adding more countries to their Street View, and as we can see, a lot of the Earth is now covered, which is kind of insane to think about because, you know, a little cars have to drive around everywhere. Looks like basically all of Europe is covered now. Obviously, there'll be some countries where it's not every road. Russia, for example, very hard to track everywhere, but I think major roads are covered now. All of India as well, which is pretty huge. A lot of Africa still cannot be seen. A lot of Central Asia. A lot of South America now covered. That's very impressive. I love how we've got a border around
I still want to
Iceland
really brush my teeth, but I don't know if I'm allowed to by the party.
middle of it. Yeah, it's really impressive how much of the Earth is visible to anyone now. Luxembourg compared to other countries. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Obviously, Luxembourg's a small country on the grand scheme of things, but I always, when I first learned about it, thought of it as a little micro-state like Liechtenstein. But you can see, Liechtenstein is far, far more dinky than Luxembourg, and you can actually fit a bunch of small countries inside of it. Malta, for example. I've been to Malta. It didn't feel small. You kind of assume in your head you can just walk around these places, but you just forget how big the Earth is. Even the small countries are large. You know, you need transport to get around Malta. So comparing that to Luxembourg, that's a large country. Brazil, 5 areas of equal population. Ah, that's really interesting, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, you see it with most country population
Is
density
Malta
maps.
expensive?
Historically, people just
I kind of
settle
want to go there
around
one time.
water. So for example, Egypt's population density is just the same
Andorra
scale
also
as
looks
the
kind
Nile.
of fun. I know
Australia
there's
have
like
basically
rich people
everyone
there.
just following the east coast. But I've never seen Brazil's before. Look how shallow this outer green line is. This is an equal population to not only this much thicker green line, but also this entire yellow one, which I guess is mainly Amazon rainforest. Whoa, countries where Wikipedia editors have been prosecuted. So is that Chinese Wikipedia editors have been prosecuted in China? Or have people from other countries been prosecuted in these countries? Because that's crazy either way. The most overworked countries in the world. This is interesting. From what I know, I would have guessed Japan being on this list, but Japan's not even in the top. And actually, we got Canada on here, which you really wouldn't think either. The stereotypes around Canada is everyone's kind of really chilled out, but here we are with very high average hours worked by employees. So I'm looking in the comments, a lot of people from Greece are saying they completely agree with this. It's pretty normalized to work more hours than you're actually paid for, which is obviously terrible. Poland's historical borders compared to today. Look at that. That's crazy. Poland used to have such a huge region, and it's not like it's shrunk in the middle. It's shrunk from the east to the west. Yeah, that's really interesting. Percentage of people that identified as white British in 2021. So the bluer it is, the whiter
Please
the
just get
area, and you can
300
see that
score.
more. Yes, is
thank
very white
you.
at the moment. I mean, I've grown up my entire life in the north of England, which is a very white area. Like, I lived here, which is a 95% white area, which is crazy, isn't it? People from the south will be shocked by this, but in my primary school, everybody was white, and in my secondary school, there was one black person. That's it. We didn't have anyone that was Asian. Almost everybody was white British. Obviously, as time goes on, everything will change, but yeah, for the most part, the UK are very white. We can see numbers are decreasing. 1991, it was 94%. 2021, it's 74%. Obviously, more diversity is always good. Percentage of adults getting less than 7 hours of sleep per day. Most of the US is getting less than 7 hours per day, but the darker colors mean they're getting more than 7 hours per day. Obviously, people are different. I know that I myself kind of need 8 good hours if I want to feel really healthy and refreshed, but yeah, it looks like a lot of people are undersleeping. Oh, this is the coolest geography info I've heard in years. In
I
Maori,
sleep
which
an
is
average
the
of like
language
4
of the
hours, I
native people of
think.
New Zealand, the official name for France is
4 to
Wiwi.
5. It
16
depends.
regions of Asia. Asia is obviously the largest continent in the world, so a lot of cultural diversity there. Southeast Asia, down here, we've got like Indonesia, we've got the Philippines, those kind of places. East Asia, apparently China, Mongolia, the Koreas, and Japan, and also Taiwan. Quite a small region. South Asia, central around India. West Asia, kind of those Middle Eastern areas. Central Asia, a bunch of the stans, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, that kind of thing. And Russia gets its own spot, which I guess makes sense. Russia does feel kind of the least Asian. Canada divided into 4 equally populated regions. Oh, these are all so interesting. Look at this. So about 8.5 million people in each of these coloured zones. Once again, it just shows how many people don't live anywhere. Obviously, this is kind of hugely distorted in terms of scale because this is right at the top of the earth. So if we grab Canada and we move it down, you see how much smaller these fiddly little islands actually are. But even so, this is still a huge area of land that is not very populated at all. Are one of the 5 big cats in your country? Ooh, okay, we got jaguars, leopards, tigers, lions. Basically none in Europe. Obviously, you do have the Siberian tigers up in Russia. This is really interesting. Big cats do spread a lot of the earth, don't they? Obviously, I'm assuming these days they're very low numbers, but there's still a presence of some sort. In Africa, Nigeria is the only country that only has lions, which is interesting. Sunshine duration in hours per year, United States versus Europe. So what this shows us is the US get a lot more sun than we do. Obviously, I think Spain and Italy are kind of similar level to most of the US, so this does make sense. But I want to know, why does the UK get such low sunlight if Sweden and all of these areas in the east still get a decent amount? What's that about? It's like we're being targeted. What do you call a small piece of wood under the skin? This is 1950s versus 2016. Well, before looking at any data, I'd call it a spelk, which I don't think is a particularly common word. Oh, look at that. Literally the area I grew up in right here, they call it spelk, and then basically everywhere else in the UK and Ireland, they call it a splinter. That's so weird. Ah, but in 1950, it was a lot more diverse. Northeast still going strong on the spelk. Spelk's such a weird word. I've never thought about it before. Of course, splinter makes more sense. But apparently 1950s, it used to be all kinds of things. Just splints, spliles, spiels, slivers, apparently. Spools. Oh, this is so interesting. Makes me weirdly proud to be from the Northeast, even though it's just a word. Oh, here we go. Actual size of countries compared to traditional maps. Obviously, if you've never thought about it before, the Earth is a globe. It's super round, so it's hard to evenly show everything on a traditional map. And you end up with major distortion around the top and the bottom, and even some shrinkage in the middle. But this map tries to more accurately portray things. It really heightens how much of the Earth is ocean. Like, basically entire half of the globe is just the Pacific Ocean. But we can see a shriveled up Canada. We can see that Northern Europe does shrivel up a bit as well. It's so interesting to look at. Everything's so much more curvy in reality as well, whereas on this traditional projection, everything's kind of lined up nicely. And look how different Antarctica is portrayed as well. Wow, elevation maps of the world. So this is Asia. You can see that kind of around the Himalayas and that sort of area, there's huge elevation, which does make a lot of sense. South America has huge elevation around Chile, and also basically just all along the west. North America, a similar thing. I assume that's following the same tectonic plate lines as South America. Europe, pretty flat for the most part. Does get a bit spiky around the Alps and whatnot. Africa, also surprisingly flat. I suppose a lot of this is Sahara Desert. Then we do have huge elevation population here. Areas like Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, really interesting. And very pretty maps, I may add. We've had lots of population density maps this month, so let's end on one in specific countries. In France, you can see that basically everyone lives in Paris. In Germany, you can see it's a bit more spread about, but obviously major cities is where you've got all of the spikes. Italy, a much more even spread, actually. There are far more tall spikes that aren't in the big cities, I guess just because Italy's got a lot of very nice areas to live. Turkey, Istanbul really dominating, and then kind of quiet a lot of the other places. England, another much bigger urban spread. Noah's got huge disproportionately spikes. Even London's isn't that much bigger than places like Birmingham and stuff. Next up, we have Denmark. Whoa, Copenhagen really dominating there. Norway, quite evenly spread, a lot around Oslo. How badass do these maps look, by the way? They also look like structures you see in Lord of the Rings and stuff. We've got Spain. Nice even spread. Whoa. Where's this area? It's A Coruña, which I haven't heard of. It must be quite a small but very densely populated area. Next up, Switzerland. Kind of all just spread about. Portugal, Lisbon, obviously dominating a lot there. And then finally Romania. Yeah, all kind of quiet in Romania, apart from Bucharest, which got a bit of a spike. Mexico and Greenland swap in the Mercator projection. Look how teeny and tiny and shriveled Greenland just got. And now Mexico's going all big and ginormous. Wait. Oh, there we go. So that's suggesting that they are somewhat roughly the same size, I suppose. Yeah, look at that. Look at them like next to each other. Yeah, they're kind of like the same kind of landmass. I think Greenland's slightly got the edge. A section of a hand-drawn map I completed recently. Edinburgh, Scotland. Oh my god. Enhance. Whoa, that's actually insane. That's drawn by hand with a little pencil. That is actually crazy, you know. You've done such a good job. Is this Arthur's Seat, I'm assuming? It's a nice swap. Argentine Railway Network, 1990 versus 2014. So the railway network's much more scarce. I have no idea why that is. Alright, according to this Argentinian, the railway networks were nationalized, so the government were in charge of them, but the government just didn't keep up with it, and everything ended up kind of in disarray. How curved is Chile? Okay, I mean, I've never actually thought about it. Do you know what? It's quite curved. I always think of the flat longness, but never the curviness. This is what ChatGPT considers the most notable thing about each country in Europe. Ooh, enhance. Ireland have got Guinness beer, the UK have got the Beatles, geothermal hot springs in Iceland, fjords in Norway, IKEA in Sweden, Northern Lights in Finland. I mean, yeah, this all sounds about right so far. Ballet for Russia? Not sure. Chernobyl disaster, Dracula, Eiffel Tower, windmills, Oktoberfest, pizza. This is quite interesting. I suppose quite a bit of it does align with kind of the first few things you think of. Whoa, the Himalayan weather wall. So it's crazily hot, 40 degrees in India, Bangladesh, Myanmar. But that heat is just blocked by the Himalayan mountains. But it's not just blocked only around the mountains. It stops the heat getting into any of this vast area of China. That's crazy. But hang on, because heat's coming from the sun, which is like way higher than the Himalaya. Oh, I don't get it. The Korean War, 1950 to 1953. Yeah, I think I've seen this one before. So you can see that North Korea managed to occupy a load of South Korea. But then, wait for it, and there we go. South Korea start fighting back, and they like take over a bunch of North Korea. Oh, goodness me. But then North Korea start fighting back again, and it's just back and forth over and over again. And I think technically they are still at war to this day, but these days they just kind of look at each other angrily from each side of a fence. We have 8 billion people now, so where do they live? Well, there's 1.4 billion just in India, now officially the most populated country, second to China, 1.426. That's nearly 40% right there. Asia really dominating the global populations at nearly 60%.
Yeah, man, I got kicked out to run around, huh?
Africa, which is still an absolute ton. It's interesting how South America, a pretty large continent, only contributes to 5.5% of global populations. Estimated migration of early Homo sapiens out of Africa to the rest of the world. Okay, so each number represents 1,000 years. We need an enhance. So 200,000 years, everyone kind of started in this, what is now Ethiopia, and then slowly since then, we've migrated out of Africa, which is crazy to think of, isn't it? And it makes all the horrible colonial things that happened to Africa so much worse, because we started in Africa ourselves. But yeah, it took 50,000 years for Homo sapiens to make it to the bottom of Africa, and then it was 45,000 years ago that we made it to Central Europe. 65,000 years it took to get to Australia, and then of course obscure islands like New Zealand have only had habitation for the last 1,000 years, which is crazy to think about. Those islands just sat there with no one knowing they existed for millions and millions of years. What year is it right now? Wait, hang on. Are you telling me that not every country in the world thinks it's 2023 right now? I mean, it's obvious when you think about it, but why have I only just found out that not everyone's using the same system? So in Japan, it's year 5. What? And to all of Northern Africa, it's 1444. It's 2015 in Ethiopia. What? Relief map of San Marino, one of the smallest countries in the world, but it's not actually that small, to be fair. It looks small for me, but let's compare it to London. For a long time, I thought it was dinky, but you can see San Marino covers multiple areas of London. Anyway, it is mainly a big, cool, epic castle on a hill. That is unreal. I'm excited to go to San Marino at some point. It looks like a really cool place. Today, I bring you Large Zealand, stolen from Facebook page. Tourist map of the world. Why have they made New Zealand just absolutely ginormous? I don't get it. A map of submarine cables connecting British Empire in 1902. Jeez, that must have took some doing. That is a bloody long way. What were they used for then? Just allowing submarines to follow? According to the comments, they were actual electrical cables that could send information. 1902, who knew? The most watched movies in Zimbabwe in 2015. Okay, it was Eye in the Sky everywhere other than here, where it was Spectre. That is a really specific map. Map depicting the changes in Costa Rica's forest coverage over time. This is interesting. So in 1940, 75% of the country was forest. Absolutely incredible, amazing place. But then it did start decreasing as humans did their thing, and it got down to 31 and then 21% in 1987. But from there, Costa Rica's having a huge push to restore their forests, and by 2010, it was back to 50% of the country, which is epic to see. I made a chart showing the world's 25 most populated islands. Oh, go on then. So the most populated island is Java in Indonesia with 151 million people. Okay, then we have Honshu in Japan, 100 million. Then Great Britain's third. Jeez. 66 million. So it's based on population rather than size, remember. Okay, then Luzon, Philippines, Sumatra in Indonesia. Scrolling out, anyone else interesting? Long Island, USA makes it onto the list with 8 million people. And Ireland also makes it on the list, 7 million. That's a lot less than 66 million Great Britain. An interesting map I found of world cloud coverage. Ooh, that explains a lot. That's cool though, that's dramatic. Roman Empire's border defenses in 150 by National Geographic. Oh. Alright, all I know about is Hadrian's Wall, this tiny little bit here, because it's just quite near to where I grew up. But you can see they had so much of Europe on lockdown. I mean, they really knew what they were doing, the Romans, to be fair. Not saying they're good, but yeah, it's quite the empire. Satellite map of Chad. Why does it look so much like a person? Like, I could accept all of this, but the actual eye in the correct place, that's too much. Come on. New York versus Los Angeles size comparison. So all of New York manages to just sit comfortably right there. Oh, that's cool. Hawaii population density. So like a lot of places, basically everyone lives on the main island. That's a really nice, pretty looking little map. In Finnish. Okay, let's butcher some pronunciation. Norway is Norja. Sweden is Rusi. Finland's
What the fuck?
Wait, UK is Yetiastien.
Oh.
US wildlife map, work in progress, looking for creature suggestions. Wow, that is going to look incredible when it's done. What a very talented artist. Percentage of urban tree cover in European capitals. Wow, 72% for Norway's Oslo. That is a lot of trees. Switzerland also pretty high. Nicosia, Cyprus.
Oh, damn.
4% is the lowest, but I imagine Cyprus is just not a very tree-friendly environment. But perhaps I'm wrong there. You can see for London, it's 21%. Considering these are all capital cities, they're not actually too bad.
Why did the Rubik's skip there no work?
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
How this is a thing. It's absolutely mad. So this is the area that they're referring to, and if you zoom out, you can... What? How did this happen? Croatia have this whole bit here. They even have this little separate bit there, and I only just learned recently that they also have these islands. What? Do we have an explanation in the comments? Okay, here's a rough explanation if you want to pause it. There's far too many words for me to say in the video. Countries where cheek kissing is...
Damn, stop with the move.
Ah, I hate this. So it's like the... It's not very common in the UK. You can see it's not highlighted, but I have had to do it to like an estranged auntie a couple of times in my life. Actually making contact with someone. But apparently it's pretty common. A lot of Central and South America, Eastern Europe, Northern Africa, Spain, Italy, all over the place, to be honest. What Antarctica looks like without ice. Oh,
yeah, what's wrong with that?
Look at that. So
You're just showing up.
You can recognize that Antarctica shape, you know, particularly this squirrely bit here that points up to Argentina. So if global sea levels keep rising, this is actually what Antarctica could look like one day. Say whatever you want, but that would make a great fantasy map. Do you know what? It does look like something you'd see from a game or a story. Vast stretches of the world world are now below the replacement rate. You will probably live to see humanity's population peak. Oh, that's very interesting to think about. So what this means is, in these red countries, more people are dying per year than new people are being born, because just generally, people are having slightly less children than they used
Wait,
to.
who's
There is,
Mage?
however, a big exception in Africa, where just the population is going crazy, and there's loads of economic reasons for this. But it's so interesting to think that we might be alive to witness the most humans that will ever exist at one time. Christianity in the US by county. So Christianity is pretty popular still in the United States, but we can split it into subcategories.
Too many cow?
Catholics, Protestants, and even Mormons. So the Mormons have got this area on lockdown. So what state is that? Is
Too
it
many
Utah?
cow?
It is Utah. Utah and Idaho. But then most of the US Christians are Protestants. I'll be honest, I don't really know the difference in terms of beliefs and whatnot. Oh, this could be an interesting map of the video. How have I only just learnt this? Kiribati is the only country that spans all 4 hemispheres. I've been learning geography trivia for about 4 years.
Really?
How have I only just discovered
That's
this?
super cool.
Incredible. Oh, and also it says Ecuador. Ecuador is not anywhere near Kiribati. It's like all the way over here. Ecuador is just the word for equator in Spanish. Women's rights in the past 100 years. This is an enhance. Okay, so summarizing, we can see there is a lot more green, so that is fantastic. But isn't this crazy? So Australia, 1923, women were emancipated. I don't know what that means. I assume it means have basically equal rights. Yeah, free from restraint, control, or power. However, men were still officially the head of the household. We can see that still today, there are a bunch of countries in the Middle East and Africa where forced marriage is still allowed. Like, that is just awful, isn't it? Let's be honest. Like, religious connotations or not, that can never be acceptable. What do you call Istanbul? So most countries in Europe call it Istanbul. Greece and Cyprus still call it Constantinople. Constantinople is what it used to be called. Russia and a few other eastern countries go with Sirgrad. Sirgrad. It sounds
Sirgrad.
Has Russia ever been at war with you? Basically, every country in Europe says yes. Other than Iceland, Ireland, is that Belgium? Oh, each of the teeny tiny places. Andorra, San Marino, Rome, Monaco, Liechtenstein, I'm guessing that is. But generally speaking, yes, they have. Oh, this is an absolute geography classic. This is Pluto if it was over the top of Australia. Hence why in the early 2000s they concluded Pluto's not allowed to be a planet anymore. It's just a big rock. Sorry, Pluto. British English versus American English. What is taught in schools? So yeah, there's a few differences between American and British. One of the classics is in the UK, we spell colour like this. In the US, spell it without the U. It seems like generally they just simplify a few words, make them a bit more phonetic. But anyway, as we can see,
Yeah,
the
true.
majority of the world teaches British English, with exceptions in the usual places. United States, obviously, and Central and a lot of South America. Saudi Arabia, always looking for the opportunity to mix it up a bit. And Japan, too.
Hello.
Interesting. The United States of
Kirusu.
discount store in America, somewhat like
Hey,
a
man.
shop that you would get in the United Kingdom. And as you can see, they have got the east of the United States on lockdown. That is an incredible amount of stores. Like, that's ridiculous when you actually think about it. But it is interesting that they've stuck to one side. I know that a lot of people don't live here, but you would still think it'd be a bit more dense here. But I suppose maybe California, people are a bit richer. Maybe there's less demand for a dollar store. But I take back the words that just came out of my mouth, because there's a lot of poverty in California, isn't there? I reckon the business just started over here and they're just expanding slowly outwards. Bro, I'm in Mississippi and there are sometimes $2 generals in one small town, because why drive an extra 3 minutes when you don't have to? They recently built 2 roundabouts near me about a mile apart, each with a combination of Family Dollar / Dollar General stores. Pretty
Oh
sure you
yeah,
can
I'm
see
good,
one
bro.
from the other. They're the Walmarts for places.
I'm okay because Dungeons is boring,
Yeah, I
so
wanna
it's
know how many
alright.
stores this actually
Could be
is.
better if I didn't do dungeons.
20,000 stores. That's crazy. This is interesting. Amount of active businesses older than 1,700 in every country in the world. I mean,
But
this is not
is
every
Dollar
country,
General
with a
actually
few
$1
pauses on
per
the side.
thing? It's
Also,
always
why
in,
is the map
alright.
not
It's
being
just
coloured in?
clickbait.
This is very unappealing to look at. I know I'm just sat here on my high horse, not actually creating any of this content, but you could have coloured it in. So a lot of the numbers are pretty low. Germany actually really high at 186. In the United Kingdom, quite high on average. 43 businesses that are over 300 years old. Look at Japan though, 532. Do you know what? I think this has got to be based on so many different discrepancies. It is interesting though. 5 oldest companies in the world are all in Japan. In fact, the study found that 56% of all companies older than 200 years are from Japan. This person pointed out
I don't
there are
know.
hundreds
What
of
do you mean? I
thousands
don't
of
know.
homes in the UK that have existed for
What?
hundreds of years. However,
What?
not continuously, which is an
The
important
fuck kind of
distinction.
answer is
All the
that?
companies on the list have had the same family or lineage the entire time. It's actually really interesting. I just wish it was called in. China's territorial disputes 1949 versus 2024. So basically in 1949 they were kicking off at everybody around them, whereas now they've chilled it out a bit. They still have disputes with Japan. I think that's around some of the sea and fishing areas and stuff. I know there's disputes around India and the Himalayas. I didn't know about Vietnam though, and interesting that Philippines and Malaysia are involved. European countries where the capital is also the most visited city. That's very interesting. So for example, London is definitely by far the most visited city in the United Kingdom. Let's see if we can name what the most visited cities are in the ones that are not capitals. So for Turkey it'll be Istanbul because their capital's Ankara. A lot of people just think it's Istanbul. Poland, so their capital is Warsaw. I don't know what their most visited city is. It's Krakow. Okay, a former capital. And home to a famous dragon. Alright, Spain, well, their capital is Madrid, but I'm guessing Barcelona's most visited. Switzerland have some discrepancies on what their capital is anyway, so we'll skip that one. And Croatia,
Wait, they don't know what their capital is? How?
I'm gonna say it's Prague. Ah! Dubrovnik is actually most visited in Croatia because of its rich history and cultural sites. Wow, it does look delightful to be fair. Look at this. Ooh, a bit busy for my liking. Well, look at this. The 2014 Romanian presidential elections and the Ottoman Europe of 1876. So you can see that even though it's like 150 years ago, the areas that were within the Ottoman Europe voted for social democracy, whereas people outside of it voted for conservatism. And you can see it's not just coincidence.
It is
That
Instaclear that?
really
I think it is.
similar line, like particularly this region. It's just fascinating the long-term historical systemic impacts that politics and land has had. Like the people that have made these votes won't even know that they'll have been historically influenced. Leaked locations of all Volkswagen cars in Europe.
Where is the
Oh,
fucking
they
mall?
leaked it! But you can see that they are absolutely dominating in Germany, which does make sense, and they are pretty popular basically everywhere else too. Oh my god, so that's London. That is a crazy amount of influence, isn't it? It's basically multiple cars on every street. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Look at this. Imagine being a senior person in that company and knowing how much influence you actually have. It's crazy. Worship attendance. People
Does
attend
everyone know
worship
Volkswagen?
services at least monthly. So in the UK,
It's everywhere.
That's actually higher than I thought. Ireland's very high, 37%. I visited Ireland last year and I did get that impression. Highest is Poland, actually, which is 61%. I suppose when you're playing GeoGuessr and you're in Poland, there are little churches everywhere. Russia is down to 17%. I thought that would be higher. Where's the lowest? We have a few 11%, such as Sweden, and I think that is the lowest one. Population change in Britain and Ireland, 1821 to 2019. You can see it's gone up almost everywhere. So England used to be 10 million people, now it's 56 million people. That explains why I'm always stuck in traffic now. Ireland's population actually has gone down a bit, 6.8 million. Now, I've looked at this map before, and I ignorantly said, oh, they must have moved away. But it was actually due to, like, serious famine, generally caused by the English as well, so not ideal. World calendar systems. This actually blows my mind that every country isn't just following the same year. You see that most countries are just in 2025.
This makes no sense.
Some of the Middle East, apparently it's 1446. I can't get my head around how this works. 2017 in Ethiopia? How did they end up just a bit out? 1946 in India? Everyone's on different systems, following different things, but it still makes no sense to me. I imagine that so many of these countries, like China, they must generally have to kind of follow the 2025 calendar anyway, just in terms of their exports. Population growth by continent. This was in the year 2024. So North America went up by 4.6 million people, which is not a lot when you consider how many people are actually in this region, like literally hundreds of millions. Brazil, 2.6 million. Once again, that's very, very low. Europe actually went down by 1.2 million. So all three of those continents, very, very stable in terms of population now. 600k for Oceania is nothing, but it's not a hugely populated area anyway. Asia went up by 28 million, which sounds a lot, but what's surprising is normally on population-related stuff, Asia actually dominates. But as we can see, going back to that earlier map, Africa's population has actually increased the most, 35 million. And that's
Holy shit.
up for quite a few more years before it starts slowing down. Ah, I scratched the world map onto a banana. That is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. I do feel like more effort went into the northern hemisphere than the southern. It kind of feels like you've just done some triangles for South America and Africa. Whereas, like, look at Norway, and a lot of effort's gone into Canada too. Yeah, you got lazy there. You've let me down, actually. Bro map, the dude map. How Americans refer to their bros. Okay, let's enhance. So bro is pretty dominant phrasing in Texas and the surrounding area. Cool. Then it moves to buddy over in the north. This is an amazing map. All right, what next we got? We got dude. Ooh, a lot of dude. Californians like dude. That makes sense. A lot of the west.
Californians like
Central
dudes.
Texas are not
Yeah.
into dude. We have fella popping up. Who said fella? A few areas of the south are into fella. All right, and then we got pal right up in the north. We got kind of maybe
What's
north
up, pal?
Dakota area over here. Hey pal. Hey dude. Cut that out. Don't leave that in. Liberation Day. Trump's tariffs on Europe. Yeah, this stuff's crazy. So most of the European Union has been hit with a 20% tariff. A few areas like Serbia, 37%. The UK has been nice, I guess, with 10%. It is insane the global chaos that Donald Trump is able to cause in such a short period of time. Oh, Tesla's decline in Europe. Difference in registrations between January 2024 and January 2025. You can see across the board, numbers are down a lot. UK is down by 18%, but that isn't actually that high compared to a lot of other countries. We've got down by 75% in Spain, and a lot of sort of Scandinavian areas around 40%, 60% for Germany, 63% for France. I mean, I love the Tesla brand. I bought a car in 2019, so I was pretty early on it, and it is just so sad to see the negative impact that Elon is having these days. He really is crazy and is causing so much harm worldwide. GPS data from thousands of Dutch cars during summer holidays. Oh, that's a cool map. I've never seen anything like this. So it shows people from the Netherlands going on holiday, exploring other areas of Europe. This mainland Europe area is just so accessible. It's such an amazing opportunity to travel to so many countries within a pretty short amount of time. Me and Becky are planning on going interrailing at some point. It's going to be incredible. So it looks like a lot of holidays are just doing road trips where, you know, they head to Paris and then they head further down into Spain afterwards. Also got quite a few people crossing Switzerland and heading into Italy. I bet that is an amazing road trip. Forest loss in the United States over time. Well, this looks depressing. So way back in 1620, about half of the country was just forest, which is insane to think about. And then in we came, and oh, look, we're ruining it. 1850, already a lot of it has been chopped down. Very sad to think about. Think of all the wildlife, think of all the Native Americans that were there. And by 1920, things are pretty scarce. I didn't know that Florida was so forest heavy, so that's quite interesting to look at. So yeah, you can see a lot of deforestation.
Oh, I just got licked.
At that time. And obviously, this area, I suppose, is just too hot for forest to begin with. Concentration of castles in Europe. There are a lot of castles in Europe, it turns out. Like, even in the UK, which is quite sparsely populated on this map, that is a lot of castles still. They're all over the place. I mean, I've seen a few castles in the UK in my time, and they're not really ginormous castles like this. They're more kind of walls that used to be cool castles, and that's what I assume a lot of these are. But wow.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too.
There are in France. That's absolutely crazy. And then you can see it kind of just continues all the way into Germany and a lot of other countries as well. Look at how many castles are in Italy. Far fewer castles in Spain and Portugal, which is interesting to see, though quite a chunk of them around here. I wonder why that is. The end of natural population growth, question mark? Year in which deaths started to outnumber are expected to outnumber births. Oh. So yeah, if you don't know, world's populations are slowing down. Overall, less people are reproducing, though there are some countries, like a lot of ones in Africa, where the population is increasing a lot still. So all of these yellow countries, which is a lot of Europe, you see Russia's obviously there, they are officially having more people die than are being born. So their population is slowing down. We can actually see if we enhance.
That's crazy.
Germany and also Czechia, and then is that Hungary, I think? Their populations have been slowing down since 1990, so that's a while ago. Then if we look at the other blue areas, a lot of these are gonna start slowing down sometime between 2021 and 2050. And then, as I said, a lot of these African countries and Australia, which is interesting, I didn't know that, their population still must be increasing quite a bit, so it won't be until 2100 onwards that they start reporting a deficit. But it is very interesting to see that the population is kind of getting to a peak. Like, I think I saw somewhere that people think it's gonna probably get to about 10 billion, and then after that point, it's gonna just start very slowly going down. So a lot of you watching, and myself, hopefully, will probably exist to witness the most humans that will ever exist on planet Earth. Kind of crazy to think about. Map of the
Really?
Gambia, the weirdest shaped country
You
in
think
the
so?
world. Yeah, this is so strange. It looks like an intestine. But basically, Gambia is over in West Africa, and it is completely surrounded by Senegal and then a little bit of the North Atlantic Ocean. And I think the borders generally followed the river for a while. But isn't that just a really wild country shape? It looks like part of the colon. That's my first thought as well.
Top
I
one
personally
was
think
comment.
Tajikistan has the weirdest shape. Ooh, go on then. I can't actually visualize that. Nah, it is a weird shape, you know, all of this up here. But it doesn't look like a colon, does it? Nah, I think the Gambia wins. Countries where less than 1% of the population are immigrants. So it's quite a few massive countries, which I suppose actually makes sense. This is weird. It's kind of thrown me off. Does Europe fit in up here? It feels like Africa's too high when I just see these countries. Legal left-hand turns at red lights state by state. What? I don't even know what that means. So for most areas of the US, left turns on red from one-way street into one-way streets are permitted. Okay. A few states don't allow left-hand turns when you're on red at all. Wait, you can actually do a left-hand turn when there's a red light? Or does it mean you can do it when it turns green? I'm confused. 1936 election. Whoa. Roosevelt absolutely dominated. That is a hell of a landslide. I don't even know who Landon is, and I guess that makes sense. Etymology of state names. Ah, this is interesting. So all of the green states, their name comes from something related to the Native Americans. So for example, Texas. Let's look into that one. It originates from the Caddo Indian word Taisha, meaning friends or allies. The
What?
Spanish who initially explored and colonized the
The
area
fuck?
adopted this term when interacting with the Caddo. Right, sounds a little bit ironic. Then obviously everywhere that was discovered first, basically, these all have British etymology. American, which is an interesting one, all the way up the top. Is that Washington? So I guess it's named after an American. Is that the logic there? Yellow is from Spanish colonialism. Blue is French. They managed 3. Greek. Where's the purple one? Oh, this little fella. I don't even know who that is. Rhode Island. That makes sense. And Polynesian is Hawaii. That also makes sense geographically. Sex ratio in Europe. This is women per 100 men. So in these kind of areas, there are about 120 women per every 100 men, which is interesting. I wonder why that is. I actually have no idea. Over in Norway and Sweden and also Iceland, it's down to below 100 per 100. But then in UK, actually it splits up. So we can see specifically in this area of Scotland, there are slightly more women than men, but from the majority of the UK, it's about 50-50. It's really interesting data. This is a really interesting comment. So the map isn't age specific, and because women generally live longer than men, and this map includes those elderly women, that's what pushes the data off a bit. Where if you were looking at a younger age group from like 40 and below, it's 50-50 in most places. Countries with recorded temperature extremes above 48 degrees Celsius and under minus 48 degrees, or even both, which is interesting. So let's look at both first. So some areas of India have had both super hot and super cold temperatures. Same with Canada and the US, which is very interesting. I suppose it kind of makes sense in these very large countries where they have all sorts of different altitudes and stuff, whereas on average, like most of Europe is all kind of neutral. I can remember in the UK, it has got up to, I think, 42 degrees where I'm from, and that felt absolutely mental. So 48 is crazy hot. It's interesting that Italy actually has both. I'm curious why that is. There's a lot of
What
blue,
about
obviously, further
Norway?
north, which makes sense, and then Sahara
So
Desert
Norway is
is
cold?
obviously gonna have a lot of red too. Percentage of people who have read a book in the past 12 months. Ooh. Alright, UK isn't included. I'll be honest, I have not read a book in the last 12 months. Last book I read was Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, I think. And that was probably 3 years ago now. Book's still very popular over in Sweden, Norway, and Finland, though, up at 70%.
Really?
It is interesting how countries seem to group together a little
don't know
bit. I suppose culturally it makes sense. But a lot of these numbers
I
are pretty
don't know
low.
people
We have,
reading books.
30% is the lowest over in Romania. That is not many people at all. Nearest country to everywhere in the USA. I've seen this a lot of times, but it's always really interesting. I love how Cuba manages to squeeze in this teeny tiny bit here, and then the Bahamas, which is, you know, such a random country, but it is actually technically closest to such a huge chunk of the country. But Mexico and Canada really do dominate, and then Russia and Canada squeeze in Alaska, which is quite cool. And then also Bahamas is Kiribati. Ooh, here we
Bahama
go.
mama,
Use of dinner versus tea
Bahama
versus
mama.
supper in the UK. Alright, so where I grew up, we called our evening meal tea, and we called our noon meal dinner. Whereas where Becky, my girlfriend, grew up, she calls her evening meal dinner. So over the years, that's caused a bit of confusion for us. And thinking about it, I think I've just accepted her way of life, and I now
looking
call
for
evening meal
invites.
dinner and the lunchtime meal lunch. My mum did say supper, but it was not the evening meal. It was like a snack before for bed at like, I don't know, 8 p.m. So we can see that I guess the majority of the north, they go with tea. It's interesting there's a tiny portion of southern England that go with supper. But really, when we look at the whole thing, it's all over the place, isn't it? Countries been at war with Bulgaria since 1944. Wait, what? Why is basically everyone at war with Bulgaria? Did they not officially end their place in World War II? I can't actually find an answer to this. Can anybody explain in the comments? Oh, this is interesting. The US buy places with similar climates. So if that extreme temperature map earlier, this breaks it down even further.
Because I need how many more tank runs? Like 600 something, right? 650? It's quite low, man.
Like Poland to the Baltics to South Finland, but then further in the south it's a bit warmer. We've got southern China, we've got southern Brazil. That is getting pretty spicy. We got
that is way too hot. Hell no, thanks.
To the west, things get very hot. So this area of the US,
I think it's already hot enough in Norway, to be honest. When it's cold, it's cold. When it's hot, it's too hot, in my opinion.
Absolutely mad. Map of Europe 13 million years ago. Wow. This is so interesting to look at. It's as if you've just used the liquify tool from Photoshop. Everything's just slightly distorted. If you look carefully, you can see modern country outlines, so you can see that just water was way lower, and therefore far more of the British Isles were exposed. And at this point in time, even though the UK didn't exist, it was connected to the rest of Europe. Spain's kind of cut in half. This is a wacky shape down here. I don't know what's going on. Italy also looks very different, and we can see huge chunks of water here in what is now Romania, Hungary, those sort of areas. Very interesting. The word mother in different European languages. Okay, so in the UK, it's mother or mum. In Wales, it's mum. That's what I say. In Germany, it's mutter.
I can't understand why you stream. Well, I'll explain to you why I stream.
In France, it's mire or maman. In Spain, it's madre.
The reason why I stream is because then I don't need to have a clipping tool enabled. That's the only reason.
In Ukraine, it's mamu
if I drop or die.
In Bulgaria, it's muka or mama.
Is that valid?
It's maika or mama. And in Germany, it's an. Ooh, this is good. The longest place names in Europe. Okay, so Iceland have Svalbard, Strand.
It saves me like
now we have a place called
2 minutes or like 5 minutes.
Finland have got an area called Poland have got a place called Germany have got Spain have an area called Saint and Wales have a place called
yeah. That's basically why.
Okay, the world map as issued by the Brazilian government. Whoa. So they put Brazil in the center because on most world maps it's like the UK is actually in the middle. And then they've also flipped it upside down, so South Pole's at the top. Do you know what? I always love an upside down map where the text is actually the correct way around. It just really throws you off. I know it makes perfect logical sense, but it's just crazy seeing how different everything looks. So the reason it's upside down is because Brazil is mainly in the southern hemisphere, so it sort of puts it more naturally into the center. This is what a world map would look like, by the way, if New Zealand was in the middle.
Bro.
There's a little dinky fella, crazy to visualize. The percentage of homeowners from each state always lock their door. Okay, so my door is like permanently locked.
Percent of homeowners that
family members, if they're in the house, they just leave the door
always lock their door.
And it actually does seem quite common looking at the statistics. We've got kind of 3/4 of people on average would lock their doors, which is quite a
Shouldn't everyone lock their door? The fuck?
Houses open. And over in North Dakota, 48%, literally over half of the people keep their doors unlocked. 93% over in what state is that? Don't tell me. Is it Alabama? It's Georgia. Okay, Alabama's this.
Why are people not locking their doors? Are people stupid?
Browser in 2012. Okay, we've seen this before, but it's a classic.
What?
So you can see a lot of the world was using Internet Explorer. Chrome was kind of coming in. It was dominating South America already. Firefox popular in Europe and Africa, which is interesting. And then Opera even getting the #1 spot. Whereas in 2025, it's basically Google Chrome everywhere, excluding, is that South Sudan, which isn't marked on the map, Safari for Lithuania, and then Firefox, where's that? Is it Georgia? It's Armenia.
Firefox.
So interesting, but yeah, crazy.
Firefox still gets used.
Google Chrome has been, particularly given the fact that on most Windows computers, you have to actively download Chrome. It's not like it's installed already. It's time for our annual Land Doesn't Vote moment, Canada's 2025 general election. Okay, so this is Canada, and this is, you know, which district was won by
But
which
I don't understand that because
if we don't put
I
size
feel like
into
Opera is
account,
pretty
it's actually
popular,
based on
no?
numbers, which I think is what this is doing.
And
You can
why was
see that the
Opera in
results are quite a
2012
lot
a
different.
thing?
It does seem mental that it's not based
Uh-huh.
on number of individuals as opposed to just where a lot of individuals do and don't live. I know the UK has this constant argument as well. Where did Jesus' disciples go after this picture? Ah, here's a brand new map. I've never seen
He
anything
died.
like this. So here's all the lads all
Bro,
sat
that's
on
not
one
even a
side
real
of the
picture.
table. Seems very inefficient,
That's just a
but whatever.
drawing.
And then here's the map of where they all went. So
It doesn't even make any sense. Who
Jerusalem.
believes in drawings from like 500 years ago, or like thousands, no, not even that, like thousands and hundreds of thousands or whatever years ago? Like, do people believe in this shit?
Thomas has slid off the side of the map. He's off to India, I guess. Eligible electors by region for the next pope. So at time of recording, we've already had a US pope appointed. But pretty interesting to see all of the eligible candidates.
Like, who actually believes in that type of painting? It's just rumors being told for hundreds of years, and then someone painting it.
Doctors can't refuse an abortion in these countries. Sweden, Finland, Czechia, Bulgaria. Literally only 4 European countries. Kind of mental, you know? So many countries, including the one I'm in, a doctor can say, no, sorry, I know it's your body, but I'm deciding this one. Okay, apparently it might not be as few countries, because in Czechia, an individual doctor can refuse to do an abortion because of religious reasons, for example, but the Czechian hospital still has to find someone else in the hospital that will carry out the abortion. And this is the same in a few other countries in the Netherlands. 70% of Canada's population lives in the coloured areas. That is always really crazy to see, isn't it? Huge regions of Canada just has very few people in them. It's really amazing to see, isn't it?
Sweden, you can't refuse abortion.
Quite as huge as it
Really?
feels because of how like a map is stretched at the top, but this is still a colossally large area. 24 hours of flights between Europe and the US.
So you're forced to have your kids.
Look at that.
Wow,
That is
I'm
busy.
confused.
Do you know what? I've got flight radar download on my phone. Anytime there's a little helicopter or a plane going over, I'm like, oh, where've they come from? Where are they going? Interesting to see so much of Europe kind of not really explored by US. Everybody's sort of sticking to this left side. Percentage of people who believe the government is hiding a cure to cancer. Such interesting maps today. Just a big variety of stuff. Okay, basically what we're seeing here is
I believe so.
countries think that the government is
I
hiding.
100% believe so.
Country, 1/3 of people apparently. I don't think I would believe that. I like to have a little bit of faith, but hey, who knows? Turkey,
No, I 100% believe it. I don't care. Am I crazy with that?
Map showing countries within
I believe it's hidden.
Okay, so pretty much
Like, how many billions and trillions will have been thrown at this cancer cure thing, whatever,
it's just two, India
and then nothing has been found.
And I would agree. I do notice quite a few Polish people, and to be honest, very few Indian people. It's quite a white region.
That'll be weird
It's
to me.
interesting that there's not more variety. Like literally just two countries. I would have expected a bit more of a hodgepodge. As a Pole married to an Indian living in the UK, I enjoyed this map. Where the popes were born, we get to visualize the entire history. So 217 of them were born in Italy, which is kind of what I expected. But as you can see, that's not exclusive. We've also had one from Argentina. We've had one from the USA most recently. One from the UK at some point. 16 from France. A couple from Turkey. So I guess we've had a
There's one American Pope, but with the new Pope is from America. Why does it sound like he's not American? Like his dialect, whatever is his dialect, or his accent, I don't know.
So France was
Just doesn't
UK's
sound.
not even on there. Oh no, Morocco was first on the actual year. Then France, then the Netherlands, and then Sweden and Spain. Look at that! Once again, we just got a new map and something totally different. Who wants to join the EU the most? So in Albania, 94% of people do apparently. Kosovo, 90%. Ukraine, 87%. Basically very high for all of these, as well as Georgia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, and then the numbers start dwindling a little bit. UK is actually on there. Obviously, they famously left, but about 50% of people want to rejoin. Switzerland, very low at 7% though. Switzerland, just, they like doing their own thing, don't they? I'll say let them all in. Why not? I don't have any jurisdiction. Countries where more people died than were born during the year 2024. Oh,
So 90% of Albania wants to join EU.
Are slowing down and
Why?
increasing possibly. And you can see it's quite a few, generally all same region. Basically Europe and then I guess the east side of Asia. It's really interesting to see this kind of stuff, how so many different things like finance and culture are just creating reasons for people
I'm pretty
not
sure
fancying having kids anymore.
Norway
Sahara
isn't
Desert
in the
today,
EU.
Okay, fair enough. Sahara Desert 6,000 years ago. You can see it was far less
What's being in
deserty,
EU
actually,
even do
rainforest
EU
and
or
a few gigantic gigantic lakes as well. Very interesting to see, isn't it? Wouldn't it just be magical if you could just go back, just have a little look at it for a second? Which of the 10 largest cities by population is closest to you? Another very interesting concept. So if you're in
I feel like it
basically
wouldn't
all of
change. It
Europe
changes
or
nothing.
Africa, then Cairo is your biggest closest city, which I did not know. I'm in here, but I had no idea about that. Beijing dominates this big chunk of Mongolia, Russia, Siberia, all that. Tokyo is obviously massive, but I guess Osaka
Oh,
must be
massive.
too. Dhaka slides all the way down here. Sao Paulo manages to take over basically all of South America. Yeah, this is really interesting. Tokyo actually managing to be the biggest city if you're in Alaska as well, which is cool. Medium home size in the USA compared to parts of Europe. Okay, so from the depiction of American television, homes in the US just seem gigantic. Every single one seems like a mansion. Like, I watch sitcoms where people are complaining that they don't have much space, and I'm thinking that's bigger than my entire house. And I don't even have a small house. So let's take a look at the median and see if that's still correct. I mean, yeah, we've got a lot of 2000s here, whereas in the UK, it's only 800 square feet. So literally everywhere, as far as I can see, is still twice the size, excluding Hawaii. But isn't that crazy? And then who's got the biggest houses in Europe? It would be Denmark and then Greece. Okay, interesting. And the UK is sort of average with everybody else. Africa in 10 million years. Whoa. So, I thought that
That's
Madagascar
not.
was this big one, but
I don't.
Madagascar actually looks fairly unchanged. I guess there must be a tectonic plate here that's just slowly splitting off sort of Somalia, Ethiopia, those sort of areas. And you can also see that it has reconnected with Spain too. I mean, this is 10 million years away, so I assume that there'll be no humans at this point. Is it legal to drink
I
coffee
also
while
assume that.
driving? So it is legal everywhere in Europe
I
other than
also believe
Greece
there's no
and
humans in
Cyprus.
10 million years.
That might have
100%.
a little, you know, why
Like,
not? European
if you
countries,
think
by their
humans are still
exact
around
shade
in
of
10 million
blue
years,
in
you're
their
crazy.
flag. Ah, this is a bit of me, this. Beautiful. So, newly updated, France seems to have the darkest shade of blue. I personally prefer the
Will there even
brilliant
be
blue. I'm just
animals
saying
remaining?
France, sorry. And then, who's that? Is that... Well, hang on, I could work it out. It can't be Georgia, because their flag's red and white. It must be Azerbaijan, is it?
And
Yeah,
would it be
makes
more
sense. They've
safe
got a
to
lovely
go to a
light shade of blue.
different
I go
planet
crazy for that beautiful little aqua. Very nice.
and
What are
stay
young
in
Europeans worried about? Okay,
on planet Earth?
so in France, Spain, Portugal, etc.,
Like,
they are worried about health. That's sad.
or
Over
would
in
we
the
just
center
ruin every
of
planet? We would
Europe,
just
they're
ruin
worried
every
about
planet,
war.
wouldn't we?
Once again, sad. I mean, literally
Anything we
all of
touch
these are
just
sad,
gets
aren't they?
ruined by
The
greed.
biggest one on the list. Housing is a big concern over in Ireland and in the Netherlands. And then education actually slips in for Hungary, with Lithuania picking taxes. What's happening with taxes in Lithuania? I actually can't work it out. Guys, please let me know in the comments. Ooh, world map according to Apple Look Around, which is Apple Maps version of Street View. I did not know Apple Look Around was a thing. Can I access that now? I've never used Apple Maps. I can't work it out. Oh wait, it's not in the UK yet. That explains it. They've done a lot of Europe already though, and some bits of Canada. So quite interesting locations that have been picked out. I guess they're still going. It looks like they've pretty much got New Zealand and Australia covered too. Oh my god, it's come back to me. I drove past an Apple Maps car and I put my fingers out the window and I kept checking, but the coverage still isn't there. This was like a year ago at this point, so they are taking their time. Size comparisons of European microstates.
What's the point of Apple Maps? Why?
Where I just visit all of the European microstates.
We have Google Maps. It's fine.
But it is amazing
You don't need the Apple Maps. What's the point?
For a long time, I knew Vatican
What's
was
the actual point? I don't understand this.
Marino and Liechtenstein, for example, has basically been the same size.
It's okay to not have everything.
On this list because it's much bigger. I thought that was about the same size as well, but I am completely wrong. So Andorra and Malta, pretty big considering they are small. US states flag map.
Google Maps is already just good as it is. Like, what's wrong with Google Maps? You don't need Apple Maps. Just disband this shit.
All 50. It has not stayed in my head. I know a few. You know, I've got Colorado, California, obviously, Texas. But then kind of after that, on the ones where it's not just written, I can't really remember them. But there's some really nice ones. There's a lot of really ugly ones as well. And then they keep kind of changing them as well. So we've got Utah's here, which is looking good. So do you have a favorite US state flag? Let me know in the comments down below. And on that note, I'm going to end off the video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, please do click that like and that subscribe button below. And I will see you all later.
I want to watch it. I'll show you and then you get to watch it. This is a barrel of jet fuel. It's not to scale, obviously. They normally hold 42 gallons. The global aviation industry needs about 7.8 million of these per day to keep flying.
What?
With about 2 million barrels moving around the globe every single day. And 20% of them pass through just one place, here. the Strait of Hormuz. Or at least they used to. Except right now, it's effectively closed. The US-Israel war on Iran,
Yes, sir.
both sides blocking ships from transiting the strait. To make matters worse, some refiners in the region have been damaged or destroyed during the conflict. And that has stopped 1/5 of the world's jet fuel from getting into circulation. But to make matters worse, it's also stopped 1/5 of the world's crude oil from making it to other jet fuel refiners.
If only 20% is gone out of this, how come the gas price will fucking double? Like, the math doesn't check out here. If 20% goes bad, 5 times the price. There's a big discrepancy here now.
Like, because it's...
So we're talking about maybe 15 million barrels a day of crude oil and refined products that is disconnected from the global market.
I mean, what is happening now is the largest energy crisis we have ever faced in the history.
That's why the price of jet fuel and the cost of your summer vacation
It's because
has
lack of
skyrocketed.
supply,
But even
and
if
when the
this
supply is
strait
low,
were to reopen tomorrow,
and
getting
demand
jet
is
fuel
still the
production
same,
back to pre-war levels and getting ticket prices down,
the price
takes
goes
some
up.
time.
Well, yo,
Of course.
You're affected by the closure of the strait depends a lot on where you are in the world. Europe has
Okay.
historically sourced around 1/4 of its jet fuel from Gulf nations via the strait, so its supplies could soon be running low.
Europe, we have maybe 6 weeks or so jet fuel left.
But while supplies may be dwindling, ticket prices in the region aren't yet going too high. That's because here, many airlines hedge their fuel costs, effectively paying in advance for a certain quantity of fuel at a fixed price. Budget carrier EasyJet, for example, has hedged 70% of its fuel needs for the second half of 2026 at a price.
If I I'd say, I'm buying 10 years in the future, so that you can never scam me. When the shit fucking plummets and the pipes fucking burst, you're still selling me your fucking oil, bitch ass.
Of $706 per metric ton, less than half the price of the current rate.
Well,
That might
that's not
ease the
possible.
sticker shock for now, but as supplies dwindle, it might not last for long.
From the pipe.
Low-budget carriers with limited route flexibility could be particularly hard hit.
Like most net importing regions, the challenge is going to be sourcing alternative supply. But those volumes are going to be increasingly sought after, not just by European countries, but by African countries, by Latin American countries, as the supply situation becomes more constrained.
The US, however, is a different story. Here, airlines do have access to more domestic...
You parlay hedge it, where you buy the jet fuel and all the other fuels and all other more
Parlay?
fuels, all of it, and you fucking parlay it in one go. So that, and then you line up on
A parlay?
add all the 6 months per fuel type to up to like 4 years.
Parlay it?
Capacity, some of which they even own.
Think
but
about
even
it.
so, parts of the country are worried about their jet fuel supplies.
If you look at the country as a whole, you
If
see
it
that
hits.
the US is well supplied. But when you start breaking it down by regions, what you see is a very different picture. The West Coast is importing about 25% of its requirements. And the problem that the West Coast...
If it doesn't, you give the debt to the fucking taxpayers and they pay that shit. I don't care. You get bailed out of it by your government. And so it's a win-win.
The US
I don't care.
faces is that it's logistically disconnected from the rest of the United
So they
States.
always
So
do.
you have this big refining center in the US Gulf Coast, which is producing far more than is consumed in that region. It's very difficult to route that product towards California and the other states bordering the Pacific coast.
So 85%
Here we go,
of
here we
the
go, here we go,
imported
here we go,
jet fuel
here we
the
go,
West
here we
Coast
go.
needs
Oh.
actually comes from South Korea,
Did they go
one
all-
of the world's top 5 jet fuel exporters. But to make that fuel, South Korea needs crude oil, which comes...
Okay, now I'm starting to get tired now. How come Japan, an island, small island, Korea, small little tip, Taiwan, a small little dot off the coast, these guys are fucking rolling. They got oil, ships, cutting edge shit. They own the world from the little fucking floating rocks. I mean, explain it. Explain how this little stretch owns the world and everybody fucking sucks garbage and they have all the land.
Comes from, you've guessed it, Gulf nations. What's more, unlike many EU airlines, US carriers tend not to hedge their fuel, meaning they can be directly exposed to shocks in pricing. That's led to some US budget carriers seeking $2.5 billion from the Trump administration as a necessary and targeted measure to stabilize operations and keep airfares affordable. And in Asia, airlines have already begun to feel the pinch. To ensure it has enough jet fuel for its own planes, China has stopped exporting altogether. And that's no small amount. China accounts for around 15% of all global seaborne jet fuel exports. That's impacted countries like Myanmar and Vietnam, who are both major importers from China and are now running out of supply.
That's Australia.
Several carriers in the region have said they're reducing...
Okay, now what the fuck is Australia doing? I mean, I gotta ask. Like, this place is fucking immense. They don't got fucking oil wells and resources. Like, what the fuck do they have? They have nothing. I don't get it. Like, shouldn't they have a fuck ton of oil? Like, don't they look? I don't understand.
Both major importers from China and are now running out of supply. Several carriers in the region have said they're reducing how much they're flying to make sure they have enough fuel to continue.
Iron ore.
So what can airlines do to lessen the blow of skyrocketing fuel prices? Well, very little, given that fuel actually accounts for around 25% of a ticket. So far, some airlines have been increasing baggage fares or reducing the number of routes they fly, or simply passing the rising cost on to customers.
Yo.
In April, Germany's...
Chat, I'm telling you.
What the fuck is he
At the end
doing?
of the year, they're gonna start doing cost by weight. Like, if you're a passenger, you're a package. And if you send a fucking big ass rock to fucking Netherlands, it's gonna cost you a fuck ton of money, right? So how come you can send your big fat uncle at the same price as your little nephew? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Lufthansa fast-tracked plans to ground some less profitable routes, leading it to scrap 20,000 flights across the summer season. Another tricky
Big
line
fat
to
uncle for the same price, yeah?
the practice of carrying enough fuel with you for the return journey so you don't have to fill up in a costly nation. The problem is, this stuff is heavy. The more of it you carry, the more of it you need to be able to take off. And airlines do complex calculations to make sure they're only carrying as much fuel as they need in order to save weight and save money. So running with a full tank has limited advantages. So how long could this go on for?
It's going to be very difficult for things to go back to normal quickly. There are significant lags in restarting the system. Yes, there are ships that are loaded inside the Strait of Hormuz, but we're talking about 5 or 6 weeks to transport crude to Asia, another couple of weeks to refine it, another few weeks to deliver that product. And then there's the question of
use the pipes that have the wires for internet and just fucking put fuel in this shit. Some of this internet is trash, let's be honest. Some of the internet is garbage. Just fucking use the pipes and fuck it. Send the fuel to the pipes, pump it all the way out to the ocean, and we don't have to transport it anymore. Hello?
Starting production, crude oil fields which have been set in, and also on the refining side,
cables or pipes, same thing.
Reduced the amount of crude that they're processing or stopped operating altogether, or in some cases sustained some damage.
Some analysts believe we could be looking at 6 to 18 months before the market fully recovers to pre-war levels, and that's if the war were...
What, you said what?
Sustained some damage.
That was like Battlefield.
Some analysts believe we could be looking at 6 to 18 months before the market fully recovers to pre-war levels, and that's if the war were to end today.
I have had a hard time and I got an important question that only you can answer. Does your dick bend in a specific direction?
No.
Please answer.
No. Bro, I really what we call a perfect obelisk. It like, there's no abnormalities or whatever. It just is. You won't live long enough to admire it, unfortunately.
What?
All right.
I only take 2 peptides to make my skin look like this.
This little blue peptide is absolutely incredible.
So I'm taking peptides. They're unapproved drugs, and we don't know if they're safe, but it seems like everyone is taking them.
Peptides are exploding in popularity. Injectable peptides.
What is that?
Everyone seems to be talking about peptides.
I've talked to people that are teenagers all the way up to senior citizens who are injecting peptides. Some of them are very interested in getting muscle gains. A lot of people want to have clear skin. They want their hair to grow long, like they're very interested in sort of the aesthetic benefits. A lot of the peptides that we're seeing today
What?
are synthetic versions of peptides that exist in our body, but they might
Okay.
be modified to perhaps make them more effective.
And
But
peptides are used
do
in
10
some
push-ups right now.
FDA-approved medications.
Hell nah, bro.
GLP-1 is a peptide that exists in the body, so it tells your brain and other
I'm
parts
not
of your
doing no
body
10
how to
push-ups, bro.
manage the food and when to stop eating.
I
GLP-1
dingleberry.
drugs are based off of that GLP-1 peptide. They're modified to be more effective in your body. Ozempic was an
When in chemistry chat, we had like C2H1. C187H. Bro, what the fuck is this fucking? This is like a.
I dingleberry, dingleberry, dingleberry.
With this. Peptides are modified to be more effective in your body. Ozempic was an incredibly buzzy drug because people could see how much weight people were losing when they were injecting this drug. As people saw the results from Ozempic, they started thinking.
So maybe you should pull out. Getting washed twice in the same month would seriously ruin my viewing experience.
Buddy, I didn't pull out of your
Just
mom last night, so I'm not
warning
pulling
you,
out of the tournament. Okay, it would take fucking a Hulk to drag me with both arms to get me out of that. Oof.
What other injections might there be to help me achieve other sort of desired outcomes? When it comes to the unapproved peptides that we're talking
Why do you have
about,
other
some have
stream
lower
ownership? I'm
risks than
curious.
others. So there's a lot we don't know about their safety.
Oh, it's not the stream. I actually,
And certainly we don't know.
I wanted to watch the video. I didn't know there was a reaction. To be honest, I wanted to watch the actual video. Does this show the video?
This is a barrel of jet fuel. It's not to scale, obviously. They normally hold 42 gallons. The global aviation industry needs about 7.8 million of these per day to keep flying.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today.
There we go.
Tell you what, let's get right on it today and have them run all the colors across the screen
There we
that
go.
you need to paint along with us at home. While they're doing that, as usual, let me show you what I have. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've just covered it with a very thin coat of liquid white. That's all. It's wet and ready to go. So
There we go, Bob
today
Ross.
we would do let's do a little winter scene, something that's. Let's just
Wait, did I skip that room? No, I did not. I failed miserably.
Blue and black. We just sort of mix them together.
Of course I did.
It's more black than blue, though. I thought we'd just play a little bit today. Such a wonderful.
Yeah, I tried room skipping, but sometimes I just keep failing for no reason. Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
We'll just pop in a little sky here and there.
The liquid white.
About like so. Where I'm leaving some spots open intentionally. Just
Okay.
little spots. I don't want this to be a
So I need to
flat old dead
clear this room. Yeah, I don't know, man. I fully failed that.
action to it. Shoot. Tell you what, maybe we can get a little crazy here. Several of these brushes
I'm
going.
close to 60 chests, which is good, right?
Not much.
Because when I get 60 chests, I can actually go and loot and make billions. Because surely I have many stars waiting for me.
Too bleak.
Surely.
Sometimes winter scenes can be very, very depressing.
Surely. Here's the husband. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
In the background. I don't want much. Don't want much.
How much is one?
Have a distinct winter taste to it.
Like 800k or something.
And we'll just play some of that right down to the edge of that pink.
Ooh.
And that's basically all it takes. There, blend it a little bit. And that's good enough. That'll give us a sky that, as I say, it has a little life in it, some actions happening. It's not just a flat old dead sky. You can see light areas. And I like that in the sky. Shoot, that's
What?
pretty good. Maybe we'll do the same thing down here. Doesn't matter. Anything that we
Shouldn't he have more distinct colors? Like, the feels so weak.
This is a winter scene. Maybe we'll have some snow. You gotta have shadows in the snow. Or maybe it'll turn out to be water.
I want to see Bob Ross paint a singular person. I don't think he's ever done that in his life. I've never seen him paint a single human being. Is that literally something you've never done before?
See something about like that. And it's a good way to clean the excess paint off your brush. Okay, let's wash the old.
Is it just hard? Is it hard? Is it that way? I don't know. He's really good, so I don't think that would be why.
Fun part, just washing the brush. There. I usually just wipe the brush on a paper towel to assure it's as dry as I can possibly get it. But you'd be surprised at how dry it gets just from beating it like that. Let's take black, Prussian blue.
Beat the devil out of it. That's what he always says.
Black, blue, crimson, and I'm gonna get some white.
Man, reverse, bro.
Just take a little bit of white.
So there's no paintings you can ever buy from him. I mean, I really want one, but how expensive would it be, though? I mean, it doesn't exist, first of all. Wait, I just died. GG's.
He just mix it till he gets to the flavor you like. I think that's wonderful. It's sort of a drab blue color. It's not real
Why
white.
is there a guy in his room? Who is this?
There, it's a nice winter color.
Oh, he's in a blood room. Yo. What's up, Unc?
Full of color. We use the old fan brush today. Maybe in our world, back here, somewhere in the background. See, this color is not far away from the color that's already on the canvas. Let's just push upward today and make us a little tree. There, it's pretty close to the color that's on the canvas. And that's what
Okay.
I don't want it to be.
Yo, that tree is good looking already, bro. How, though?
Pretty close.
Like, if I were to try and paint, I would just not be able to do this right away.
And you decide how many trees live in.
And he keeps saying, yeah, everyone can do this. No.
As you've
No.
probably heard me say before, to me that's what's so fantastic about painting, is that each and every person will paint differently. And that's what makes it special. If we all painted the same way, what a boring time it would be. You would know what the finished painting was going to be before you start. But because people are different, paintings are different. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, I guess.
Very special. It allows you to show your individuality.
What? Look at that. Why does it actually look so good already? What the fuck is he doing?
You decide. Maybe you want a whole forest. Maybe just want a few.
Nah. Like, does he never, like, restore or anything? Because he does mistakes? I don't understand.
But that's all right.
You're making those trees in like 2 milliseconds.
Let's have one more right there.
Okay. I guess you just has the tools for it, alright?
As I say, painters are unique. I take advantage of that all the time too.
He just has all the tools, but at the same time, and all the painting, but even if I tried this, it just wouldn't work.
At the base of this, the illusion of mist. So just by tapping, we're just going to softly disappear over here.
It just wouldn't work at all.
Sort of look like they're just sitting in a little misty area, just breathing in the cold air.
Lord, arrows. How? I have infinite arrows, no? The fuck?
It's very misty, cold looking.
Meowing right now.
That easy.
Holy trash name.
Right. Let's get a clean 2-inch brush. Time to have some fun. Let's have us a little snow in here. Now to paint snow with a 2-inch brush, very easy. Load it full of color, full of titanium white. And we already have.
What's up with people being obsessed with meowing and cats and dogs and bark and then mommy ties? I've seen people mommy ties, fanboys, everything. Like, what's up? Why don't people just have normal in-game names?
Okay. You ready for a little fun today? Maybe, tell you what, we filmed this show in Indiana. There's a lot of old barns here that just fascinate me. Let's paint an old barn today.
Let's paint an old barn today.
Scrape out a basic shape. Just sort of scrape it out. It doesn't have to be exact, and you're not committed.
Holy, this guy's fake doing secrets. He left item. Yo!
Decide what kind of old barn
Thanks for the item, bro.
Maybe it comes down like that. Maybe it has a
So he did one secret and then left this room. Are you fucking serious?
It doesn't matter. You decide. Barns come in all kinds of shapes. Farmers are like painters. They do it their way. Yeah, that's what's so great about being a farmer in this fantastic country. You can do it your way.
Fantastic country. I don't know if America is that fantastic bro anymore.
I have a lot of friends here that are farmers. Have to get a brownie point in with them because they got the best food, and I like to eat. All right, on the other side, about the same distance here. We'll just scrape out. I hope you can see. There's just a basic shape there. And as I mentioned,
I don't like to eat. I hate eating.
Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna. You can change your mind at this point. A little roll of paint. Now let's begin picking out the little things in here. There's the back eave.
How much pancake spear do I have? That's actually kind of spicy.
Down. Bloop, 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 bloop.
The boop boop boop. Yeah, that's actually kind of good.
All we're doing here is blocking in a little color. We'll come back and do a barnectomy after a while and cut it off wherever we want it. But right now,
I need 1,500 in my M6 rounds.
Putting in some dark color.
Okay. Hey man. Hey man, say man. I mean, that's not even that bad though, to be honest.
Even when I'm by myself, I make little noises. Sort of makes things work better for me. All right.
It's like 2 to 3 weeks. Kind of depends how much I sweat.
That's really about all we're
So like 3 poles maybe, 3 to 4 poles, and I should have cluster 50. That's not bad.
Okay, now let's take some white, dark sienna.
Uh-huh.
A little Van Dyke in there.
How does he know all the mixes though?
A little crimson too. What the heck? Give it a little warm feeling. Don't overmix the paint. Cut off a little roll of paint. Then we can go up in here and just barely touch. Just let it graze, see? Let it graze. Looks like old wood. If you've painted barns and cabins and stuff before, you know, I really like to paint old things.
Old things.
I'm an avid collector of antique glass, for example. I like old things. When you get my age, you have a tendency to like old things. You can relate to them. There we are.
You're not that old at this point, is he? Isn't he like 50?
Let's take a little Van Dyke Brown and.
Is he like 50 at this point? Didn't he die at age 50? Like he is not old. He was probably like 48 or so at this point. He looks older though. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's put some boards in there. For that, we'll just take some Van Dyke Brown.
But maybe that's just the camera.
We'll just put the indication here and there. Put some little boards, some slabs that live in here. There. See there. I wish the barn was this easy to build for real. My father was a carpenter and I built a few barns. It's not this easy.
Like he's built barns? I don't believe you, Bob. You're a painter.
Something about like that. Now then, we need a roof on this barn so the cow don't get cold. Let's take titanium white. Maybe the snow is there.
I wouldn't see him paint a single human being. Because I feel like he would do such a good job at it, but you just haven't seen any, so I can't really judge it.
There we go. Now then, a little more of the white. A little touch more. There. There we go.
Oh, I kind of want to pee. I think I don't even know. Do I really want to pee? I have a feeling I want to pee, but I don't know.
You would also see some here. Oh, we got a whole section to go here. There, let me get some more white. Same thing though. I want to outline it a little bit so you'll have a nice straight edge. Then when you pull it, some nice straight edge.
Why is my eye hurting so bad right there? I don't even know.
There we go. Something about like that. Okay. There. But you can just move it, pull it, work it any way that you want it. All right, we need a door. Old cow's got to have a way to get in and out there. Let's take some Van Dyke.
Van Dyke.
Decide where your door lives, and once again, don't worry about the bottom. We're gonna do a barnectomy, as I mentioned earlier.
Oh, is he making a bigger door? What?
Wherever we want it to be, which is about time to do now.
He's doing a door size up.
Old barn, right along in there. See? Didn't take too much cutting on that one. Sometimes I paint them where I have to cut a lot off the bottom, because I get carried away. Get telling stories, and things begin just looking good, and I don't know when to stop. All right, that gives us a pretty nice little barn. There it is. Let's find our old 2-inch brush. Old 2-inch brush.
2-inch brush.
It's got a little snow on it. A little snow. Let's go up in here.
Hey, still, that's just white come. Well, not quite, but.
There we are. Watch that brown snow. You know what they say about it. There we are.
Yo, what? How many minutes in this is? 15 minutes, and he's made this from scratch. Like, am I crazy?
And put a little snow around his foot.
Like, and he's doing ASMR basically. He's ASMR painting. Nah, but versus him, I'm not gonna lie.
Find a clean fan brush. There's one. Looks pretty good. Find us a place to work on the old palette. Gotta have a big palette. Big palette's very, very helpful. It's almost as important as having
A big what?
an easel that holds your paint firmly. You're painting firmly. When you're using
Yeah, right.
brushes,
I feel like you would say something else.
a good
Well, I'm taking so much damage. What the fuck is damaging me? My sniper, bro. What the fuck?
it'll pay you tremendous dividends. Let's mix up some color.
And how much score is that? 307?
Little Prussian blue, black.
Did you just do 100% clear?
All in good colors.
No, we did a remix game.
Maybe right here.
Interesting.
Just to thin the paint. It's a little thick. When you paint just a little bit, pretty soon you begin to get a feel for it.
Hey.
I just knew the paint wasn't
Put
going to
down there, boy. Hey.
I'm going to have a happy little tree. He lives right there. Just a little guy. A little guy. Right on the side of the barn. Let's go on the other side over here.
Where is the guy?
You know me. Bravery test. Here we go. Bigger tree. Big old tree. I like these evergreens. They're so much fun to make. And they're very simple. Very, very simple. Takes a little practice like everything else. Everything in your life takes a little practice. But you can learn to paint this technique faster.
Why is this instant enter, bro? Can we stop instant entering? Okay, never mind. Well, I guess, yes. No. Yeah. I think it's good that we just enter, actually. Why do I feel tired? Like, I slept for so long. Like, what is happening with me?
That's why the old masters painted mostly in oils. They just have a richness. Other mediums to me are very flat when they're dry. There. And they're harder. This is the easiest because it's very forgiving. You can't make a mistake here. All right, let's take...
All right.
Let's take some of that nice gray color we had. Maybe right in here. Maybe there's a little path that just works its way out. Just works its way out here. Something about like that. We just put some gray in there, so.
All right. Wait, isn't that triple secret? Am I missing? Oh, bat. Stupid. Also, what's happening on the right side here? Hello, guys. Guys. What are you guys doing?
Running out of room. There we go. Now, I'll take liquid white, titanium white, and phthalo blue. I changed the blue. I've been using Prussian blue through the entire painting. Now I want to use phthalo blue because I want to highlight these trees.
I should have made a dig right there. I forgot. I forgot the dig crafts.
To stand out. This is a blue spruce. I just made a decision. Command level decision right here. See? You decide what kind of tree lives in your world. All right. Mix up a little more of that phthalo blue and white. Don't want that other little tree left out right there. Now you have to decide which tree is in the foreground. I think the small one here is.
Hey.
Behind him first.
I've done it, boy. Hey.
And a little tree over here. Don't forget. Sad. He'll get sad. But we'll give him a little color on here.
Let me find some more water.
That easy. That easy. Okay. Let's try here. A little bit of titanium white. Allow it to pick up some of that color. Allow it to pick it up intentionally. So that way you get all these different things happening. There. Okay. Isn't this neat? These whole winter scenes are a lot of fun, and I really think they might be the easiest ones to do. There we are. And we just blend that a little bit till it looks nice and soft and pretty. And this little tree over here, I'm intentionally grabbing some of that dark color. See, we'll put him up on a little hill, sort of. That easy. See, he sort of sits up high. Isn't that neat? But just by pulling some of that color, you can create that illusion.
Är det en reklam?
Unbelievable to have this kind of power. Unbelievable.
Länge sedan reklamen någonsin.
There we go. All right, see the little path? It's coming right along there, maybe. There we go. You just decide where your little path is. There we are. And you can take your fan brush that has the gray on it and just polish the edges up a little bit, however you want them. So, because we can just go back and forth and work this until it gets just what we consider perfect. And sometimes it's nice to, we'll just pop in a little deuter here, then lift up, lift it up, make it look like little bushes and weeds that live in there. Maybe there's one coming out here. I don't know. You decide. You decide where they are. But you have little patches of bushes and sticks and wigs. Limbs and
Ja, med pizza va? Pizza va? Blir det pizza idag?
Right. We'll just use that same brush. Ready to get crazy? Let's take some Van Dyke Brown. Mostly Van Dyke Brown. There's a little black on the brush, I think. It doesn't matter. In our world, You ready for your bravery test? Okay, here it comes.
Okay.
There. Okay, let's give him a friend. Let's give him a friend. There. Something about like him. Maybe this is an old birch tree that lives out here. It's up to you. You could make him a birch or whatever. You could have an old oak tree if you wanted to. Doesn't matter. There. Something like so. There we are. You know, it's hard to believe. This is the 31st series of The Joy of Painting. Good gosh, there's over 400 shows now. It's almost unreal. Almost. I want to thank you for allowing us to come to you for this long. We've been doing this show now for well over 11 years. 11 years. And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much. If you hadn't got to see all the shows in your area and you would like to, give your station a call. They're available to them. They're available to them. Or if you want to see some of them over again, let them know. It's the only way they know. brown, but paint thinner here. I'm just going to put on some little limbs. It's too cold for there to be any leaves on here. They went to Florida for the winter. No, leaves don't go to Florida. They just fall off the tree. I know. Somebody will write and tell me they're not there. There we go. Anywhere you want them to be. Anywhere. Just paint thinner.
Did you feel that, Ron? I forgot it was tank.
There. See? And don't worry about what's behind it. When you paint it, just
We did not feel that, Ron, actually.
Nature didn't worry. You don't worry. Okay, a few more little limbs here. Shoot, I think we're about to the point.
I actually didn't feel that, Ron. Really?
Looking pretty good. Maybe.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Maybe there's a little stick right in there. I don't know.
Let me go over here. Look, 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 look. Boom. Tic-tac-toe. Okay, let me see this.
Something about like that.
Okay, I'll get 3 in a row there.
Shoot, I think with that we about haven't finished painting. Let's take a little bread.
Oh.
And we'll sign this rascal. Really hope you've enjoyed this little painting. I hope you'll try it. It'll give you a lot of experience using the equipment. And with experience comes confidence. And with confidence, you know you can do anything that you believe you can do. From all of us here, until next time,
That's probably.
wish you happy painting.
That means the blessing of power.
Hi, welcome.
How many times am I gonna feel like that, bro? This is kind of bad.
Hundreds and hundreds of letters here concerning the joy of painting. And one of the things that we hear over and over again is people feel intimidated or they're a little nervous about putting the first stroke on canvas. So I thought we'd devote this entire show today to teaching you how to just sort of loosen up and take life easy and enjoy painting. We're going to use a very limited palette, and maybe I'll just use something like a 2-inch brush and maybe a palette knife. Very simple, but I want to show you how to get over this fear of your first painting. So let's have them run the colors that I'm going to use across the screen, and let's just have some fun today. Just drag out the old easy chair and get you a big glass of iced tea and kick back and sort of enjoy this. If you have your paintbrush out, I invite you to paint along with us, and I think you'll enjoy doing something that's a little different. It's very free, very relaxed, and it gets you over this tightness or this fear of your first painting. So I'm just putting a little liquid on the canvas, and basically here all we're looking for is just a nice thin even coat of the liquid medium all the way across the canvas. This just makes the canvas wet and slick. It's what allows
Wait, I'm trying to understand. So, why is my AI not responding to me? Respond to me, AI, please.
Now this is a pre-stretched canvas. It has give to it. It's not a canvas board. We don't recommend those, because they have cardboard in the center, and what happens, they'll absorb this liquid white, and very rapidly your surface will become dry, and it's no fun to paint on it anymore. Because this is wet, you need it to stay that way. All right, let's take a little yellow ochre, and I'm just going to play today. Let's just have fun. A little yellow ochre. Be right back. Don't go away. Little touch of the black into it. Very little, and we just make a light little color like so, and we still have liquid white on the brush. So we're just letting that blend. We're going to make a very soft, maybe a little muted area in the background back here. And just play with color. You know, maybe one of the hardest things to do in painting is to get over this fear of canvas. It's natural. And if it bothers you a little bit to jump up here and then start throwing a bunch of color on the canvas, it means you're normal. You're just like me and everybody else that's ever painted. You go through this until you get over this fear. So that's what we want to play with. Then we'll take a little touch of the Prussian blue. So this begins to get a slight greenish hue to it, but not much. Not much. And let's just begin playing with color. Just play. Maybe, we ought to decide what season it's going to be at least before we get too far involved. Maybe something in the winter colors. That's always fun. A little bit more of the Prussian blue and black, a little touch of yellow ochre, but mostly just blue and black. And just let these colors sort of blend together and play and have fun. But really and truly, don't worry about it. The way to learn how to paint is to be relaxed and enjoy and just let it go. Things work better for you when you're relaxed and you're really happy with what you're doing. So try to let it happen that way.
Okay.
Maybe on this side, we'll put a little bit more of that. There. See, we'll just sort of let these colors
Okay.
come together.
So I can have pizza for dinner and for
very loose.
like what is kväll in English? I never understood.
Let 'em go wherever. Doesn't matter. There we are.
I actually never know
See,
what's
you have a very nice little
what does
sky.
that even mean?
One of the best ways to do this, nearly every time you do a painting, you're going to have a bunch of color left over. This is a super way
Wait,
of using
it's actually such a kväll. Yeah. Evening meal. Is it really evening meal? Really? I've never heard a single person say that in their life. I guess I mean it is, right? It makes sense.
that old color and enjoying the freedom of just painting and just letting your imagination run wild with you. So try this.
It makes sense for it to be
Seriously,
evening meal,
there's nothing
but
I know of that will teach you looseness more than this. I'm gonna make this side over here a little bit darker. See, and as you begin painting, you begin seeing things. All these little things just sort of happen. So now automatically, we have a light area over in here. Just because we've made these sides a little darker, I'm gonna make it even a little darker yet. What the heck? This is our world, so we can do it any way that we want. But just make little
is it our world?
crisp strokes. We'll do it backwards today. There.
Look at that. Spooky Fest. Wait, Spooky Festival?
Things happening in this sky.
Shit. Fuck.
Just continue to blend. You can make
Shit.
it as soft
Fuck.
as silk or velvet. Just by doing
Oh.
and maybe in our world, maybe we back here in the background.
Isn't derpy, is all of their houses doubled right now? Because there's something that ruins everything. And I'm just not even gonna bother trying.
But I want these to be very soft and very light, far away. See? Now the other side. These are just little indications of things that are far back here in the distance.
Our speaking mode is double HP. If so, then I'm absolutely not gonna bother at all a single piece of bit or mind or whatever. What the fuck? Yes, anything.
Enjoy this. Let it go. Let it happen. Let it happen. Maybe there's another one right there. I don't know. Wherever you want them. But this is mainly just a little midnight black, a little Prussian blue. There's a touch of yellow ochre left in it. You can add maybe the least little touch of Van Dyke brown, but the color should be very soft and very muted at this point. Very soft and quiet. Maybe this one goes way up here. We don't know. Just push harder if you want it to look like it's a bigger tree. But this background idea is a way to make
Die, bitch. There you go.
You want to show a lot of distance in. And it's a very
Your W gyro there. Hold on. Rare gyro W? I don't really use gyro at all. I feel like it's a waste of item space, but I guess it was kind of useful there.
Maybe this one's sort of crooked. And it goes
And I don't really need anything else in my inventory right now.
in your world, you can make it any way that you want it. These are just, once again, distant indications of things that are happening. Very soft and muted, quiet, peaceful little places. This is where all the little creatures would live and have fun.
Dude, that's not even my fault. That one there is not my fault. I'm not gonna lie.
So far away. There, maybe.
How am I in this armor set? What the fuck is going on?
There we are. Let's see, we said this was going to be winter, so we need to keep that in mind. I'll mess around here and forget what season I said it was going to be. There we go.
Alright, so it's almost 300 score already.
Down here at the base, we're still using the same colors. Same old colors.
Same old
A few little
colors.
happy bushes that live right down in here.
She's still routing.
This is just a tiny bit
Most
darker,
definitely.
so it indicates that it's a little closer. Now, if this is our light source here, less pressure on the brush, let it get lighter and lighter. Very gentle. Just sort of fade right into that. Where you want it to be darker, just get a little tougher.
Get a tougher.
Let it go right on off there somewhere. There we go.
What the fuck is he actually making this time? I actually don't see what he's trying to make.
There's a few little trees that, yep, you're right. Live right here. Just little indications of little things.
And this harvest feast. And this. When it dimes the Dunhead. I don't know if I even have one. Well, I have one, but it doesn't have a hackathon. Because I sold my other one. I sold it in an auction house. So this is the only one I have with enchants.
It's a fantastic way of painting because you have no, you don't trace a painting up here and you don't have any guidelines. The only thing that restricts you here is your imagination. Just your imagination, nothing else. And imagination is like anything else. It's like a muscle in your body. If you practice with it, you exercise your imagination, it gets stronger. Pretty soon you're able to visualize more and more things in your mind. Use it. God gave you this gift. Take advantage of it.
What? What do you mean?
Be the only creature on earth that has a vivid imagination.
What do you mean, do so?
There. And again, we may not. I don't know. Don't know that it matters.
What do you mean? What? Are you hating right now?
There. I'm gonna start adding.
Really, bro?
We'll take a little more of the black and the blue, Van Dyke brown, maybe a little touch of the dark sienna here and there. But as we work forward, I want.
Oh shit! If it's sushi, we don't admit it, then, huh? Exactly. You won't do that. That's what I thought.
Doesn't matter how you look.
Maybe it's not that cheap after all.
Doesn't matter. There, little blue and black, little Van Dyke brown, all those beautiful, beautiful colors. Now then, maybe watch here. See, all you got to do is take this brush and push upward like that to make. Look at that. See, that easy. You can make the illusion of little grassy areas back in here. Just like so. Shoot, maybe we'll have some over here. And we're gonna sort of change the lay of the land here a little. So it has some interesting things.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't even have. You probably don't even have pine jaspers yourself.
Things just happen.
So yeah, I don't know.
There. All kinds of little doers. Maybe over in here again. So you begin seeing these little doers. But just pushing upward.
What do you mean nuts ready? Why are you joining if you're not ready?
Not going to hurt the brush. But it makes all these little grassy looking effects. They're very simple. And you can do them.
That's flawless. The fuck? Why? You wasted so much money on that.
What you want to do. As long as you believe you can do it. Anything that you believe you can do, you really can do. Let's take a 2-inch brush. And I have several 2-inch brushes, so I don't have to spend all of my time here just washing brushes. Just going to pull through a little bit of that titanium white. This is going to be winter, maybe. Maybe in our world, there's a little snow laying back here.
That is actually so much of a one it is, though, no? Restribal cornea is up in value.
Now, watch here. Let's just mess something up. If you mess up the top of this one, don't worry about it. You can either
you should probably sell the flawless and get the pine jaspers, and then you can instead buy a recomb for your Terminator or something. Or whatever you need to recomb.
That with a little practice you can't fix. Think about the lay of the land now. Watch here. Let me grab this other old brush. You can go right back in here.
Where the fuck did I just end up?
Right back in.
This is an old trap. I'm stupid.
Now it looks like there's snow behind it. See? These little things work for you. So you could put one over here. Like that. See? And it looks like there's snow back in there. There. And you can make this just as smooth and peaceful.
Do you have recomb on your term or not?
See, we got quite a bit of color there. That's nice. That'll make a very nice shadow area.
The issue with my term is I cannot sell it because I wouldn't mind selling it, to downgrade, but I can't because it's soulbound. So really annoying to be honest.
Already though, look at the depth in here, and you've really done nothing. You've really done nothing except just take a 2-inch brush and.
Do you have a recom on equipment?
Same color we're using. Take a little paint thinner on the liner brush.
Exactly, that's what I thought.
Sticks and twigs in there. Maybe a few. Just pull this out. Turn it so it brings it to a very sharp point. Okay. Now we want these to be very subdued and quiet. We don't want these to be too bright.
Isn't it better than flawless?
Very subdued. There. A few little things that live back in here. Ooh, that's what I'm looking for. You almost can't see them, but they're there. There. You'll see them.
Do you have ancient on your armor?
See, and just pick out where you think a little twig would live and drop it in. Drop it in. Now, as I mentioned, we get a lot of letters from people who are a little nervous about trying the first painting. We also get a lot of letters from people who are painting and they're doing some of the most fantastic things imaginable. Maybe in this series we'll show you some. But people who have never painted,
I need to do more M5 though, but like I need to do first M6 during derpy, obviously, because I cannot throw away a derpy like this. Derpy is too massive to throw away.
Process like this, and it's a nice way of, I think everybody has sort of an urge to be creative, and it's a nice way of letting that urge come out, and it's so enjoyable. That's one of the reasons we like to show you. Shoot, let's get crazy. I talk too much sometimes. Let's go back into some of our blue and black.
Wherever it is.
Get a little brown.
Look at the chest, look at the chest, look at the chest. Oh.
See, I'm gonna have a little more brown, a little dark sienna. I may even reach over here and get at least.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, nice. Now, if your color gets too dark,
let's go.
Let's go. Pick up a little white and lighten it up.
No.
Let's load the brush up. Tell you what, let's load it to a chisel edge.
I just got edged.
Chisel edge.
I just got edged.
Sharp that is. It comes to a beautiful, sharp chisel edge.
Mm.
There we go. But you must put enough paint into the bristles to stick the bristles together to make the chisel edge. Let's go back up here. Maybe in our world there lives a little tree, or big tree. Maybe this is a big tree. And we can, if it helps, we can put in a little center line like that. Get a little more color here. Now then, think about where you would have...
Because M7 is literally slower, that's why.
And just put out a branch here and there.
That's pretty much why.
Just let them go. Just let them go. And maybe they aren't all just even. Maybe these aren't all potential Christmas trees. They're just trees that grew any way that they wanted to grow. All evergreen trees are not going to be Christmas trees. Some of them are going to be crooked.
That's definitely why.
They're going to be sort of poor. There.
And I'd rather actually play than sit in queue for half the day, because that's what happens in M7. You just wait in queue all day, and I'm not doing that. It's boring.
Just tap in.
Why are we even in the 4.6 run? Can we go into M6?
There we go.
Why are we in 4.6?
Even we can see a little touch of the trunk here. Who cares? This is your world, and you do it any way that you want to do it. See, maybe this tree had a bad year right in here. It didn't grow too hot. Maybe when he was little, maybe some hungry creature decided to chew on him a little bit. We don't know. Don't know that we even care. Okay, now as the trees come closer, they should get
there we go. Oh, why did I get hit on the first room? Are you serious, bro? I also need money, and M6 can make me money because it can give me recoms. And recoms can fund my bank, and I have no coins right now, so I basically spent half my coins yesterday, or put in Basar, I guess. So I'm broke. That's the moral of the story.
But just let these little trees just fall right off the brush, wherever.
I on average spend like 30 minutes within 9 hours or 10 hours of playing in Q in M6. In M7 it's like 4 to 5 hours of queuing or waiting in 10 hours.
You will not believe, number one, what you can do. Secondly, it'll create a looseness and a freedom in your painting that you've never experienced before. And I think you will find that's very refreshing, very, very refreshing in your painting. I have a lot of people who have painted for many years that take classes with me and my son Steve and the other teachers that we have. And they take classes.
Because M7 parties, they just span after like 2 minutes.
To be loose with their painting because it's very easy to get.
Where's the heater at? You pull up.
Staying in the lines and just drawing little pictures and following those. This will give you freedom.
Oh, look at him on the map. He's going crazy.
Absolute freedom. There. Let's go the other side here. A little blue, black, back to our brown, dark sienna. Just mix them together. There. Wiggle that brush though. That brings the paint right out to the end.
Why is like everyone, like every single healer I meet, just cheating? I don't know, but like I guess it is what it is.
Just the corner of the brush. Let's put in some little things here and there.
Like every run.
See that? You can do this.
Like I didn't expect 1.21 sheets to be so much better than 1.8.
Everything and everybody should have a friend. Friends may be the most valuable commodities that we have. Treasure them, take care of them, treat them good. There we are. Now maybe, look, just push upward.
I've done like way too much M7 for 7. It's just boring. Anyway, I don't really care.
Create that illusion.
I've done like
just by giving a little upward push. Let's go back to the brush. It has some
11,000 Necron runs, I think.
Back in here. And we'll lay in a little snow.
I
Once again,
think.
Pick up some of this color though and drag it out there. Get tough with it. Because the canvas is wet.
It's really boring.
If this was a dry canvas, you might be able to move it, but it would be very difficult and you'd work yourself half to death trying to do it. Go. Maybe on this side. Once again, though, figure out how the lay of the land is here, or how it flows. And it's sort of nice to have a little recessed area right in here. It just gives you a nice place.
That's kind of why I don't want to do more M7, and also the Q time. And I also need Libidai, so it's kind of why I'm doing M5 class average. But when it's derpy right now, I'm just doing M6, but when derpy is over and it's pole again, I'll do M5 again. Because I need the die. Very much so. Oh, treasure tally. Wow, I'm rich. Holy smokes.
Just let it go. This is fun painting.
Actual rich.
This would be a super place to have a little cabin. Let's do that. I think we have enough time. And a lot of people have problems with a cabin. So let me show you. Let's go right up in here. Decide where your cabin lives. And let's just scrape out a very basic little shape. Maybe we'll have a big cabin here. It shows up better. See, just take the knife and scrape out your basic shape. Right there is where the stretcher.
Where is my Moby? There.
Now, one of the things that you're looking for when you're doing a cabin is your perspective. If you're going to have a cabin like so, one of the most important things you can do is have this part of the
Yo, this new feast update is probably the worst update the admins have dropped in all minute. I'm not gonna lie.
If you put that a little lower, which is almost a natural tendency.
Like, it's not exciting. It's just boring. It's trash.
Well, maybe the front of it fell down into a hole.
Should have just made Forging V2 or Forging Island V2, whatever. The second island.
Looks like your cabin fell into a sinkhole. See there? All right. Let's just put a little. We'll just use dark sienna and Van Dyke brown, mostly Van Dyke brown. Let's just lay in. All I'm doing is laying in some color now.
What?
Just laying.
Why does he always make a cabin?
There. You could do this with a cement trowel. It doesn't matter. A little something like that. See, and the bottom at this point, don't be concerned with, because you can come along here with your knife and do a cabinectomy and decide exactly where everything should live. That easy. Now maybe we said this was going to be a log cabin or something that gives you the impression of a log cabin. So we'll take a little brown and white, and let's just come along here and think about this angle right here. And let's just tap in some little indications here and there. See there? All right. Okay, just drop it in. There. We can take out.
How did he just die to cripple or Kirby? Dead ass, bro.
And go back and help create that illusion. There.
What illusion is he talking about?
Over in here, this is going to be very dark on this side. We don't want much color over here. I think I'll put a tree there. What the heck? Get the indication of the end of the logs, just using the point of the knife. That easy. Maybe we got a door in here. Let's put a little door. We got to have a way to get in and out.
Yo, where the fuck is the item? Hello?
Put in a little door.
Isn't there an item here?
Light around the door.
Alright.
Now we need a little. Let's put a little snow up here on the roof. See there? But just pull it down. Just pull down. We said we'd have a tree in front of it, so we don't have to worry much about the back of it at this point. We do need a little bit of snow over on this side, just so there's snow on both sides. Now then, let me go back.
The portal entry is bad.
Let's take, watch how you can move trees. Let's take some of our brown and black and blue, little dark sienna.
Yo, hold on. I got 5 healing bots. That's 100k profit.
Right here.
This is why MS6 is just better.
Here. And let's make a big decision. This
Honestly.
Lives on this side of the cabin. See,
You would never make 110k from pots at M7
right over here
in one run.
in front. That easy.
Wait, who is placing plasma flux? What?
Limited power.
Why?
Maybe. Flip. See there? Little grass growing over here. Maybe a little right in here. Whatever. Take a
Oh.
with the white on it. Come right up to the bottom of the cabin.
Why are you placing a plasma flux in terracotta face?
Snow right in there.
Don't tell me it's with the 30 strength.
Watch here. Watch here. Touch, push, bend. Bend the bristles. Just do this in layers. Continually in layers, though. Grab the bottom. Give it a little pull. Like that. See how that?
Why are we going so quickly, bro? I want to roll in the shafts.
Maybe there's a little sprig right here. And that way it looks like there's stuff behind it. There.
Oh.
Shoot, I tell you what, let's go on the other side over here. Maybe over here in our world there lives.
Is this a fake split? I feel like it is.
Maybe there's a little doer that lives right out here.
It's not. Okay.
Now then, once again, take a little titanium white, grab that, and just let it flow.
Alright.
See there? And easy. Maybe. See how you can break that up?
Oh my god, I almost threw.
Of depth in there. Shoot, we messed around here and about have a painting. It's not half bad. And I was just going to show you how to relax and enjoy this. But I really hope you try something like this, because it's a great deal of fun. It teaches you how to use the
Bro, it's impossible, Bob. Dude, I couldn't know. This would remove confidence from me.
Confidence.
I would just fail so miserably. And
You can do anything. We'll put a few little sticks here and there. There's one. And you can just go around in here and there and tap in a few.
but he's not wrong. Though. If you have confidence, you can do anything. Kinda. Kinda. Actually, no. Because you still need to know something.
Finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this experiment, and I hope you try it. Let me hear from you. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless.
Hi, welcome to Brushstrokes. This is our first table discussion, and we're so glad you could join us. We have a lot of brushstrokes out here on the table before us, and in case you've never seen one, this was the original iteration of brushstroke.
Of a female child between the age of 8 to 10 years old. The female child is on her back with her knees bent to her elbows. Her wrists are tied to her ankles. The female child is screaming
Hold on.
and crying through the duration of
And this
the
is
hollow
a mug
situation is much worse
mug
than
guy?
any of you guys could possibly realize. And I want to make this video so that way there's no
Isn't that
shred
the
of
Mogger guy?
doubt, there's no shred of compassion, there's no shred of anything for this man, because this man is literally the epitome of evil. Because we're going to be reading the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office description of the videos found in his phone. And I have to warn you, these videos are traumatizing. It is very descriptive. Nothing's going to be shown, obviously, but we will be reading it. If you don't think you can handle it, which is totally fine if you can't, just please leave a like on the video before you leave. I want this to be known to everybody, because this man is 18 years old, and there's people going around being like, wow, does an 18-year-old really deserve to get his life ruined over this? Like, here, let me show you an example of one tweet.
Of course he does.
School, how are you going to get him in trouble for liking girls a couple years younger? The girls,
It's 6-year-old.
that we're going to be reading in this affidavit, the youngest is 6 years old. So you guys have been warned. Trigger warning, this is going to be a very disturbing video. I am not monetizing this video at all. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's read this. So this is the first affidavit. This is the narrative and everything that the detective used. So it's going to be pretty much just telling the whole story, okay? So it says, on April 30th, 2026, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office met with Livia, that's his ex-girlfriend, in reference to a dispute she wanted to report that had taken place with her boyfriend, now ex-boyfriend, Mason Hull. Livia advised she and Hull had been in a romantic relationship for approximately 8 months. Over the past several weeks, she stated that she had an indication that he had been cheating on her. On the morning of April 30th, 2026, she decided to go through Hull's phone while sleeping. She advised while looking through his phone, she found an application on the device, Telegram, which appeared to have been recently used. Inside the Telegram application, Livia advised she discovered several chat messages where Huell is communicating with several different people. The content of these messages include
Imagine being that girl though.
Mason is sending a confirmation of payment in exchange for child seed sound material. Your affiant, that's the detective, was contacted after Livia made the report and was made aware of the incident. Your affiant contacted and set up an interview with her the same day. Your affiant met up with her on April 30th, 2026. So same day, the Sarasota County's office did a great job.
Is Cleb gonna defend this guy too? There's no way, right? There's no way Cleb defends this guy, dude. Right?
On a phone call in one of their interrogation rooms. Mason answered Livia's phone call, but was hesitant to speak. He stated he was unsure if she was truly alone and if it was being recorded. He did tell her that he had already spoken with her earlier in the day about the conversation and did not want to speak about it again over the phone. Your affiant responded to Mason's residence, so the detectives went over to Mason's house and they conducted an interview. Mason answered the door and stated that he would speak to me regarding the incident. Mason was read his Miranda rights. He waived and agreed to speak with me, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can or will be used against you in court. He waived that right. He wanted to talk with them. The following is a summary of the interview and not verbatim. Mason advised that he had been using Telegram application on his cell phone to access child CSAM material. He stated he recently decided to try something new and sought out a different type of pornography that was taboo. He stated that there were at least 2 separate occasions in which he spent money to be provided with links to access child CSAM material. sexual abuse material. When asked about the age range of the children involved, he stated the children were between the ages of 8 to 15 years old. That was in his own words, that the kids were 8 to 15, right? That's not an estimation on the people's end or anything. This is before they even seen any of this stuff. He said this on his own volition when he was read his rights, that they were between.
Because he didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck.
Now, I'm gonna give one more.
He made jokes on TikTok. He was making jokes on TikTok, bro, and people were joining in on it.
If you can handle it, please just hit the like button so that this video can be shared to others. Following the interview with Mason, his phone was seized the following day, May 1st, 2026. The Honorable Judge Brewer signed a search warrant for his phone, so they had enough probable cause for his phone. On the 5th, so May 5th, the forensics download of the device was completed. Your affiant reviewed the contents of the device. 15 videos of child sexual abuse material were located within the device, some of which are described below. There was a file named f63.mp4, contained a 17-second video of a female child between the age of 8 to 10 years old. The female child is on her back with her knees bent to her elbows. Her wrists are tied to her ankles using a purple leather bondage device. The female child's genitalia is penetrated by an adult male through the duration of the video. This is what people are defending. This is what freaks like this is defending. And people like this freak, this is Jeff Mack, one of his friends, who drove all the way from Pennsylvania down to Florida to come be there for his friend, right? Be there for his friend and have his
What?
and have his side publicly. And this is what he's defending.
I chose to show compassion as someone the internet decided deserves none. So let me make something clear. I'm not saying wrongdoing is okay. I'm not saying someone shouldn't face consequences for their actions. And I'm not asking you to support anyone's bad behavior. But I also believe this. The easiest thing in the world is to love someone when they're doing really well. The hardest thing is showing compassion when they've completely fallen apart. Everyone says they believe in forgiveness until they're faced with someone who they think is unforgivable.
Bad after he admits everything, you just want to be there for him. That's just crazy to me. But that was just one video. There's more.
That is disgusting, bro.
File was called
Like, cause he really knows what he's doing, and he just doesn't give a fuck.
Of a female child between the age
It's
of
disgusting.
6 and 8 years old. The female child is naked, laying on a bed, on her side. The female child's genitalia is being penetrated by the adult male. During the video, the female child at one point begins covering/grabbing her face and starts crying. We did a 2-hour-long interview with this man, and he admitted to us that he got sexual pleasure out of these videos. He got sexual pleasure out of a 6 and an 8-year-old girl being
crying,
brutally violated. He paid for that. He paid to support that, but his boyfriends are defending him. F66.mp4 contains a 46-second video of a female child between the ages of
Is
8
Kava
and 10
defending
years
him?
old.
I need to know
The child
that.
is laying on her back, only a pair of pink socks. At approximately 12 seconds into the video, a naked man gets onto the bed with the female, spreads her legs. The man inserts his genitalia into the female's genitalia and begins having intercourse. The female child is screaming and crying through the duration of the video. But this is your man's. This is your man. And this is only a description of 3 of the videos out of 15. Just 3. Just 3. Not only was he getting sexual pleasure from those videos, but after he got exposed by his ex-girlfriend, he started spreading lies about her, saying that she set him up, saying that
What?
she faked screenshots and DMs.
Come on, bro.
Who could even imagine to think of something so grotesque to throw on somebody? I got one more thing, because when a predator is caught, it's never their first time, right? And I'm gonna have to preface this, what I'm about to say, as a big allegedly. A very big allegedly. But I would have no doubt in my mind that this is true. For privacy reasons, I'm gonna blur out the person who sent this DM to Alex. But this is what it says. A couple years back, when I lived across the street from him in Indiana, his cousin was probably around 1 or 2, and she told her mom that Mason touched her. Mason was, I'm pretty sure, 13 or 14. So this was only 5 to 4 years ago. We were friends and hung out all the time. The whole thing went down and never talked to him since. His mother tried to deny it, and his aunt, but I don't think a 2-year-old would lie about that. There's other cases of him doing the same thing to other little girls as well. But
Wait, a 2-year-old? Okay, I'm kind of confused about this one because how is the 2-year-old gonna explain all of this?
Pop up. Sick world we live in. You know, Mason has a 10-year-old sister, and you know, you want to know how much I doubt his mother has taken her to any psychiatric or anywhere to find out if he touched her? I highly doubt. This wasn't just a lapse of judgment. This man has been a monster, allegedly. And if anybody has any other stories, please let us know. But I just wanted to put the facts out here because I see so many of his boyfriends defending him on TikTok, making edits of him. It's absolutely disgusting. You're absolutely vile. And you absolutely will be exposed. Let's expose right now. Why you gotta be so silly, Hollow? You're a freak, bro. I saw you in my comments saying, free Hollow.
Really?
What is wrong with you? Why?
Weirdos.
Do you have siblings? Imagine if he spent $25
But how are people
to
saying
watch
free
your
him?
sibling be brutalized. Would you be saying free him? You probably would. You probably would, looking at you. You're a freak. The whole lot of you. And there's a lot more. I just wanted to talk to you guys about this today. It's a sick world we live in, man. I just wanted to give you guys the fact of this case. The fact of this case is this man's a monster. And he currently, right now, is still in jail. So thankfully, he's still in jail. I'll be keeping you guys updated. We are working hard on the video. We will get that released here soon. Without any further ado, I love you guys. Y'all, please be blessed. Please be safe. I know this video is a lot to put on people's mental, man. So I hope you guys are okay. I love you guys. Peace.
We were just laughing about it in the studio a minute ago. It was a year and a half ago this week. It was October 27th, 2024, that we all went down to New York City to the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden. It was in the final moments of that campaign.
Up next, at 9.8 million subscribers, 6 captains, 18 players, GTA Mega Meme Olympics. More information coming soon.
Who are you, mates? There are 3 imposters, right? There's no Simon for some reason, but this is a 15-person.
15?
There are 3 imposters.
Hold on.
This is a special for a certain amount of subscribers. Can you? How many subscribers is it? I don't actually know. Please subscribe. We're trying to get 10 million subs. Trying to get a second pack.
300k more, huh? Deji has to be here. Please, Dej. Please, Deji, be here.
Sidemen among us, but there's 15 people. I just want to give a shout out to the smartest person in the Sidemen. Simon, this is a good one to miss.
Yes! Generational start. Generational start to the game. Right, so it's me, Bez, and Laser.
He's Australian, but I don't know who it is. They all sound the same, to be honest.
Okay. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, cool. What do I do with this then?
Wait, is Deji not here? Is Deji not here? Never mind. Let's go. Let's go, Deji. Hey, Dej. Big up Dej, bro. I love Deji. I love Deji so much.
It's been a while. Crewmate. This is going to be absolutely awful. And I mean, I'm just a crewmate, I'll take that. No Simon Minter is the worst thing to ever happen to us, I'm not going to lie. This is going to be revoltingly bad.
There's too many people. Oh my gosh. 15's too many.
Look at everybody. That's
This is chaos.
Okay, let's go do our things in here. That's the admin table.
All right, JJ safe. JJ safe. JJ safe. JJ would have followed me, but he didn't.
Oh, bro, JJ's just gonna kill me. Do me then. Do me.
What?
Finish me!
What?
He would have killed me by now if he was imposter.
15.
Bro, what the fuck is you talking about, bro?
Can I be bothered?
Do me.
Yes, I can.
Do me, man. Do me.
Probably not.
Do me, man.
I need to get voted out. So I
Just do me. Do me. Telling your brother to do you is crazy.
Right.
Oh,
Can I get a
Jack.
cool, custom thing down here? Thank you. Hopefully I got it because I've not had one of those yet.
Who's Jack?
What?
Who actually is Jack? Who's Jack?
What? Really, bro?
Overstimulating lobby.
Really?
Headset may have to come after in the meeting.
You don't know who Jack is?
Oh, this is way easier than Dozy.
Yay! Speed running task. Speed running task. Speed running task. Speed running task.
Let's have a little fake ski. A little fake ski. A little fake ski.
Or is it because there's two Jacks?
Little venters. We're out ski.
If you suffer from overstimulation, please turn down your phone or your iPad or your TV now.
Oh, I meant to figure out people are being mean.
Oh no. I'm cooked.
What a shock!
Bro, who's Jack?
Who's Jack? Jack is Jack.
What do you mean, who's Jack?
Oh, is that Jack?
Oh.
The black one is done first.
Good.
Don't call him the black one. You can't just. He has a name, JJ. He has a name.
Oh, the star right there on the side.
Who's most racist one here?
Probably me.
Me. I would vote Harry then. I would vote Harry. The thing is, I probably saw something, but I'm old and senile, so I walked into Nav. I walked into Nav and the body was dead. So who was next to Nav?
But he actually has gray beard already. That's insane, Josh. How does Josh already have gray beard?
Who was it?
I think it might have been Ethan Bazinga. I saw him leave.
Danny Aaron's skin's doing me head in, I can't lie.
Yeah, change that, bro.
This is kind of tripping me out, bro.
That's enough for me. That's enough for me.
You know what? That's
Alright,
enough
guys,
for me.
guys, we skip on 14. Guys, remember, we skip on 14.
That's enough for
No,
me.
guys, we skip on 14.
We don't skip on 14.
I'm gonna roll that dice and see what we get.
I hate his skin.
He's gone, by the way.
This is nightmare fuel, man.
Oh
This
my
is hell.
god, this is fucking insane.
I think everyone's voted you, mate.
Yeah, because your skin
Wait,
sucks.
has everyone actually voted Danny?
I didn't vote Danny. I skipped.
I'm skipping.
I skipped.
No, I'm gone.
I skipped. I
Oh,
skipped.
Danny Aaron.
I skipped as well.
Danny's
Oh,
got
Oh,
to skip.
fuck, I didn't skip. It
Oh,
doesn't
love
matter.
it.
There's so many
It's a skip.
I'm
It's fine. You're
gonna
good.
change it next time. Can you not vote me, please?
That's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
It's so loud, isn't it? Fuck it, I'm turning everyone down.
Oh, good luck, shit, for editing that. My god.
Alright, I should have been more racist to Toby. I might have got voted out there. That
What
actually
do you mean funny?
Someone said it perfectly. He said, Toby either dies first.
Were you cute for cheating here? Why?
That is my life on the witness.
Right. Okay. We have the first successful murder.
Nah, Danny has to go just because of his shit skin.
Jesus, I just thought, you know what? Yeah, I might be a little bit out there. It's a massive rainbow dice. I'm sorry. I just thought it would be a bit cute for the video. I'll turn it off next game. I'm sorry.
My god. Do you reckon it's weird to just stay deafened for a meeting? Just take a meeting off? There's so many voices.
Yes.
I paid imposter start killing Barbara. It's too noisy.
Honestly, this must be an editing nightmare with this many people.
Right. I need to lock in.
Damn.
Autopilot when I play this game. I'm not trying.
Oh, so what's actually starting to fill? Because it looks like a lot of my coins is actually being used.
I definitely saw someone there, but who was outside Nav? I didn't even register that. I just walked past the body, man. Yep, cool.
But where? I'm not seeing it. Where's my coins being used?
No one's listening to me. There's so many people though. Like,
Where?
Lucky I didn't get caught by Josh just then, to be honest.
Now, Simon's not in the lobby, so I actually think the jest will be easy to like, for people to nibble on it. He's like the only one that would suspect a Jester play, I genuinely think. This might be the first Simon Among Us video that I don't like. Yeah, he's probably the imposter. He's probably the imposter. Just trust. Just trust. And if
he's not chip fat, you know you cut that out, all right? Only make me look good.
Landon sucks
Oh.
on me, which is not really fair.
All right, cool. Where's JJ? I wanna
Hey, right down there, boy. Hey, 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 hey.
I saw him then. Why is Deji just following me, man? Probably love, I guess. That's it. That's all I needed to do. Did he just? That was sus.
Wait, so I need a new buy order here, I think. For
Right, okay.
I can't even see my tests. How do I? Oh, okay, medbay.
Bell Skull, isn't that pretty rare?
On games now. Ever since I became a billionaire with ace grading, I've just gone clear.
I need my imposter friends to start popping off, bro. They're not really doing much. Hello, Randy.
Oh, who was that? Who the hell was that, man? That's not even fair.
Oh, it's Lachlan. Thank God it's Lachlan. Oh my God, if that wasn't an imposter, that would have been Raps.
Damn it.
That's the other black skin. Maybe it is a racist. It might actually be a racist.
I'm glad he's gone. Fuck him.
Oh, it's the other black one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There may be a pattern of those
Wait,
guys.
yeah, why are all the black ones going?
Technically not.
Deji, you're next.
That's enough for me.
That might actually
Before you vote, don't vote. Don't vote. Let me. Okay. Speak then. Speak.
Because I have 28 orders. Fuck. I'm paleontologist. It's just no ricey right now.
Can you describe your movements of this this round, please?
Why? What, me?
Just tell me what you did. I'm just
I want Tank 49 and Healer 49. This derpy, I don't know if that's even humanly possible, but it would have been pretty decent. It would be pretty decent.
Right, no, well, JJ, here's the thing. I saw you vent. I saw you come out of the vent by navigation. The one in the corridor, and I ran.
No, that was Deji. You got the wrong black one.
That was you was blue. It was dark blue. It was you.
You got the wrong black person.
Are you an engineer, JJ? Just say you're engineer.
No, you're pissing me off.
I'm just still getting really annoyed. That skin's doing my head in. That skin's really. Are you still voting me?
I vote for Danny Aaron because he's got a shit skin. You
came out of
You're so stupid. Fucking idiot. All of you, man. I can't be asked for this shit game. I think I got JJ voted out. I didn't even mean to. I think I got him voted out. Dead game, bro. So dead. Why did they just trust Harry? Fucking moron.
They just trust Harry because you didn't defend yourself.
What do you mean? I didn't say what happened.
Just a game, mate.
Don't start,
Just morphing at the start because I don't really know what to do, man. I mean, is that the point?
Bro,
I'm just. I shouldn't be trying to win.
why is he going so crazy, bro? It's just one round of Among Us. It's okay.
A prime suspect. He's just done that for nothing. If Harry's right, Harry's on side, and that means it's not Deji and it's not Danny Aaron. So JJ, trying to say Deji, then he's trying to say it was Danny Aaron. So it's not Deji, it's not Danny Aaron.
There's like 2 people eliminated. I might just have to take Danny Aaron's out because his skin is pissing me off.
My eyes are on Deji, actually, genuinely.
Wait, his skin is why you guys want to kill him. That is crazy to me.
Deji, right, I think.
That is a bit racist.
I don't know. I can't. It just wasn't not processing anything. It was pure autopilot.
No one's really made any like proper allegations.
Who is this guy? I've seen him, but I don't know. Oh, it's Louis. I know who it is now. Alright, my bad. My bad, it's Louis, bro. You fucking balance.
It must be difficult to kill though with this many people around, but also I guess you have a lot of allies.
Let's go. We've just unlocked cams. What?
Deji, what's happened there?
Wait, Bro, first
you
off,
were doing your task at the bottom. So who ran past? Josh, who ran past?
I just fumbled so bad.
Did you see a body? Did you see a body there?
I guess you couldn't. Actually, I can't ATV into this room, so it wasn't really a fumble. It was just physically impossible. My entire goal. Never mind. Okay, here. Surely here. Surely here. I can double ATV.
I'm doing my task. I don't think it's Deji. I want to use cams.
Deji looked like he was doing lower engine.
You said it's not you.
I don't think it was Deji because he was at the top and he went down.
So who else was in there?
Deji could have killed me and he never killed me. I don't think it's Deji, Danny, Aaron's or Harry.
Right, we're nearly at a normal lobby, by the way, you lot.
Yeah,
we're nearly there.
There's 3 imposters as well. There's 3 imposters.
That's the issue. And all imposters are still alive.
It's Lockie. This is Lockie.
I reckon it could be a Lockie. I've been sus on him.
Lockie is very
well,
close.
definitely not me.
I voted Lannon because I thought he
Lockie
got
killed and then vented out.
I voted for the killer.
Lockie, I know it's you.
It wasn't.
Was it him? I think it was.
Oh, what was that?
He's actually spot on, I think.
It's not even me is the worst part, but now I'm just gonna kill Danny because he's just gonna be fucking annoying. Like, there's 11 people. No wonder I haven't said shit.
My voice is useless in these lobbies. That is Lockie. It was in lower. Where's lower engine? Here. Is this no?
Hey, that skin is actually fucking obnoxious.
Okay, probably not. I didn't realize lower engine was the bottom of the map. To be fair.
Oh gosh, it's kicking off. To be honest, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed again. Maybe.
Oh, no, poor Jack.
Attention with a little dance. Anyone gonna get in on that? Maybe. Danny? Oh no. Okay. Honestly, I do believe that
I love me some Jack, bro.
he would have just blamed me. He wouldn't have blamed me or Josh. I don't think he would have gone for confusion on it. So maybe it was somebody you killed behind him.
Oh man.
Or did Deji kill him?
He's actually the longest active YouTuber I think I've been watching, right? Or one of. Maybe behind. Maybe behind Deji and KSI.
What were you then? What were you in the vent?
And just the side in itself.
It was. I saw you then.
Oh, it wasn't me. I have a bandana on my head.
There might be. There's different roles, remember, and we don't know what they are.
I'm gonna go check my footage. One sec. I've got to see this.
Probably love again.
That's it. That's what I needed to do.
It says Deji.
So you came. There must be a shapeshifter because I saw you come out the vent. Yeah,
That's what I said. There's roles.
Yeah.
No fucking votes.
Wait, what? Yeah, it was KSI, but
Don't have people to see this animation. If they can, then I'm fucked. But me and Bez are in the clear. Lachlan's had a little bit of aggro on him here. Me and Bez could do a little double dippers. We just gotta find someone.
what the fuck is a double dippers?
We gotta find somebody, bro. There's gotta be someone here. We can get a little double dippers on.
That's
Oh my god, did you just turn to
I love his voice.
Alright, fam. That sounds cool. Nice. Appreciate that.
Dance with George Clark from Strictly Come Dancing. Oh my god, I voted for him every week. Oh god. Don't do it, Lou. Don't do it.
Get rid of the garbage.
Oh my god, can we get a double? No one needs to know. No one needs to know. No one needs to know.
Bro, I think he fumbled.
Little fake report, come on. Danny Aaron's has been
We're at a normal lobby. No, but we also have to vote someone now. We do.
Oh fuck. Lou, where's the body?
The body is in Shields. Bottom right.
It's Louis.
I was on the way up to do the.
Well, okay, so Deji's been at cams pretty much the whole time. Vic was around there most of the time.
Yeah.
Lockie came a bit late.
It's Lou. You cooked.
Josh just sort of ran left.
Jack, where are you on the map?
You cooked, Lou.
Lou and George Clark, literally seconds ago. So I'm now a bit
Jack in
confused
storage.
Where's
Yeah,
Deji's
and I was with
Wait, you know what?
Where was I with George?
Me, you, and George were doing a little dance. In that, like, load. Why are you
Jack, how are you still level 1?
Guys, we haven't.
I thought their heater was locked in. Is he locked out?
I wouldn't go me, it's not me.
Did their heater lock out? Really?
Sorry, man. Nah, Jack.
What happened?
It's been great hanging out, guys. I'll catch you on the flippity flop.
You come out of nowhere.
Honestly, it's a 50% chance.
How did but we all voted with that chance on him.
Well, yeah, but we have to go for one of them, bro.
Fuck! I thought it was him as well.
Cooked.
How on earth is the only guy that had any sus on me just been queffed? These lobbies are so dumb that it works in my bloody favour, eh? It's working in our
Guys
favour.
are cooked. Okay, we just need to like kill everyone.
There's still 3 imposters. This is insane. It's over.
Bit early.
Oh, we're fucked, aren't we?
It's over.
Oh, engineer's still alive. Must be Deji.
Someone should hit the fucking button. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't hit the button.
Must be Deji.
Not to be that guy, but we should probably.
You seen something?
We just shoot. We probably maybe go again, right?
Yeah.
Do we?
No,
I mean, really though.
We don't have any
Big star,
confirmation
surely
of
we should
if
skip,
we,
right?
No,
Skip over
we
it.
don't have
Yeah,
any
we
confirmation if we've got an imposter.
No, JJ's
True.
definitely imposter. JJ got seen venting.
But he could be engineer though.
But we asked him if he's engineer, he said no.
No, JJ would have said he's engineer, I think. And
I
also
think there's still one left because that reactor
Yeah,
got
I
fixed
reckon-
really quickly.
Yeah, did engineer fix that
Facts.
reactor?
So who is it?
Yeah, one of us
No,
engineer, no?
maybe. Oh, is that guessing? I don't know if that's guessing.
They don't say they're.
That thing I
They sound they're. I don't know if there's guests either, but.
It was fixed almost instantly. So there's
Instantly,
one
yeah.
left.
So there's an engineer here, yeah.
So there's one left, is what I'm saying. There's an engineer in the lobby now.
Wait, so there has to
There
be
is.
engineer.
Yeah, there is an engineer.
All right. So who's lying about being an engineer
But guys,
or not
guys,
being an
No
engineer?
one, no one.
Based on the past math, where it was a 33% guess, but really it's like a 50% guess because 3 of the people were in the same area and couldn't have done those kills. If we just shoot one of those people again, we've got a good chance we could just win the game. We could just win the
So
game.
who is left? Lou and Jamie.
Me, bro.
What do you mean, me and Jamie?
As Lou.
I am engineer. I'm engineer.
If we think we got JJ, maybe we're safe. But otherwise, we just got to shoot because otherwise the game over.
Definitely got
I
JJ.
don't know, based on
100%.
his reaction, JJ was an imposter.
JJ was not an imposter. The person that Harry saw vent was me. He wasn't. Harry saw me vent.
Oh,
I
yeah.
am
So
the
JJ
engineer.
was right in what he said, maybe. JJ said it was Deji who vented.
JJ was right. Because he was getting vexed, bro.
See what happens. Fucking send it.
I shot.
Oh shit.
I feel like I know who's going.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Sorry, bro. He reported
Okay,
body.
please.
Ow. Alright, Lou.
Should we just keep shooting from the hill?
Perfect.
Hang on. So, that kill we had.
Perfect. Actually, wait, they might actually catch up.
Listen. Vic, shoot me this day. I'm clapping him, blood.
No, I wish it was us just forcing to shoot. I think Jamie could also be one as well. Unless Deji's also. Honestly, everyone can be an imposter.
I'm fully in the clear.
Oh, you always.
No one can kill me.
We need to save the O2, Bez. We need to save the O2, Bez. We gotta.
No, they can definitely kill you still. What do you mean, Dej? It's like you.
Okay, two in the middle, left, right. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4.
So now they're down to 2 imposters. This is more winnable now. Way more winnable. Way more winnable.
Where's he gone? He was in it.
Alright, Bez is there. Bez is walking up.
Wait, Vixo! Oh, he's a morphling.
Obviously, it could have still been a Vic. Could have still been a Lockie. Yep. I voted him as the killer from like the first thing.
Are we trying to shoot again?
Lannon
Surely
was
not.
instantly killed. Yeah, Lannon was instantly killed. And I just called him
You mean instantly
because
killed?
I have a thing that I know that it just happened this very second.
Oh.
Wait,
so
he
wasn't
was-
instant
he
kill.
was
He just
with
died
me,
just
I
then.
have a roll. He was killed at like half a second. As soon as he was killed, I called the meeting. So
where's
Someone
the other
was
body
on
is
cams that round.
Yeah, I was on cam.
it was on cam.
No, so he was with me on cams, but I didn't know he died.
Someone locked the med bay doors.
Morphling. Morphling.
Also was that. I was stuck in cafeteria as well.
Morphling was a good play.
I went down because I was thinking these guys are definitely gonna kill me. And then.
Damn, bro. He even got some crazy beard now, bro. He's really aging.
Yeah, and then I went to.
Starting to look real old.
And then that means where was Lachlan?
I went up, Josh, from where we split up once we got
So
out.
Lockie, Deji, and Lannon were all in cams, and now Lannon's dead. Is what I'm hearing.
Alright, so then it's Lucky. It's Lucky.
It's not me.
Or is it
I'm
Deji?
engineer.
Why is it?
Or is Deji
Josh,
playing him out?
I'm engineer.
No,
Why
it's
is
lucky.
it
It's
Lachlan?
lucky. Because Zerka come down in the middle bit. I saw him and I went up to look for Vic in that other room, and Vic wasn't there anymore.
Oh, what the fuck?
Well, now
It's
we
gotta
vote
be
Lockie.
Lockie.
Well, now we vote Lockie.
Yeah, Lucky.
We have to vote Lockie. We have to vote Lockie.
Vic, I'm sorry. I thought it was you.
Wait.
I thought it was you.
It's Loki for sure. Hello? What Loki?
No, I realise I'm being stupid. I apologise.
Vic could be playing Mastercard.
No. But wait, Deji said he was engineer, but how would he be guessing? So he was actually probably an
I
imposter.
don't know, Josh. We're the only ones that have voted. What are you doing? Because I'm
Sorry. So I voted for Lucky, but actually I'm
It's Lucky.
You're regretting your
Please.
vote, so what?
Yeah, because
I don't really know what to do.
Because I think
Lord, Lucky.
And I think because he said he was engineer, he said he was caught venting, and now he's.
Vic, what are you doing? Vic, you're hurting my head. Stop, Vic. Please stop. Vic, stop. You're hurting my head. You fucking idiot.
Vic,
how can it be me? Vic, I thought it was you. I went to find you.
But we'll find out.
Oh yes, we've won.
Bez actually cooked. Oi.
What the fuck just happened?
How is it Josh and Vic always in the final few people, man?
Dude, it said
terrible blood rotation.
No, but it said Vic killed me, so I'm really confused.
Nah, there's a morphling.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I can't be arsed.
So that kill can't be Jamie, right? Because Jamie, I left him. So then that leaves Bet for me. That leaves Bears, Lucky, and Vic for me. Vic called meeting. Why did he call meeting? Why did he kill Buddy and kill meeting? How's the body?
Oh, yeah, I've been shut off. Wait, they're gonna call a meeting. I'm spamming electrical.
It's Bez.
No, because you can tell that he called a meeting instantly, right, when the body died. So they should know that he's not the imposter, because the chance of him killing someone at the bottom is like 0. So he should.
Every time.
Lucky and then
Yeah, why did you vote Lucky and dip out?
Let's go, Vic. You're the best, bro.
I only said because you were not sure
Vic,
about
I
it.
love you.
You should have just got Josh. You made Vic second.
You ain't fucking clear on this one, Josh. You got us all killed. You're the best. You look.
I thought I had it, but then I but I overthink. That's what I do. I overthink twice.
Just always overthinking everything.
Okay, someone kill me early, please.
Nah, that little devious swap from Bez turning to Vic though.
The Vic swap. You like that, bro? It'll be me. I was morphling.
How we could never know that. It's okay. It's okay. It was very confusing. All right, I'm not taking the lead anymore because I overthink things.
Swap up. Swap your votes. Oh yes, I'm gonna fuck with everyone. Yes.
Him and Swapper is devious. I've seen it before. I love it.
Sheriff, shoot the imposter. That's a lot of pressure on my back.
I'm a neutral. What is this? Glitch. Okay.
Oh, bro, what is this banging role selection we've acquired? We need a Jester masterclass.
Oh, back to back. What a crew. Morphling. Jeez, bro. Why am I getting
Jeez.
player lobby? I'm getting imposter back to back.
Oh, right down your enemies. I'm the mage.
I'm a blackmailer. Silence crewmates during meetings. See, okay, I can do that.
Ooh. All those rolls, and I'm still a crewmate. Unreal.
What the fuck is that?
As long as I'm the top, I'm all good with it.
Wait, why am I in love with laser beam?
Doesn't that mean they know?
Hack players to stop their ability momentarily mimic into others to frame them.
Do you know how to speak, bro? Oh my days. Get the last secret, guys, please.
I've got a lot of respect for that. Oh, he shielded me. Oh my goodness, I'm blushing. What a legend.
I want to showcase my abilities to a trustworthy person. By hopping in and out of events.
What? That is such a terrible idea.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he's the engineer, but he wouldn't do that.
So who can I mimic?
Okay. What has he just done? You're Deji now. Isn't that gonna expire? What the, bro? He obviously seen you. What the?
What the?
Whoa! What was that noise?
What the fuck was that?
What's the?
Why is there gunshot?
Did Lachlan just try and shoot me and it didn't work because I'm protected? That was a very, very loud, scary noise. It's exactly at the moment he went past.
I need to get a kill with this.
What?
Oh! Right, who's just run from that? Who's run from that?
Yeah, what room is this?
Right, Toby, don't. Now, Toby.
Right.
I've got some info on this.
Wait. Let Harry speak first.
No, I'm saying to Toby before you. I know what it looks like. I've seen the body and I've then run away to find out who's done it, and I've seen you, so I've gone back with you. That wasn't me.
No, I did the same thing.
Oh, okay.
He knows who it is.
I was by navigation.
I just ran past navigation. I didn't see you.
Yeah, I didn't see you either.
No, I was about to say, because at the start of the round, 4 people went there. It was me, Randy, Clark, Toby. And
Ethan's in
That okay, you fucked it.
I done download at top of cafeteria. Then I've gone and done weapons. Bare people on weapons.
I've out that.
Then I run back into cafeteria because I got no task on the right, and I run past JJ. Think nothing of it. Go down. I see Clarky's body. I'm thinking, oh, why is JJ run away from Clarky's body?
I didn't see.
Yeah,
Did you
JJ
hear the gunshot?
I heard a gunshot in admin.
Bro, nah, no, he's such a bad kill. Because the morph expired.
After that, I ran back round to see if JJ would turn into someone else. I couldn't find him. I only saw Randy in navigation. I ran the whole way around the right side of the map, back up to cafeteria, and then I saw Harry coming away from the body, but obviously the body was already there before. So JJ's the only person I saw about that body.
Ooh.
Shut up, Harry. Ethan, are you the engineer?
Me and
Ooh. Yeah, it's cooked.
Don't say your role.
Ethan's engineer! Oh my god, you fucking idiots. You idiots. We're on the crew, bro. Jamie's got to be the thickest 40-year-old I know, man. Jesus Christ.
Hey, hold up. Whoa.
Bro just caught the biggest stray of all time.
Get a little bit mad in it.
My issue here is I always try and get the kills with the roll, which ends up like me losing a lot. I need to fix that.
Right, I'm gonna do big brain play this round.
What does magic even do?
So they're like, oh, he's blackmailed. What? Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't suspect a thing.
I need to glitch into Ethan and kill Jamie.
Wait, oh, you're blackmailing. Oh, that's not a bad play. Blackmail him, yeah. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Someone's getting shot.
Dude, who's doing that?
Wait! I just heard a gunshot.
Who was that?
Someone's dead.
Wisdom.
That was Bez.
Go on, stop. Ooh. That is gonna die in price very soon, so I'm not gonna buy those. I'm not gonna indulge in that dumbness. I refuse to.
I can't lie. Who's getting shot?
It's not a gunshot, it's the mage thing.
He deserved that. I can't lie.
Zerka's blocked.
Can't lie. He deserved that.
Have we not just seen Ethan?
Yeah.
Zerka's just got blackmailed.
Josh, where are you?
No, it is Ethan, because it was me and Josh. It was me and Josh in electrical.
You think that I'm the imposter?
It was you and Josh.
Ethan, the body is where you just came from, like a second.
Oh my god! Someone is morphing as me then because I'm top of the map. I've just gone and done wires at security.
Security is like the
I did. Oh my god! Listen to me then, you fucks. I did my task in electric. I showcased you my ability and left.
Boys, kids are just dancing.
Security. It's not me.
You're at top of the map.
I believe him personally.
Oh, bro! Oh my god! I believe. And why on earth would I told Randy to shut up in the first round because I've got an ability, bro. And then fucking Jamie started shouting about it.
Yeah. Also,
I thought you were doing it to prove, you know, that's why. Sorry.
Also, whoever got that kill,
He's what?
it was obvious to me and
He's
Danny.
blackmailed.
Whoever got that kill, it was obvious to me and Danny that it was them. So it adds up that they were camouflaged.
Was anyone
I did that in front of my boy Vic, bro.
If someone was with Josh, then we know. You know,
Josh
they might
is
have
next to Deji in electrical. I walked in there together.
Right, it's Deji then.
Yeah.
We'll hear from Josh next time.
No, you shut the fuck up!
He freaks out so quickly, bro. Bro, he freaks out so quickly. It's awesome. I love Deji, man.
Josh has been pretty quiet.
Big up Dej. Top 5 black men for a reason. Probably top 3. In my opinion, top 3, but.
No, Josh, you're a dickhead, Josh! You're a dickhead! You know what you're doing, you dumbass! Oh, Josh is a prick!
Who killed you, man?
I don't know. It was Ethan. It wasn't Ethan.
Well, Deji killed me.
What? And it was him. What do you reckon more?
This is the thing, man. There's too many roles. That blackmail,
That's a good point. There's too many roles, but that's what makes it fun.
on a Josh Zerka blackmail or no? And then if he keeps voting Deji, like surely that's a good play, no? Just kind of sus on Deji.
Where is he? Where's Josh?
Keep Josh safe.
Where's Josh?
was
I'll show
blackmailed
him.
for a reason.
I'll show him. I'll show him. Hey,
Yeah,
Josh.
Deji.
Necromancer launches mate dice. Bonds.
You see that?
It's like he doesn't want it though.
I just gave you a shield. Dumbass.
He's running away.
Look at me. Where you running, bro?
Josh. Yeah, we're friends.
I swear.
Help!
Oh, wait.
I'm being chased.
Josh wants to speak.
Let him cook.
Give him the floor.
Hang on, sorry. I was blackmailed last round, but people next to me were Bez and Deji, so it has to be one of them who blackmailed me, surely.
Okay. You just
Smart from Danny. Really smart from Danny. Very smart player.
Would make sense, so it only leave me with Deji, that's why I voted Deji.
Josh,
it's not Deji. I promise it's not Deji because he gave me the
Jack,
dream.
you're his teammate and you're backing him up.
Oh my god, I've nearly done my task.
my gosh,
and I've got
Josh.
two fixes, lads. I've got two fixes.
Why would I get blackmailed there?
Do not vote me.
our task because I'm nearly done.
Josh, don't be stupid, man.
We're on task. Let's win on task.
Guys, we're not winning on fucking tasks.
Is the note wrong? No.
Not even finishing the task.
The fuck is the note?
Wait, I have a question. Deji, in that round, Deji, in that round, where are you? In the round
I was in cafeteria with Josh, and I gave him something which could prove to him that I'm not a killer.
Josh, open your eyes, Josh.
I see. But okay, but previous round, only Bez and Dej were next to me in electrical, right? So
What is this? What is this? Downtime. Can we just play?
I've got two fixes. You're not going to get any engineers for the rest of the game. But good luck.
I believe what you said, Bez, because I've seen it, but I also
Cheers, thanks.
I'm just gonna.
Hey, what do you vote me? Oh, good. Good boys. Good boys.
Good boys.
Good boys.
Yeah. Just for that. Hey, JJ, shut up, you imposter.
What are we waiting for?
Danny's a Minotaur. I love Minotaurs. I always have. I always will. That is beautiful. Let's do our tasks. Let's do these. Right, that's the admin table.
See, big up Jack, man. Jack's a real one. Where's Jack? I'm giving him a shield. Yeah, Josh don't deserve the shield.
W shield.
I haven't killed anyone, man. I'm not gonna lie. I've been an awful.
Oh my god.
No!
Can I see Deji versus Jack and GeoGuessr?
Deji has given me a shield. I'm not gonna lie, it's not Deji.
Ow! Literally a dead butt. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just witnessed murder in 4K.
Oh, who did it?
Uh-oh.
Josh Zerka has killed Jack in front of me.
Oh, he's your boy as well. You wouldn't.
No. Whoa. I'm literally on Simon Says for Bez.
Yeah, he is.
No, you're not.
Say that again a bit slower. No, he is.
I am. In reactor, I literally am.
Josh
No, you mean reactor? I'm in reactor. What are you talking about?
Reactor, you mean Vic?
Hang on a
Yeah,
minute.
reactor. Sorry.
Vic, you gotta be. Vic, you're rotting, man.
Lou, where did you see it happen? Because I was just with you.
Stimulated.
I witnessed it on the corridor of admin and storage.
So it's not Josh for me here. It has to not be me here.
It's not Josh. It was a shapeshifter.
Vic, you're the one that's vouching for Josh here because I jumped on Simon Says and I can't see him. So.
Why is there a mimic in the water? I've never. Well, actually, I had this one time earlier today. I'm lying for no reason. I don't know why. But my bad.
Is that quick that oxygen got restored?
Yeah.
But yeah, apart from that, it's super rare. Get that for me.
I did see a halo for a split second. So Vic was present at the scene of the crime.
Fuck. Where?
Oh,
What?
shit.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Vic
Where
was
was
at
that?
Wait, what?
admin and storage.
No.
There can't be that many. Can't be that many.
there's
More
not two of me.
There's only more than one
There's not
shapeshifter,
two of
whatever it is. So
I was
I've
seen
seen
with Josh.
Vic and Josh.
Sorry, not now.
Hey,
Whoever's imposter killed
hey, 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 drop it down, little boy. Hey, hey.
I'm literally midway through.
There's a glitch. There's a glitch in the lobby. There's a glitch.
Yeah, we got a glitch. What does glitch do? What does that do? I don't know.
Glitch is a shapeshift as well, I think.
Oh, for God's sake.
Deji, come with me. Deji, come with me. Same thing. I vote Deji. Deji goes.
Oh my God, I'm swapping.
You know, good.
The best swap
Nervous
of all
killers,
time.
nervous killers.
Good.
Guys, it's
You
Lachlan.
mean the?
Swap of all time. Just so everyone remembers it later, it's Lachlan. It probably is, though. Just knowing that guy's computer and how often he gets imposter, it probably is lucky. He's just a lucky boy.
Damn, bro, I gotta start killing. I guess it doesn't look too sus that I stand still.
Oh my god, it's lucky.
Oh no, bro. That's disgusting. What, bro? Really? No.
Lights are out.
Come on, bro. You don't be doing like that.
He had to go, man. What? Did I just die? Okay, the lights are out. I'm morphing. Kill.
You're fucking kidding!
Wait, why am I in love with laser beam?
Why, man? Love it, laser beam.
Okay, the lights are out.
Doesn't that just expose you though? Every time.
So far, someone's died. Let me get a report on a body.
Who was that?
Him again.
That is the Harry reaction.
It's JJ. Why is it me? You fucking. Okay, let me tell you why.
Okay.
No, someone speak.
Let him speak. Go on.
Okay, so the reason why I know it's JJ is because JJ said, "Oh, the lobby's cooked." That's the only reason why I think it's JJ.
Okay.
Because JJ normally.
Luke, body. Luke, where's the body?
The body is.
I mean, it's a good point.
Just outside cams. Just outside cams.
Okay.
I saw one body. I don't know which one it was. I'm not gonna lie. I only saw one body.
Harry was just at comms. And
That's a good point.
I watched him do it. And then he ran up to admin, but I don't think he would have got a kill in that time. So I think Harry's clear on that one. Well, there's 4 of them, so
Can I also say,
could be a sheriff kill there.
before we vote here, lads, there's probably three imposters here, right? So we need to vote. So the crewmate need to vote as a team here.
Is there a sheriff? Was there a sheriff?
Okay.
Wait, how many
The sheriff role is enabled. The sheriff role is enabled.
So could it be
I
like
think
a
mage.
incorrect
I think
sheriff
a
kill
mage
and
has
then-
got a multi-kill.
Multi-kill in. Was there a multi-kill in?
I shot sheriff.
No, just one kill by cams.
It was one body
So
by
where
cams,
did this
I think,
multi-kill happen? Like on lights or something? I don't know. Does anyone know?
Yeah, someone must have turned off the lights and then just.
No, it wasn't on
The
lights because I
lights
just
were
ran into lights. Lights was empty.
So then,
Lights
wait,
were
hang
on.
on. So, Lou, you
And also lights got fixed straight away.
2 bodies.
I think Ethan just fixed lights just before he got hit.
I think it's JJ, Toby.
I'm gonna vote JJ because he's the only one I've seen run away from a body.
I'm down to shoot
Why
JJ.
would you shoot at me?
Okay.
I think it's JJ.
We gotta shoot someone. We gotta shoot someone.
So why me? Why me?
You're the only one I've seen run away from a body, bro.
Lou, you've been at 2 scenes of a crime,
JJ,
right?
it's you.
You've been at 2 crimes back to back.
No.
That was a bit no.
Just what?
Was he not? Did he not report the last body?
Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. Josh is okay. Josh
I
is
shot sheriff.
You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, this might be the jester play. I'm gonna call a meeting and suss Josh. If they listen to me here, then there's no hope for this lobby, bro.
There's just so many people.
Well, I mean, it is Josh.
Well, we gotta be careful every time. Like it could be a Jester.
And it is Josh.
Listen to me. There's no freaking hope for this lobby. I'm gonna try and call a meeting.
Isn't it Josh though? That's the thing.
And I'm just gonna stick it on Josh.
It's
straight
literally
away.
him.
Oh my god, I can't call a meeting.
What's Lou coming from?
Okay. Do we think that the mage has managed to kill another imposter, and that's why the game's not over?
Can that happen?
No,
Yeah.
there's still seven.
There's still seven of us.
Then
So why would
Yeah,
it end
but
yet?
literally
Oh, one got one kill.
One of
Yeah,
them
one
cost
kill.
an instant kill there, and like one of the three of them would have known.
Yeah, so
And
we've got one.
Majors have killed imposters before, right? They have.
Did we vote out anyone?
JJ.
Just JJ.
Or we don't
JJ's
get
correct.
JJ. Either
JJ's
vote
correct.
JJ right, or a Major.
JJ is correct. That means that Deji would be safe if
Yeah.
Yeah, Deji is safe.
Correct.
Yeah. But also,
I think Josh Zerkite is guilty here.
Why?
Lou, by the way, what were you all fixing for? We were fixing reactor. What were you doing? Where were you?
I was at cafeteria trying to call
Oh
a
no,
meeting
me and Lou were waiting.
Josh straight away.
To be fair, yeah. And
Where was Toby? Where was
with me?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Where was Toby?
I ran back with you, Harry. We were waiting.
Yeah,
on the
Lou
call.
was already right. Lou came from right.
Yeah,
he didn't go with us.
He didn't come as far as I did.
didn't.
But he. Where
Yeah,
did you
and
go?
Vic, on the
Wait,
round where
where
I was with
was-
Simon Says, doing Simon Says, Lou was at the body. And he saw me and you, like double of me and you.
Yeah, that was.
So surely...
What?
Deji, I went to finish my penultimate task. My penultimate wires. All I gotta do
That
is
is true,
complete
Josh. That is
med-based
impossible.
sample.
I've been
So Vic, you can vouch for me and I can vouch for you for that previous round, right? Because me and Lou both know you was there.
Okay, so they're fake vouching.
Because Lockie ain't really speak too much.
Locky's not
and-
saying
No, Lockie's
I am
safe. Lockie's
speaking
safe.
now
Locky
since we're on the top
contribute
10.
something. Contribute something.
I think it has to be...
Don't have anything last round. I just went straight
It
to Deji. I know it's not Deji.
It's Loki.
I don't think it's Josh. I don't think it's Josh. I'm going Locky. I'm going Locky.
No, it's not Locky.
It's not
It
me.
is not Locky.
Okay, well, Lou's gone, so that's all right.
Okay. Fair.
Right. Shit.
So if we're wrong...
bro. I don't know.
I'm trusting you, Josh. I'm going with you. Please don't kill me.
No, I was cooking. Did I get a quad? I got a quad, no?
JJ was going nuclear.
Oh shit! What the fuck he was?
Wait, is JJ glitching?
Oh,
JJ.
I told you.
What does the glitch do? And how'd
Bro,
get
you
all
did
these-
nothing, Josh. You got 0 kills. Really, bro?
There was a morphling and a glitch. Shut the fuck up. So that's how there were two of us.
So you killed me as Lou, JJ.
I killed this Lou, yeah.
I saw JJ kill as me and I just didn't
I killed this Lou, I
How did you
killed
get
this
4
Bez.
kills?
I killed this Deji. I went nuts, bro.
How am I close to Crucis, David? That makes no sense.
Because I said the lobby's cooked.
Nah, JJ, I was on to you before that, bro. I was on to you before that.
No, JJ, you have a lot of telltale signs when
Yeah,
you're
fuck
a
you.
killer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wasn't even imposter, I was glitch.
You are killing.
That's
so
close
you
enough.
get
Like, you kill people. You were a problem.
I'm just gonna listen to if the lobby's cooked or not, because that means it's him.
The lobby was cooked.
No, there's a lot that JJ says when he's imposter.
Number one thing.
Oh, no, this lobby stinks.
Yeah,
This
lobby
stinks.
This lobby stinks. This lobby's cooked. We know it.
Stopping them up like it was nothing.
I said you convinced me, bro. That's it.
Don't give me the imposter three-peat. Thank God.
I love Baz, bro.
Don't tell me I'm the JJ.
He's my like he's top 3 assignment for sure.
Let's cook.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, this seems like it's going to annoy a lot of people.
Vic! Barry, I have to protect Vic! Are you fucking serious?
Oh, camp crewmates to catch their killer, then shoot their killer in the meeting. Oh.
Oh, I'm literally just a crewmate. Oh my god, this is so boring. This is crap.
Oh shit, I got a crewmate.
Oh my god, I got a crewmate that can do shit.
Oh, swap her again. Swap I shall. For the small price of £49.50 with a £10 discount.
What?
Oh no. Oh, okay. Whoa.
What?
That's quite a few of us. Strike down your enemies. Okay, strike thunder upon a big area, killing many in the process.
What is this generational?
Oh my, Shockwave is crazy. Shockwave is awesome.
Me and Laser are lovers. Oh my god, I've got to keep him alive. I've got to keep Laser alive.
I love Shockwave. I love Shockwave.
And I'm a lover with Lou. I'm getting around.
Yo, Shockwave is awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
So little.
Why is Randolph tiny, bro?
Because everyone's footprints. I need to flush the vent system to keep venters out and barricade vent spot them for the next round.
WWE.
And flush them out before they're there.
So like, if I find a fresh dead body,
Hey, hey,
I'm gonna sit in a vent.
hey, Eish. Dale, boy.
Sorry, I've just wasted everybody's time. Sorry, didn't mean to. I tried to do.
Hey, I know it's Toby, but I can't get there.
So
Oh.
jarring.
Drop a shockwave to knock back players through walls. I might just have a little mess about with that and see what happens, because that sounds pretty cool. Is it going to bait me out if I shockwave now?
Oh, Jesus Christ, where am I going? No! No! Where am I?
That's a so OP.
What just
Oh
happened?
my god, I might have just...
I got a shockwave, but I've got a glider.
What just happened?
He just glided back. Wait.
Shockwave.
Fuck! That's not fair!
He shut the door so he couldn't get away.
I've got to kill Clarko now. Let's get everyone over there. Oh no. I might have just fumbled.
Well, it's JJ then, right?
No.
Hey, the lobby. Hey, JJ actually could have been. Hey, JJ was the lobby. He could have triple.
This lobby's gone!
Finish me! I just witnessed JME get shockwaved off a map, but I shockwaved off.
Oh, wait, Clarky was floating outside the map for me.
A what?
I got sent outside the map as well.
Has a glider.
Yeah, I had a glider also.
So you survived because you had a glider. Who was
Am
next
I
to you?
little? Is it just me? You don't have a glider.
Yeah, you are little, Randy.
Cute. Yeah, I'm little and
Lou
cute.
was next to me. I didn't see Lou with the
Just for
glider.
information, quickly, by the way, I found Josh's body.
Yeah, Clarky, are you stupid?
Storage on the way to communications, and me, Harry, and JJ walked up to it together, and we were together.
No, we fucking didn't.
Hold
No,
on.
I didn't. I didn't. I was nowhere near you.
I was there. I was there.
No,
Bro,
bro,
I was there.
I'm lower engine.
I'm
I'm lower engine.
Harry is. I did see Harry go engine.
I didn't see Harry. There's a lot of
Vic just throwing this.
That's a crazy blood clear.
What he said was right, though. What he said was right. It's just me.
Vic
I'm
isn't
sorry,
throwing,
Lannon
guys.
instead of Harry.
Vic's not throwing.
It was just me.
How
bro.
close do you have to be to shockwave
Guys,
someone?
believe Vic, he's the best.
Wait, the 4-second blood is crazy.
Let's do it. Let's go. He told me to do it. He told me to believe it. Fuck it, let's have some fun. He told you guys to believe
Oh,
it.
sure, I see that.
What do I do?
Put him out of his misery.
What do I do?
Know yourself.
Skip it, JJ.
You
Skip
said
it.
to believe me.
Oh my
Goodbye. Thank you. I don't want to be here. Thank you.
No! Wait, does that mean I die as well? Wait.
I mean, he's dead.
I thought I'd be killed.
Why do I not get listened to?
What?
It's bloody Lou, isn't it? I'm gonna shoot.
Dude, Lockie's definitely a fucking killer again. He's having a little fucking monologue right now. I'm just gonna ask him. Let's see if he's honest.
Lance just texted me saying, "Are you imposter again?" I'm gonna reply with yes. He never does this. I'm just gonna say I am the imposter again. Hopefully he just says, "Yeah, it is him. It is him."
Right, we have an issue now because...
Yeah, because he's gestured, so that's just good for him.
Sticking with me.
I'm gonna fucking shoot his ass on the sheriff.
So I'm gonna...
I'm gonna do the best among us play.
He's a very handsome man, and I would not like to do that to him, but...
Yes! Yes!
Wait, is George a sheriff?
Oh, we all went to one.
Let's go. W sheriff kill.
Got killed by my fucking self.
Oh.
Oh. Probably. It's because I love her.
That's a crazy frame drop.
What a game, huh?
That's crazy for you.
JJ, where were you? JJ, where were you?
What do you mean, where was I? Bro, I'm right next to you.
No, I'm not, yes, but why
What?
vanishing?
Hello, JJ. What? Why is he
That's just what I can do, bro.
Oh, shit, okay.
I saw Lachlan just kill a body and then dance over it, and then the body disappeared.
This is true. I was grittying on a dead body, but I don't know who did it.
Yeah,
And
he
then
was
it
grittying
disappeared.
on the body.
But then it
He could be Jester though.
I've not played in a few versions, so I don't know what it means, but it has my information.
Hey, yo, who invited this motherfucker, man?
We were all together, and then someone just died. But I don't know who it was.
You killed them. I saw the sword. I saw you knife them, bro. So
Did you
unless
see
you
the
got
sword?
some sort of
Yeah,
ability,
there's
speak
a
now.
Morphlin, right?
Guys, it's Toby. It's Toby. He's imposter.
No, but Lachlan, were you there?
I was there, yes.
Notice he's aired me when I mentioned that.
JJ, I just stopped listening to you like 3 rounds ago, bro. Shut up.
I mean, shit makes sense. So like, you just shouting shite. It's absolute shouting shite. Wait, but
If Randy saw him with a knife, we've got to vote Lockie. We have to vote Lockie. We've got to vote Super.
no, but you can't see the knife.
Yeah, there's gonna be a swapper.
But the swapper could be good. The swapper could be good. It's not always an imposter swapper.
Do we actually have any useful information?
Of course he's gonna say that.
He saw Lockie kill him. You better not be lying here, Randy. You better not
I'm
be
not
lying.
lying. I saw what I saw, but if there's a trick going on, I don't know about it, do I?
I think he might be.
Oh shit.
Might be a little trick.
You said that off of no suspicion.
But no one wants to listen to me. No one ever listens to me.
Because of JJ, what you're saying is it's Toby for no reason.
Yeah, JJ, you said it was me for no reason.
Toby, you have tells, bro.
JJ, I didn't do anything to give away yourself. What did I do? Okay, tell me what my tells are.
What? He did nothing.
But I know.
Yeah,
That's pretty good. Actually, you should never tell him. Never tell him his tells.
Let's get a win.
Run it back. Run it back.
Finally.
1 million
Crewmate win.
Crewmate win. Crewmate win. Come on, crewmate. Let's do it. Imposter. Fuck's sake. Just joking. Oh fuck. All right. I feel like Harry's definitely not an imposter because of what you just said. Pass through walls for a limited amount of time. Tell me about. Okay, I don't understand what that is.
It's gotta be crewmate, and it has to be. Neutral again. Me and Harry. I'm a fairy. Protect Harry with my life. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll do that.
I'm the blackmailer again, mate. That is a holy trinity of imposters. Jamie and Harry. My God.
Hey.
That is trash. That's what do you mean? That is terrible. That's not good. That's bad.
Vigilante, kill imposters if you guess their roles.
I think crewmate each time. I'm just gonna swap some shit around for a laugh.
Yes, crewmate. Yes. I'm a plumber as well. Woo! Flush the vent system to kick venters out and barricade vents to block them limits. Okay, cool.
Okay, forever, crewmate. And I have skills. I'm an engineer.
Yeah, where's the last mob here?
And I can see everyone's footprints.
What?
That's really good, actually.
Okay,
Wait, no. Fuck's sakes, where is this?
Crewmate. Excellent. Oh, I wanted to. Chipfat, do the cool sound effects.
I need to go up there. Uh oh, guys. Guys.
I'm not a great whistler.
Wait, what did I get? Sorry. Tripwire. Ridge vent. Find pesky venters. Ooh! That's fire!
Oh, this is so exciting. Okay, we really.
Why are you doing this instead of the 10 secret, you fucking bellend?
Oh, I'm so excited about it. This is my big sheriff moment.
Find me a vent. There we go. Let me just block. Just block this vent. Blocked!
JJ vent then. Doing the play again. Harry's being blackmailed. Right, come on, Danny. Just get him. Harry is black. Don't kill him. Don't fucking kill him.
There he is.
Kill him.
Found Harry.
Where's the guy?
Jamie's there. Oh.
What is he doing?
Let's stick with. Oh my God!
Well, that's just not
What?
very nice, is it?
Is he legit now?
Right, report it.
Ah, finally. That guy's been doing my nutting.
Harry, who was the
Yeah, I'm leaving that too because what he's like fake legit.
Wait, who was with you? Because then he blackmailed him, no? Wait, has Harry blackmailed himself? Is this a masterclass I'm about to witness?
I genuinely think that's benefited me so much.
Wait, Jack, who was he with? Because they've blackmailed him.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't know.
Where was the body?
I don't know who it was because it was dark.
Where was the body?
I saw Danny, Jamie, and Jack.
It was Shields. We were just above Shields.
Someone did just vent into admin.
It's like secret cameras. I just want to be helpful. Jamie's still there.
Mm,
JJ, Danny and Randy. I can see a lot of players.
Come on, bro. Let's get this. Come on. So he's an engineer.
There's a person who vented, but I think they're fine to vent.
Yeah, it's the engineer, bro.
I'm not going to say who it is because they'll die, but I think I know who it is.
I'm engineer. It's me.
Okay, you said it. You just said it. Okay. Why would you say it?
He wants to die, Josh. He doesn't want to be here.
I knew it was you. I was keeping quiet. I knew it was you who did that.
We just need to keep Harry safe, and if Harry survives this round, then we should be okay because we can chat to him next time.
Well, that's not really useful now, though, is it?
But now that he said he's engineer and no one's chefed him.
That doesn't mean anything, though.
What's this? What's this? What's this?
I don't think anyone believes
Guys,
that.
keep Harry alive. Stay around Harry. Protect him at all costs. He's valuable to our info.
It's what we call good loo right there.
I don't know that Harry's going to have.
Harry's not speaking, so I'm voting him.
Is it actually drinking prime or is that fake prime?
Yeah.
You just doesn't realise.
Just doesn't want to. I think.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to. He's voted for the jizz.
Prime is like
For the jizzle.
He voted for.
You know what?
Oh my God.
He was. Harry voted to put all our brains together. Now's that moment, guys.
This blackmailing and imposter play is generational.
Why has he voted for me then?
I shielded Harold. Do I just? Oh yes, I've been shielded. Okay, cool. Everyone thinks I'm clear.
They're gonna come for him, right?
Well, does it give a rare drop message?
Done the right thing. They're gonna come for him because he knows enough.
I'll do it again. I'm gonna blackmail Harry again and just keep blackmailing him. But I can't do it when he's alone. Right, Harry's blackmailed again.
I mean, GG's over Giants for what's happening?
This is the best play ever, man.
Okay, I need to kill. I need to shoot. Toby. Where did he go? Shit, I've lost him. Why is George so small? Oh, no, I need to shoot.
I don't deserve GG's over Giants for it. I'm gonna be honest.
Toby. I'm gonna shoot Toby.
I could have been Vic. He literally vented in front of me, but the whole engineer role.
Hold on.
In that sort of theory.
That vent was great until I got booted out, though. When I got booted out, that was the problem. I think Josh saw me. Did he see me come out of the vent? Maybe.
Oh, did you?
Go away, Clarky!
That's what I'm gonna do actually. I'm just gonna
Yeah, nice try, pussy. You ain't killing me today.
He's shit scared.
No. Why is Clarky on me?
Yo, I'm actually getting rich right now. Wait, what's actually happening? I'm getting the good loot. Ooh, the recon.
Yeah, Josh. Making you stronger, bro.
I've been doctored.
Recon again.
Injected Zek with slowness. Oh, sorry, Josh. I didn't mean to do that.
Why's the vent?
Don't do it. There's Harry. Harry will stick with me.
Recon again. Yo, the amount of recons you get with me either is nothing to me. Not gonna lie. What the fuck?
Sorry, Josh.
Oh my God!
No, listen to Harry. Listen to Harry.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, he voted for Toby. So
I want you to know, right? That
Club.
I'm gonna tell you.
What the fuck does he mean club? I know the Giants word though.
Because whoever's blackmailing him is gonna try and kill him eventually. Okay.
Well, it's true. It's must be Toby, right?
It's not me.
Logic. I saw death happen, but I just
Harry voted.
Jack, where's the body?
He's gonna vote me again. It's not me. I haven't done it.
Who he voted until 70 seconds.
Yeah.
Who called the button? Jack.
I called the button because Harry, for some reason, didn't call the button.
Has anyone seen
Harry just started playing again. That's why I shielded him. But Harry, that was a silly error on your behalf.
Has anyone seen Josh?
Yep, I've seen Josh.
Harry and Jack. I saw Harry and Jack.
Dude, how many recons am I getting at?
So Josh was in the
I'm getting one every like 5 rounds on average, right? I think so.
From the middle to the right, and then he died instantly. He died like maybe 5.
Yes, that's the one. Sorry.
5 seconds.
Every
5
average
seconds
5
before
rounds,
the
I think, I'm
Yeah.
getting a record, which is absolutely insane in my opinion.
I would take a risk on
In
that.
my opinion, that's my opinion. Okay, so
If Harry voted Toby, then
It's good enough for me, man.
Harry me and Harry witnessed the clip.
You're gonna lose a valuable ability if you get rid of me. You're gonna lose a valuable ability if you get rid of me.
I reckon they're like an imposter duo, and it's like some cover story bullshit that they've.
Yeah, it's not me.
Who, me?
I voted for
Toby, I
Toby,
actually
can't
believe
lie.
you.
Oh, we're gonna get.
Nah, I believe Toby.
Oh, we really did need to do that, guys. Good.
No, Harry voted him again, though.
They're setting me up. They're setting me up. They're setting me up.
Lannon's clocking on that this is an imposter play, so he has to get assassinated now.
All right, I'm gonna kill someone and call him meat, and that's my plan here. I think Laser's the one I want to kill, if I can.
Fucking guys, bro.
I'm following Toby. And I'm gonna shoot him straight away.
let me see.
It must be
He's
He's gonna kill me though.
Why are they queuing for a cat at 35? Are we that ass, bro? Are we that ass, bro? Miss Gadget. Oh hell. Nah. What is that? IGN? What is that? Benjamin White Cat, bro? No. Why is that like the only party option I have?
Oh, I killed myself.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Toby's at another body.
No. This is the only one I've been at. Can I
speak?
This is the only one I've been at.
Let Harry
Can I speak? Because I found the body.
No,
let Harry talk.
It's Harry's time. I've had a lot of times all over this. I think it was Toby, but it was just it was no. It was a black. It was the lights were off. I think so. It was like a dark character. It was either it was a dark
Yeah,
character.
giving stats of who's joined.
Toby Randy, can I speak?
And Deji, and Danny.
I was running down left side of the map. I ran into medbay, done my sample task. Then I ran down the left side of the map, and I was like, okay, my next task is up. So I ran back up. Jack's following me, so I think he's tried to sheriff me and died.
Yeah, he was pretty convinced. Please don't vote me.
He was pretty
I'm top left at node 1.
And that or this, I don't know.
And then I've done the task.
I'm willing to skip.
Come off the task, and his body's dropped next to me.
Yeah,
always promise you.
That
I promise you.
or this.
Why are you following me?
That's my favorite saying.
It's just been so long.
That's my favorite saying.
It's crazy because there's like
I'm not
5.
small.
That doesn't make me
Who
sus.
you voting?
Sorry, I was brain rotten. Who we voting?
We're skipping, bro.
You, mate. You.
I think it's Toby.
Me? Sure.
I think it's
Wait,
Danny
what happened?
Aaron.
Sorry, I did delivery.
Harry Witcher, I don't really know what
JJ, every time I think you can't find a way to make yourself look
Samsung.
you do it. It's incredible. I don't know how you keep doing it, broski.
Toby, I'm sorry if it's not you, by the way. I'm sorry if it's not you.
It's not me, Harry. It's not me.
It looked like you.
Harry, if I let you say the better, maybe someone blackmail him
Nice.
again.
Right, no, we got to cook now. Seriously, I need to ditch the C4. He is small. You're small. He's smaller than that.
This Vox. What is going on right now? What are you doing?
Jamie, what are you dancing for? Kill some. What are you doing? Fucking kill someone, bro.
Just kill me then, bro.
I loved you at Britain's Got Talent.
You're the mind.
Judge ever.
Wait, what's for is extorting doing?
Do you know what? I'm just gonna stick with JJ so we can bounce that we're both safe.
Bro, I haven't even got to use my rewind like once.
Yeah, you know what? Let's fucking floss.
Oh hell yeah! Bro, we time quickly round, but all we were doing is dancing.
Hopefully I save someone there. Did I save anyone? I don't know.
Oh my god.
Squad link up. This is going crazy. Someone's watching us on cams.
Yeah, bro, we just having the time of our
I've never
lives.
danced on camera before.
Yeah. L dance.
Why is he still leveling the 3J? It hurts my soul.
Can I just like fucking leave?
For real, bro.
Bro, this has been the most miserable fucking. Bro's on a fucking tear though.
Maybe I've protected the wrong man all the time. Maybe it's him. Don't trust him. Don't trust Danny Aaron.
Let's check the vitals. Oh, Lennon died.
Dude, you could have leveled like 52 days instead, bro. It's so sad. It makes me sad. It makes me sad.
Oh, Harry's gonna kill me, isn't he?
What's Randy up to?
Hey, Jamie's gone that way. The footsteps is quite useful actually because I miss them going past. I think this side is where kills him. Jamie's there. Danny Aaron's just teleporting top.
What did he leave after one death?
Have that, Harry. Have that. Oh. Have that, Harry.
Alright, nice. Why am I going so slow?
You little.
Bro, what is that? What just happened?
Nah! Oh my god!
Lennon was here. And now he's dead. Where'd Lennon go?
Why am I going so slow?
Brother, I gotta. Oh!
Fuck it. Okay.
Oh, that's caught someone out. That's surely caught someone out.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! Because Harry's killed me, and then someone's rebounded the time. and I've come back alive.
No, it's not Harry this whole time, is it?
It's not me. It's not me. It's
Wait, why did
not.
you kill me then?
Oh my god, no way!
Explain that,
It's
Harry.
not, bro. It's not me.
It can't be Harry because you got blackmailed.
It's not me, bro.
I think
Alright,
you can
explain.
still blackmail an imposter.
Explain. Harry, explain.
If
Well,
Randy's
by the way,
body
there's wait, there's no morphling, there's no nothing. If
Yeah,
Randy
exactly.
did,
Yeah.
if Randy's got to be telling the truth.
Okay,
He-
okay.
are you sure?
Yeah,
I
you believe
injected Harry with
Randall.
slowness. I was running away from Harry. He couldn't chase me.
Which?
because he was slow, so I was taunting him, and then he fucking killed me. I was sad, and then
Which?
the tangle reversed, and I'm back
Which?
out.
At the top of the map, I shielded the
Yeah, and you,
imposter the whole
and
game.
Danny, you literally saw it by the way. You did niche, by the way.
Top of the map.
You did niche, bro.
Cool.
Oh yeah, okay.
He
And
killed
he-
himself.
Well, there
How
you
has
go.
he guessed wrong when like 3 people have said that?
Yeah.
Nah, he's sick. He's so sick.
Wanted to know.
Top of the map, Randy.
I think it's either. I think JJ's his teammate
Yeah,
or Andy
yeah.
Darren's, by the
JJ
way.
was defending him.
I think-
an awful lot.
It's JJ or Andy Darren.
JJ's been accusing Danny Aaron the whole time.
I'm good. I think I think it's JJ then. I think JJ's trying to get someone else out.
Danny Aaron's and it's Vic.
All
Why
right,
is it
yeah,
me?
it's
Give
JJ
one
then.
reason it's
At
me.
least last round, JJ.
Give one good
Danny was
reason
next to
it's
Harry
me.
when he killed me.
How many
It's not JJ because JJ was dancing with Clarky the whole time. And he
Also, Lucky, you
and
are
was-
small,
and
man.
it was great.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, sorry, guys.
Mm.
Locky's trying to get my
also dead.
subs up, man. Anyone seen Locky?
Clarky, why you so small, huh? Let's shoot
Oh,
at Danny.
look at us.
Let's shoot
Oh,
at
we've
Danny.
all got 10
Yeah,
My just played from floor 3. That's because here.
So funny.
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm on
I
fire,
told him.
boys.
I
so
told
many
him I
times.
shielded him.
Fire.
So
Let's
many
shoot at
times.
I said I
Danny.
shielded him, bro.
So many times.
Wait, who else? Randy, you voted me.
I actually have no aura in
Yeah.
this lobby.
Because you were next to Harry.
JJ's talking about the lobby. JJ's talking about the lobby. It's him. It's him. It's him.
I have no aura, bro. No one listens to me.
Oh, I forgot about that. I got a new thing. I'm gonna put the
No one fucking listens to me, man.
Oh.
No, honestly, I'm just gonna be dancing.
Why just stick to my vent? How? From where? I'm glad I'm dead.
I don't know where these things are. Hallway, clean vent. Where's the hallway then?
Right, it has to be JJ for killing Vic. It has to be JJ, bro.
It was
Clarky.
storage to the right of storage in that little
It has to be JJ, bro. Me, Randy are safe.
No, JJ's still in. JJ's
I'm
still
out.
in.
I'll show you something about.
I haven't moved.
Clarky
I'm
is
done,
not
thank
as well.
you.
I'm clearing myself and Dolph.
I'm clearing Deji and JJ.
It's Danny Aaron.
Danny Aaron's
He
there.
needs to go.
Because you fucked off.
in this
Because you
round.
fucked. You fucked off. You left. Yeah, you left, bro.
JJ, who should I vote for?
Deji, where are you? Deji, where are you?
Alright, I'm voting
Like,
for
there's
Aaron.
so many.
Wait, was anyone else cams.
No, I was in cams by myself. I thought Randy and Bez.
I shielded Randall because he's definitely safe. He died and come back to life, so he's safe.
Yeah.
So I shielded him. So if there was a guess in here,
at the
you can guess me,
table.
bro.
Clarky's run down and found the body.
So you're Jamie, Danny, or Clarko then? Or you still?
You could do M5 for Class 50 and you still.
Danny's clear if no one else is claiming cams.
I won't.
He's clear of that kill if no one else is claiming cams.
Clarko self-report then.
Just that kill though. Just that
Jamie,
kill.
how much was it not you, bro?
How's it going? It's going alright. It's going alright, Frank. Who is this?
So, El Clarko self-report then?
What's the point of this?
Is that what you're telling me? Or Jizzle?
Clarky, anything to say? I'm in admin. I'm in admin on the thing table.
With each other pretty much the whole round.
It's Toby or
8 seconds, man.
Bro, no, we have to let him talk, man. Let Clarky talk.
I'm overwhelmed.
Oh my god. The reason
I don't know what is that. All those is ass.
JJ's because they're lovers and
Oh,
or something
bro,
like that.
suck my dick.
Celestial Helm skins is all ass. They're all ass. Am I crazy? Do you like them? Celestial?
Who's the fucking swapper? That's such a good play.
Jamie, how did you kill me? How did you just make me explode? I had a C4 there for ages. There was a C4 there for ages.
Dude, that skin is ugly.
No, obviously. I wouldn't go near it, I can see it.
These skins are ugly, bro. Am I crazy?
Oh, I'm fucking cooked, man. I'm absolute. What on earth?
I'm crazy, bro.
I'm so fucking cooked, man. I ain't got it in me today. I'm so sorry, guys.
I'm crazy.
I do not have it in me to clutch up this. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, man.
I think it's disgusting, all of it. All of them are gross trash. But I guess we'll see. Also, this 3 billion bid.
Sorry, bro.
Ooh.
Sorry, mate. I'll protect you. Sorry, mate.
I'm sheriff now. I'm sheriff.
Wait, sheep's gonna be 4 billion only though? Since it,
Let me give you a buff this time, bro. I'm gonna give you a good one now. I'm gonna give you a good one.
is he a real player?
Fuck. Yeah, there you go, Bez. Speed. I'll give you speed. I'll give Bez speed now.
Just kill me, bro. Just kill me. Just kill me. Kill me. Nah, bro. I'm sick of this as well, bro.
4 billion for the skin?
I'm sick of this as well, bro. I'm sick of this.
Oh, I love White Sheep too. Oh my god, it's so tempting, but it's like I don't want to lock my coins up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to lock my coins up into that. I'd rather have 4 billion liquid to make more coins so I could get more skins. Because like here's the thing, I really want every skin in the game, but it's like I don't know. Buying them slowly one at a time, it's just not gonna work. I need to buy like a full inventory to trade. Like I want to buy a full set of like sheepskins at once for a good deal. Like, I don't know. I just want a good deal. Because I can easily get like 100 bill purse, but I also don't know how to do skins now because a lot of skins are just severely duped. I feel like every guy I PV with sheepskins on auction house have literally nothing on their profile apart from the sheepskin.
It might be wrong. I'm gonna fucking do it, man. I'm gonna fucking do it, man. I'm gonna fucking
Do me.
Exactly, dickhead. You shot me and died for it. Randy, I don't know why you were so quick to report, bro. But okay.
Well, you killed
What did you say?
Yo, no, I didn't kill him.
What L?
No,
wait. What did you say, Deji?
What's your L, dickhead? Hey, sorry,
Deji, what happened? What happened?
Oh, so Ethan thought I was.
Why are you so loud, Dej?
And died, dickhead.
Come on, Dej.
Ethan think that when the sheriff's already gone, bro.
Dude, I got some good loot earlier. I got 2 giant swords and 2 master stars in like 50 runs, which is not bad. It's pretty decent.
Why
Bye, Danny. Bye, Danny.
Guys, I just saw Danny kill him.
Please, can we
Oh, Randy, shut the fuck up, bro! Randy,
Honestly, I don't care. I just want this round to be over.
Which meant he's the medic, not the
Bro,
sheriff.
shut up, I don't care! Vote Danny out!
Danny, check out, bro!
Get out, bro.
I can't be out. Lobby's done. Lobby's done. You guys are done. 15 man and you like this. You're all fucking shit.
So stupid. So dumb.
I don't know how we're still here, man.
Stupid lobby.
What's going on? Did I saw him kill.
No one listened. I literally have. There's no.
What is happening? Can we enter the run? Lucky man. I guess. Recoms is probably making me more profit though. Like, I'm getting a recom every 5 runs or something. And it's like 6 profit every single time. 5, well, I don't know.
I think this is where it all falls apart.
Holy shit, I'll just say like 5.5 mil profit each time. So if it's every 5 runs, I mean 500 runs and I'm at 100 recoms, that's 500 mil profit. That is actually the biggest profit you make for Iron 6 is recoms, I'm pretty sure. I think.
Okay.
Done it. It's not a good play, but I've fucking done it. I'm just gonna kill myself.
Inject.
I'm actually just gonna die a painful.
I'll revive again.
Oh, I hate my life so much.
Skip me into that table.
Blackmail. Okay, blackmail.
No.
This is so sad. We have 56-second terracottas.
How's he next to me? How's he next to me?
Come on, roll that in. No.
Had to do it.
No.
Oh, I can't even press the fucking thing.
So yeah, that is quite the archer display. I don't know how to feel about that.
Fair play. I haven't done that, man. Nah, fair play, Danny.
Archer might need the pot.
Oh, Danny Aaron's just teleported. Yep.
That's fine.
Or Archer does maybe need the pot.
Kill me, Danny, please. Oh man. No. How are we still in this situation? How? Danny!
Is it Harry or JJ, right?
Needs to go!
Yeah, honestly, I back it. Yes.
He needs to use pot.
It's me or JJ. Yes.
What? What the fuck are you on about? I just saw
It's
you
me or
bro.
JJ.
I saw you vent and teleport.
That's just
Vent or teleport? Which one is it, bro?
Oh, please, bruv.
JJ, okay, let's have a conversation. Where did I vent to?
I was on one side of the map near weapons, and then all of a sudden
I've not even been at weapons, by the way. Literally not been at weapons, but okay. So where did I vent? No, I haven't been to the right side, JJ. That's an actual lie. I've not been at the right side of the map.
Why doesn't
So where are you, Danny?
I'm literally left. I'm with JJ. I'm with you on the left
Yes,
side
you
of the
are
map.
with me.
So,
yes, you are now.
On the
Who
left
reported
side
the
of
body?
map.
I found the body. I found the body in storage after I ran out.
Okay.
Just listen to me. Get rid of Danny Aaron.
I'm gonna take a chance on you here.
Yo, shut up, cause
I don't like how calm Danny is about this whole situation.
Just vote Danny, man.
Finally, get rid of him.
Do whatever.
Where are you going, Jizzle?
I've gone Danny.
Oh no.
I swear, Clark,
You might as well vote. Yeah, you might as well.
We've done it. We've actually got a crewmate win. Thank God.
Why JJ being so
Bro,
like that?
for once, I'm actually not lying.
Well done, man. Well done.
the archer? Our archer is Kata 40. And he just died to skeleton soldier. Yeah. And we are having 4-minute entries. I think it's time to retire. I should probably look for a better party than this.
I see that now.
Among Us Pokemon! Yay!
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. What Pokemon am I? Ooh, I'm an Eevee.
Look at this, Claire. 4-minute entry to Claire, our boss.
I'm Venusaur. Oh gosh, Venusaur.
Yeah.
Poison your enemies or Vine attack them from range. Oh my gosh!
You are Mew. Rewind time. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'm a Hitmonchan!
Yeah, we gotta get out of there, bro.
If I get it wrong, I'll die.
Have to get out of there. That was bad looks. Whew. It wasn't even like. It wasn't even. It's not even decent runs. This is just like atrocious runs. Like this is just bad runs. I don't know. Like I'm fine with decent runs, like 3-minute 30, no 3 minutes 15 seconds is fine. But like 5-minute runs, and look at this DPS, 51-second terras, 51-second terracottas. Oh baby, oh baby, baby. Wait, it's DPS. Wait, what helmet are you using? Spirit mask. The RG is using spirit. Let's go. 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 Big up. Big up. Big up. Big up. Yes, sir. Big up the man, them. Yo, I'm actually getting crazy loot today. What's my backpack looking at right now? 760 mil there and 370 mil here with loot. Fair enough. Not bad, not bad. So like 1 bell plus in the loot so far. Is Emperor's Ghost ever gonna rise? Like, I don't know. Doesn't look like it. I might just keep holding though. I don't see why they wouldn't rise again. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stay away from that party right there. That was quite the experience. And what is this? Meow. Meow. We need to stop with this. We need to stop with what's up with dungeons, bro? Why do these people can't go Chimera? Oh my god, what is this? Stop. No monkeys. Wow, that's pretty racist. It's very racist, actually. Let's go gooning. Okay. I eat cement. Okay. We have the worst selection or options of all time. Like, what is this? There's no party options there. Look at this. Oh no, never mind. Wait, do I have any essence? Oh shit! Hold on. Hey, I have actually some essence. Hey, Golders Gunner is in the lobby. Damn. Grown adults only. The fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Grown adults only. Kind of confused about that. Does he? How many people who play this game are grown adults? Actually, a decent bit, I guess. Poo poo. And Jesus. What? Is it S plus? Of course, S plus. Fair enough. Had to ask. I mean, you don't know. Also, the coins I put in bio yesterday. I mean, it's just not filling, is it? Look, I had the idea, but like, it's just not filling. It's just cooked. All of it. All of it is ruined. What a time to be alive, man. What an unfortunate mishap. Like, in your free time, do you listen to KSI's music at least? No. I mean, no. Why not?
If we know anything about hip hop by now, it's that rappers tend to have a little self-destructive streak. Whether it's because of a tough upbringing that has made them unaccustomed to wealth, let alone fame, or an unwillingness to step away from the ties that they fostered in the streets. There are plenty of rappers who've gotten their own way and
My face went.
blossoming careers. In some extreme cases, this goes even further, leading these promising artists to basically implode in full view of the world, falling off professionally, financially, and even mentally
Dolker?
in the aftermath of bad decisions,
Dolker doesn't support dungeons? What?
twisted action, which makes fans
Dolker doesn't. I've never heard that before. Dolker doesn't just. What the fuck does that mean?
there's no better place to start than with a man who will be wishing that falling off was still his biggest problem. Just a year ago, David looked like a man on top of the world. The
Uh-oh, here we go.
had just performed on network TV via Jimmy Kimmel, rubbing shoulders with the likes of SZA, Billie Eilish, Pharrell, Benny Blanco, and
You like Kendrick? More than who?
with over 36 million monthly
Than
listeners on
KSI?
Spotify and a world tour under his belt, everything pointed in one direction, and that was up. But in a story that was stranger than fiction, the Houston artist would find himself implicated in one of the most grisly crimes to come to light in recent years.
Really?
September 8th,
How?
2025, a Tesla that had been sitting at a tow yard in Hollywood was inspected.
Kendrick is
and
ass,
noticed
bro.
a foul smell. Inside the front trunk, officers found human remains that were apparently wrapped in plastic. That car was registered to David. The remains were identified as Celeste. Her body was apparently decomposed, and while the official cause of death is still deferred, Police said they haven't ruled out foul play. However, based on comments from law enforcement, it's possible there may not even be a crime other than concealing the body.
The story
Kinda get
begins with a
straight
false
buns.
coming from the back of an impounded Tesla. After workers
Dude, I'm
raised the
just so
alarm,
excited for
detectives
Drake
responded
album, bro.
and
It's
located
coming in like 5 days, I hope. Unless I get clickbaited, please.
It is currently
Actually
a
come
death
out this time.
investigation. When they looked inside, the body was badly decomposed and dismembered, with the police revealing that she appears to have been
I'm
deceased
feeling
inside
for
the
some new
vehicle for an
Drake.
extended period of
Oh,
time before
where's the
being found.
bat?
We are unable to determine her
What?
age or ethnicity. The decedent was wearing a tube top and black leggings, size
Yo,
small.
did they ban the
Despite the
bat?
state that the remains were in, the girl was eventually identified by her mother. And when asked about the girl,
And why
she
are we
said
not
that she
going
had a
in?
boyfriend named David. Immediately, online sleuths began delving into the evidence, discovering footage of Celeste at his shows. The same shows where he'd later have a casket at meet and greets, as well as opportunities for fans to write letters to the deceased. With that, there was no room for plausible deniability that the two were close, if there ever even was in the first place.
I think what it does.
The swing push is better than every guess but I like it already.
They were doing things, social things, and she was out of school. She was she had dropped out. She was
Swimming pools? The fuck is that?
This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is really serious stuff, and I think it's
What the fuck is swimming pools?
it was allowed to continue, and that's, I don't know why it was allowed to continue, but it was, and I think people knew where she was at, and it also makes me think that as soon as the news came out,
The parents was 100% a part of this.
who it was right away.
Others shed light on just how long the two have been linked, with one source from his gaming days revealing David had known Celeste since she was 10. We were all in a Fortnite team called Chronic.
I've heard of swimming pools before, but isn't that like where you go and swim? That's what I don't really understand.
And he would joke about it and brush it off every time it got mentioned. That's all I personally know, but my friend Pistol knows more because they talked way more. He would literally say he f***ed her, then follow it up with a joke. So I didn't know if he was being real or not. He was also just a weirdo, to be honest. At one point, David clearly thought he was untouchable, even though his relationship with a child was totally illegal. Referencing her in his own Discord, and even going as far as to suggest that they were expecting a kid. As the pieces began to fall in place, a disturbing picture of David started to emerge. One of a person with a deep obsession with all things morbid, who had openly admitted in those same online chats to being heavily into gore.
This is in his meet and greet. This dude had a fascination with death, chat. It's not just outside the realm to me that this dude was really.
No mod required. What is happening? Who just keeps logging off and logging on? What is happening in my party right now?
He probably knows about, draining the body of. You gotta know some shit. You got caskets pulling up to his goddamn meat. Come on, bro. Something is legit going on. I'm saying that if he's so much into death like that.
Okay, so who made that song, Swimming Pools?
Why would you keep in a car that you own?
Yet, in spite of all this, the singer wasn't initially hauled in as a murder suspect. In a statement from Police Captain Scott Williams, he initially kept the cards close to his chest, stating, "We know for sure that Celeste Rivas Hernandez died, and someone placed her body in the front trunk area of David Burke's, David's legal name, Tesla. We know that the Tesla had been parked at the location from which it was towed for several weeks. So it's very likely that Celeste Rivas
Kendrick.
Hernandez had been dead for
I don't know, bro.
several weeks prior to her body being discovered.
His Kendrick's fan base made me wanna never listen to a song of him again, bro. It just ruined my entire perspective of him. I don't care. I like some of his songs, but not anymore. I don't care. They're just fucking annoying. Actually, just annoying.
By the family named Steve Fisher, took it upon himself to advocate for his arrest. Given that pill bottles and an opioid prescription
What the fuck?
were found at the rented mansion, Fisher believed that Celeste's death may have been a tragic accident. But rather than come clean and risk everything he built, David and his team allegedly made a decision that would prove far more costly than the truth ever could have.
And they just made a horrible decision after the fact because they didn't want the relationship to be, to get out there because it would definitely hurt his, career, if not him be criminally charged. And I think they just made a really, really bad decision. I think that the medical examiner would have been able to tell pretty quickly if, it was strangulation or anything like that, because you would still see the bone.
Or who is this guy in the party?
Bone broken, or
Who is this guy in the party?
Concealing an accidental death theft is a misdemeanor in California that constitutes a maximum of 1 year in county jail and a $10,000 fine at most. The news that he'd been arrested on suspicion of murder means that what started as a potential misdemeanor had snowballed into something that would cost him everything.
Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances
That is insane charge. That is actually a pretty insane charge. I'm pretty sure this charge can carry death penalty. Right? Do I believe death penalty will actually happen here? Obviously not.
For what they called an utterly heinous crime. Celeste was just a child, under 14 years old, when David Burke allegedly
What is that? Cuboid, cuboid, 1.12 trap pitfall. What?
Burke allegedly murdered her, cut up her body, and then stuffed her body in 2 bags.
Oh, so where is the bat? Isn't there usually a bat in here?
There, the dismembered body sat for over 4 months, decomposing until it was found at a tow yard on September 8th, 2025. This horrific and gruesome murder, committed by the charged sexual predator, is shocking and appalling. To Celeste's loved ones, we will get the justice you seek and deserve. Even more so than before the official arrest, everything David said in his music or interviews is being picked apart.
Died in the back of my mind. I didn't kill her physically. Thought of her as gone by itself was something that she did. It was something that I decided to do, and I killed her in the back of my mind. It was really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back
Why is it edit? What the fuck?
say it so loud. In the back of my mind, you died. In the back of my mind, I killed you.
After already losing in the court of public opinion long ago, David's next concern should be what those inside a courtroom will make of the evidence presented. Because if it doesn't go his way,
Because the mage keeps dying and DCing and people are trying to help him get mods or something. I don't... What is up with Party Finder right now, man?
A maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. The determination on whether or not the district attorney's office will seek the death penalty will be made at a later time.
For the record, this would be the first use of the death penalty in California since 2006. Amid the mounting pressure he's under, David's team released a statement after his arrest, claiming that the evidence would prove his innocence.
I look at this 6-minute run here.
Actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and he was not the cause of her death. Then, David followed this up with a not guilty plea at his first arraignment.
Oh, no! Come on. I just saw Starter roll by. No!
David is found guilty of this atrocity, then he's clearly got no one to blame but himself. Although, that's not always the case. In certain instances, you have someone who's trying their best to navigate the turbulent world of fame and fortune with a mind that's fighting against them. Thrown into the spotlight after a hugely successful debut run of mixtapes, Cleveland rapper and multi-instrumentalist Charles Hamilton caught the eye of Interscope's Jimmy Iovine with tracks like Brooklyn Girls that singled him out as a real prospect for the future.
But 2.8 million views is not enough to retire. What do you mean?
Charles was a shoo-in for the 2009 freshman list, and armed with an August 2009 release date for his major label debut, This Perfect Life. At the time, everything seemed like it was coming together. But just as the label's promotional machine began rolling behind him, Charles' behavior outside the studio started raising serious doubts about whether they'd back the right guy. Among the biggest problems was a video which surfaced of Hamilton playfully battle rapping with his girlfriend Brianna Latrice. Things initially seemed like
what?
Until suddenly, an airing of their personal business led her to uncork a wicked punch directly to his face.
Make up a more major point. Okay, call me irresponsible and immature, but you're beautiful. What the hell else would I hit it for? Now, I could say that I hit it raw, but that would mean that you would have to get in a bar, or I just not need to go there. That's no fair. There's no squares in this circle, so why would you go? Oh, yeah, you're here. Oh, you punched me, though. I didn't mean to do that.
Once
oh, shit.
Blogs, people were quick to clown Charles for getting caught like that. But according to him, this, alongside some other stunts, were all just marketing schemes.
I shouldn't have told the videographer to put the video out. You know, that's the main thing that was on my mind. But because I had the control to tell the videographer to put the video out, I felt he saw the email and I was the first one to put it on the blog. So it was like, oh, y'all are playing pin the tail in the donkey. But I got the site stats for my blog and it kind of proved my point. And I had to like cover my face at the same time because it's like you don't want to look like that much of a maniacal jerk that you'll say something, get punched in the face, and then tell the people who caught it on tape to put it out. I don't want to look that
What?
cool of a marketing would-be guy, but like,
Whatever he was trying to do, it clearly backfired. Because from
How?
just a month later, he hopped online and discovered that he'd been dropped from Interscope just a month later.
I heard that when you got dropped from Interscope, you didn't even know that it was coming, that someone had to tell you.
Yeah, I found out on Rap Radar.
Well, I think your girlfriend told you that?
Yeah.
Now, why were you dropped from Interscope? Because I remember the buzz was still there.
I can't even answer that. I can speculate, I can guess, but I really can't answer that. I think what it all boiled down to was a disagreement on creative direction. I wanted to make a certain type of music. The music that got the label's attention wasn't the music that I was trying to move with.
At the time,
Oh.
he was horrified, viewing it as a huge missed opportunity. With Charles's A&R saying that, looking back,
I mean, that makes sense. If they're signing you for a reason and then you don't want to do that, then
even with the bulletproof
why would they?
This was naturally a huge blow to Charles, but he instantly tried to regroup, continuing to drop free tapes that kept garnering a big response.
Response has been Charles was the rest of the music, and I've just been taking a lot of time to be very studious, very humble, quiet, and just getting to know myself a little bit better.
The fuck?
At the same time, some long-standing issues began to bubble up to the surface.
What did he disband the party?
His previously undiagnosed battle with bipolar disorder led to trips to a mental hospital.
Yeah, I have been dealing with depression all my life. I went through some things that I'm gonna wait till later on in my career to talk about, but I went through a lot of trauma overall, so being medically diagnosed with something only made matters worse.
Does that not give me another bestiary for killing a cocoon? Really?
Because I've been to 1, 2, 3 mental hospitals.
Damn.
I've seen everything from like young people who were just acting out to like old people whose dementia was getting the best of them. I tried to interact. I didn't want to push people away, but I did end up finding a girlfriend. I'm not with her now, but I found romance in a mental hospital, lo and behold. So it was just as intense as it was. I felt good and comfortable enough to converse with people.
Once revealed, he returned to his native Cleveland, where he was arrested for assaulting a police officer. And
Damn!
at every turn, it seemed like every headline you read about Charles wasn't about the music. Still, he tried to move on towards his goals, even if he was very disillusioned with the game.
Even if the whole world agreed that my music was absolutely flawless, if I have no platform to put my music out, or no one knows that there's music out, it doesn't make a difference. I felt I was getting better musically, but there was nobody around to share my music with, and the few people that were around were telling me to get back in the game, and I was like, I don't know how. I got resources, but why am I going to get back in the game just to be shut down like that again?
Briefly, it seemed like he had beat the odds, landing a second major deal with Republic in 2014. This time, it resulted in the release of his major label debut album, Hamilton Charles, as well as an EP entitled The Black Box. But once again, this clearly didn't work out, and he was soon on his independent grind once more. This time around, that's where he stayed, releasing music that still exhibits the skills that made him such a hot commodity in the first place. However, there is a defeated tone in his voice these days, created by misgivings about the music industry and how he's perceived by it.
You can call on me, brother, when you need a hand, and
Sure, just visit me real quick, I guess.
People were either turned on or enticed by what the masses were given of me, as opposed to understanding me. And
Really quick, it's the same IGN as on YouTube. Right, let me see here.
And that's been a major issue for me
there's maybe 273 people who understand the joke of Brooklyn girls, and yet 2 million people base what they know about me on it.
This is without even factoring in his ongoing battles with his mental health, as it appears he's still struggling in interviews years on from his trips to the mental hospital.
A lot of hearts on the line, a lot of lives on the line. You know, I put on the record, you know, rest in peace, Joe Blow. My cousin Jamal,
Damn.
friend, passed away. Like, everybody's on edge. Like, we're past 2012. We're 9 years from 2012. So the very open mind,
True.
heart, and you know, everything of one's being is now turning into rage, and there's a lot of confusion.
I mean, you need to be real quick here because someone not my party as well.
This talented but troubled MC through it all. I love Charles so much, a godfather of this generation. The thing about good art is that it often comes from mental illness, trauma, poverty, etc. His taste is immaculate, but man, I have mild bipolar disorder, and it's so clear to me that Charles is suffering from a bad case of bipolar. With his mom gone, he probably doesn't have much of a support system at all. I hope that the Charles Hamilton story has a happy
Oh shit, you're running out of time here because I'm about to go into a run.
where he should be. Charles is still revered by those who
It's same as my YouTube.
Who to you is like the biggest blog era woulda, coulda, what if?
Charles Hamilton by far.
Oh my god, me too.
No, it's not even close. And I mean that respectfully. I don't mean that in like
I remember there was that YouTube video of Charles Hamilton backstage. I think the game was in it. Was Kanye there?
Yes.
And like Charles Hamilton is snapping.
And if you look at Charles Hamilton, outside of just his sheer talent, he had Jimmy Iovine, and Jimmy Iovine banked on him too. That's a different type of animal when you have Jimmy Iovine. That's why he's in rooms with Game and Kanye.
But at this point, it's sadly little comfort to Charles, who believes he's been blackballed because of his mental health issues and refusal to conform to record labels' demands.
Then I am at this point when it comes to mental health, which is I did the right thing. So why am I looked at as the wrong? And the stereotype fits it. You're a young black man, you know, don't look like you take care of yourself. You got all the signs of someone that has a mental health issue. Like, but in the last few conversations we've had, I've proven to you not only my intelligence but my awareness.
Sadly, Charles is not the only immensely skilled artist who was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and sadly burned under the bright light. Much like Hamilton, Azalea Banks still has a fan base willing to go bat for her as a rapper with unlimited upside. But over the years, she has cooked herself with all of her wild antics that made it impossible for her to reach the projected status of one of the best women to do it. From a young age, Azalea Banks knew that music was her only option after surviving a very rough childhood in Harlem.
I need to make a living off of my talent because that's all I have, you know? It's like if I'm not singing or rapping or acting, then I'm making coffees, I'm being a barista, you know? There's like no other life for me.
Exploding onto the scene with 212, the song may have been a fun club staple, but came from a difficult spot in her life. It came out of a place of desperation.
Okay.
But it also came out of a place of anger.
You need to visit me if you want it, and I'll be there after this run. Otherwise, yeah, it's fine. You can find someone else around.
With that, Banks became one of the hottest properties in hip-hop and was courted by several major labels. But she insisted it was a double-edged sword. In April 2012, Banks signed a contract with Interscope's Troy Carter, who was overseeing the career of Lady Gaga at the time. And while one went on to superstardom, Azalea's inability to get out of her own way would lead her to talking her way out of a collaboration with Gaga by accusing her of plagiarism. Following frequent delays to her debut album Broke with Expensive Taste, Banks left Interscope to go independent and remained convinced that everyone didn't want her to win.
People have their knives out, you know? Because especially, you know, with the Nicki Minaj comparisons and like all that other stuff, people have got their knives out. They're aiming at me and they're ready to like destroy me before I've even gotten to where I'm supposed to go.
Shut up, bitch. You're not her.
I think I'm in a very fragile place.
However, if anyone had their knives out, it was Banks. Over the years, everyone from Cardi and Nicki to Lizzo, Iggy Azalea, Erykah Badu, and Angel Hayes have all faced her wrath online, alongside male rappers like Eminem, Jim Jones, and many more.
Oh.
Azalea only continued to
Wait, what? That shouldn't be my display name on YouTube.
for allegedly stealing her work, going so far as to racially abuse him during an explosive hours-long rant on
Rico. That's my name here.
From there,
An
she was
F5.
dropped from her headline slot at London's Rinse Festival. And opportunities slowly dried up until the industry had essentially closed its doors on her for good. As someone who once compared the LGBTQ community to the KKK and said she wanted to spray a gay man in the face with pepper spray, Banks would occasionally apologize but never actually alter her behavior. At one point, she was so committed to making enemies that she managed to pick a fight with an entire country, declaring that everyone from Ireland was ugly, among a slew of other choice comments. When you keep playing with fire, you'll eventually get burned, and there will be financial consequences. Ordered to pay $142,000 in a legal battle over her credit card bills, the ability to cut off every opportunity she had wound up having such an impact. So much so that at one stage, she was basically homeless. There was a point where people didn't want to book her. I had people stealing my royalties and all types of shit.
I'll be there after this run. Hold on. Give me like 3 minutes.
You know, famous and broke. After everything she's been through, you'd think Azalea might mellow out or try to reestablish some of the routes to music industry buzz that she'd since lost. Instead, she's still picking fights with the next generation of artists to this very day. Most recently, she set her sights on the Grammy-winning rapper Doechii, and for once, she met someone who wasn't going to just take it. Doechii fired back with both barrels, telling Banks that her brain was fried, that she was gossiping about black artists just to stay relevant, and that she was one post away from the psych ward. She didn't stop there either, making it clear that in the past 2 years in the industry, she had already accomplished what Banks couldn't manage in an entire career. It was the kind of clapback that left her little room for a response. Through it all, Azalea acknowledges her flaws, but is ultimately unapologetic. I think a lot of that early indoctrination, especially during my fundamental years, followed me into the music industry, where you would see me lashing out at people and just being bad, she said. When I came into fame and I had all these people showering me with love and admiration, telling me I was good and they liked the things I was creating, it was really uncomfortable for me. I didn't know how to accept any of that. Nobody ever told me I was pretty when I was little. People were always like, oh, it's Azalea Banks' redemption arc. But who the f*** am I redeeming myself for? You should be trying to redeem yourselves for me. I can be a little messy. Everybody makes a bad joke sometimes. Like, who cares? Quentin Tarantino gets paid $500 million to make really bad jokes all the time, you know? Come on, let me get my shit off. A little messy is one way to explain recently saying things like sleeping with underage women was really only made a social taboo in the 1990s, and that teenage pregnancy only became frowned upon with the rise of Jerry Springer. The result of this is a music-consuming audience who can respect the clear talent that she has, but are also horrified by basically everything she does. I think she's incredibly talented. Broke with Expensive Taste was pretty forward-thinking with its genre fusion, and both her singing
I'll be there in like a minute.
very impressive. That being said, she's an absolute monster of a person. If she wasn't so reckless with how she talks about people, she definitely would have her own lane at the intersection of hip-hop and house music. But she can't get out of her own way, and the shit she says is quite frankly unforgivable. In Azalea's case, there's really no denying that she did everything that's gained her such a bad reputation because she basically owns it. But for other people like British rapper Slowthai, whether or not they deserve to be facing the kind of career downturn that they're now experiencing is a lot more difficult. Rising up the ranks in the UK scene,
Who's that?
the Northampton MC was on the right track after his debut album, Nothing Great About Britain, catapulted him to mainstream appeal. At the time, it felt like he tapped into a raw energy in a country increasingly angered by its government. And in interviews, he seemed to understand that position he'd been placed in.
And what is it about Nothing Great About Britain that do you think has made people prick up their ears and listen to you?
I would like to know. I don't know what it is. I'm joking. I think it's people just found something that they agree with. And if they didn't agree with it, they can f*** off. I'm joking. It don't really matter what anyone has to say, because we're here and we're having a good day. The sun's shining. It might be a miserable
But practically from the moment he was hailed a hero, he seemed to dash his hopes of further mainstream attention during an incident at the NME Awards in London. Before being ironically given the Hero of the Year award, a clearly drunk Slowthai was accused of being creepy towards comedian and host Catherine Ryan, before then fighting a fan when they took exception to his behavior.
But what about me? You got jealous, innit? I didn't get jealous. I was protecting him.
She got jealous, everybody! Smell my cologne, smell it. Smells good, doesn't it?
What is happening?
You ain't never had no one play with you like
You are like the hottest guy I've ever seen.
Exactly, so stop playing with me.
I know.
As the internet and the tabloid newspapers latched onto the story, Catherine Ryan herself claimed it didn't make her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Slowthai issued an apology online, accepting his own shameful actions and asking for his award to be forwarded to the host instead. Suddenly, Slowthai went from being beloved to having a threat of
What?
cancellation looming
What just
over him.
happened?
However, he escaped it through his own immediate willingness to own up to the problem and move on.
I think it's that thing of people keep, you know, when people when there's so many people telling you what you are and like what they think of you, it gets in your head, whether it's in the back of your mind and you push it to the back and like you kind of start thinking, man, maybe they're right, you know, and second guessing yourself, and then you have to check yourself and be like, I know who the fuck I am. Yeah, I know my intentions. I know I never have no ill feeling. I'm about championing people and like making everyone feel equal and making everyone feel like they're lifted up. So when people want to just put that stimuli on you and stereotype you as this negative person out of one negative situation, it's like, that ain't right. And my thing is, as a person, I'm trying to grow constantly, so.
Rather than stay grounded in the UK, he actually wound up signing to A$AP Rocky's OG.
Really?
Anticipation around his second album, Tyron, was high.
So it's like he's one of my boys now. Like originally, I met him at a show. He come to my show. I had a show in LA, and it was like a small cap, like 200 people. And
He was there.
I remember Crash, who produced a lot of this project. He was supporting me, and he's signed to Org as well. So when I walked in, Rocky was with him. He walked over, and he's like, "Yo, man, your album's hard." On about Nothing Great About Britain, and I was like, "What the?" In my head, I was like, how have you heard this, yeah? And he was like, your videos are sick, And then from that, just talking, he stayed, watched the show. And then I found out recently, like, he'd been coming to shows, but just kind of staying in the background and watching. And then naturally just linking up. With Mazza, I made the beat with Sama. I laid my bit, and I was
Did he flow?
like, listen to this. Just wanted to
Began
show
back,
you,
but A$AP is pretty strong, right? I guess.
and he was in London, went boom, and then he just laid it, man. Like, it's just one of them things. When he fucks with something, he'll attach his name to it, and like people hold that in such high regard. But it's still me and my team. It's never listen to no. It's my idea. He like respects the fact of what I'm trying to do. He's just trying to help.
Just like the previous record, this album had plenty of fans and brought him plenty of acclaim, as did its 2023 follow-up, Ugly, which went into punk rock territory like never before. But once again, he lost all his buzz when he and his friend were hit with 2 grape cases. Just 2 months after dropping Ugly, 2 women came forward with a story from 2021 where they claimed they were brought into a house and assaulted by Slowthai and a member of his team while intoxicated. This was brought to the High Court. According to the prosecution, consent was never a consideration for either defendant, and in this case, the 2 women had made it clear that they did not give it, though that apparently made no difference to the men involved. Then, Slowthai's defense countered, with the legal team claiming that the difference on one hand between willingly participating in something which is spontaneous and chaotic, and in the excitement of the intoxication of the moment, and on the other, regretting it afterwards, and that there was a possibility that regret and shame may have led them to re-describe what happened and their role in it. In the end, Slowthai was acquitted, but the situation took a massive toll on his family.
He and Blake Walker agreed that sexual activity had taken place with the 2 women, but the pair insisted it was consensual. They denied 3 charges of rape and 1 of sexual assault against the 2 women and were cleared today.
Despite being found innocent, the old saying mud sticks springs to mind. One trip to Reddit will show that when he's discussed, he gets lumped in alongside other artists who've been acquitted of similar charges yet still can't fully shake the cloud hanging over them. A reflection of just how difficult these cases are to prosecute, and how hard it can be for the public to move on regardless of the verdict. This and Rex Orange County really f***ed me up. On one hand, courts have exonerated both of them, But the part of my brain that knows how difficult these things can be to prove in court makes it hard to not think about these things when I listen to their music.
Summoning ring.
Obviously, if either situation is one of the incredibly rare cases of maliciously false accusations, I feel terrible that their careers are likely forever, even after exoneration, especially when men like Chris Brown are allowed to just keep getting away with it. Fresh from wiping his IG clean, it seems like Slow Tie is plotting some kind of comeback. And due to being found innocent, there's every chance it could succeed. After all, it's not like he was caught on camera being a deviant like the next artist on our list, Lil Boom. After launching a career with
Who is this?
Lil Boom claimed that he was the originator of meme rap.
When you like started this meme rap shit, right?
Who is this?
And then started seeing in all the crowd. I'm talking about start gentrifying your shit, man.
I did make up the term. I'll never forget. I made up the term meme rap. I was with my man's Nick, and I was like, bro, we should, because the way meme rap is, people see it as like funny rap, but like the way meme rap is now, bro, it exists through your favorite rappers like right now.
Yeah.
Really?
It was like meme rap was just like, we're gonna get a song and we're gonna make it viral through memes. Like, so we gonna, like, let's say a nigga got hit by like a train or some shit.
Yeah.
And he flips through the air on some funny shit. We'll put our song behind it. So niggas watch the video and be like, wait, what song is that?
But from the outset, he couldn't really capitalize in a financial sense, taking a tiny advance, which he opted to go for out of desperation.
They saw me for the same price that I got my first TuneCore tape for $7,500.
Yo, you was starving.
We moved to like.
Why did you accept a deal for 7,500? Are you fucking stupid? I'm sorry, bro, but you're fucking stupid.
I was like, bro, I would take any.
Do you not have any respect for yourself?
Gradually,
No self-worth?
when he signed to 10K projects for $300,000. But
Never mind.
Subsequently let go from there too when the early views just didn't return. And now Elliot Grange probably feels like he got out of that at the right time, which is due to Lil Boom being outed as a complete weirdo. Initially, alarm bells rang when it was revealed that even after they beefed online for a little bit, he actively remained friends with another rapper by the name of Tokyo's Revenge. Launched to fame by tracks like Thought and Good Morning Tokyo, the rising artist quickly became a pariah when it was revealed in a lengthy dossier of evidence that he'd been girls as young as 14 years old, where they'd previously
remember this.
over an issue where he'd disrespected a late friend of Boom's. All it took for them to squash the beef was to play a Nintendo staple.
Tokyo's Revenge. Why was Boom and Tokyo beefing?
We are cool now.
Yeah.
I ended up playing Smash with him like a year ago when I used to live out here or something like that.
Okay.
He was like, you ain't shit like that. And I was like, see ass nigga, that's why you this, woo doo woo doo woo doo. And then the shit came out where like he was like got exposed and shit like that. But before that happened,
but you like karma,
bro. Before that shit happened, bro, he had he was more popping because he had just came out. And all his friends was like, yeah, ass nigga, like Tokyo Revenge is better. And I'm like,
it's over with for you.
Yeah, it's like over with for me. Then that shit happened. I'm like, So as you can see, you lost.
Yeah, man.
Even with that, he managed to coast a little while longer, occasionally popping up on interview platforms while releasing music to very little fanfare. But now, after years of being best known as a friend of DJ Academics, his reputation has since been shredded to pieces when he was actively creeping on kids in the Walmart's cosmetics department.
What the fuck?
Yeah, right there. Okay, pause it.
The fuck? What is he doing? But is that a recom or not?
So you know you are going to be placed under arrest. Okay, so I'm not going to put the handcuffs in the back, so I'll just put them in the front. So just put your hands together like you're praying.
This clip went wild online and immediately raised some big questions. Mainly that if he's willing to do something like this in such an openly public space,
Of course he's friends with Tokyo Revenge still, huh?
behind closed doors. Afterwards, both fans and cultural commentators delved into what happened, and everyone unanimously agreed that he was cooked.
That was the act.
Lil Boom. Lil Boom was touching motherfucking kids,
in a
bro.
grocery store.
In a grocery store. We don't play that. There's a no tolerance. Zero tolerance here at No Jumper, homie.
Although he clearly didn't want to, Academics was forced to throw him to the wolves when he realized he was being lied to, leaving him fairly heartbroken about it.
Jake, he told me he was getting fish, and like, he about to make he's on secret.
I was on the cosmetic department.
You got it. because I only saw the thing on No Jumper. Yeah, the page 3 wasn't included.
Yeah.
He texted me. He said, "You know, Ak, I'm gonna sit or say it only to you, nobody else, and apologize to you for not telling beforehand and basically making it look stupid. You helped me through so much, and I looked at you like a big brother. I heard you say get help, but I want you to know, since that day, I've gotten help, and I've grown so much since then."
Later, Lil Boom admitted to lying, but claimed that the way his friends dealt with it was ultimately sleazy.
I was wrong for lying to Ak. You know, I'm gonna keep it honest. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I lied to Ak because, like,
No, he had. He
this
can
is
just.
my opinion. Like, the way he did me was just so wild because, like, he put it on. Like, Ak didn't even call me. Like, he just. No, I'm not making excuses for nothing. It was drugs that played a part in it, but it's not an excuse. You know what I mean? The way Ak handled it was really wild because.
Shut
he
up.
called me and I could.
Fuck you.
Because same way I opened up to my ex-girl.
Fuck you.
Like, he could have called me and told me, but he made it like a big spectacle. I'm gonna just keep it a bean. That's why I lied about it, because it was just like,
Shut up.
I'm not finna explain it to the internet. So the fact that he did that on the internet, after I called him and told him, like let's just make this quick because I'm gonna deal with this legally and shit like that. He made it to like a big 3-4 hour spectacle.
This dude a menace, LOL. Someone cut his internet. You can tell this man takes no accountability. Officially cemented as among the biggest weirdos in the genre's history, Lil Boom won't go quietly, and now streams on Twitch to an audience of around 10K. Yet, on those streams, his attempts to walk back this incident haven't helped whatsoever.
I already apologized. Like, I apologize if you think what I did was some weird shit. It was some weird shit. I did not grab nobody's ass. I'm gonna still stand on that. I was not here on a prowl for 2 hours. You only have 4 people. It would have been like at least 16 motherfuckers. It's 2 hours at Walmart. But I do apologize to I already apologized to my fans, but like.
Apparently, this isn't working to the extent that he resorted to trying to offload his biggest asset, his 280K plus followers on IG, for cash. Selling this account for $950 straight can negotiate. On his part, Lil Boom claims that this incident with a minor was an isolated problem spawned by
IG?
But one group who've been accused of systematic abuse of vulnerable people is South Africa's The Antwoord. Appealing in the late 2000s, Ninja and Yolandi
Who is this?
got a lot bigger than they
We
ever had any
pussy?
right to. Although they existed somewhere between parody and serious art, the duo's unique look and style meant that they became a phenomenon to the point that
They be on some crazy crack.
like Chappie. From the outset, the move into mainstream culture led to issues, with their behavior while shooting the film immediately annoying the actors.
Ninja and Yolandi from The Antwoord from the movie. What was it like?
What did I get in 1 XP from? What the fuck?
No comment. No, you have to comment just a little bit.
Kima is 18.
You know what?
Talk about it.
No, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want. We know the tabloids have gotten hold of the story about the way he was carrying on, and I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to give him any more of that kind of the full for him. The movie and the amount of fun that we had on the movie kind of supersedes that, and I don't want to talk about it. I mean, everyone knows the relationship that I had with Waddy and where it started and what happened, and I don't care much for him. I don't care much for his band. I don't care much for anything that he does. I did very much so. I was very excited to meet the guy. Was a massive fan of Max Normal, but when somebody comes and feels that they have the right to tell you how to do your job, when they have no right to talk to me about acting, it became an issue. But the kind of tension that we had offset was great for the film.
Along the way, they were referenced by Eminem on a track with the line, "Now Ninja try to duck my slugs, to let your girl get f***ed by mugs," and dissed him in response.
Is it on? Yo, Em, how you doing, brah?
What's up, Eminem?
Oh my god, sorry we haven't hit you back in a second, dude, but we just heard your new shit.
Sounds like you miss us.
You are so funny. Dude, Yolandi's not my girl, brah. She's just my best friend who loves me. Everybody knows Fissy dated Muggsy. Mad respect to my brother Muggs. And me Slippy, you used to rap better on drugs. Motherfucker, I'm old and I'm ugly, but these kids don't give a fuck cause they love me. We bred these kids, they ain't giving no but they're not feeling
What?
or your Botox. Or that bass on your face with the Photoshop. I heard Neil Blomkamp's remake.
What is he saying right now?
What's the South African? Put that cool shit from Detroit back on the map again.
But while they generally say that any publicity is good publicity,
What?
this has led to a whole array of accusations that have eventually mounted up to a destroyed career. One horrifying tale came from an Australian fan named Zaria, who claimed that they first encountered each other because she looked like Ninja and Yolandi's daughter, 16. Reportedly, things began on
Excuse me?
with Zaria suggesting that she was lulled into a false sense of security by the crew.
He was like emailing me like 5 or 6 times a day, like from day one. I looked into it and it's called love bombing. I felt like I was like knocked off my
Well,
feet.
do all of them sound so Australian if they're from South
I never
Africa?
got a chance to like get perspective. All my friends around me were like young and dumb and fans as well, so everyone was just like, whoa. I didn't have any adults or anything in my life that were like, let's like take a step back and let's like have a talk about this, like what's going on. Everyone was just like, so.
All of it, she alleged, was a calculated effort to earn her trust, with her ultimate goal of getting her to South Africa, where she claims Ninja then sexually assaulted her.
I come from like a really rough upbringing, like bad shit happens to people all the time, you know, so it's just like hearing, because I never like processed it in that way, you know.
I'll see you in my private. Now I see you on my YouTube homepage. Bro, what do you mean? On your party finder? What do you mean?
On being used, and I'm just like,
I'll see you in my party. What? What the fuck does that mean?
like, I guess, yeah, he strangled the f out of me and me like a possessed demon.
Bro, I'm doing M6 because I need fans XP, bro.
Yeah, like I said, it melts my brain a bit, even just like hearing that word.
And it's derpy, that's the only reason.
There was surfaced footage of a 2012 incident with Andy Butler, of the band Hercules and the love affair at a music festival. The pair got into an altercation with Butler, an openly gay man who they'd apparently harassed the entire weekend. But when he reacted, they concocted a whole new story that he'd attacked Yolandi.
Now here's the story, guys. He walked up on this young girl.
I do, I have no viewers, Jesus. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really care about having viewers, I just stream to have clips. Lose weight, sure, I am.
So people were horrified when it all
I don't know what you're trying to get at. I don't really care what you're gonna say. Nothing would change anything.
Including their dubious behavior towards Danny Brown.
I did have a crazy fairy story.
You did? With a fan?
No, Diane would.
Well, oh, really?
Are you hurt or something?
Ninja.
You guys went out?
No, was sitting on my lap trying to make out with me.
What?
And it freaked me out. Yeah, it did.
Where were you?
In Paris.
But I mean, where in Paris?
In a nightclub. I played a show, and then my DJ.
Bro, they look like crackheads, both of them. I don't understand.
And he tried to put it
What
on
is
you with
that?
90, like, you know what I'm saying? My right here, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
What is that?
I was a single experimenting man at the time, but he was too aggressive. The nigga, bro. So I was like, he sat on my lap and started like trying to kiss me and shit and doing weird shit. I'm like, man, you tripping. Damn, I could have canceled cuz. Me too. Me too. I was assaulted by Ninja.
Holy shit.
I stand by that. He know I ain't lying.
But somehow, all of that dark and bizarre behavior was just the tip of the iceberg. The really unforgivable stuff emerged from the stories of their adopted kids.
What?
Girl Dupree, better known as Taki, had grown up in Frederdorp, a poor neighborhood on the outskirts of Johannesburg,
Okay.
before being taken in by the pair at just 9 years old.
It's in Frederdorp, my hometown in Johannesburg. It's quite nice area if you get to know the people and people knows you. But it's a quite poor town, like it's like everyone in there.
He has a crazy weird neck build.
After
I don't
being
know.
spotted by a filmmaker, he and his sister became the group's mascots, based on their distinctive looks stemming from a rare genetic condition that leads to abnormal structures in the body.
Only they adopted me first, and then they adopted my sister, and then they don't want to adopt my older brother. My brother is just 3-4 years older than me. They don't want to adopt him and all that, so they just adopted me and my brother, like me and my sister. That's it. And they pushed my brother to the side. And
What?
he has to stay in the ghetto. He has to.
People were understandably skeptical when the pair offered
Pretty
to
wise. What is that build? Oh my god. It must be on heroin. Heroin.
for his birth mother.
Receive any
No?
payment for your appearances in these music videos?
Nope.
Nothing.
Nothing.
And your family?
I'm not sure about my family, but unfortunately, I don't know. All the videos that I was actually in, I was supposed to get money. Doesn't matter if I'm not even with them anymore. I was supposed to get paid from every like royalties.
And did they ever give you drugs?
Only mushrooms, and weed. That's it.
And how old were you when they were giving you mushrooms and weed?
13, 14.
What the fuck?
And then I was 15. I had some shrooms with them.
What?
15, you had shrooms with them.
Yep.
That's drugs. I just want to let you know. Because you're making it seem like that's not drugs.
Yeah, I know.
That's drugs.
Since then, even more accusations have emerged, and even though
What the fuck?
2024, their
That is
audience has rightfully been severely reduced by all that's been said. When it comes to people like Ninja and Yolandi, they are truly beyond salvation if even half of what's been said is true. Yet for other rappers who have been through the ringer, it seems like there is still time to switch things up. And one man who fits that bill is Lil Xan. Bursting into the scene as part of the
Yo, Lil Xan.
wave, tracks like Betrayed made
Isn't he like fully clean now, which is good, really good.
or at least it did for the kids who are into that scene, because everyone else hated him from the jump.
Now, upon first impression, when I hear or see the name Lil Xan, I instantly want to extinguish him in a pit of fire. Like, go get him,
What?
put him in an incinerator, because
Why?
the name just feels like it's like a walking virus.
You don't know who Lil
Something
Xan
you
is?
drop in a conversation to a friend. Hey, be careful, man. You don't want to catch a Lil Xan.
You don't know who Lil Xan is?
Going into it because anybody with the name Lil, I'm just expecting something bad.
Not content to already fight an uphill battle based on his drug-glorifying name,
Damn.
he basically became the poster child for the worst
That was like in
attitudes of modern
2016. He was popular.
He decided to disrespect the late great Tupac Shakur.
Born music.
The soundbite that incited chaos on every corner of the web, Xan soon had everyone from Waka Flocka and T.I. to Michael Rappaport calling for his head. And unfortunately, he couldn't deliver musically either. So much so that Total Anarchy was named Anthony Fantano's second worst album of the entire last decade.
Number 2 here is Lil Xan. Total Xanarchy. God, this thing sucks.
Second verse of all time.
It is Suck McSuckerton, the mayor of Sucktown. A lot of mean and unfair criticisms often get thrown at this new generation of rappers that like to croon on beats, maybe rock a little auto-tune, and while, I understand that these albums, these artists, these songs don't scratch the same mental and emotional itches.
Bro, I was like 9 of it.
Or a Biggie. Some of the criticisms toward this new generation of artists, like, lack of substance, stuff like that, aren't
Oh, okay.
invalid, because there are certainly
Or
examples of
2017 maybe,
and
but
I would
still.
cite Lil Xan's Total Xanarchy
It was
as
during
the
like
biggest example
XXX Tentacion,
Anthony, what makes Xan's Total Xanarchy
and
that
like
worse?
who
Well,
else at the time? Lil Peep and stuff.
he tries to write some semblance
He was a part of that
melody
era.
or a verse. Oftentimes,
I
Lil
smoked
Xan will
pork,
just
baby.
mind-numbingly repeat the same lyrics over and over and over and over because I don't think he's capable of writing.
But as his name might have suggested, Lil Xan wasn't really present for much of his early fame on account of a serious drug problem that threatened to claim his life. During an interview in August of 2021, Lil Xan told 60 Minutes that his habit made him realize that his life was slipping through his fingers.
I was taking enough benzos.
60 Minutes, isn't that what you talked about?
Just through like dealers.
60 Minutes?
I was probably taking.
Isn't this the channel you were talking about?
Milligrams to 14 milligrams a day. Wow. It was really bad. It was just that moment, like if I keep doing this, I'm gonna die soon. So I just quit cold turkey, and I actually ended up having a few seizures. and I landed in the hospital.
Looking back on footage from this time, it certainly seemed like he was pretty unhinged.
I want to show y'all what mental illness really fucking looks like. Y'all want to
Those
see what
face
that looks like?
tattoos, bro. She better get them gone.
Scratched it, keyed it up. I just bought it. I just bought this. Key all the way. Shoot the fucking door. Wanna know why I'm doing that? Because of mental fucking illness. I'm owned. I'm a slave. I'm a slave to my management. I'm a slave to everybody. I don't get control of my license. I don't get control of my bank account. I don't get control of shit. I can't even drive that fucking car.
And when it came down to how it got
Damn.
away, Zan didn't accept responsibility. Instead, he blamed it all on his handler.
This is sober Diego. I don't even want to call myself Zan no more because of the bad stigma that comes with it. Do you guys remember the whole Little Peep, the story where his management was giving him drugs and you know, and it just wasn't helping out and all that? Well, that happened to me on tour, and
Those face tats are so. Oh my god. What is wrong with your face, man? You gotta fix. You gotta get this sorted out.
As opposed to letting Zan smear his friend's name, Adam22 disputed this version of events, claiming he saw what really went down firsthand.
This is what I gotta say, Zan, you gotta stop playing the victim. Because I was up close and personal, not for the whole time, but for plenty of the shit with you.
Do you like face tats? What's your thoughts on face tats?
You in the right direction to make smart moves with your career. I saw him use his vast network of connects to get you collabs with artists like YG and all these people that were not going to do songs with you otherwise. And I just wholeheartedly do not believe for a second that Stat Quo wanted you fucked up on drugs at all.
Do you like women with tattoos?
For your career. And I remember being with you guys one night when you said, nah, f it, I ain't going to South by Southwest because you know, just didn't feel like it. Or you're like, I'm making so much money right now, I don't have to give a f. And I remember him telling you, hey, this is a genius concert. Like, they booked you. And if you don't go to this shit, then they're never going to f with you again. And guess what? You didn't go. And now I'm sure Genius probably wouldn't do anything for you.
By retreating to rehab, Zan went on a lengthy internal journey to attempt to save himself from the clutches of the substance.
No, I don't like. Well, I would assume you don't like man. I don't know. Maybe you like man.
Accountability for his own mistakes.
That was like another bottom point, not rock bottom, but I felt lied to. I just felt all these emotions. Like I was very angry at things that they had done in the past, and I really wish I could have reworded that, just redid everything, you know. That was a terrible way to do it, but I was all, you know, mentally not stable, so not blaming that, but it was just
maybe you like
really
man.
bad time. How I feel now about Stat and all that, I have nothing against him, you know. I understand what he had to do, and I understand now, in a sober state of mind, some of the things.
Do you? I don't think so. Why?
I understand a good majority.
Why did you not? Why did you not answer? Like, why are you just reflecting it onto me or deflecting it? Fuck.
Time has gone on. I just want to grow as not just an artist, but a human being.
Courtesy of his high personal growth and his willingness to accept that he was wrong, people who weren't necessarily his biggest fans beforehand were willing to root for him. This is the first time he actually sounds healthy, good work, and stay sober. This is the real him, and he's actually likable. Suddenly, Zan had a second chance, and even those who had written him off entirely found themselves willing to give the man behind the persona, Diego, another shot. But after navigating all the issues with substance abuse, he's now facing some legal issues. After fighting a fan at Royal Nightclub's Harvard/Yale pregame party in Boston, hit with 2 felony charges of assault and battery, the rapper is attempting to get his way out of it unscathed. A not guilty plea is where it's at right now. Zan's Third Eye Recordings label CEO, Croc, reportedly stated to XXL. Currently, Zan is...
So, like, you never answered, do you like man? Or no? Because you just said, do you, to me. Which is kind of like... I feel like you should answer this. I mean, it's okay to like man, I don't really care, but like...
Everything else is great. No worries, we're good. We're in good spirits about the situation, and everything will be handled and taken care of. Although with the entire thing caught on camera, it might not be as straightforward as he'd like to believe. By the looks of all these stories, it's apparent that fame and fortune could be corruptive. In some cases, it reaches a point where you no longer resemble the human you were before you got it. In others, it just heightens the worst parts and gives you more power to explore them. For the most unfortunate among those who've been destroyed by it, they were thrust into a world that they weren't prepared for, and rather than being megastars,
I don't know,
they have been
bro.
forced to let their talent wither. Either way, these kinds of stories will certainly give
No, not in a like way.
as to how badly they really want
What?
to be in this industry. Because as you can see, it's even more
Okay, bro. What are you talking
on
about?
your sanity and sense of right and wrong. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. This applies in any number of walks of life, but one
Have you seen
aspect of
Gucci
the
Mane's
cultural
situation?
landscape where it's particularly relevant
Apostles on top 300. Oh my god.
your place in the genre. That image of you that was enshrined in your heyday must remain polished and pristine. Because if not, the same world that watched you ascend will drag you back down when you lose your way. Although he'll be facing thoughts of his career's demise in some huge mansion, the idea that it's all slipping out of his hands is one that must feel very, very real to Gucci Mane right now. Back in the day, when he first emerged as a trap pioneer, Gucci was a man who would never
W Gucci Mane. I fuck with Gucci. It's cool.
Any situation that you can see yourself that you would talk to the police about a situation?
I would do that. Where we from, we'll do that. For real, these the laws all sit. Well, niggas I fuck with my career.
Did he snitch? I don't think he snitched. I think his management snitched.
If I gotta go, I'm gonna go. I done went before. I don't want to snitch on nigga to save my nobody's life, not even my own. I die.
And even as he progressed from regional sensation to nationwide stardom, he remained the epitome of a guy from the hood who never sacrificed his authenticity for success.
Well, the last thing that we heard from Gucci was that you allegedly threw a girl out of a car.
Oh, wait. Did I get a giant sword there?
What happened with that
I don't know. Was that a giant sword?
I'm gonna talk about that.
I'm just asking.
I don't know. It was rolling. It was rolling. And they wanted to run. Oh my god.
That's an open case. You can't talk about an open case at this point.
I thought it was settled. It's definitely not an open case, but it just ain't worth talking about.
South Carolina. And he came in the radio station, and the Jeezy situation had just broke. And I started questioning Gucci about it, and he talked to me just like that. He said,
Did you see that sword? I think.
and I looked him in his eyes.
I hope not.
That's a person you shouldn't.
What do you mean?
Pressuring about questions.
What?
Even as he maintained and grew
That's so mean, bro.
prison and accepted the root of some of his issues, people still respected the fact that he made it out without ever stepping on his principles, as well as how he opened up about his struggle.
It took me a long time to say, like, I went to a therapist. I took some medicine because, hey, I'm bipolar. Man, I wouldn't have said that. I'd be like, ain't nothing wrong with me.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell going on. I don't know why I flipped out. I don't know why, but I ain't even trying to see why.
Real shit.
It's like, but and then you kind of be like, damn, why this shit got to happen to me? Kind of like a blind thing. Like, everybody else know what the fuck I got to go through this for?
But in a matter of days, one
Why do you
piece
want me to not get a giant sword? I need money, bro.
and the response to it has taken Gucci from an all-conquering ATL hero
I don't.
basically using as a punchline.
Could be Gucci out this mother. Could be worse, man. You could be Gucci. Free proof site.
And now people are looking at him as though perhaps what Young Thug said on that leak to jail call was painfully accurate.
Well, they still friends, so how's that?
Yeah. Going to jail. I hate that. Got him turned soft. Fucking with me.
It's your boy Luesta, and this is the unfortunate tale of Gucci Mane's wrecked reputation. In his early years, Gucci Mane never really cared about staying within the law. From a 90-day drug stint in 2001 to beating a murder charge in 2005 after a home invasion involving Jeezy's affiliates, legal trouble was
I mean, there's no reason to.
felt like he couldn't go a full year without some kind of
Back in the day, if you snitched, your career was kind of over. Nowadays, if you snitch, nothing really changes, to be honest. If you make good music, nothing changes.
is real. Whatever happened in the past, Gucci took his licks without snitching.
If you're a likable person, nothing changes.
Complying with the authorities.
As it should be. It shouldn't change anything. I don't care.
County Superior Court Judge John Goger decided to revoke 1 year of Radrick Davis's 3.5 years of probation on an assault charge. That means the rapper known as Gucci Mane will have to serve that 1 year in jail. The judge made that decision after hearing Davis has only completed about 25 hours of the 600 hours he was ordered to perform 2 years ago. It also didn't help Gucci Mane when prosecutors mentioned that he violated the terms of his probation by drinking alcohol and doing drugs.
Following a 2014 charge of possessing a firearm as a felony, Gucci went inside once more. Rather than keep the trend of the past intact
What
and
shit?
refuse to change his ways, Guwap underwent a crazy transformation.
I was drinking pints of lean a week and smoking pounds of weed and just doing all kind of drugs and just the whole way I was just handling myself before
Yeah,
I went to jail
he
was
did
so
better himself,
rigorous.
didn't he?
It just, you know, it showed in my body, you know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't even stop to see it. So I guess like the day I
Yeah,
got
he
arrested
did
and
better
stopped doing
himself.
drugs,
Big up Gucci Mane.
eventually it started dawning on me, hey, listen, you gotta take better care of yourself. You're gonna be back in the same situation. So
What
that was
do you
like
mean?
really
What
the
are you
turning
saying?
point. You know
What?
what I'm saying?
I don't
That
really
whole period,
understand.
I said, okay, listen, I'm gonna make this make me better.
I really
I
understand. Yeah.
can't take another day staying in no prison, staying in nobody's jail once they let
Stay
me
up
out.
for
So with getting all them substances out my body, that made me able to realize, hey, listen, you gotta work out, you gotta eat better.
At the time, it was believed to be such a drastic shift that fans wondered if it was even conceivable that they were the same guy.
Yes!
This is something which he
Rico
actually
home.
addressed head on.
Rico, man.
From 2016 onwards, Gucci took his rightful place as a trap elder statesman, launching 1017 Records' most successful generation, including MCs like Fujiano, the late Big Scar, and of course, Pooh Shiesty. These were all real street guys who were no stranger to trouble in their own right, and at the time, Gucci's own certified status and the changes he made would have been a big part of why they gravitated towards him. Because even though he'd gone legit, the adherence to the code persisted, even as he segued from gritty MC to full
Fair.
mogul.
You know what's going on with me? Yeah, I ain't gonna tell nobody, not even the police. I don't believe in none of that shit. Only thing I believe in is don't tell the police.
Good morning.
Oh shit.
I'd rather rot in prison as a man.
What are you even saying? What do you mean? Like, what? That's saying.
His verses against Jeezy proved that the vindictiveness was still in his blood, performing tracks where he dissed his dead homie and openly admitting that things almost went left.
I just woke up. I'm kind of tired. I'm not gonna lie. Mm. Let me say my piece. Do you have an FK guy on the team? There's an FK squad gang member. Oh shit, how are we gonna do this? Where's the biz Nipsey, bro? Big up Nipsey.
It seemed to prove that the real Guwap was still in there all along. He merely had a handle on it, but it's fair to say that in light of
Rest in peace, Nipsey.
that performance and all that posturing,
Rest in peace, Pop. Rest in peace, Juice. Rest in peace, X. Rest in peace, Pim B. Rest in peace, DMX.
9 people are facing federal charges
Rest in peace, Lil
for
Peep.
allegedly kidnapping and robbing a popular rapper. Investigators say Gucci Mane was attacked at a Dallas recording studio back in January. The details were just released in the past 24 hours. Our Chris Sadeghi live for us in the newsroom this morning. And Chris, some of those suspects are also well-known rappers. So surprising.
Where's Lil Pump? Last time I heard of Lil Pump, he was meeting with Trump on a Trump rally when he was going for presidency in 2024. That's the last time I heard of Trump. Of Pump.
Quickly, it became clear that the man who was held up in the Texas recording studio was Guwap himself, with the feds later swooping to arrest not only Shiesty, but 8 co-defendants.
And then Trump called him Lil Pimp. So, like, he didn't even know his real name. He just said worldwide popular artist Lil Pimp. Something. He announced Lil Pimp on the stage.
Artist Roderick Davis described Williams Jr., Shiesty, as wearing a black Nike brand Shiesty mask, black hooded shirt, and black pants during the offense.
Quote, RD was pushed onto the couch in the control room, causing the victims to believe they were going to be executed. Williams Jr. placed the barrel of a firearm to the back of DP's head and ordered him and RD to leave the control room and the studio through the west entrance of the office building. RD then instructed
W Lil Pimp, dude.
to escort them to their vehicle. As the victims left, MM turned to Williams Jr. and asked asked him if they were really taking his watches. Based on later recovered surveillance video footage, the target suspect left the studio and the office building through the east entrance at
Yo, this is some good runs, man. Maybe if we didn't have an AFK guy and if I didn't have to do every single secret on the map. Remember one time I had the promo buzz on my phone. First to 7 in the morning.
Gucci, man, you was
Yeah,
being
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
being a
I'm a Rex on the chain.
ass tried to sign me when I was like 16, 17. Gave me a tiny ass chain, begging me to sign to you. Boy, I am not signing your bum ass, nigga. Every artist signing you all die. They fucking hit my car and fuck you on her, all type of shit. Nigga, why the fuck want to sign your bum ass? Nigga, you like 55 years old. And you got kidnapped by Boo's Ice-T.
He didn't stop there either, with Lil Pump even challenging Gucci to a fight.
Lil Pump, there we go. Here is Lil Pump, here he is.
Meanwhile, people who'd actually been on the wrong end of rat allegations attempted to shine some light on the situation and basically said that Gucci's hands were tied.
Gucci Mane, whether he's telling or his cameraman is telling, right? You know what the feds do? What? They're gonna subpoena Gucci Mane, whether his name is what, something Davis, right? Yes. I'm breaking it down for you. Okay. Once the feds subpoena you, you have to
tell.
You have to. If not, you go to jail for obstruction of justice.
So he'll go to jail if he doesn't.
So
talk.
they're gonna tell. Yeah.
He has to.
So you have to. It's a subpoena by the federal government. I'm breaking this down for you. I know some people who hate it. They're just like, no, fuck, don't believe him. No. Oh my God.
With all these contrasting opinions, it was fair to say that this was a sticky situation for Guwap to move through. At this time, he had one half of the world insisting that he was a snitch, while the other thought
Lil Pump. Lil Pump only one Gucci Mane.
were ignoring. At one stage, things began to look up when Big 30's lawyer insisted that Gucci Mane won't be participating in any investigation.
We've seen in the last couple of days is that Gucci Mane has come out publicly and said that he's not cooperating with the government.
And it is worth noting that last week we did hear from an FBI agent who said that he had not heard from Gucci Mane either. He also noted that there were no working video cameras inside this recording studio at the time of this incident.
But just as things were cooling off, Gucci made a terrible decision that threatened to jeopardize his reputation. Once upon a time,
What?
it looked like the situation might blow over. However, Gucci single-handedly changed that when he released his Pooh Shiesty diss track, Crash Dummy, that recalled the situation, featuring lyrics like, "Tell the truth, you went out like a real crash dummy. And after all that, boy, you still signed to me. I thought that it was a business meeting, but it was a setup." The general public were not accepting this whatsoever. Better not be no diss after he gave a statement. Yeah, I know this not Gucci Mane for sure now. Shit's weak. I ain't gonna lie, this shit killed the rap game. I'm so hurt. Gucci, I can't believe that you did this clown shit. Might as well quit rapping now. It's not often that decisions made by a rapper is so universally hated, but that was certainly the case this time around.
Chat, I'm gonna keep it a beat with you. This is the weakest shit I've seen. It would have been the weakest shit ever if it wasn't for J. Cole apologizing after he got dissed. Getting robbed by your artist, making a police report, then instead of going to get your shit back, dissing the nigga for robbing you. Nah, this is crazy.
For many of those who had been in similar situations, the notion of being forced to cooperate with the cops made sense given the circumstances. But even Tekashi drew the line at the diss track and flamed him online.
Do you hear your stupid ass self? Yo, I'm the nigga that put you here on your commissary. Oh, I did this, y'all stabbed me in the back. Yo, what happened? Remember 6ix9ine situation? Y'all remember the 6ix9ine situation? When y'all say, it's the streets, you know what you signed up for? You know what you signed up for? What happened? It's you. Nigga, they pulled up on some everything, nigga.
Who is this healer, AFK?
In Freddie Gibbs' case, he just straight up couldn't believe it.
Nigga snitched on a Zaytoven beat. That's crazy.
Gone were the shades of gray for the most part. Now, people were mostly cooking Gucci to the point that it looked unsalvageable. Then, you had the views of Loon from the It's Up There podcast, who said that it wasn't necessarily the diss itself that was the problem, but the way he rolled it out and the timing instead.
You know, the reason why the song
Come on, give me the loot, give me the loot, give me the loot.
as it pertains to Gucci. I'm gonna keep hammering this down because for me this is important. While simultaneously the FBI is presenting their case and the lawyers for Pooh Shiesty and 30 on the other side and saying, well, it don't look like there's nothing going on, and they're saying it's visible holes and there's things missing in the case. It feel like niggas was over there saying, damn, they gonna need me to testify. Man, them folks might need me to testify, man. So what I have to do is slap his little song out. Can y'all do something with that, motherfucker? See, because the last result is me walking into the courtroom now, but I got to go and do it because
I got to do it.
duress. Now, day one when this happened, I explained to y'all, Gucci is going to have to testify because that's the only way he going to be able to protect the money and the
I
contract.
can't. Alright, I don't get. I guess it's you. What is he talking about?
You can't
What
just
is
say
it?
I was under duress and that's that on that. You have to prove that you were under duress at the time that the contract was signed.
And as for the categorization of Pooh Shiesty as a crash dummy for acting out the way he did, Gucci's critics feel that he needs a reminder that he helped create this realm we're in today, where rappers forget the consequences in favor of looking tough.
The thing that hurt me was the idea that a rapper can come out with a song dissing his artist that did some dumb shit, but he'll call that song Crash Dummy. The irony of that. Because Gucci was a part of those rappers that told these young don't be afraid of the windshield. You created the
Look up a little pump sing
and
for each
now all of a
gram
sudden,
I have heard.
Crash Dummy. And so why
Isn't
everybody
that
worrying about is
copyrighted though?
Gucci gonna make a statement to the feds? I'm worried about Gucci's statement to the culture.
And for these reasons, things aren't only looking grim for Shiesty and his co-defendants, but Gucci too, when it comes to his place in the culture that once coveted him. When trying to work out why he went as far as to drop a diss, lots of people from the outside looking in had issues trying to work out exactly why someone in Gucci's position would take this approach to being robbed by his former artists. In the collective view of the Joe Budden podcast, Guwap should be above it by now, but...
Alright boys, it is time for something that I haven't done in a bit. We're gonna check out radio channels from all across the world and check...
Although many aspects of its inner workings are up for debate, one thing about the music industry that's universally agreed upon is that it can be a dirty business.
Wait,
Designed around
hold on. I kind of want to eat something.
taking the art of others
Give me a
and
sec.
selling it to the masses for profit. There is often a sense that these naive young artists can wind up being exploited by these professional deal breakers, to the point that if the contract doesn't add up right, you can literally be successful and in financial peril at the same time.
I'll put it to you this way. We are the biggest selling female group ever. 10 million albums worldwide. We have worked very hard. We have been in this business for 5 years. And we are broke as broke can be.
I can't go into everything right now, but trust me, you can sell 10 million albums and be broke if you have greedy people behind. Well, you know, contracts and stuff is kind of hard to handle business when you're stuck in contracts that say certain things.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that there's naturally a power imbalance, certain record executives have remained beloved. For one thing, someone like Rick Rubin remains universally respected for not only his contributions to hip-hop, but the direct role he's played in molding classic albums.
I mean, I've always been a fan of Rick, and my manager, Paul, had been talking to him, and Rick had expressed that he had interest in working with me. And when Paul brought it to my attention, I was like super excited, just honored at the fact that he was even thinking about it. I have my reservations just because I'm a super fan of Rick. I'd probably be a little nervous, and I don't know what the vibe would be, just because I would be wanting to impress him, you know what I'm saying? So it was very much kind of like the feeling that I got early on with Dre.
But it's fair to say that this is an exception to the rule, because generally, these individuals who pull strings aren't regarded as good people. In fact, they're viewed as the unseen forces who control the game, serving as the gravitational force that all of
Love
orbits around.
W. Drake.
But with the benefit of the internet, those days of hiding in plain sight are gone, and some
Drake
of
gets to
the
go.
outspoken individuals have been increasingly willing to bring their names up.
Drake has a rich baby daddy named Lucien and Universal.
Wow.
He's like, you know, like, man, my daddy got it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, my daddy controlled the spins. My daddy got the DSPs. My daddy. Drake has a rich baby daddy.
And with more heat on them than ever, it's time to expose the close network of allies and literal family members who hold sway over not only a culture that they never created, but the music business as a whole, to the point that they control more than a third of the US market at competing companies. It's your boy Luesta, and these are hip hop's true puppet masters.
UMG?
Although practically every rapper will claim that they're the boss, and that their subsidiary label is
UMG?
running the game.
Or what?
The truth is that the vast majority of them report to one man, Sir Lucien Grange, a man whose market share of the game is frightening. As the head of Universal Music Group, their market share for current recordings
as
is
old
40%
UMG.
in 2018, which is almost double the reach of their competitors at Sony Music Entertainment. It's standing as a parent company for Interscope, Def Jam, Dreamville, Cash Money, Quality Control, Aftermath, Boominati, XO, and Shady, among others, means that if you're listening to mainstream hip-hop, there's a very good chance that you're lining Lucien's pockets.
I'm obviously delighted for the teams, our executives, our artists. I'm the guy who's at the front of the band, and there's so many people within the company that are part of this success, part of this honor tonight.
But let's talk about how he got here first. Lucien grew up in London, with his older brother making his name as the founder of Ensign Records. As a self-progressed punk, Lucien got his start in April music.
Well, this makes no sense.
Finding early success by signing the likes of the Psychedelic Furs and other acts that had major hits. Over the course of decades, he climbed up to the position of managing.
I'm so confused. Where's you wear arch? I said to fail.
When he was named CEO of Universal
What?
Music Group, and immediately he began consolidating their power further, ushering in a new era of unprecedented control. In that same year, he bought EMI's recording operations, therefore enabling them to bring in other organizations like
I didn't have a burst.
he would
What?
go down as the master architect of what is likely to be the last big deal in the music
What are you
business.
talking about?
A colleague of his made it clear that this wasn't a surprise, as he could be a killer when he wanted, claiming he has an instinctive
Yeah,
ability to go
nah,
for the
this
jugular
is
and
fried.
pounce when the opportunity is just right. To those who wanted to see the industry return to its glory days, he was the man that they all admired. He's the great hope for the music business, said Irving Azoff, who is the manager of Eagles, Christina Aguilera, and other acts. He's got the biggest company, and whoever has the biggest company has the responsibility to be bold, said Jimmy Iovine. From a global strategic partnership with Live Nation and distribution deals with the likes of Spotify and Apple Music to ensure that they got as much as they could out of the streaming era, it was no surprise that UMG was worth a
Okay, it's a
$50
heater.
billion by 2019, which is largely because major label talent, much of which reports directly to Grange, released more than 90% of all top 10 songs over the last decade. And in hip-hop specifically, 93.3% of all top 10 chart weeks, including Billboard 200 plus Hot 100, between 2010 and 2018 have come from
2018.
And if you ask Lucien, it's his days around punk, which means he understands how to tap into the world of rap that was so far removed from his own.
I learned from that the power of culture, of movements, of joy, of people loving scenes. And I applied that to whether or not it was 10 or 12 years later, 15 years later, what we now call indie bands. And we had Shed 7 and Cast, and that had come out of the Lars in Liverpool. And of course that then turned into Oasis and Blur. Some of the hip-hop records, my commitment to hip-hop a decade or so ago, 11, 12 years ago, when I came to the US, it was so many, it was that sort of rejuvenation. And
We need a major, not a burst, you fucking melon.
People and trust them.
As he entered a new era, Lucien was proud to proclaim that UMG had 4 of Spotify's top 5 most streamed artists of the decade: Drake, Post Malone, Ariana Grande, Eminem, as well as the #1 song on Apple for more than 60% of the year, and the #1 song on Spotify each week for the first 39 weeks of the year. In addition, he was also eager to spotlight publishing agreements with City Girls, DaBaby, Idris Elba, Lil Baby, Lil Tecca, Logic, Rosalia, and Tierra Whack, to name a few. And since then, many of those artists have continued to flourish, only solidifying Lucien's stranglehold. So much so that Grange makes an astonishing 764 times the average salary of Universal employees, and net a 12.5% pay raise, while the company's share price collapsed. After reporting 2022 revenues of more than $10 billion,
Holy
UMG
shit.
announced that it had extended the 63-year-old CEO's contract to 2028 with a one-time transition equity award of $100 million. But with such domination comes
Oh my
fire,
god.
including some bars from Jay-Z on Moonlight, in which he questioned why artists are still rushing to sign with Grange, when it's clear that he's making off with the lion's share of the money. Lucien is cool, but Lucien don't write. Doug ain't this tight. So what we selling? Cause we making. Cause the grass is greener. Cause they always raking and mow. Even though the likes of Lionel Richie, Shawn Mendes, and Justin Bieber showing up to his Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony as though they were friends, it's apparent that it benefits these artists to stay on Grange's good side. Even if some of the advice that he's given to people over the years suggests that he doesn't really know who had staying power. We had just signed City Girls. We met with Lucien. Says Quality Control Music's CEO Pierre P. Thomas.
Oh
Coach Kevin Lee.
my god, this nigga who just joined is absolutely frying me.
That sort of thing. We showed
Can we
Lucien
just get an
the
actual
video they
party,
shot,
bro?
and the
What
first
is
thing we
happening?
showed
Please,
Faith is,
please.
those girls are superstars. They have the
Oh,
potential to be
please, can we
the
get a
world's
party?
best
Can we
girls.
please get a
I
party?
didn't think that a
Please
guy
get a
in
party.
Lucien
Please
position
get a
would get
party.
that.
Please,
It
let's
really
get a
changed the
little
way that we
party.
thought
Please
about
get
the
a.
City Girls. Yeah, that definitely
This
aged
guy is
like
stupid,
milk.
bro. He better
But
film
even
age.
though many artists want to cozy up to him, and you have the likes of Rick Ross referring to himself as the ghetto Lucien Grange on records, this isn't just some mild-mannered British gentleman you're dealing with. Because when you mess with UMG's pockets, he won't hesitate to act. Just ask the artists who tried to move in a way that enabled them to get a bigger bag in the years, since Frank Ocean finessed Lucien and Def Jam right in front of their faces.
He had a deal, and he didn't put out an album in 4 years. And with his deal, he literally figured out how to get 20 million.
No one. What the fuck do you mean?
Drop his deal, figure out how to make the funds apply to a whole nother album, give him a bullshit album, get out his deal.
What was I kicked?
Do you know how embarrassed the record industry was? Do you know
The
how
fuck?
hard they've been whipping artists since then? Like, this shit is some real slave shit. Like, you feel me? Like, that man figured out how to finesse the record industry, and people don't talk about that.
Since then, Lucien told everyone it was imperative to crack down. As Billboard reported, UMG chairman/CEO Lucien Grange reacted swiftly by informing the heads of his labels that Universal was done with streaming exclusives on one platform and on a global basis.
I joined before him. What the fuck? Fair enough.
Arms race in the last 18 months. And sure enough, this process has stopped ever since. And recently, UMG proved how vindicative they can be when you step out of line. At one point in time, Drake was literally UMG's golden asset, to the point that the phrase, "Tell Lucien I said fuck it, I'm tearing holes in my budget on Stay Schemin'" wasn't merely a phrase. In reaction to this line, Grange confirmed this is pretty much how it works. If Drake, or whenever Drake calls up and says he needs something for his project, I give it to him. Because he's the greatest. But once the Drake and Kendrick beef occurred, all of this changed, with Drake suing the label and claiming they manipulated the situation in Dot's favor. According to attorneys for Drake's company, UMG did not rely on chance or even ordinary business practices. It instead launched a campaign to manipulate and saturate the streaming services and airwaves. Going one step further, Drake accused UMG of violating the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. According to his petition that was filed in New York, Spotify was said to be recommending the song to users who had searched for unrelated songs and artists after getting the bag from Universal. According to Drake's claims, they even paid Apple for Siri to be transformed into a propaganda machine for Kendrick. UMG conspired with and paid currently unknown parties to use bots to artificially inflate the spread of Not Like Us, and deceive consumers into believing the song was more popular than it really was. Online sources reported that when users asked Siri to play the album Certified Lover Boy by Drake, Siri instead played Not Like Us, which contains the lyric Certified Pedophile, an allegation against Drake. But apparently, this didn't just come out of nowhere, and if Frozen Moments' lawyers are to be believed, he raised the issue with them first prior to taking it to court. Drake has reportedly sought to engage UMG in discussions to resolve the ongoing harm that he has suffered as a result of UMG's actions, the petition reads. UMG refused to engage in negotiations and insisted that UMG was not responsible for its own actions. And reportedly, UMG's response was to pit the two artists off against each other and throw them under the bus instead, with the petition claiming that UMG has pointed the finger at Lamar and insisted that Drake should sue his rival rather than the label. He also claimed that UMG told him that the label would sue Lamar if Drake ended ended up filing his own lawsuit. But even if he's using the potential of suing Dot as leverage, it should be noted that UMG is indemnified from how Kendrick spends whatever money they give him, as that's how advances work. Although Drake was largely mocked by hip-hop for deciding to sue after losing a rap battle, certain sources have suggested that the issues actually went a lot deeper than that singular conflict. Drake and Lucien have been strained for a while because Drake took a slave deal and wanted to negotiate after realizing he's worth way more. Lucien told him to fuck off. Likewise, Joe Budden saw it as a potentially fatal error given the power that UMG and Lucien wields, particularly as he began to try and find alternate ways to drop music that didn't involve them due to the illusion of autonomy that his contract provides.
Drake signed a licensing deal with UMG. He controls the creative direction of his music and when he releases it, but he can't drop music outside the deal. The agreement is exclusive until the term ends. This is standard for all licensing deals.
Really?
So he keeps popping up to say, hey, all that shit y'all keep saying about Drake is a myth. I want to let the audience and anybody listening know that that is one of the biggest myths that the music industry is pushing upon naive and ignorant people today, that a licensing deal means freedom. Listen to Joe Budden, even if you don't trust me. It does not. That is not, a licensing deal does not mean you have freedom to do whatever the fuck you want.
And when it was all said and done, his lawsuit was ultimately dismissed. In a statement provided to Variety, a UMG spokesperson said,
That makes sense.
This suit was an affront to all artists.
Wait, you don't have a mate.
Expression, and never should have seen the light of day. We're pleased with the court's dismissal and look forward to continuing our work successfully promoting Drake's music and investing in his career. To make matters worse, Grange actively went out of his way to let Drake know that there was no grand conspiracy, claiming that he had never heard the recording Not Like Us, nor ever saw the corresponding cover art or music video, until after they were released by Interscope Records. Whilst, as part of my role, I certainly have financial oversight and responsibility for UMG's global business. The proposition that I was involved in, much less responsible for, reviewing and approving the content of Not Like Us, its cover art or music video, or for determining or directing the promotion of those materials, is groundless and indeed ridiculous. In the end, the general belief is that Lucien and Co. are the only winners here, because now that Not Like Us has damaged his credibility way before the lawsuit worsened things, the end result is that Drake probably can't re-up for a better deal with Universal, and if anything, would need to accept less money if they came back to the table.
No, nigga, we'll give you like 500. And you know how they get Drake to bring his number a little bit down? Nigga, you just got spanked by Kendrick. Look, you're not with the culture feeling. What you mean? You want 700. We gave you 4 last time, nigga. We'll give you 450. Take it or leave it. 450, take it or leave it, nigga. And I can imagine Drake looking at them and saying, nigga, you on crack? Or maybe they were even more disrespectful. Yo, take 350, nigga. You know what Drake said? Say less. Yo, Oliver, yo, buy that domain, 100gigs.com. We're gonna just drop it there. Fuck it. Let's see if it works. Yo, his labels didn't even acknowledge, other than claiming the songs as they eventually did. They did not. There's zero promo with any of the things he's dropped since the battle. None. Like, they're not touching it.
While Drake took an L, Lucien continued to march on unimpeded.
Why did I mess that up so bad?
Partnership with NVIDIA that he claims will be a direct antidote to generic AI slop outputs. But the craziest thing about Lucien's massive growth in music is that he isn't even the only one in the family with an obscene amount of power.
Really?
He and his eldest son Elliot have basically set up franchises. I was a weird kid who used to read the music trades, Elliot said when he got into the industry. What I
Wait, he's his son?
about his father's negotiating style was how transparent, honest, and sensible he was. When you put your cards on the table like that, negotiating is less competitive and more about teamwork. How can we get this done together so that everybody is happy? Launched in 2017 with Internet Money's Somebody, 10K Projects was the label that Elliot first took control of. But as if the idea that it was an attempt at generational dominance,
Internet Money.
a family that's made millions off hip-hop wasn't enough to alarm people, 10K's roster was one that always seemed to outwardly capitalize on the feeling of the moment and given platforms to some who many fans have deemed unworthy. From giving Tekashi 6ix9ine all of the budget he'd ever need to allege staging a beef between he and labelmate Trippie Redd, all the way through to signing often cited industry plants such as Icy Narco, Ian Dior, and Lil Nar, it was a label that was basically seen as a factory for mass appeal-oriented acts. And once its artists began to make big moves, controversy soon followed. with many critics suggesting that 10K
Who cares? Oh, I didn't even see that. Who cares about Drake and Kendrick? You would actually be shocked. A lot of people do.
and also the man who signed Ice Spice and Tekashi 69. He is the reason for
Even
Tekashi's
people I
success.
actually
Also,
usually
why Ice
watch
Spice is
still
absolutely everywhere
talk about
is
it,
partly
and
because
it's
the man
actually
who runs
so
the
like,
label,
bro,
his daddy, runs
we know me down.
For one thing, the news that Tekashi signed a $10 million deal while behind bars placed a negative light on the label.
I'm gonna assume that Lucian Granger's son is pretty bright. I'm gonna assume so.
And why do we have
Right?
2-minute blood camp?
I'm gonna assume that he would know the same
What's
way
happening?
Suge knew when he went to see Pac in jail and got him out of jail. That leverage wasn't really in the artist's favor.
No, true.
Why do you have 2-minute blood camps? This is really confusing to me.
It bothers me that Lucian Granger's son is behind this. But it bothers me because these people were involved the entire time. Like this is not a new development where you have these wealthy, powerful people coming to rescue the kid who was taken advantage of by the streets. No, y'all were in cahoots too.
Despite issues like this, the label had money to burn, if the words of their longtime signees are anything to go by. Look at what Trippie Redd said his re-up involved. Just signed to Elliot Grange for $30 million. Now it's time to start dropping a
What?
Better to You 5 songs. Soon after, he was claiming that he was making $200 to $400K a show, and that most of that
Cap.
$30 million was going directly in his pockets. And notably,
Cap.
this was all going down after Trippie's commercial peak. Alongside signing acts like Ice Spice, 10K has been accused of acting pretty slimy in the eyes of its original breakout artists, Internet Money. According to a lawsuit filed by Taz Taylor & Co. in November of 2025, 10K engaged in a consistent and repeated pattern of violations.
Wait, what's up with Internet Money?
Under the agreement,
He had a little run, didn't he?
per the agreement,
What's up with
10K
him
is
now?
required to get approval from Internet Money regarding all creative and business decisions, as well as any reallocations of A&R costs and marketing. Internet Money claims that 10K did not comply with the agreement and unilaterally incurred and charged tens of millions of dollars in deductions without approval. But while they are looking for millions in damages, any controversy that's come...
I think I'm gonna just leave that party. I can't stand a 2-minute blood camp. Let's be honest, bro. We need actual useful people.
Elliot Grange, Atlantic, move.
Elliot is great at what he's done. He's broke about 4 or 5 artists since he's had 10K. But he didn't start on the bottom floor. He got a whole label deal out the gate. So it was really like, damn, dad set him up. Now he gets promoted. He just skipped the line, and now he's Kevin Lyle's boss. Kaiser, you mean to tell me that line rate wasn't worth? That's nasty work, bro. It feels like nepotism to me is that when A. Reed took over Arista, he had to sell. When Hov took over Def Jam, he had to sell.
I don't know. We had a mage, I think Elite OP or something. He was doing blood camp within 2 minutes of time. Why? I don't know why. Oh my, we got Femi ties in the lobby. Holy shit! Is that a block ad? Is that a block ad right now?
Lucien over here and your son right across, like over there at the other
competing against each other.
At the other major.
Competing against each other.
Or not.
I don't know
That's
that
my part.
means
Or
competing
not.
against each other. I like the nepotism.
Me too.
But there's something funny in here somewhere.
I wish it wasn't just so in your face. I don't know what it is about that. To me, it's just like you got out here that be killing it, brilliant, care, can do the job. But they got to show you that they want to do the job before you even give them a chance to get $1 to try to do the job. Kaiser been putting in work at Atlantic for over 20 years. And you mean to tell me you promoted a kid to be my boss? Like what I've been doing didn't count? Like, so for me, it's just like, that's the part that bothers me. If they sold 10K,
Why is he still in here?
that's a play. He cashed out. And but they let him keep that.
Elite OP was the guy, by the way, who was just spending 2 minutes on blood camp. He was like Kara 38 mage. I don't know. He's like a babic.
That's what they tell all us.
Yeah.
So now y'all run 2/3 of the music business.
Yeah. That's the crazy.
Actually, more than 2/3, 75% more than likely, because Universal is about 47% of market share, and Warner is about another
big chunk of it.
Yeah, like you and your dad. I mean, I sitting at the lunch table, y'all laughing at who you buying today, son.
In October of 2024, it was announced that Elliot had been named CEO of Atlantic, and much like his dad, he hit the ground running. In the third quarter of 2025 alone, Atlantic soared up to 7.83% market share, according to Billboard. Up
Yeah, Atlantic Records, I know that.
same period last year, and
So he's UMG's son
He seemed eager to
owns
forget the
Atlantic.
of nepotism as the reason for those big strides. But the problem he's facing is that absolutely no one is buying it.
You're the son of Lucian Grange. Between you and Pops, you control 40% of the music business. I mean, you grew up reading your dad's emails. You grew up in boardrooms, not break rooms. I mean, your best friend is Val Blacknovic, I think is his name. I mean, who's the son of the guy who hired you at Warner and owns Warner and gave you $102 million for a majority stake in 10K. You know, it's not like you worked your way up the ranks, buddy. I mean, now the CEO of one of the biggest labels in history, Atlantic, Aretha, Led Zeppelin, Bruno Mars, and Atlantic's, you know, I mean, they're losing ground in the streaming era. I mean, new music market share is slipping, layoffs have hit. Even Chaperone was up there at the Grammys saying what she said. But there he is, cracking jokes, you know, talking about speed, TikTok strategy, and how he's not from the fax machine era.
Considering his background,
Yeah.
it's obvious that Elliot is about as far removed from the street-hardened artists that he sought to make a living from promoting. But
for whatever reason, the internet loves the spectacle. The bigger it is, the louder it is. The more expensive it looks, the better it performs. Look at the top of Twitch.
Hold
right
on,
now.
this
It's
might be a
flooded with million-dollar
goated
mansions,
video.
celebrity subathons,
Wait,
streamers
this
buying
might be
their
an
10th
insane
dream
video.
car.
Look at
Everything
this.
seems to be built around the question: how much money can we burn on camera?
Yo.
And then there's this guy. Queso is interesting because on paper he's doing almost everything wrong. His production quality is kind of garbage.
Queso, where'd he come from? 200,000 viewers playing Fall Guys yesterday. Yeah, it wasn't even zoomed in or cropped.
Let's go,
He's
Queso.
some massive content machine. Half the time he's live, he's playing some random game most people have never even heard of.
Your costume sucks, kid.
I mean, when your entire job is getting people to watch you, you don't turn down a Mr. Beast video. But Queso did.
Queso did not respond to my message.
And somehow, despite doing the opposite of what the internet tells creators they're supposed to do, he's still one of the biggest streamers on
Let's
the
go,
planet.
Queso.
How does that happen? The honest answer is that none of this should have worked, because Queso's had the odds stacked against him since day one. Case Baker grew up in rural Arkansas. His hometown has a population
Was he
of
always
over
big?
1,500. It's the kind of place where a new Walmart makes the front page, and where the churches outnumber the stoplights. The town's like
Hey,
that.
hey, hey, hey.
So, as a quiet kid, Case did what quiet kids in quiet towns have always done. He disappeared into a screen. In this case, a PlayStation. Call of Duty on repeat. And when YouTube started blowing up in the early 2010s, he was right there watching Nate Shot and the Optic guys build something that didn't exist a decade earlier. He watched gaming turn from a thing you did after school into an actual career.
Quality. Y'all remember it?
Oh, he watched the video. This is perfect. Oh, this is perfect.
How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? I'm back.
For whatever reason, the internet loves the spectacle. The bigger it is, the louder it is. The more expensive it looks, the better it performs.
Yo, this is perfect. So, yeah, I want to see this. I want to absolutely see this.
The more expensive it looks, the better it performs. Look at the top.
I saw me right there. Look at it. Look at us right there. We're right there. What game was I playing? Am I a nerd enough to know exactly what game that is? Yes, I am. That is literally the Witch and the Missing Babies that we played 2 games ago. I remember that staircase. This is new. This is new. That was the game from 2 days ago. I remember the staircase. Y'all remember it?
Twitch right now. It's flooded with million-dollar mansions, celebrity subathons, streamers buying their 10th dream car. Everything seems to be built around the question: how much money can we burn on camera? And then there's this guy. This was interesting.
Yo, wait, this is high quality. Bro got motion. This high quality. My bad. Let me quit pause.
Money can we burn on camera? And then there's this because on paper he's doing almost everything wrong. His production quality is
what?
He is though.
Kind of garbage. And then there's this guy. Queso is interesting because on paper he's doing almost everything wrong. His production
He's right.
is kind of garbage.
Queso, where'd he come from? 200,000 viewers playing Fall Guys yesterday.
He's right though.
His setup isn't designed to be.
Wait, was that real?
Everything wrong. His production quality is kind of garbage.
Queso, where'd he come from? 200,000 viewers playing Fall Guys yesterday. Yeah, it wasn't even zoomed
When
in.
was this?
His setup isn't designed to be some massive content machine. Half the time he's live, he's playing some random game most people have never even heard of.
Your costume sucks, kid. Facts.
I mean, when your entire job is getting people to watch you, you don't turn down a Mr. Beast video.
What? I messed it up.
Queso did not respond to my message.
And somehow, despite doing the opposite, but Queso did.
Queso did not respond to my message.
And somehow,
Hold on now. Hey, I didn't like I'll be seeing stuff and not respond. I just don't be looking.
despite doing the opposite of what the internet tells creators,
Wow! Okay, I'm done.
still one of the biggest streamers on the planet. How does that happen? The honest answer is that none of this should have worked, because Queso's had the odds stacked against him since day one. Case Baker grew up in rural Arkansas. His hometown has a population just over 1,500. It's the kind of place where a new Walmart makes the front page, and where the churches out
There was never a Walmart there, though.
Stop it. Towns like that don't have a lot going on. So, as a quiet kid, Case did what quiet kids in quiet towns have always done. He disappeared into a screen. In this case, a PlayStation. Call of Duty on repeat.
Yep.
And when YouTube started blowing up in the early 2010s, he was right there watching Nate Shot and the Optic guys build something that did.
My goodness, bro.
W
Wow, you
nature.
got your ducks in a row here. Not gonna lie, you know your stuff here, buddy. Wow.
Blowing up in the early 2010s, he was right there watching Nate Shot and.
Dude, this is so. Dude, I used to Nate Shot, Scump, that's Merc back there. Optic Merc back there. There's Big Timer over here. Man up!
Optic guys built something that didn't exist a decade earlier. He watched gaming turn from a thing you did after school into an actual career.
Well, how does this sound? Making a living and even a small fortune just playing video games.
The biggest names were clearing their parents' annual salaries in a single weekend. And after watching that, it became Case's dream job.
Yep!
The problem was
It makes sense, though.
especially in his situation. His Wi-Fi was barely good enough to even watch YouTube.
Yeah.
Uploading to it or streaming on Twitch, so he buried it. He graduated high school, bounced between jobs, often working
now! Ain't that big?
for 6 years. 6 years of clocking in somewhere he didn't want to be. 6 years of watching other guys his age blow up online doing the exact same thing he'd given up on. By the end of it, Case was broke, burnt out. He was one bad week away from walking into a recruiter's office and signing up for the military. Then his mom stepped in, and she asked him the question that changed everything. Why not take a real shot at the whole streaming thing? What's the worst that happens? Yeah. Now, streaming is one of the
Damn,
most jobs on the planet. If
WMO.
you're like Case, trying to pursue it full time, you need to understand. There's levels to this.
Reformat all my sources to be in APA format, please.
Here are the references formatted according to APA.
Level 1, you can quit your job. Level 2, you're living large. And at level 3, you're the top 1% of the top 1%. Now, there's no direct translation from Twitch viewers to money. So, for the sake of the example, we're going to say you reach level 1 at around 100 viewers.
Yep.
Once you're there, you can take the leap to streaming full time. Which, getting there sounds totally reasonable. It's not. Somehow convincing 100 people to watch you live is brutal. In the past year, 18.4 million people opened up Twitch and broadcasted live on the platform.
Damn!
Guess how many of them actually made it to level 1? Seriously, throw a number out there. The answer is 165,536.
That is crazy.
That's less than 1%. For every person who gets to level 1, there's 100 that don't. Every big streamer you see today spent days, weeks, if not months streaming to an audience of 0. I mean, take Jinxie for example. He streamed to just 5 viewers for a year and a half before he ever made it.
5 viewers? He's grinding!
And I'm throwing all of these numbers at you for a reason, because without them, you wouldn't understand how truly insane what happens next is. Okay, so
Yeah, W Jinxie, bro.
let's say you're like Queso and don't love your day job.
Honestly, one of the most real people on streaming by a long shot.
Don't know where to actually start. Well, let me tell you about WAP. WAP is the where you go to create all in one place. Coaching, paid communities, clothing brands, software, whatever it is,
came out of nowhere!
Back end for you. Pay-ins, payouts, all of it. The scale is wild. Over 18 million people are on the platform. Businesses on WAP are pulling in more than 3
What do you mean, excuse me, what do I am?
Thousands of solopreneurs running right next to major brands like Kalshi, 11 Labs, and Polygon.
Skip it, I don't skip it, I'm watching
I mean,
the video.
yeah.
actually
He's a part of it.
on every
The
dollar your business
real
brings
ones,
in.
yeah, for sure.
Your money's working while you're working. So if you're stuck in a job you hate, go to wop.com to start your business today.
Because in like 24 hours, y'all took me from nothing to crazy.
You see,
No!
I mean, I'd say it's the Jinxie, Queso, and
Before he went live for the first time, Queso was already laying the groundwork. He
XQC.
spent days filming
It's
and
like the
editing clips of him
three
playing games.
biggest ones that I can think of that are like
September 10th, 2022,
still
he uploaded
sticking to
3
their
videos
roots,
to TikTok.
or like
The
real.
next morning, he woke up to over 10,000 followers and a comment
And
section
Only
flooding
Pixel,
with
of course.
questions.
Only Pixel.
So that night, he
Only
went live for the
Pixel.
first time,
Only
and the
Pixel.
floodgates opened.
When I look down and I see 126 viewers, bro, I cannot believe it.
From
That
day on,
was
he followed the same
crazy.
routine. Clock into the 9 to 5, hit the second job, cut a few lawns, then come home and stream until he couldn't keep his eyes open.
Yeah! That's what I was doing!
I cannot believe it.
From that day on,
You
he
got some inside information or something, buddy? You're a little too accurate with this.
followed the same routine. Clock into the 9 to 5, hit the second job, cut a few lawns, then come home and stream until he couldn't keep his eyes open.
I don't want to go to sleep, man. I don't want to go to work, man. Facts. I want another build, dog. All I want to do is make builds and play 2K forever.
After each stream, he'd find the best moments, clip them, and fire them back onto TikTok. The loop fed itself. Inside a week, he'd blown past 100,000 TikTok followers. Every stream was pulling 500 plus concurrent viewers.
Let's go, Case.
And the number that actually mattered, he was making more money streaming at night than he was at his day job.
And no, y'all literally just donated more than I make in a week in one night.
Yep.
Bruh.
But Queso kept his head on straight. What shows up overnight can also disappear overnight. So before he quit his day job, he needed proof that this wasn't a fluke.
Hold up, real
It can also disappear overnight. So
I'm actually so based, it's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Stephen Curry at top 30?
Yeah, I know my ball, buddy. Only thing I would redo now.
There's very few reels, like real streamers.
Disagree with here today is I'd probably go Chris Paul top 30. I'd move KG up to top 15, and I would.
Well, I guess I don't like Asmongold really anymore, but
Yo, Ren with the 5, thank you.
but he's also a real streamer. I have to say that.
Yet, but you already know where Kobe was gonna be.
before he quit his day job, he needed proof that this wasn't a fluke. So he made a deal with his chat, hit 5,000 Twitch subs, and he'd quit his job.
Yep. This the day we're gonna remember forever. You feel me? This the day we gonna remember forever.
I remember this.
Y'all, man. Thank you, bro.
I remember this
it's all
day.
y'all. You feel me? Thank you, man. Full-time queso in the building, and I'm laying in their mouth too.
Within just a few weeks, it was a done deal. Case's fan base was new, but dedicated, and they wanted to see him pursue this thing full-time.
Like I said, I've been dreaming of wanting to, be a streamer, a content creator since I was 13 years old. I finally took the leap, bro.
I was there. You was there, we.
Have act and make him.
No, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows from here.
Yeah, but there's a difference though, because like
streams would lag or even just
there's a difference if you're having
And when you're trying to
1 megabyte per second.
it's the kiss of death. If your
Because
stream
like
ends, they move on to the next.
XQC also acts out for stream. Like, what do you mean?
For a couple months, it looked like maybe the whole
We all know he's, but at the same time, he's also kind of himself. But there's other people who just fully fake. I won't act out. Ever. You have to.
Then he picked up a different game, Hogwarts Legacy. It was kind of a weird choice. It had a totally different audience from the 2K crowd he'd built, but he streamed it anyway. Clipped a moment and posted it to TikTok.
Oh my goodness, it's the TikTok that saved me. Chat, this is the TikTok that saved me.
But well, Kai is just fake though.
Specific one. Right here, I was up all night playing Hogwarts, dude. And I look out the window and the sun was, I could see the sun. It was like 7 in the morning. This was the TikTok that saved me right here.
Well, I see the sun peeking through the window a little bit. Sleep schedule gone now.
I can appreciate the fact he put on his friends though.
Yep.
I guess.
One video alone
But his friends that he put on are all obnoxious and annoying. I hate all of them, so I don't know. I like Ray though. Ray's kind of cool.
The snowball was rolling again. By May 2023, Queso was averaging over 2,500 viewers, a legitimate name in streaming culture.
If you don't know who he is, you gotta be living under a rock.
And this is level 2. At level 2, you're starting to live large. You're in big boy money territory. At this point, you're not going to bed afraid the whole thing vanishes overnight.
Nah, I still would.
With over 2,500 average viewers, Queso was sitting somewhere just inside the top 1,000 streamers on Twitch. Incredible by any measure, but
When
remember,
was this again? When did you say this was? 2023? February, probably like March, April?
Just inside the top 1,000 streamers on Twitch.
Yeah, I know.
Measure, but remember, Twitch is
But the thing is with him,
when I say top heavy,
he is literally the #1 streamer.
Yo,
He,
video, bro.
he, how really could you really be at that point?
This is crazy.
But at the same time, he is a good guy. He is definitely a good guy in my opinion. In my opinion, he's a good guy. But he has to be somewhat brand friendly and stuff.
Rank, the picture gets pretty clear.
Like he has so
Out of
much
the millions of
influence now.
channels on the platform, the top 250 pull over half the viewership. That's the difference between level 2 and level 3. While it seems like the easiest jump on the ladder here, it's actually the most difficult. There's a specific blueprint nearly every streamer has followed to make this jump. Here, I'll break it down for you. What you're looking at right now is 5 of the biggest streamers on the planet. Each at the moment they were averaging exactly 2,500 viewers. Pay attention to the setups. None of them are exciting.
Thing with him is that he sometimes just forgets
None of them are exciting.
the difference between content and then doing stuff that is out of pocket.
Bro looks entirely different now.
Oh my, is that Ninja? Oh my god, Ninja! Hey man, Ninja is kind of the same though, no?
The camera quality kind of sucks.
Do y'all remember when Ninja was a Halo Pro? Ninja was a Halo Pro.
To the setups. None of them are exciting. The rooms are pretty basic. The camera quality kind of sucks. There's no production value. They look like what they are. Just guys streaming from their bedrooms. Now fast forward to when those same streamers are pulling 10,000 viewers a night. Everything's changed. The lighting's dialed in. The cameras are crisp. The rooms look intentional. This is the blueprint kicking in. And it all starts with one realization. At this level, streaming isn't just a job anymore. It's a business, and like a business, the goal is to make as much money as possible.
Yeah.
The internet, for whatever reason, craves a spectacle, and the spectacle game is pretty easy to play.
Yep.
You kind of just gotta spend money to make money. The setup is just the start.
Yep.
Next comes the move to LA. Buy the mansion, drop the "I just bought my dream car" video. Hire a dozen editors, pump out clips around the clock. By the time you're clearing 50,000 viewers, it turns into an optimization race. Every stream, every upload, every second of content is engineered to milk the cash cow. The longer you stay on the top, the more efficient it becomes. And weirdly, the more the internet praises you for it. But the spectacle only works if people are still looking. Relevancy is the whole game. The second your numbers dip, the money goes with it. So you're forced to stay visible. You hit the podcast circuit, impulsive on Monday and blank on Thursday. You show up to every mainstream streamer event. You become a permanent fixture in the conversation because the conversation is the product. And the fastest way to stay in a conversation is to stand next to someone bigger than you. Take those same 5 streamers and pull up their biggest streams of all time. Ninja,
Yep.
Fortnite with Drake.
Drake.
Ross,
Yep.
Donald Trump,
I remember that. Do y'all remember when Ninja played Fortnite with Drake back in the day, bro? That was like the craziest thing in the world at the time. Do y'all remember that?
Facts.
What year was that, dude?
2018, I think, right? Was around the time Hotline Bling dropped, which is 2018, I think.
That's the blueprint. I'm not necessarily saying it's bulletproof or guaranteed, but it's the safe route. Every streamer who's made it to the top 250 has run some version of that exact playbook based on constant evolution. But Queso ignored this approach altogether. His strategy is quite literally the opposite in
I just died.
sense. The last
Yeah,
time we talked
2018.
about Queso, he was fresh
I was
off
right
the
around the
averaging 25,000
God's
viewers.
Plan,
So
Hotline
let's
Bling,
that same comparison.
when his album
Fast
Views
forward to when
dropped.
he's at 10,000.
Around that.
When was I at that?
Around that.
Not much has changed.
How do you know?
Sure, he did buy a new house.
I mean, it was around his
From a
album
trap house
release
to a
time.
trailer
The
to
time he
Charles
released
Town.
his album. And he had a lot of his songs went super viral at the time. That's why.
No, you did not.
So when he just joined on for Fortnite, that shit was crazy.
Did not throw that in here.
He had so much motion right at the time. He still does, but like that was like I think that was actually his peak of all time.
Just a clarification, that is a floor steamer.
All was going crazy. I think he had like multiple songs in top 5 on Billboard
Here are my PCs.
at that time.
They're being held up by books as well.
And the camera quality seems to somehow have gotten worse.
Is that still the setup?
Monitor, it'll fall
No,
over.
but
And
you
then
wanna
back
know
here
what's
are my
funny though? This PC right here, I still use this. I'm actually using that right now. I'm using my Starforge for gaming, and I have that plugged in too. Because I plugged it in last second. That one day, it was one day when the internet kept going off, and I plugged it in one day, and I never unplugged it. It's still, I'm still using it. Got that thing from Best Buy for like $2,000. Yep. So did. It's sitting right there.
By books as well.
And
Think about the setup investment for 2K though. Think about the amount of money he spent on his setup and then how much money he made with his setup.
Continue to stream 4 to 6 nights a week. Same time, same chat, rotating through whatever random games he feels like. Supermarket Simulator, Granny, Dress to Impress.
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh,
why is it on my front page?
Playing it.
A normal person wouldn't think to stream. But then you watch for 5 minutes and you start to get it.
This is the funniest dude on the internet right now.
Just plays the most random
everything.
Queso, where did he come from? 200,000 viewers playing Fall Guys yesterday.
Because the game isn't the point. The chat isn't there for the games. They're there to watch him fall out of his chair for the 10th time this month and narrate it like he's describing a car accident.
Yo, music with the 5.
Almost killed me.
No!
Facts.
Yo, chat, the chair is
Yo, this size is
So why
big.
get jump scared by a horror game and scream at a volume that blows out the mic? And that's why it worked. By January of 2024, Queso was averaging over 50,000 concurrent viewers every single night, making him the #3 ranked streamer on all of Twitch.
Get fit for the new Callaway Quantum.
Yo, this video is
and
good.
Experience a quantum leap in distance.
Every golf court video is good I've seen.
It's invisible to millions of
This is a good video.
Have you heard of Rakai? Do you like him? Bro, I fucking hate that guy, bro. He's so annoying. He's like a fucking pest. He's like a pest you can't get away from.
Oh my goodness, that's exactly what I think. Khalidis with the 5, thank you.
By every metric the industry actually uses,
Bro
Queso is
gets me. Dude, nobody gets me like that. Y'all know what I'm saying?
You also don't like him, right? He's just so annoying and obnoxious. He's basically like Kai at his worst, but worse. Like a lot worse.
Like in my mind, I still don't have the thought of like I still made it. Yeah, because in my mind, I feel like if I have that thought and tell myself that I made it, you don't want to get like lazy. It's gonna go.
Yeah, it's almost like you can never be. I've always had the thing is like you always have like a limiter on like the certain happiness level I can get to, because if I get to like a certain happiness level, something bad's gonna happen. So I always got like a limiter on it. Do y'all do that too?
What? That makes no sense. You can retire right now and be happy. Okay, so you can retire right now and be good. Like, chill out.
By every metric the industry actually uses, Queso is underperforming. He's leaving growth on the table at every possible turn. He doesn't invest in new setups, he doesn't upgrade his gear, and has no real plan to optimize himself. Every analyst will tell you he could be twice the size he is if he just ran the playbook like everyone else. And honestly, they're probably right. But here's the thing. Queso never looked at any of that and felt like he was losing something. Buying a house in the hills, pulling up in a supercar, collecting all the things that say you've made it. None of that ever seemed to be important to him. And there's nothing wrong with wanting those things. A lot of creators go in with exactly that goal in mind. But Queso sits in this rare category of someone who actually reached the I made it moment and genuinely doesn't want it.
It was never about like being huge, just like because it didn't matter the money. You know, I just wanted to do what I loved for a living.
Facts, I
You know, pinching pennies to make it. But as long as I get to stream every day instead of go to work, I was cool with that. Yeah.
But to be clear, it's not like he's allergic to money. He's the #3 streamer on Twitch. The guy is doing just fine. But there's a difference between making money and squeezing every last cent out of your audience. He's never done any kind of subathon, he doesn't say yes to every brand that comes knocking, and he doesn't manufacture drama to give the numbers a little bump. The way he sees it, you can't leave money on the table if it was never what you sat down for.
I made that. Some of my most favorite jobs I ever had were the jobs where I was making pennies.
Yo, I'm not even
Why?
Facts. September 14th, 2022, bro. Were the jobs
Mm.
right? How you think this?
I think y'all just donated more than my week's paycheck in one night.
I'm talking about sitting in the parking lot of the dollar store, having to call my mom, be like, hey, can you spot me $50 for food for the rest of the week? Yeah, and matter of fact, not only was it the dollar store, you got the specific dollar store right. It happened at a Family Dollar. Bro even got the dollar store right. Bro could have put a Dollar General. No, bro even got it happened outside of a Family Dollar on the left-hand parking lot. I'm talking about sitting in the parking lot of the dollar
Bro,
store, having to call my mom, be like, hey, can you spot me $50
I love kids, man.
for the rest of the week? And she would spot me that 50 every time. But you know,
Please rank. What?
Turn this into something and just be able to do this with y'all every day. That'd be a dream come true.
Yeah, I was broke. But it was alright because the job was cool. Yep. Dude, I'm not worried about Twitch ad revenue. I would rather people have a good viewing experience than make an extra, you know, whatever. Yeah, I agree with that too.
So that's the money half of the blueprint. The mansion.
But that's not true because you still have ads, don't you, Keza? Don't you still run ads? I mean, but he kind of makes it into a joke, and he has very little ads. I'm not gonna lie, he has very little ads.
The streaming world has a short memory. And the way
Please rank Peaceful Bag 302.
Podcasts, events,
What?
collabs, it all
What is
comes down to the
happening?
same idea. Stand next to someone bigger than you, and you get to share some of their spotlight. Well, if you thought he was underperforming on the money side of the blueprint, just listen to this. In 3 years as one of the biggest streamers on the planet, he's done exactly one traditional collab. Jinxie.
What's the furthest you've ever traveled?
My boy Jinxie's the only dude to ever get me out the crib to go do something. That's my boy right there. That's my boy right there, man. Not gonna lie, look at us.
Traditional collab. Jinxie.
What's the furthest you've ever traveled?
Florida, and that was one time.
That's the homie Layla Laser right there
Furthest
too.
you've ever traveled?
Florida, and that was one time to go to Jinxie's house.
And that collab is almost word for word the
As long as he's ever traveled, he hasn't even left America ever before.
My friend brought this up yesterday to me when we were chilling. He said it's crazy that Jinxie literally has the only recorded footage of me outside of my own screen set. He's the only one. Yeah. That's got me out of my room.
Matter of fact, this is the first time he'd ever left the state he was born in.
So this is the first time you've ever been out of... Besides the one time I went to Branson, Missouri when I was a kid and almost drowned.
Florida? Or out of Arkansas. Yeah.
Wow. It's just, I don't know, I'll be getting homesick. I get away from home for too long, I'm just, man, I don't know.
Over the last 3 years, Queso has won 5 different awards.
And the Streamer Award goes to...
Queso!
Queso! Queso! Queso!
He hasn't shown up to a single one in person.
Mr. Beast needs you. Oh, yeah, I talked to him, yeah. I can't even go on a Mr. Beast video due to fear of airplanes. Ain't that bad, chat? Yeah.
According to the blueprint, all of those
Oh.
territory of being in the top 1%.
He has a fear of airplanes. That makes sense, though.
And when you stack it all up, not going
Because if he goes on an airplane, he's gonna crash it.
Even the fact that he's only left the state of Arkansas once, you start to wonder if there's more to it than just not caring.
To Leo, buy one, get
Here we
one
go.
snack, maximizing his savings potential. However you make money work.
What?
Wells Fargo
Premium,
can
bro, I'm not even signed into an account.
We've been having some trouble this year with one of our dolphin friends.
Okay. What is this?
Let's go, bro.
Tails, and he's...
Chad, I didn't tell y'all this, bro. When I
Double recon, bro? Nah, that is nutty. That is nutty, buddy. Yeah, I'm rich now. I'm rich now, bro. I'm rich, man.
Because I don't know if anybody else has this, but dude, I have like some form of horrific OCD that I've had for years, that if something even minor changes, I'm gonna die. That's true.
You see, OCD is one of the most misunderstood conditions out there. People hear the word and picture someone who just likes things clean and organized. And while that can be a part of it, that's not exactly what it is. At its core, OCD is anxiety. For Queso, moving into a new house meant moving into an environment that was full of variables his brain hadn't had the chance to map out yet.
Like when I take my hat off and put it on the counter, same spot every night. If it goes in a different spot, I'm dead.
Everything becomes unpredictable. And for someone with OCD, an unpredictable environment is one thing that can't be controlled.
Hold on,
which
let me
unlearns
find some
that's
more
what's
water.
going to last until his brain is sent into overdrive.
Chad, here's some lore for you. Every time I would leave to work in the morning, I would go outside my house, and I would have to check that my doorknob was locked 37 times. I would have to start my drive to work, take a block back around to my house, and check it another 11 times.
So did.
And then I could go to work.
Which explains why his setup has rarely changed over the years. It's one of the places where his brain already knows the answers to all the questions. It's his rules at his pace, all in an environment that makes him most comfortable. But the need for predictability doesn't stay contained in his house. It follows him everywhere.
I went out in public 3 times in a row. I got recognized all 3 times. I never went outside again, bro.
Like some people, bro, came up like, hey, yo, can I get a picture? Oh, I remember this, bro. Started looking, I'm like, oh, man, dude, I was about to pass out, man.
Outside of that room, he controls nothing. Who's around him, how they got there, whether someone grabs his shoulder before he sees it coming. None of it is up to him.
I don't go out in public. I don't. Never.
When he's at home, it's easier to manage because, well, he's in his own house. But in public, there's no way to make the unknown stop. It's not only uncomfortable, but also insanely overwhelming.
You would have a better chance of actually winning the Powerball lottery than ever seeing me in public. That's how rare it is.
The blueprint says the path forward
Hey, he right, though. It ain't a big chance.
revolves around a constant state of evolution. The more you change, the newer things are, the
Official
more
with
expensive
the
to watch.
thank
The case of that path has never really been accessible the same way it is for everyone else.
Man, say it ain't so. This is a moment in history? No, this is a moment. 10 milli!
Behind everything, the awards, the numbers, the journey from a rice mill to the #3 spot on Twitch. Almost nothing has actually changed.
You definitely gonna do this full time? Hey, I hope so, CJ. That'd be a dream come true for you, boy, man. Maybe my parents don't have to work no more either. That'd be a dream come true. Hey, they ain't. Too, bro.
He's been grounded in the fact that streaming was never about being the very best. It was always about building a life worth living. For himself and for the people he loved. About being the very best. It was always about building...
Dog, where did you get this picture?
Bro. He's been grounded in the fact that streaming was never about being the very best. It was always
I
about
don't even know what
building
this
a life
picture
worth living.
is!
For himself and for the people he loves.
I know that one. Wait, Mom, we're about to hit 10 million. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. We're about to hit 10 million! No way we're actually about to hit it. We did. We hit 10 million, baby! Let's go! 10 of them things! On YouTube!
His mom was there before any of this made sense.
She brought me some balloons in here. Uh-oh, not the balloon. She brought me some balloons. Not the balloon situation. You can't see it. Get a pose in there with it.
Before all of the awards and money, before tens of thousands of people were waiting for him to go live, she was the only one who pushed him to try streaming in the first place.
Yep. That's a damn diamond play button. Yeah, it is. You've had this? What? It wouldn't be possible without y'all, Chad. You know who else it wouldn't be possible without? My mom. Come stand in front of the camera. Look at that. Play button. W mom.
And his dad, the man who spent his whole life doing the kind of work nobody claps for.
My dad, for example, like, dude, this whole life, just working. He's had multiple back surgeries, multiple wrist surgeries, multiple foot surgeries, all from just working his whole life.
The man he watched and worked alongside with.
How does he have that? How does he have that picture, actually?
I told y'all he looked like Mr. Clean.
His whole life.
The man he watched and worked alongside with.
I told y'all he looked like Mr. Clean. Told you.
With no complaints.
I work with my dad. We're both maintenance men. Maintenance ain't easy work. You know, you're crawling under sinks, you're changing faucets, you're crawling up in attics, you know, all that. Just nasty.
The same man that taught him how to work was eventually the one who told him to quit his regular job and do what he loved.
I remember the night we hit 5,000. I was like, all right, tomorrow I'm going to call my boss. I remember I got him to call because I was scared. Like, hey, boss, you know, I'm playing video games for a living. But it'd sound better coming from my dad because, you know, my dad was essentially like his right-hand man. But, yeah.
So when streaming became a reality, he made sure that the two people who spent their lives building him up never had to work again.
What has been like the most fulfilling thing that you've run into in your career?
Just that everybody gets to chill.
Yeah.
And they have to get away from the jobs they hated and everything like that, and we can all just chill and do this. That's the best thing. I'm gonna say they're retired because they do it because they don't want to just chill and do nothing. They do a lot of stuff for me. Like my dad, if I need something to go get or something, he goes and gets it. My mom handles all the background, like all of it.
If you ask Case, that's the whole story right there. In a world where
Mm.
overnight success has a way of quietly hollowing people out, Queso never let any of it
Mm.
The only thing I want to be
The school.
forget about life, crack some jokes, have a good time, and just chill out.
And that's why this story isn't over. Queso has already crossed the line and mattered the most. He turned his dream into real life.
I'm actually getting
His
rich.
family stopped working. He became the
Oh wait,
boss he
I'm
always
kind of
wanted to be
shitting
for
right now.
others. So whatever happens next is just the icing on the cake.
Yo, W video.
That is a great video, really good video.
I've been dreaming of this since I was a kid, bro. Y'all for real low key making dreams come true, bro. Yo, W video, man, that was good. Bro, that was actually a really good documentary type deal. That was good. Bro had some pictures I didn't even know about in there too. Like, what was that? That was a great video. Shout out Golf Cart. That was good. Bro already got motion too. I see why. That was my fault. My bad. That's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Chat W video for real. That was actually.
Wait, so how much food does Kaiser actually eat? Because does he even go outside? Does he? I don't know. Maybe he does. He just says he said that he doesn't go outside, so I don't know. Maybe he goes outside on his lawn or something.
Look at that, bro. Bro, W video. That was actually that was goated. I didn't even know about this till my mom just put it on the pinned the pin thing. Yeah, we'll give that a like. That was good. That was actually really good video.
Mama, we made it! I'm in a Boys Critical video!
This guy is purchasing videos of children being and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. $5 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok.
And you don't just stumble across the telegrams. You have to go out looking for these things.
How do you know this, dude? Actually, it's basically his full-time job.
Charlie made a video about it. I texted him last night about the situation. Bro, let's watch it. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome to a brand new video. And today, Charlie is talking about the Looks Maxer situation. You guys know, man. It's always the situation. So anyway, you guys know Hollow, the guy that we caught the other day, he has officially been arrested and everything. Charlie's making a video about it. The video's titled, Looks Maxer Arrested for Disgusting Crime.
Yeah, sir.
I hit him up.
W. Gideon. So Gideon did Gideon expose him?
Y'all, man, I'm fanboying a little bit. I'm a big Charlie fan, bro. Every time I see bro, I geek out. You know, a couple months ago, we did a catch over by him, and he let us come over to his crib, see his old setup and everything, man. Cool dude. I got nothing but good things to say about Charlie. Let's watch this video, man. I'm geeking, y'all. Man. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. He's my guilty pleasure.
Remember a while ago when Overwatch blew up, so every company on the planet tried to bite that bosom and make their own slop-ass hero shooter and flooded the market with garbage?
Yeah.
That exact same phenomenon's happening right now with humans on TikTok. every single day there is a new broccoli hair prankster or 3D printed looks maxer that
Yeah,
spawns
why are they always
gets
broccoli hair?
flowing and then
What's the point of all the
snowballs from
broccoli
there.
hair?
And today I just learned about a new one named Hulo, who is a looks maxer that is now facing 15 counts of possession of child pornography, all of which he has publicly admitted to. They have pretty much irrefutable evidence based on
This is so sick, by the way.
Yeah, man, we haven't even dropped the full video. And sadly, I called up to the police department to make sure, because I wanted to get the body cam footage of when he admitted all of this when the cops got his phone. But sadly, they do not have body cameras there, man. I don't know what it is with Florida not having body cameras, bro. That's scary to me, man, bro. You know what I mean? Like, why we're in the big 2026 and you still don't got body cams? Makes no sense to me at all. But yeah, man, like.
Oh yeah, good. Bro, Florida is a cooked ass place though.
And despite all of that, there are still oodles of people defending him. Even though he has publicly confirmed that the evidence is accurate about his purchasing and possession of child sex abuse material, there are still these.
But I feel like most of the people who defend this shit are just doing for attention, because they think all attention is good attention, but that's not really the case. When you're defending a person like this,
They're still attaching themselves
that's
to his
disgusting.
muscle to suck his farts and fight tooth and nail for his honor, even though he has admitted to these unforgivable crimes. That's the state of things right now. It's sickening. I talked about the same thing happening like with David, how the dipshits for David movement is still defending him, saying he's been framed, even though there is so much evidence publicly available and the case is still ongoing and not looking good for him. They are still willing to die on this hill that David's innocent, and now in this case, Hulu is a good guy and he deserves to be defended. I'll start here before going over Gideon's investigation of it. He has been arrested, and here is all of the charges he is facing.
And that's just the ones he has now, chat. Like I told you guys, I think the reason why they hurried up and charged him is because of. Like,
Did I get a recall?
Just the eyes.
I'm getting so many. What the fuck? How many recoms am I gonna get, bro? Do you see what I mean, by the way, with recoms? Like, recoms in M6 is just insane profit. I don't know what's happening.
Because they took his phone all the way back last Thursday, right? I believe. They took his phone
Something is tripping with recoms, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
And then we confront him on Monday, get the confession, we give the police all the stuff on Monday, and then Wednesday night, boom, he's arrested.
Yeah, but so Florida still has no body cams. And that is weird. Like, didn't Obama make sure all states had it? I'm kind of confused.
And the fact that they have these charges against him, the possession of this material, means that they probably have evidence of it. Outside of just Gideon's video where he admits to it, I imagine they have something far more solid, because they wouldn't... Think about all of the other, like, predator catchers, where they do get the pedophile to admit to things, and that becomes inadmissible. There's a lot of times where that can't be used. So you don't see them ever get these kind of charges. The fact that he has 15 counts of this means that they probably...
Yeah, there wasn't Obama the person who came out with the body cams, which is honestly such a crucial part, in my opinion, to the police force in America. Because first of all, it defends the suspects from bad behavior from the cops, because if they see bad behavior towards the suspect, I mean, their job is at risk. And then also protects the police and sinners if they use self-defense and stuff. I mean, it's just perfect. W Obama, man.
I'm fanboy. It's moist. It's KSI, bro, man. Like, I've been watching these dudes since I was legit. You know, it'll be like if I'm one of your guys' favorite YouTubers and you guys saw me reacting to your video. You know, you guys would freak out, bro. Guys, I'm as big a fan as you guys are, bro. on everything, bro. First, he messaged first. He said hi. This is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available.
Gideon is low-key cute. The fuck?
What's your budget? He said CP $25 max.
So, to give you a bit of context here, like the lore, his
Wait,
found out
is he in Tankar?
the CP that he was purchasing.
Is he in Golder?
And then Gideon found out about that because of her blowing the whistle on it. Then they teamed up as well as predator poachers. They went to the police. They submitted the evidence, and then also publicly started to.
Is that Golder Storm?
People could see it and stay away from him. And I've talked about this a lot. I think when it comes to shit like this, putting it out in the public is extremely important.
Who was the mage? Who's the mage? I want to actually see. Is that Golder Storm? That's crazy if it is.
But also alerting the community so they can stay safe as well and avoid these kind of fucking.
Let me have a look.
Exactly, man. And listen, I would have put it out there if when the police got his phone.
Gary died. The fuck?
So that's why we felt comfortable to put all the information out there, let people know. Because look at it like this: there were so many people like Keishami. They were trying to do interviews with him to get his side of the story. His side of the story. You know, he told us the truth when we went over, and he blabbered his mouth about everything. You feel me? So we put out there. So
Sure.
I didn't want him going out there putting out like another alternative, because even with him admitting to it, and you guys see how his
I mean, I only have 3 days of work next week. That's actually so fire. Because I have Thursday off, and then I'm gonna take. Well, no, Thursday is a red day or whatever they call it. And then I'm gonna take a day off on Friday, and then, yo, that's 3 days work. So free.
And the most important thing was I saw the absolute like hell his ex was going through. She was going through literal hell. People giving her death threats, doxing her, calling her phone, telling her that they're gonna kill her, all for outing a pedo. You know what I mean? Imagine you do all the right things, and yet society is telling you that you're wrong, that this doesn't matter. And this Hollow situation, I think, reflects perfectly what's happening with the Epstein stuff, where it's, I'm seeing dudes at MAGA conventions and asking people like, yo, what do you think about Trump stopping the investigation? And people are like, good, we don't need to know about that. What do you mean we don't need to know about that? You see, people love to be against predators until one of they dudes get caught up in something.
Exactly. That's actually pretty true.
To be called out, and I thought it would be good whenever I posted about it, Alex posted about it, she posted about it, showing that this was facts. But then it's like I'm seeing it turned up a notch. So that's why I hit up Charlie. The whole reason why I hit up Charlie for this wasn't so like I can be in his video and stuff and people can see me. I'm like, bro, genuinely, he didn't even have to mention me in the video. I just wanted him to cover this conversation so more people know about it. So that way these weirdos that are going in these comment sections, like trying to like either dismiss
yeah. They just get fried.
We could just shame them to eternity.
So I totally understand
the
approach. And what you were seeing there is some Telegram messages. Gideon goes through a lot of them. This is him trying to purchase CP for $25, and this became a meme in his community, as well as Maxers made it like a joke to try and water it down and like sterilize it, like, oh, it's not that big of a deal.
And you know what? I don't know. I'm still trying to find the nest, right? Because this is what's happening. A lot of there was so many TikTok accounts. It was like, bro, why is there so many TikToks making edits of this dude about this situation? Somebody is hosting a nest and farming this stuff out to devalue the situation. And whoever you are a sick individual. I have not found the nest yet, but I know for a fact that this is happening. And all these people are promoting the same app. Some face scan IQ thing, something like that, bro. They're all. It's like not only are they devaluing the situation, but they're also promoting some shitty app.
Haha, $25 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok. So he even posted like a 5x5 joke about it.
Look at that, bro.
who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CSAM. That $25 he spent $25
Look at this disgusting
to
creep.
watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme.
Evil shit, man. This guy is purchasing videos of children being raped and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. It's actual demon shit.
He said hi, they said hi, CP content available, and he says how much.
More Telegram messages get posted that show him cruising these telegrams attempting to purchase CP.
And you don't just stumble across these telegrams. You have to go out looking for these things. And all glory to God, we got him to admit that where he was finding a lot of this stuff is X. X is freaking disgusting right now, where this stuff is like a hotbed for this. And this freak, he was freaking curating his own recommended to have threads where they just have links to this stuff.
What?
To us that he was using those things to he was using those links to buy and find these things and stuff like that.
Yeah, because X is owned by Elon, and Elon doesn't give a fuck about anything unless it hurts his money.
So Mason was going around trying
And this should hurt his money, but sadly it doesn't.
and did successfully buy them. And was then confronted directly where he just started singing. He just started squealing and confirming all the evidence was true.
You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister and an infant sister as well. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I guess. Okay. So I'm just gonna ask you straight up because you've been straight up with us. You're gonna be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate to those videos of 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being It was watched? just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time I'm just scrolling through everything. Okay. So
Just watch normal porn. I don't understand.
So it's fair to say that's probably masturbating. Yeah. Okay. That's I appreciate you being honest about that.
On camera, openly admits to masturbating to videos of 12-year-olds being sexually abused, and the Hulo is innocent gang doesn't care. He is then asked again if the allegations are true, and he confirms they are. That he downloaded those videos, he claims he deleted them. Also, it says he, told the police. When directly confronted, he openly admits to it. And it's all on camera. And now he is being charged with 15 counts of this. And still, people are defending him. In Gideon's own chat there, you could see a lot of people saying he's not a bad guy, free him, it's not...
Okay, well, Moist. That's our thing, Moist, okay? okay. Yo, wait. I'm getting you guys in trouble. Oh, man, okay. Yo, my bad, man. My bad, Moist. Let me, here. If you ever see he's not a bad guy, just trust and believe we think he's a bad guy, okay? Oh man, you guys are in trouble.
That big a deal, that kind of thing. You can literally see it in Gideon's own chat. And then on TikTok, his community is standing beside him 100%.
Yeah, TikTok.
As if it's, some kind of mistake that he made that he'll learn from. That's not a mistake.
It is definitely not a mistake.
Buying videos of children being raped.
You have to think about this how many times.
He apparently tried to say that he was in a dark place when he was doing it, but now he's a changed person. So
What?
people are like, oh, he deserves a second chance. No, we can't let his life be ruined over this. He was just in a bad spot. Do you know how many people are in a bad spot that don't turn to paying money to watch videos of children being raped so they can jack off to it? That's not an excuse. That's not a justification. It is pure demonic evil shit.
True.
And people are just giving him a pass. And fighting tooth and nail for him. They got their fucking shield up going to bat for him like white knights to defend Hulo. Even though he openly admits to it, he is being charged. They're pursuing 15
You can only
counts
guess
of
why,
possession
bro.
of
The
child
people
sex work
defending him are probably a
and
part
still
of them.
people don't care. They think that this isn't that big of a deal, and that, well, he was in a dark place, so we can't be mad at him for it. They're not even saying that he's innocent, that he didn't purchase these and watch these.
They just don't
They're
care.
not even saying that. They are saying they don't
there's people saying
care
he's innocent.
that he did. It's just unhinged, man. It is actually scary. Because it's not a small amount of people. It's not. It is not a small number of people.
But it doesn't feel real. That's what I'm saying. This feels like there's a nest for this. I would get it if, like, I'm telling you, chat, man, if he was some big TikToker, maybe. But there's something fishy about this where it doesn't feel real, bro. Like, I go on these people's accounts and somebody is curating this, and someone's curating this, and whoever's doing that, you're doing it for demonic reasons.
I know you can always point to, like, these fringe outlier freaks that'll defend
That's a good point. Yeah.
you can find a ton of them. Like, go to any post that's talking about this, or go to any video, or go to some of the communities. There's even some people, like, in the Looksmaxing community that are going to bat for him. You can find so many people defending him. It's just, I just cannot wrap my head around how we even got to this point. I don't get it. I don't get it. There is just nothing that is just universally condemned anymore. There isn't. Even just
that's true.
evil like this no longer gets a
6-7. Damn, you really popped the 6-7 on in my chat, really, bro?
Freaking that streamer
I just got popped the 6-7 on.
leaked his links, let it be EDP, you know, then everybody would come to the common consensus. But
humanity is just devolving. It's scary. It is completely unhinged. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this. I think it is a great thing that he is being charged with all of this. He's a fucking disgusting monster. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Hello and welcome to another GeoGuessr video with my dear friend Oscar. Hi Oscar, how are you today?
Hello everyone, Jack. I'm going fantastically today.
That is great, and today we've got a good old-fashioned Jack and Oscar 1v1 GeoGuessr duel. This is GeoGuessr, but Oscar can only guess the landlocked countries.
There are certain places in the world where this is going to be extremely problematic. I can think of like the US and Canada being
Landlocked
mega
countries.
concerning for me.
Yeah,
What the fuck does that mean?
Australia, maybe New Zealand, but the other parts of the world, I think it's going to be very achievable. So I think with a lucky seed, I'll be able to win, but otherwise I won't.
Exactly, and it's an arbitrary world, so there's going to be times where I can find the country straight away, but a lot of times I'm also probably going to be quite far off myself. So we will see how many times will you actually manage to beat me. Should we get into the first game?
I think we certainly should.
Oh, that's arbitrary, bro. Is that like the normal map?
Check out my new Guatemala merch, by the way. I've got it in GeoGuessr. My voice cracked while getting excited about my merch. That's really sad. All right, this looks like Australia off the bat, which I think is fantastic for me.
Our best option when it's Australia is, I mean, Australia's not near any landlocked countries. It's got to be Laos, right? I'm just gonna go straight for the guess. Yeah, the next best would actually be Bhutan. Like, there are no landlocked countries near Australia at all, and that sucks.
He has dropped the guess. Should I just commit to Australia? I think I probably should, right? Yeah, we've not seen any bars or anything, but I've got faith.
So landlocked, that means
so
look, not land.
Okay, let's take a look.
So not island.
There we go.
I bet it.
Find a sneaky little landlocked country. Laos. Fair enough. Not that far away.
Jack will probably know it. He does. He makes a good guess there, but fortunately it is kind of all the way to the northwest, so it's not as much damage as it could have been. And now we have individual multis, by the way, so Jack has gained a multiplier. Meanwhile, I have not. The nearest country with the landlocked borders is Mongolia to Japan. So yeah, I mean, this was a pretty easy, fast guess, but Jack is really good at getting Japan these days. He doesn't miss it, so it's gonna be more damage.
Oh, this is another great round for me. This is looking like a Japan. So where's he gonna go there? He's already.
Japan is super easy to guess. I'm not crazy about that. Like every single round there's Japan. You can easily tell.
In the first like 2 minutes of the video, but we'll get over it. Look at that. Where's he at there? Got another one. Mongolia. Okay. A lot of damage there, though. Quite a nice guess from me.
Nice guess from Jack again. And with the multipliers immediately running up, yeah, I'm below
Wait,
already.
why did he guess the air?
Europe. This is Brazil.
Can't you go further down?
We can immediately go in for Bolivia.
Okay, this looks probably like a Brazil. Ooh. Maybe a Paraguay, actually. Paraguay is landlocked, right? It is. Ooh. Okay, so let's try and get.
What's it? Okay, now I'm kind of confused. What the fuck does landlocked mean? Because I misunderstood it.
Oh, Paraguay might have been better here. Whoops. Paraguay was definitely better. Wait, no, this is Paraguay. But I'm allowed to guess Paraguay. Oh my gosh. Anyway, guys, Bolivia used to have a sea border, which is what I was gonna say before I realized that it was Paraguay, and I made a very silly guess. I just didn't even consider that might not be Brazil because it looks so Brazilian, but very silly from me there.
Ooh, so he's on NMPZ, so he did not manage to recognize Paraguay. That was a chance there to actually be in the correct country in this video.
Next one here, again, Indonesia. We have to go Laos. So this first duel, in all likelihood, is over, but that's okay.
Ooh, might be in trouble here. Southern Hemisphere, little fella on a bike.
Would I get Indonesia here? Yes. From this in picture you're showing right now, I would have guessed it's Indonesia, 100%.
We'll just go Indonesia. Kind of hope for the best a little bit. Okay, he's back in Laos. Oh, I'm playing quite nicely. We're getting the country every time. And that's game over already.
And there we go. That's going to be the duel. Yeah, Jack may be a bit too good these days for these kind of challenges, but I still am keen to see maybe if I could win one here with the lucky seed. Good game.
Oh, it was quick. It was quick. There was some fast guesses from you there.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to have to be the tactic here. The problem is, I would say, you're a bit too consistent these days for it not to happen on a lucky seed. I'm going to have to wait till I get that seed that has a bunch of landlocked countries. Now, all that being said, Paraguay, I completely...
Yeah, Jack has actually improved quite a lot, I'm not gonna lie. He used to be terrible, now he's actually becoming a bit better.
Sad that you missed that one, really, because like that might have been your only chance to have the correct country this entire video.
Surely we're going to get like a Czechia or Slovakia or something at some point.
Well, we'll see, but maybe not. I guess we would just jump in the next one.
You're making me feel sad. I'm not going to get another chance. Well, if I don't get another chance, I don't think I'm going to get any wins, but let's see about that.
I mean, in theory, you could get an entire game with every single landlocked country. It's possible.
Wow, you've really changed your
What is landlocked?
I hope so. I hope I get it.
Alright, let's see.
I still don't know what that means.
There's no good looks from me today. I'm hoping that we continue just getting seeds as lucky as that one. Okay, here we go. Merge. Respect. I'll take that. Let's check out this bollard. Little fella. It's a little Australian bollard again. Can't confirm 100% from this angle. Feels more like a US, right?
Okay.
The road is pretty ass.
The United States of America. And what do we have as an option here? I can't see anything that's landlocked in North America. Is there no single landlocked country?
What does landlocked mean?
Or yeah, because I guess Luxembourg might be close.
Am I stupid, bro?
Buffalo, yeah.
I'm actually so confused. What does it mean?
We're not falling for anything. Buffalo, 79, 84 West. People are going to know where Buffalo is. I do not know where Buffalo is, but he can't really guess anywhere near, right? So I don't think it matters too much. Let's just go about here and see what happens. Oh, yeah, there, yeah. Yeah, Buffalo, being in Texas, that makes sense. I'll try and remember that.
It was Texas? Yeah. No way we could make it away with that. No way we're going to get away from that round without damage. Same thing with Southeast Asia. There are some areas of the world that are a lot better and a lot worse.
Oh, what does land... I wish I actually explained what landlocked means.
I do not know.
I don't understand.
Explore, and he is guessing rampant. My God. Okay. We'll go Bangladesh. Don't really know though. That's where I've ended up. Okay. Indonesia. So there you go. If he gets rounds like that and guesses super quick, I'm in trouble.
Okay, nice. He actually managed to miss it there. Bangladesh, 800 points, which means that we finally gain our own multiplier for the first time in the entire video. Japan is obviously terrible. We have to go straight for Mongolia, I guess. There's no better option, I think.
This, to me, feels like a Japan again. What's he guessing already for? He's a little psychopath. What is this guy's problem? Okay, no problem. No
he
problem.
has to.
I can get another good score here. I don't mind that. I'll go right here, please. Yeah, let's go. It's too mountainous, but we've gone there. All right, Mongolia. What a fool.
Managed to get rather close there, which is so much damage. Wow, he keeps on guessing the middle of Japan, and it keeps on pinging in the middle. Can we get one that's not just the middle of the country, please? Okay, this looks like...
That's actually kind of true. He has been in the middle of the country every time.
Entirely sure about it. Andorra's got to be our best guess here, right? Feels like Andorra's a pretty safe bet.
Ooh, okay. Northern Hemisphere. Driving on the right. My voice is struggling today. I think that could be a yellow bit of plate there. So we're going to go with a Portugal. He's not giving me any chances. It's very rude, actually.
Wait, landlocked. Does that mean it's in between other countries?
Yes, nice. We did.
No.
Absolutely did. And that's it.
I don't understand.
God. Oh, good guess from Jack. He's just too consistent these days, guys. Oh, and it's just enough to take us out. Kind of sad, GG.
Well, you got round 4 second time in a row, but at least this time it was just an express victory as opposed to a flawless one.
Yeah, that's true. I got my first damage on the board. I'm gonna add a few rounds without multipliers. I think that kind of makes sense because these are ending extremely quickly.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Yeah, let's do that.
Again, it wasn't a great seed, so I'm hoping for some Central Europe, some Central Asia, someone like that.
But you can see with that Indonesia one, you know, your tactic of guessing before I really had a chance to explore, it did pay off.
It did pay off. It's basically the only tactic I have because I already know I can't get anywhere close.
Exactly, yeah. So maybe there's a win in this. Let's take a look.
Good luck. What I'm curious about now, guys, is am I missing anything? Like, throughout this video, what's my biggest miss gonna be? One where I could have guessed a landlocked country, but didn't. This immediately looked like probably Italy, actually. So Italy's a great one. We can definitely guess either Vatican or... I would say Vatican here, maybe also San Marino would be better, but it kind of feels southern. Taking a look around, yeah, we got Italian plates. So yeah, I'm liking the Vatican City guess here.
Okay, we are...
I don't understand. I wish they actually explained it a singular time what the landlord means.
Necessarily look Italian. We got any rifts?
I'm gonna Google it, bro.
No. I guess we're gonna be going Italy.
Oh,
right?
what was the landlord?
We'll go Italy. We'll go
mean?
around here, this spot.
A land is a stubborn territory surrounded by land, having no direct energy.
That's a really interesting one. Did not consider that.
Let's see about it. He's in Italy too. And we have managed to guess very close there. A nice one, 500 points, excellent. Obviously pre-Maltese, it's not much. Next one here, Panama. Definitely going to be a Bolivia angle here, unfortunately. Could be Costa Rica too, but yeah, not my favorite round to beginning.
Okay, we've got a white truck. So, what are we thinking? Could this be like a Ecuador maybe? A Costa Rica? Let's check that sweet sun. Do we have a sun? It's in the north, southern hemisphere, so we will go Ecuador on this occasion.
Okay, so there is landlocked. That makes no sense, yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking that.
Oh. I said Costa Rica. Sun lied to me.
Oh, he's missed it too. Nice. Costa Rica indeed, so that's not too bad, 1.2k. But as I said, Bolivia used to have coastline, so it would have been only Paraguay with the option. Okay, this is crazy. This is far eastern Russia. It kind of looked like Kamchatka, right? So if Kamchatka, then Mongolia here.
You're close to Croesus limit. That's not even true though. Like, he's lying for no reason. That's not even true. Why is he lying to me?
Gonna go near Moscow. Yeah, let's go like here. I think he might.
I'm being lied to for no reason. Like, what the fuck?
Don't like that. Do not like that one bit. Oh dear me.
As big from Oscar.
Somewhere else in Far East, which is even better to be fair. We do more damage there. So immediately a pretty good game here. This has been nice. Next one here. What have we got? Like Bulgaria or? I don't really know what's going on here, guys. I think I quite like just to check your hedge here.
We got sun to the north, southern hemisphere. We trust in that. Let's have a little explore. Doesn't really look like that. Let's have a look.
I wish I could skip this room.
It is northern hemisphere. Okay.
I guess I can't. Oh, room skipping this one would have been sick.
Let's go Czechia, shall we? I think Czechia could be a safe guess here. I'm happy with that. Oh, and Czechia, he's in the correct country.
You finally got the country.
And yeah, nice guess. We are closer again. This is Bhutan. Smells like one of these roads here, maybe like near Dumfu or something like that.
Oh, he can actually guess Bhutan too, can't he?
This time, what didn't seem possible is being very possible with this kind of seed.
What's this?
Yeah.
Ooh, Sentokha. Don't know what that means. I'm thinking about maybe chucking a Chile out, but I could be pretty far off here, to be fair. I think this could be another good seed for him. I'm currently losing, to be fair.
That's insane.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's done it. He's bloody done it.
And Jack is in South America here. That is a very close guess from us as well. It is enough. There we go, just like that.
My god, no way. What a seed that was.
That was pretty ideal. Obviously, round number 2
was that's a good to see him.
Basically gave me really nice chances.
And I just fell right into all of the traps. Oh, dear me.
Well, to be fair, the Far Eastern Russia one was extremely beneficial for me.
Yeah. Right, I really need to get some more clues on region guessing Russia so that doesn't screw me over quite as badly.
Gosh, Russia is a game, Jack. I can't even lie. There are countries I'm keen to teach you, but Russia's not one of them.
Czechia, though.
That was was certainly lucky, but I didn't know it was Czechia. It was actually
Yes,
very hard to
Russia
know, and
is the
just
one
assumed
I
it
am
was Czechia
so
in case-
confused
Well,
about.
Oscar, that has mixed things up. You could end this with more victories than defeats.
It is theoretically possible, though. I'm not feeling terrific about my chances. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I'm scared. Should we just go again?
Let's just go again. Good luck.
No good luck. No good luck today. This is a good luckless video, unless I said it at the beginning, which is highly likely.
This is a crazy round. This looks like
Mm.
or maybe Thailand, maybe. What is actually going on here, guys? It's so familiar, but I can't work it out. I think Laos is going to be our best option anyway, so let me just go for that. I'm looking around now. It is Indonesia after all, so yeah. Laos is our best option.
Okay, this is probably Northern Hemisphere. Let's have a continuation.
Well, he has
of this
movement.
war. Is
Though.
that a word?
It's
I'm
so
not
much
sure.
easier for
It's a
him
bit
when
wordy
moving.
here. It's got kind of. We do have Christian. We've got some cows there. Yeah, it's got like a Asia or South America vibe at the moment. What do I want to do? Well, I've gone in Malaysia. Oh, and I think I made the right call. Yeah, it was Indonesia, but that's still fine.
Okay, Jack Miss is pretty strongly there, so we don't take too much
Nah, there's not too much damage. That's fine. Take those.
Laos is good here. Don't mind.
Come on, Oscar.
I think we have to guess.
Oscar.
Probably going to be quite a bit
Oscar.
further west, but we don't have any other landlocked options here. Obviously, Cambodia has a coast, so just kind of have to guess here.
Okay, next one. We are in
The next one.
Northern Hemisphere, probably. We are driving on the left. Ooh, wait, what do I do with this information? We're driving on the left. Ah, is it Thailand? The yellow plate had me kind of confused. I think we're going Thailand.
Bro,
Because
fuck this
obviously we
guy.
get a pretty good
He
score
just
with Laos.
griefed
If I
that
go on
insta
this
clear.
side, maybe that gives me a better chance. Yes.
I like he
Okay,
probably
that
didn't
worked out
know,
nicely.
but
Alright,
it's
got a
fine.
good guess as well.
Yeah, you got it. Probably got some language. Good guess from Jack. We could have guessed here in low A. That would have been
I'm
slightly
so
narrow
full,
there, though. We
I
still would have
think.
been further away.
Okay. Oh dear. Please don't guess really, really fast. Please don't guess really, really fast.
Next round. Oh, this is Taiwan. Again, Mongolia angle here, I think. To be fair, Laos is closer. Okay. Laos. Who would have thought? But this will easily be the video on either of our channels where someone guessed Laos the most times, I think. None of us have actually guessed there much before because there's so little coverage.
Okay, he's guessed quite quick.
That's a fair get. No, it's a fair thing too.
Taiwan,
Yeah.
maybe,
Laos.
Japan. I think it's
But
Taiwan.
why would you
We could
guess
do a bit
Laos
of a-
like
get ourselves
every...
in amongst it over here, I think. Yes, we made the right
Yo,
call.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have cheated on this. I would have...
Laos is really saving him this video.
Jack gets it, so it's the third round without multipliers.
All right, next one. Could be a Canada,
Oh.
Sweden.
Okay, this is like Sweden. Belarus will have to do, I think, here, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go Belarus.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, we're still looking flawless for now, so we could still win this even with a terrible score. Yeah.
Is Norway landlocked? I think so, right? It has no... It has no water surrounding it, I think.
Sweden. Ooh, no multipliers yet though, so that's fine.
Excellent. That was basically as good as it could have gone. We do 3,000 points of damage, which brings us back into the game here, but we got the multiplier as well, and we need no North America right now.
Okay, we're driving on the... We're in Vietnam, fair enough. So he'll be fine with Laos.
It is Vietnam, which is actually a really nice country to get. Feels like the south of the country, I want to say. Not too sure about that, but I am going to commit here because we kind of need the points.
So what's my smartest play? I guess this angle? Out there. Obviously, if it's anywhere
Is
here,
running
yeah,
dungeons during derpy meta like
so
better
yeah,
than
in the
4?
middle's definitely the safe spot.
For Kata XP, yeah, why?
Should have gone further down.
Okay, he goes for the similar guess.
What?
He probably was thinking about
I'm
where
doing
I
it
had
Kata
to guess
XP.
and trying to get the individual multi by going in the middle, but we actually do manage to region guess it there. That's a really good outcome.
Next one, please. Give me the
But
next one.
you should do it during
We
port
are-
and derpy. You should do it during both.
Had a round similar to this.
Why is there like a either or?
I think it's Montenegro, so Serbia should be a good shout here. If it's not, it's Albania. Anyway, we should be pretty close. It's Black Car. Wait, this is Russia. Wow, didn't even consider that. The metal.
It's 50% more Kata XP. Like, how could it not be good?
Oh, I don't know. I appear to be going Russia. I'm not entirely sure why. Let's see it. Yeah. Oh, it was Russia. It was Russia, but I was on the wrong side of it. And
yeah, we
Huh?
the duel, but we did get close. Again, on my rules, Armenia definitely
Uh-huh.
down to Georgia. We could have even said maybe like the breakaway region in South Ossetia, maybe. Oh, this is
Like, no, it's bad.
looks like North America, but I think it's actually Europe. Belarus.
Oh, it's...
Please
I
don't be
just
North
got
America.
244,000 Kata XP right there.
Probably Norway, but maybe Sweden. Actually, probably Sweden with this landscape.
Okay, this is looking like could be a Sweden again with all this red. Can we just trust that? I think we could probably trust that. I guess we're going
So yeah, it's 50% more cut. So class average is 50% quicker. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Quite a nice amount of damage as well. We are
Because
losing
class XP is based off cut XP.
1,000 points, and it gets him into
So it's a
multipliers.
direct
This is where
buff.
it's extremely scary. If North America shows up, it's over. It's Australia. That's bad. Well, to be fair, it's Western Australia, so it's all the way out here. So if he guesses Queensland,
There's so many people doing dungeons right now, though. Like, I don't know where you got this
he
from.
really needs to miss. He needs to go in Queensland.
There's not more. I feel like everyone is doing dungeons right now.
This is what we needed. We are in Australia. We can maybe try and get the best guess we can. Overtake. Okay, that's very unhelpful. Just gonna go about there. He can't get very close here. Is this gonna kill him? Let's take a look. Ooh. Ooh, is the other side? It hasn't killed him. It's actually not that much damage. He's literally still winning.
Goes in Queensland. It's far.
Mm.
Yes. Good. Okay, we do survive another day. And we get Philippines. Not as bad as it could be, I suppose. To pray that Jack doesn't get close track.
For rent. Okay.
Get 5 out of 5 secrets. Wait. Okay, down here. 0 out of 7, bro. What are we guys doing?
We're gonna go there. Not totally sure though.
Yo, my team is not logged in right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think Jack is the best at guessing the Philippines.
I don't have time to do it all.
Bunch of English here, so yeah, it makes sense that he gets it. And then we go.
I'm such an aggressor and doesn't anything else I want on all the cow.
Already pretty good in these settings. Yes.
I'm not trying to make sushi. I just make all the new carrots and this and such.
That was an intense one. There were a lot of occasions there where I was feeling a little bit nervous about the potential outcome.
That was like the
Oh yeah, you have marina for fishing. What do you mean? You don't need derpy for fishing.
Oh god.
Well, that's the thing. I could have won the duel if I actually realized where that was. It was a really difficult Russia, but I think if I was a bit more in practice, I could have gotten it.
Yeah, we made it to round 9. That's pretty impressive.
Let's do one more try. I want to see if I can win again.
Okay, this is your last chance for victory, though you have already achieved it, which is pretty impressive.
Right, good luck.
Okay, yep, bye. I really very nearly said good luck there. Bye.
Britain. Let's get that Luxembourg slam in, guys.
This looks so much like the UK. Private fishing. Please keep to the path and keep your dogs under control. Why is this such a big blur for this UK round? He can get quite close at Luxembourg, so if I just go here, I'm pretty safe, right? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Worked out nicely there.
1,000 points of damage to start with, yeah. Nothing.
And isn't fishing harder with double HP if you're lava fishing? Or is it like way worse? Like, I don't know what you would ever do it right now.
Oh my. Is that a Guatemala car bar? I'm not in the merch, but at least my little character is. I think we got them sweet Guatemala car bars. Merch available
And next,
right now.
and the next mayor is fishing XP, right?
Oh, that's what it's all about. That's beautiful. Brings a tear to my eye. That.
As expected, 4,000 points. They're not a good result for us, but we all know when the multipliers hit, that's when things really matter. So let's see on round number 3 here, which is Uruguay. Not too bad. Uruguay is nearby.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, sunrise on the west. This is.
Honestly, it's not unlocked. What? What do you mean?
This is a terrifying round, truth be told.
Marina is having 70% of the votes right now.
We're going in random area of United States, but I'm really not confident on it. Sauce. Uruguay. I'm normally quite good at Uruguay, but that one it wasn't screaming any Uruguay to me. Maybe if I looked at it again, I'd think differently, but for now, I screwed up.
Oh, he missed it. Beautiful. Okay, that's basically the best outcome in the Americas. 3,500 points of damage actually brings us pretty close to Jack. Okay, next round. This is South Africa. Not only is it South Africa, it looks like
I have not been being efficient with my time. Oh. Well, that's basically all I do. Try and be efficient with my time.
The middle road lines, right? But then the whole thing just like kind of turns into one lane. This is insane.
Southern hemisphere. Oh gosh, what's these very scary?
That's literally all I do. Optimize with time because I have 3 accounts right close to max level, and for me to keep doing, to keep having that, or even maxing all. I need to optimize with time a lot.
This looks like, is it Brazil or is it what? Maybe Philippines? Looks like we're driving right. I think it's Brazil. You know, yeah, this tree looks Brazilian. I can't actually confirm which country it is.
No, this is not my iron.
Okay, it is Brazil.
This is my alt account.
Still likely to lose points to Jack here, but we'll see.
Okay, got a little bit of a red
You're like
car.
coking your band, man.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
To be honest, quite Asian looking I guess we could hit them with the.
Yeah, that's the account I'm playing right now. This is the one I got banned.
Calling me. Where's the sun?
But it became my old account because my main account, or my other account,
I'm switching.
is more progress than this one.
Okay, I've grabbed it from the other side. He's got me riddled, to be honest. I'm all like panicked and I'm not thinking straight anymore.
He's missed it completely. And it's Ecuador. Whoa, I did not anticipate, even after looking around, that would be Ecuador. So that's a really hard round. This one's gonna.
And I have a lot of stuff in Bazaar, but it's literally none of it is filling. And it's pissing me off.
Macedonia is pretty even. I don't know if Jack's actually able to guess Malta correctly.
Excluding AFK, probably like 13 or 14.
Maybe a Lebanon? Let's just throw
I
out
don't
there.
really know.
Maybe a Malta. What do we want to do?
It's a lot.
Get jazzy? Should we go Malta just so we can end on like something a bit extravagant? Why not? Oh, and it was Malta. See, that's beautiful.
No, it's more, but I have an issue here because if nothing is filling,
He gets it, yeah.
then I'll just wait for it to expire, I guess. Out of them, and then I'll claim, and then it cancel.
It looks like it will be. It looks like it's going to be Paraguay. Going to be quite southern here. Yeah, it's kind of hilly, so I'll kind of just guess the central southern part here, where it's kind of looks most like Brazil. And this was somehow not Paraguay, but instead Brazil. It should be Paraná or like
Yeah.
or something. So we should be close here.
And this is my third time doing Class Shift, and it's never been this boring. I'm gonna be honest. Dungeons is so fucking boring. And it's probably the reason why I'm only doing 3 accounts. I have no plan of doing a 4th one. I just cannot stand more dungeons and more garden, extra garden. I hate garden, I hate dungeons. It's so boring. But for some reason, the admins love garden.
Tricky rounds for me there, and I kept saying but 2 different countries.
Although garden is trash.
Each time.
Yeah, I feel like this one was a very winnable seed for you, especially if you managed to get the South African one. But yeah.
You know what? You frazzled me. You successfully frazzled me with those quick guesses and strong gameplay.
It was the only tactic that I could employ there, Jack, so I'm sorry.
But you know what? How delightful that you managed to win 2 games on such a difficult challenge.
I'm still proud of myself, and thank you, Jack. And congratulations on winning the whole thing.
We'll definitely end the video here while I'm still up, I think. Alright, thank you all very much for watching this video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you have ideas for...
Do you like Dungeons and Dragons? Just for
comments down below. Make sure to check out the Jack and Oscar channel as well as the Zigzag channel because we're just churning out the videos, aren't we?
yeah, but the only reason why it does that is because they keep updating garden and forcing people back to garden. That's literally the only reason. If there was no reason to keep going back to garden, people would move on to other stuff.
Quite obviously.
And today we are doing another fantastic concept. This is GeoGuessr, but I have a giant circle which tells me where to guess.
Yeah, so that kind of sounds bad for me.
But it's not quite as obvious.
If they stopped pumping garbage trash to garden every single month, it wouldn't be played as much. Which is good, because nobody wants to farm that much. Like, who wouldn't want to do a combat money-making method that makes the same coins as garden?
I think this one's going to end in me losing, but the question is...
I feel like anyone who isn't like a pacifist would prefer doing any combat-related money-making method that goes to NPC.
Let's get it, Jack. Good luck.
And you, my friend. Oh, he's already muted. He already muted.
Round number 1, and it takes us to Europe. I think that this kind of soil, this kind of road as well with the really thin lines looks like Bulgaria. I'm going to go the north of the country, but it could also be the south of the country too.
Alright, let's see this sweet circle. Look at that, it's beautiful. But, as you can see, this looks like a pretty clearly European
and this new update that released like, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago,
we do have that little bit of blue.
it takes like 500 hours to max.
12 seconds to guess.
So I need to double my playtime on garden just to max it.
I'm not sure this is
Over some
exactly right,
stupid
but I think it's
garbage
worth a
trash
try.
update nobody asked for and nobody cares for.
It is Bulgaria, and he is slightly closer, so that's a nice start. But how beautiful is this giant circle? I can't wait to
Let's
get
go.
further into this video.
Was Northern Bulgaria? Oh, yes, closer. But nice guess. Round number 2, US or Canada. Looking more American, but super desolate here. Super desolate indeed. Oh, we got oil fields as well. So that just means we're somewhere in the Great Plains. Thinking more United States. Thinking it kind of looks like North or South.
Oh my god, I'm making an out the hood. I'm getting out the hood right now, man.
Okay, this one
You
is
are
censored
escaping the hood.
massively over the United States, but Mexico and Canada are involved. So let's see if we can work out which of the three it is. So it's entirely northern hemisphere, so I don't even need to bother checking the sun. It's a very large landscape. Oh, we do have a car there. Quite American looking.
I hard
vehicle.
suck the
We've got
hood
the
dog,
coloured
because
license plate as well. I think that's a US thing. Yeah, we've got a US flag. That kind of looks like a green
isn't it
license
super cheap?
plate, which I thought was
Why
Vermont. It's
fishing?
not Government because it isn't, but we'll go
Why are you
with
fishing,
knew it.
bro?
What do you think? Let's go for Michigan.
What are you doing?
Right, he has gone much further. Okay, fair enough. If I hadn't seen that green license plate, probably would have gone in this area, so I've let myself down there. Shouldn't have got sucked in.
Yeah, it is actually North Dakota indeed. So 2,000 points. Must have been right on the edge of the circle there at what? Okay, next one here. This is I guess it's actually Denmark with these tiny dashes.
Well, why are you
South
playing with
Dakota.
other mouse? Are you
Denmark on the
crazy in your head?
This is a divided highway. There's south, southeast, divided highway. I feel like that's pretty
Why am I so tired? Like, I actually slept a long time tonight. I don't even know why I'm so tired.
All of Europe. Can we get to these vehicles? .dk. So that is definitely Denmark.
Well, we can do M5 eventually.
He should be able to see that as
I
well.
guess.
Obviously, he's playing on NMPZ.
Probably an Explorer. I'm not gonna do M6. M6 during derpy.
So let's see. Can we spot any of those things? Road 5 and 593.
Because I need to live it
If
die.
not, I'll just be going in the middle. I can't. No, I can't see it, but we'll just see. Oh, I actually ended up a bit further over.
I still haven't gotten live it die, so
Very well so far. Closer every time. I have not managed to touch him yet. And okay,
I'm probably gonna have to get some kismets for M5, probably like 1,000 kismets, and then try.
Looks like Israel or Palestine. I think this actually probably looks more like Palestine with how dry it is, but I'm not sure where. Maybe a bit further south. I'm gonna go Hebron here, but actually no. Maybe this is actually just south of there. Yeah, maybe like in one of these roads here.
Because I still need dice. I never put that up.
Okay, Middle East.
What?
So, this looks like that's
Really?
Hebrew, right? So we've got to go over here in Israel, right?
How did you drop down?
Tel Aviv,
From what secret?
Jerusalem, kind of the middle area. Let's see what he sees. Is there a chance?
Do you have a
he's gonna
clip?
recognize this as Israel, isn't it? I don't think I need to bother moving. I think we just guess and hope that I'm a bit closer. He went further south. He is doing beautifully. Look at that.
And yeah, it was just south of Palestine, just south of the West Bank, and it's 100 points of damage. Okay, next one here. This is Japan. Obviously, Jackson.
Okay, so you were shift opening chest, right?
Poor guesses, I would say. This is an interesting round, though. Not quite sure where I want to take my guess. Really not quite sure here. This kind of looks super generic, I would say. Temptation is just to go near Kyoto here. I think I'll do that.
Next one. Ooh, so we're probably in Japan by the looks of things. Yeah. It says Japanese sword. Fair enough. Got the big old boxy vehicles.
Well, Leon, when you're routing, aren't you opening with shift? So like you're not picking up the items from chest.
I mean, I'm scared because like
Right.
a bit of Taiwan does fit within the circle, as does South Korea, but I know it's definitely not South Korea. I'm pretty confident it's Japan.
If not,
go
your
out
route
to
sucks
Tokyo,
ass.
and let's have a look. Ooh. Ah, I was gonna go there, and I switched it.
Okay, yeah, it was actually towards Nagoya there, so we do a bit of damage. He's never been closer than us, but he is holding on pretty nicely, which you'd expect in this challenge. He's going to be more consistent. Okay, this really looked like...
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Like every secret eye is from blessing chests,
Number plate looks more check.
which is really concerning to me because that means basically dropping the die is 1 in 2 million
So
instead of 1 in 1 million chests,
So it's included a lot of Russia, but I don't think we're not in.
which is
Russia,
really
or
bad.
the license plate isn't anyway. Let's look for some actual clues.
Because with those statistics, the skills,
So these aren't the holy polls.
the die
I
will
guess
take
it
over
is
5,000
Romania,
hours to
Hungary,
grind.
Poland, I think. So could it be Ukraine with these kind of plates? Let's have a little skedaddle. See if we can get to something else, just a different kind of.
Yeah,
area.
I know.
Right,
I know.
Not sure. Not sure.
You can't.
Austria,
I'm pretty sure you
think
can't.
That's fair. I'd say that's fair. Let's see. Where was it? Slovakia. Okay. And I am still just a little bit further away.
Well, we are closer, slightly. I was going to say it looked much more slow back. Maybe it was a traveling car, or maybe more likely I misidentified.
And which is a big issue because I want every die in the game, you know. And with one die being a longer grind than every other die combined, it's pretty concerning. And not a fun die to grind either.
A little suspicious. Like like, could it still be the very far north part of Brazil? Maybe. I wouldn't quite believe it though.
Where's our circle? Ooh, so this has narrowed it down quite a bit because it's obviously not going to be anywhere in the ocean, so that's good. Sun is in the south.
I can get
I'll
every
check
single
the
die in the
sun.
game
Hopefully I'll
within
find a
like
circle telling me where to go. Does this
6,000
look
hours,
more like
excluding
Mexico? I think it potentially does.
secret
Oh,
eye, I
yeah,
think.
does have the little bits of yellow. I think I'd be okay just going anywhere.
And then
in the
a secret eye alone would make it like 10,000 hours at least.
Okay. Do they say miles in the US? Why do I not know this yet? I'm literally going to Google it after this round because it is about time I work that out.
A lot of long grass. Like, it is a very suspicious Mexico. Where is it going to be? Like, maybe Tamaulipas? I can see Tamaulipas
Yeah.
pretty nicely here, maybe. Well, it's just a weird landscape. I'm going to make my guess, but I just want to have a look around.
Yeah, so,
I
well,
think
for
we do
some
know
reason I
Mexico,
hotkeeyed
right?
my
Not any
bloodshed belt
Spanish, but I
in
mean,
my inventory.
I'm gonna be close at least. So let's lock in the guess.
I think where it actually is probably on the west coast here, maybe like Sinaloa or something. Maybe not guess.
Yeah,
that
it's
fact
pretty.
we have northwest mountains, but yeah, let's put our guess.
We're covering 50, right?
Let's see where Jack's gone. He's gonna be closer. Yeah, in Sinaloa, indeed. It's
Wait.
gonna be a good hit of damage. 1.7k.
How?
Unfortunately for us, as soon as the
Carpentry is
multipliers really
profit.
kick in,
Wait, what did you make?
We're actually
Carpentry is profit though.
Quite heavy damage at this stage
I'm
as
kind of
well.
confused.
The angle of the mountains was the concern there. Okay, he's gonna know this is Senegal, so we can take our time. But yeah, to be honest, this is like just gonna be somewhere around here probably. So
What?
I'm gonna make my guess.
Let's check that plate. All blue. Right. What's this say? Is that gonna be French? Are we gonna be in Senegal, do you think? Yeah, we're driving on the right, so I think Senegal's probably a good wait. Oh no, there it is! Quick!
Isn't it just make this?
I didn't get there in time. My circle didn't work. I should have just not used the circle. Yeah, sometimes the script like doesn't load in correctly.
Of course, he made it just in time. And okay, he's closer again there. I wonder if the circle was really narrowly next to the water or what. I don't really know what caused him to do that.
Okay, this one we've got.
Yeah, make crafted from scratch, and then you sell it for break even.
So I go either Czechia or
I think it's
Slovakia.
break
Let's
even
go
or profit
quick,
to
and
sell
I'll
it.
go kind of in the middle of the two.
Next one here is going to be Slovakia. We've got the Czech-Slovak bollards, but then the double signpost. So inside Slovakia.
So make the croppy talisman, squash, the squash ring, fermento artifact.
Oh, he's still closer. Okay, that's fine.
And yeah, we are closer there again. Nice guess from Jack. 900 points. Okay, next one here looks like Turkish Poles to me. I would say so, but it's a little weird feeling for Turkey maybe. The rock walls as well. It could still be Italy. This road doesn't really feel Italian though. What are the trees? I feel like it shouldn't be Italy, but I'm still a little worried here. 2021 copyright's also really rare.
It should give you a lot of XP, and you should lose 0 coins, maybe even profit a little.
That looks like a bit of EU blue. Our circle's not loading again, but it's okay. I'll refresh, and there it is. So this would be probably, I would say, Spain, Italy, that sort of region. So let's see if we can find a little bit of language, please. All right, we're not finding any signs. We've gone to a whole new area. It's all just much the same. Very nice.
Yo, skeleton versus chest plate. Hold on.
So, doesn't look
That's
like
a big
Italian
upgrade.
Plate, though it is difficult to tell. Yeah, so we'll go Spain, maybe like here, and let's lock it in.
Let's commit this stream ever.
Maybe it's Bulgaria.
Yeah, 50 out of 50. Yeah.
Top in Bulgaria? I can't remember now. Oh gosh. What I'm gonna do is very far west Turkey, hedging for Bulgaria and Italy.
It is a 50 out of 50.
What the heck is this?
Is that big? Is that big profit?
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's a GG. Fair play.
It was actually Bulgaria.
Where's Bulgaria?
Welcome back. I'm glad to see you today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little painting. It's a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy.
No,
it.
it's sticks, bro.
Off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need.
I don't care about the coins.
Today. And they'll come across your screen, starting with the titanium white and working around in the same.
Dude, I don't need it for profit.
Now, if you already have
This one is from floor 3. This is a floor 3 chest plate.
Try to set your palette up the same way each time, so you don't have to.
So getting M6 one is a lot better than the floor 3 one that I use.
I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white. It's wet and slick.
Bro, it's expensive.
A little bit of Prussian blue, and I'm just going to work that into the brush. And maybe
Fuck
today,
you in.
maybe we'll make some
It's no joke.
streaky clouds. And I'm going to just start making little crisscross strokes.
It's expensive.
and we'll just let them go back. Now I want them to be dark.
And what's the difference?
Back there, so start at the top and work downward. And maybe there's one right there. And then just sort of going back and forth.
Okay.
Keep it a little bit darker.
Sure, I can have 150 bill net. That doesn't mean I just waste money on something that doesn't change anything. Like, come on, bro.
Maybe there's another
Can't
one.
be doing that.
Wherever, just drop them in. Maybe we'll do a little farm scene today. We film in Indiana, which is a beautiful, beautiful state.
It's what do you mean? It changes nothing. I'm actually using a 43 right now. What's the difference?
Okay, now we've got the color on the canvas. A little darker, right?
Look, what's the difference?
There.
Everything is a one tab.
Brush. And once again, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner.
Sorry guys, gotta go. Oh my god, he's a demon. He just left mid run. Holy, what a demon.
I'll go right into titanium white. Titanium white. I'll tell you what, let's put the least little touch of permanent red into it, just to.
I can try and sell this one though now,
Light pinkish
right?
glow. Load the brush full of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here, and in between these areas now.
Do you think people will pay for this?
Just doing this with a little color, so it overlaps the dark. Okay, a little more of the color. Maybe there's a little in here. Like so. Right in there, maybe. Not a whole bunch.
Fuck is that?
Okay, now I'm going to begin blending all this together.
Prickly creeper.
Just like that.
Okay, here we go. Let me put ancient.
Maybe there's a little white right there. Wherever you want it. You can even take your brush and put a few little
Let's take off thorns.
Just to separate things. Blend it out. Skies. Oh, there's as many different skies as...
Buying M7 was stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, there it is. This is the upgrade. According to you, it's the upgrade.
There we go. All kinds of little things happening.
Okay. Red
We'll put a little
D.
light right up in here. There we go. Okay, now we'll just blend out the brush strokes. And that gives us a very quick, simple little
What?
easy to do.
I've used it floor 3 one this entire time.
Okay, I'll clean that old brush.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we can get started.
I've literally used the floor 3 one this entire time. What are you talking about?
Maybe we'll do a couple of buildings today. Buildings are all...
Like, you're not gonna make me waste money for no reason. What? Way more DPS on what? I just got the M6 one. I dropped it. It's OP. According to you, it's good.
Van Dyke Brown. A little roll of paint on the knife. And let's go right up here. Maybe there's a half...
A floor 3 upgrade to M6 chestplate should be a big buff.
And we'll come back and do a big old barn. One of my best friends was telling me about a saying they have here in Indiana. They talk
No, but like, why do I need it for M6? I mean, why do I need a better chestplate for M6? Like, have you seen my armor, bro? I've Lord Jaspers.
House in the barn and see how well the old farmer is doing. If he's doing real well, he's got a big barn, a big house. Now we need some put a front on that old building. This is just Van Dyke Brown. You know? All you're doing is
All you do is kind of bro. Nah, man, chill out. Nah, chill out on me.
And then we'll come back and begin adding detail. Okay.
I think my Necron hat is not even 10 star.
Big decision.
That's good though.
Van Dyke Brown.
Oh my, I'm taking so much damage. Holy.
Like so.
Yo, please.
Just blend that together.
Die, mob.
Now, cut across it.
What?
Right up here. Yeah. We'll just put...
It's my engine. It's my alt account I'm playing on.
Buildings. I like old buildings. And this is where you begin making all those...
But where is the mob?
Bringing all this together.
Hello?
You also have to
Oh,
decide
I cleared the
where
room.
is your light coming from? Where is your light coming from in your world? Maybe today we'll have it coming from the left, so the front of the buildings will be lit. So I'm going to take the same color Add a little white to it, maybe a little bit of yellow ochre.
Mm.
So now we've got Van Dyke brown.
Bro, that's ages ago. That's back when I wasted coins for no reason.
Red. Go back up here. Now touch.
That's back when I wasted coins, and I regret it, bro. I should not have reconned it.
Very lightly, just barely caressing the canvas, and that's enough. That's enough. Then we'll take some blue and Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown. Mix those together, make a very dark color. Should look
I mean, I have spent 50 billion or more, like 60 billion, I think, on high chest dice. If that makes you happier, is that good?
like so. And I'll just take a clean knife, touch that, and lightly pull down. And it creates a shadow under these overhangs.
Yo, does this helmet skin exist? I want this.
Now we need some roof up here. We'll use Van Dyke brown, permanent red. Let's go right up here.
Look now, I'm gonna kill this. I didn't get to kill. But like, you need to understand, like, my gear is good. So I have this big soul beaver gloves. I don't master star it, it's cost too much.
All I'm going to do here is just sort of
This one is soulbound, so it's 10 star. Sadly. Other equipment I sold though.
give you back what's left.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? This one I actually got a good deal. I paid like 40 mil for this.
Looks like me, it's had a hard life. There. Now we need a door in this building. There we go. Just
I'm on a budget.
like that. This is just the dark color. We don't care what color it is, as long as it's dark. Maybe
Like, how much coins have you wasted on your armor? You probably wasted so much coins on your gear.
I'll just take a small amount of white, cut across it, and we'll put some indication of some little boards here and there. It's your building, so you have to make these decisions.
Like, I used to have Hypermax gear for everything. I mean, it didn't really change anything though. I thought, okay, maybe I should save money and sell it.
And a little bit around the door where the light's striking, make it stand out.
That's a good decision.
We got a happy little building. Now then, I'm going to mix up Van Dyke brown, permanent red,
Carpenter 50 easy.
blue. And we'll just mix
Was
all
it better
over
with
here.
the fermento?
And we're going to use quite a bit of this, so I'll mix up a pretty good sized pile. There we go. Just like that. All right. And I wipe my knife.
Well, how many did you
Just
make?
paper towels or clean rag, whatever you have. I would take this whole brush.
How much you spend and how many did you make of them? But you can just check age price, I guess.
Maybe they're not taking too good a care of this old barn. It's an old barn.
Ow.
The weeds are beginning to sneak in there and take it.
I need to kismet. I need kismets for M6 chest later. But I don't know if I want to spend coins on kismets. I should probably just try and get more bits.
Automatically gets lighter in value.
So I've been spending bits on kismets.
Okay. Now, a lot of times, as I drive around here in Indiana, see old barns and they have, I don't really know what they are, but they have sticks or poles.
Isn't that a profit? If you sell?
Maybe there's one in right there. This is where they hook their antenna so they can pick up our show. A little bit of highlight. Now, we said the light was coming from the left, so it'll be on that side. There we go.
Hold on, that is such a good light
Just a little
post.
brown and white. I'll put the least little bit right there, like that. Okay, let's have a big old barn. Now, a lot of times it really helps if you come up here and you sort of scrape out a basic shape. Maybe the old barn, the top of it's here, and it comes down. It's got a big
I've actually got a lot of good loot today. I've gotten 2 giant swords and 4 master stars, which is not bad. And like 20 something recons, probably more, 25.
Especially if it paint's thin, because we're going to put
So that's
color
like
off of it.
half a bill, I think, profit.
Crazy. Maybe it comes over here. It comes right in front of that one a little bit. That'll help push that one back.
Ooh,
Alright,
I'm getting
let's
edge spot
go
every
with the
come.
roof. Let's use some
Oh, baby.
brown and some white. We'll put a little bit of blue into that. And we'll lighten that down into a couple of
Let's take a
feathers.
look. Okay, so that's better than citrons,
There we go.
I guess.
Very nice. Let's go up here. Let's start up here on the roof. Now, when you're doing buildings, when you're looking at a three-quarter view, and it's a three-quarter view if you can see the front and the side of the building. That's a three-quarter view. Things to remember. The back of this building has to be a little tiny bit lower than the front.
Well, hunting is easy. You can also pay to win hunting.
So important, and it's
So,
one of the easiest things to overlook. Try to remember that. People will look at your painting and they might not understand what's wrong, but they'll say something's wrong with that painting. And they may not understand what, but their mind will tell them something's wrong with it. And that's usually all it is that little angle. And it's such a simple little thing that we have a tendency to overlook it sometimes.
nah, bro, you're such a no life. Imagine getting hunting 25.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
It bends. Big old bend in the roof and it comes down like that.
I need 70,000 night good charge. That's why I want to buy order. I'll try it next marina. Is it fair? I want 70,000 night good charge.
Okay, now then, let's pick up some of this brown that we made. This is Van Dyke brown, permanent red, little Prussian blue. And let's begin putting in some overhangs. Barns need overhangs too.
How much even is one night good charge right now?
So the cow has a place to stand when it's raining so he won't get wet. There we go.
It's probably like, it's 20k?
And here, once again, all we're doing now is just laying in dark color. You need the dark in order for the light to show. You need the dark.
Night squid. What's the buy order and insta buy?
A great deal like life. You need a little dark in your life so that you know when the good stuff happens. There. And we've all had that, and we'll all continue to have it. That's what
Is it up yet? It might have gone off.
And the very fact that you're aware of it is enough reason.
Thank you, Insta. Okay.
That you're alive
Good,
and can
good,
experience
good. Yeah, I want 70,000 of those. But like the odds of that actually filling is like 0 though.
enjoy anything. We're so fortunate. There. We're building us a fantastic barn.
But like the profit margin there is like
Big old barn.
2.5x. So you're talking like 1 bill profit flip. If it fills my buy order.
Now we need to put some highlights on this barn. Permanent red, and into some Van Dyke brown.
Roll it, roll it, enter my body. Oh, 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 no!
We'll do a red looking barn.
This is you fucking bitch. You fucking bitch. You fucking bitch. Nah, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Just caress it. Okay, now over here, this side's going to be darker, so we can use the same color and add more brown to it. Brown is your duller. It makes colors much duller.
Oh, why is...
Okay, now then, touch and just pull down. Let the paint break. Just let it break.
Why did I get necromancer's baited, bro? That's actually so...
It's unbelievable what you can do. Now then, just
Yo.
like in the oven, we need some shadows. So I'll use a little bit of this.
Can I do blaze? Blaze.
And Van Dyke brown. Just like so. Just lay it on first. Might mix up a little more. Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown. And right into this overhang here. We need that dark. It sort of sets everything off. It makes it look so much better.
So does the blessing chest from puzzles have a chance to give die? I mean, I guess it does then, right? That's what I'm thinking. So like, I should always take the blaze chest. Because it has a blessing.
Maybe. Maybe. Maybe there's right across
Oh no, it's not a secret. I guess it doesn't count as a secret, but it's a blessing. So I don't know.
There's a division there. Now we'll go right into a little bit of light color, and we'll put some happy little boards right in there. All I'm doing is just cutting right through. A little bit of color on the knife. Just to give
Could
it
insta skip this room, I'm stupid. I don't need more DPS. Look at my DPS. I'm destroying him.
the farmer didn't want anymore. These old
I
boards
actually
make
do
some
need a
beautiful,
golden dragon egg.
beautiful picture frames you've ever seen. Try it.
That's what I
Easy
actually
to
need.
make. Okay, now we need a place up here so that the old farmer could pull his hay up, put it up in there. Okay, and right here.
Like, if I actually got secret die, then I could probably get every single Skyblock die this year. I'm not even kidding. If I got secret die, like right now, I could probably get every single die in the game this year.
Just to make it stand out a little. Okay, we'll have some little indication of some boards here. Don't want it to be left out. There we go. Just drop them in.
Well, I assumed they were gonna make it more obtainable eventually.
Now, if this doesn't stand apart enough, take a little dark color, because there needs to be a division.
I dropped a flame die on my Iron Man,
Take a little dark color and put in there.
which there's like 60 drops of.
And that'll help.
The reason why secret die has way more drops is because way more people have claimed chests in dungeons than they've done tier 4 blades and stuff.
Maybe.
And also, 1 tier 4 blades takes way longer than like 2 secrets.
This is where you straighten out the bottom of your barn and decide.
I'm getting reach.
There we go. Just let it go. And really, you could put this on with a paint roller. It really makes no difference. All we're doing here is just applying dark color.
Just look at Pelt Die. I mean, I think Pelt Die has like 100 drops. Flame Die has like 60. And then the Void E-Man Slayer Die has like 100. Like Slayer Dice is just insanely hard to drop.
So we're still working in brown tones.
Because Magic Find doesn't work for the dice for some reason. But it works for every single other drop from the Slayer. But not on the dice. So it's a flat 1 in 500k for the die.
Start with some of this brown color made from the permanent red, the Van Dyke.
Oh yeah, I'm somewhat close to match the die. I think I have 30% RNG meter or something.
But that was my kitty cat. Okay, put a little fence right here.
Yeah.
I tell you what I want to do. I want to put a little grass back there if I do all that.
Yeah, because Basandium used to be dropped from Void Looms, not from the salads and stuff, right? No, yeah, I think. But no, the Voidlings, the thing used to spawn the Slayer, but now it's dropped only from the Slayer. So like the drop rates is from since they changed the drop, not the loot, the die system. So of course there is more drops of these, but that's way back. That's like multiple years ago those got dropped. So it started at 0 when the update came out.
And wherever.
Meanwhile, like Celestia has always been rare. Like that's why Celestia is so much higher, because Celestia has always been a rare die. And nothing has really changed. Because it was rare before the die update, Vincent, and then after as well. That's why it remains such a high price. Or like Flame Die used to be dropped from Blazes and Crimson Isle before. Now it's dropped from Blaze Slayer. So it's up like 10x.
Okay, now we can put our fence in. There it comes, maybe here. And let's play some games today. Maybe this fence goes up there and then over. I'm just doing this so you can see how you make a fence move all around.
And a lot of dice used to be actually easier to get before, and now they're harder, which is kind of lame. Like, I just stick to the same concept. They could have just added a new die for this layer. And like, claim that it could have just stayed the same, and then you could add a unique die to Blaze.
White and a little bit of light brown, and all I'm going to do is just touch. Just touch. So you have a little bit of highlight on these posts. There we are. Now we need some rails. We'll just use the same old brown color. And all I'm going to do is just touch. And this old farmer, he's like me. He just picked up whatever happened to be laying around, and he made him a fence out of it. Now here we want it to go uphill. See? Bloop, bloop. See how you can bend fences right around your painting? And fences help add a lot of depth and a lot of perspective to your painting. Use them.
Give me a sec.
And they're fun, they're easy. And of course we're not interested in those happy bucks. But if you ever want to sell a painting, fence adds a lot of interest. Okay, maybe tell you what, maybe there was a little fence right over here. Just a quick little indication like that. And in here, I'm just going to rub. Let's let that color rub so it looks like a little path. And we're just mixing all the colors on the canvas. Maybe this was where the horsey lived right here, and so the fence comes right on up, and you just let your fence go wherever you want it to go. But as it gets closer to you, it needs to get bigger, and these posts need to get a little bit farther apart, and just let them get closer and bigger and stronger. That's where this old knife is so fantastic. It really makes beautiful, beautiful fences. Okay, little highlight on these fences. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm just using a little brown and white, touch of blue in it. Just barely touching. You don't want to cover up all the dark. Just a little. Now, while I've got that color on the knife, I'm going to add a tiniest little bit of highlight here and there on these little rails. And you could also make these rails using your liner brush. That'd work. Tell you what, little top on those. I'm just using a little touch of permanent red here. There we go. Now we're back to our brown, and we'll put some rails coming right up through here. Touch, touch. There they go. As I say, this old farmer, he just used whatever he could find laying around, limbs and sticks and trees that fell down in his backyard. You use what nature gives you, and nature gives you everything you need. See there it comes. And when you're at home, maybe you want 3 rails on your fence, or 4, or maybe half of them fell off. You have to make these decisions. And that's what makes it fun. It's because it's your world. You create what you want. Now then, a little highlight up here on these rails. But you can see how this little fence adds a lot of depth to the painting, changes your whole perspective, and it's really a lot of fun. Gives you a lot of practice with this almighty knife. Tell you what, let's go back into our big brush, get a little more of this yellow color, and we'll just put some little grassy things. This is yellow, add a little yellow ochre, and all we're going to do here is just touch and let these little things happen, like so. See, we got our little path now. You need to bring some grassy areas right on down into your path. Cover up the foots of these. If you pick up a little of that dark, it's fine. I'm going to take a liner brush, a little paint thinner, go right into some brown paint. And here and there, you know, you never get the grass cut good around the bottom of the fence, so there's always weeds here and there. Wherever you want them. Just grab, lift up. Tell you what, let's take a little bit of thin oil, a little permanent red, sign this one, and call it finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this one, and it's sparked your imagination and you've got your canvas out and you're ready to go. And with that, we wish you happy painting. God bless.
Hey, I'm glad you could join me today. And today I thought we'd do a beautiful little painting that's got some snow in it, and maybe we'll put a great big barn in it and do it in a lot of warm colors, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's slick and wet, ready to go. So let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across your screen in exactly the same order as I have them laid out on my palette, starting with the titanium white and working all the way around to the red. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. And today, we'll use the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into a little Indian yellow and just tap a little bit of that into the bristles, tiniest little bit. Let's go right up here. You have to make a decision right off. Where's your horizon going to be? And in my world, I think it's going to be right about there. Right about there. So just go across. Now right above that, I'm going to go into a little bit of yellow ochre. Just a small amount of yellow ochre tapped onto the bristles the same way. We'll go right up here, and right above that, little yellow ochre. See, just let them, now where they touch here, you just blend them together a little. Go right into some bright red. I haven't cleaned the brush. I'm just still tapping a little color on, okay? The bright red.
Ah, man.
Right there, just like you suspected. There we go. So we have 3 layers of color. Now we can just very lightly just blend those together. There we go. Already we have something ready for the Museum of Modern Art. There. Okay.
Beat the devil out with it.
Beat the brush off. I'm gonna go right into midnight black.
Why does he not say that anymore?
Black. All right, let's go up here. And I want a very contrasting sky today. So we'll put a little black right here and just use little crisscross strokes and let it work right into the sky. There we go. That easy. That easy. Well, we really do have a modern art masterpiece going here. A couple more colors and we'll have this one finished.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
I laugh because there's a cameraman over here that's got the funniest looking disease you've ever seen. It's got spots all over it. Right into a little bit of the dark sienna. Just pull the brush through.
Dark sienna. But how does he know the names of all these colors? Like, I would forget them in like a day.
Happy little cloud shapes.
Am I crazy about that?
Same brush, and I'm just turning it, making little circles, little tiny circles, little tiny circles. So let it come right down into the color. I like these kind of paintings because they've got so much color in them. They're so bright. Sometimes winter scenes, they can have so many cold colors in them. Ooh, you almost have to wear a parka to look at them. And if you're unfamiliar with a parka, that's the kind of coat we wear in Alaska. It's got the big ruff around it.
Oh yeah, I'm almost close to chest limit again. How many runs have I done today? Like 100 now? Must be 100 plus.
So we're just getting a
Good grind though, like.
of color.
Because I only need 1,500 for class search. As of more than 1/20th of what I'm missing
need
class
some
search.
light color in here to separate all these. I'll use titanium white.
You always have titanium white.
Make a nice
Not liquid white?
color. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, in here, but where these 2 colors come together, I'm going to drop in the indication of some happy little clouds that are just floating around. Just having fun. Keep your brush moving. Keep it moving. Keep it going all the time. Over here, there's one. Look at that. Look at there. That easy. Just drop them in. Drop them in. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should be. There. And as many as you want, or as few as you want, whatever. whatever. Take a nice, clean, dry brush here. And just gonna gently blend this. Just blend it a little bit. Don't overdo. It's a temptation when you get
Okay. Already good, some decent looking skies, I'm not gonna lie. How did you progress so quickly?
See how that sky is now beginning to come together? Isn't that a beauty?
Shit.
Of course, I know none of us are interested in these monetary gains. But if you are, and some of us are, these are the kind of paintings that sell. I've said it before, a lot of times paintings sell for color as well as content. And when you're selling paintings, study your audience. Study your audience. A lot of times if you're selling paintings predominantly to men, you know, we're macho. Men like paintings that are cold, a lot of blue in them, a lot of mountains. If you're selling paintings to ladies, they're a little smarter. They buy paintings because they fit into a room or they match a couch or something.
That's
And
true.
ladies normally will buy warmer colors.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that I've made all the men mad at me, we'll put a little cloud over here. There we go. I'm just crazy about ladies, so I like ladies. There. Little cloud right there. And wherever you want them. And you could spend all day just putting happy little clouds in here. Just a few.
Bobros has a lot of risky aura
Same old brush.
that even the Ohio Sigmas could never obtain.
Tiny little circles. Fluff it up. Fluff it up. Gently blend it all together. Same way. Right there. See there? Isn't that super?
Super.
There we go. Now, let's have some fun. I'm going to take the knife, go right into a tiniest little amount of cadmium yellow, just straight cadmium yellow, cut across.
Sure, bro.
Roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now, right back in here, I'm just going to let it just barely.
What's the difference for treasure key? You know, it's dungeon chest key from a normal chest. Is it like low?
See?
Or is it the same way as everything else?
Lay across. And with a clean, dry brush.
I'm gonna kill this because surely I'm getting a 50 out of 50 frozen eye spray. Okay.
Lightly stroke the canvas. Just enough to sort of bring that together. Don't want to overdo. And then we let this blend with a little bit of the liquid white and come down a little bit more. Because we're going to put some little background trees in there, and a few of them might show through. A little bit of the sky might show through.
They make.
There we go. Look at that.
Alright. Are we missing C? No, we're not missing C.
Isn't that a super sky?
I should go in here, or actually, because there's 3. Is it not?
Okay, I'll clean my old brush. Give it a shake. Beat the devil out of it. All right,
There he
let's
said
make
it.
some
Beat the
decisions.
devil out of it. Yes.
Let's put some happy little trees in the background. And for that, I'm going to mix up, let's take a little black, a little blue. I'll throw in a little lizard crimson too. What the heck? What the heck? Maybe mix a little more. Black, blue, crimson. Let me clean my knife here. And we'll take our round brush and just tap it in there a little bit like that. Just tap, tap. There. Now,
Good chat. I ain't even late. 1 to 10. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? I'm back. Yo. Fridge.
Maypig was in there. Really?
Why's my name Vast Fridge?
Of course.
Man,
What? Nah, bro, put me in a regular one. Man, you done lost your mind up there. Bro, put me in a regular one. I don't want that. I want a rose. Chad, does everybody play roles on now? Oh! Oh, yeah! No, I don't want that map. This map's stupid. I don't want this map. No, let me get out of here. How do I leave? Do they still have the original map? Is the scaled the original? Oh, yeah. Why can't I move? Oh, yeah.
Vast fridge. Let's go.
There's no point. Actually, yeah, no, You see how everybody just, no, get me out of here. You see how everybody just, I do need to hide my screen. You got me messed up. No, I'm about to leave. Everybody all of a sudden piled in. No, I'm about to hide my screen when I do this. You could have lost your mind. No, let me back out. No, y'all ain't never gonna know what game I joined. Hold up. Y'all ain't never gonna know what game I joined, buddy. Oh yeah, I'm good. Whoa! How you type? I ain't gonna say nothing.
Poor kid. Poor kid.
Give me killer. No, man, I wanted to be killer, man. Alright, I forgot how to.
Vast. Oh my god, they're quick. This is not how quick he is, IRL, bro.
What are you doing? This dude called I need to put my... Bro, get me out of here, man! You can turn on streamer mode in the settings? Oh, I'm on streamer mode now. Oh, I'm on streamer mode now. Let's go. Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good. I'm good now. Let's go. Give me killer, man.
Do people instantly leave if they don't get killer?
Where my map at? Where my task? Alright. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna do my one in communications. How you do this? Download that. That's a virus. Lord have mercy. Somebody already got snapped. Oh my goodness. 2 of them? Gray? I believe it. Vote Gray off. voters vote Gray off, I believe him immediately. I immediately believe him. Goodbye.
Bro, you need to do this with VC, bro. Please. Please, Kaiser. This is so stupid. This is so stupid, you fucking dumbass. What is this? Are you crazy?
Voice chatting. Oh, no, they do not. Never mind. Man, come on. Vote, Dusty. You get voted off next. I'm going to call a meeting. We're going to vote off purple and we're going to win the game. Watch.
No, it's not gonna work.
Oh, yeah, let me call a meeting. Wait, there's 3 of them. No, hurry up. 10 seconds.
I think he just snitched out the squad. I think he just snitched out his team.
Somebody fix the lights. Fix. Call a meeting.
Is this quiz? No.
Bro, my mom said she got into my Roblox account. How?
Does Kaiser actually spend money in any games or just on games?
Right there. Let me in. Oh, yeah! Is there a Roblox among us? Gotta be. There is. Come on. Come on, give me assassin, please. Bro, give me assassin, bro. Card swipe. Oh, I gotta hit this button. Oh, okay, my bad. First try. I ain't done this in years.
There's so much interaction on that one. I don't like when the waterboard is like that.
I were trying to swipe my card. Bro, what is going on here? These lobbies are too easy, man. No, I don't want that. No, back up.
He's just kidding. What is leaving?
No. Hold on, I'm looking for a good lobby. Hold up. We're in. I miss how regular and fun Among Us used to be. It was never regular. The dumbest people in the world played this game, and it was actually the saddest thing, like, ever. Truly. Panda with the five. Bro, don't make it 14 people start it!
Objection.
You lost your mind, you trying to give people a chance to get in there! This dude's name is Big Ol' Fart. Did you see that? Bro, are you gonna give me killer or what?
One imposter, really? Fuck is one imposter gonna do?
There's actually no way. Take an act of Congress to do that. Oh, you're from my tax too? Oh my goodness. Fix the lights or whatever. Don't you do it. Big Ol' Fart sus. Big Ol' Fart sus. Where was the body at?
Yo, quiz on me, kids. Look up, look in. No, look. Wait, what?
Vote him off, man!
That's juist.
Vote him! If you want to win this, vote him off!
Guys, that was BBL.
No, you ain't no. Was I right? It's pink!
Based on what? Based on what? Don't get killed by Gazel's PBR, please.
Sus.
Right. Oh. That's that.
Yo, you know watch me do him. Now come back! No, you gonna watch me!
Watch me, watch you.
Yo, it's PR!
Oh, hey, heal me. Oh my god, I'm so dead.
I'm calling a meeting!
Oh, wait. Red fake task. Dang, I guess red.
Bro, why is there a cooldown? You got me messed up.
But you can spell anything right. We're sus.
Vote him off! I was right about the last one. How are you pigs gonna vote me off? You're so stupid. You deserve to lose this game.
Wait,
Actually, so stupid. It's crazy.
find out who it was.
Who's the killer? How can I see who did it, bruh? Bro, if there was voice chat in this game, I swear!
Font.
Who voted me off? Come here. I'm about to give him, oh man. Like, why would you actual cattle vote for me, bro? Why? You have no reason to vote for me, man. Like, y'all are actual, like, cattle, bro.
You were just saying random shit though. I mean, I'm not gonna blame them. You were just spitting random bullshit. You were just saying everyone is an imposter and I'm being wrong. The fuck?
Chad, who is it?
Beauty.
Okay, big old fart. Yeah, I'm sorry I voted you off. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, bro, I made a mistake, man. You sitting there typing sigh. My bad. You were sus.
Based on what? Just based on what though? I am Alvi, it's the Empire.
Man, put voice chat in this game, bro.
Sure. They should actually integrate voice chat into this game. I don't know what that's not even a thing. I would be insanely sick.
My mic working? Hey! Hey! Y'all hear me? There's a proximity chat? What does that do?
Scheiße.
Do your tasks? No, I ain't doing my task. I hope we lose. They voted me off.
Scheiße, scheiße, scheiße. Queso BBL died.
Was it Coco?
Hey, Casey Poo.
are the dumbest, bro. Yo, this is the dumbest lobby in Among Us history. Actually, I'm about to...
That's some goobers.
They suck so bad! Why would you vote me off?
What did you vote me a big old part of then, huh? Hmm?
I gotta do this stupid cards. Yeah, get him. No! This. Somebody's dead and we just don't even know it yet. I told y'all Ben was sus, bro. I told y'all Ben was sus. I told you, bro. I've been telling him Ben is sus, bro. I've been telling him.
Bro, can we fix this? Why is my game not showing my results? The answers.
We ain't got no chance to win now. Coco cheating.
My game is fully bugged. Hello?
Coco watching the stream. We know Queso's BBL watching the stream. What do you mean I think it's Case? I'm dead!
I think it's case too. There's a lot of stuff pointing towards case on this situation.
There's these voice chat, bro. I bet the Roblox version has voice chat. Yo, y'all are cheap.
And his fans, let me show you guys this real quick. This was his girlfriend, now his ex-girlfriend. This is one of the videos that she had posted. So he posted saying, no stress, there's always two sides to a story. This is Hollow talking. Coincidence that she's overly pushing, trying to get this out on social media after us separating. Easiest way to spread misleading information is online. Therefore, I will release with a video on my behalf. With time, the truth will reveal itself. So he's over here alluding to the fact that she was lying on him, that she wasn't telling the truth and everything, that this is all fake. And this right here is a phone call where he was calling her crying. Right? I heard the full phone call. She hasn't released the full thing.
That's
this
good.
man was in here crying, asking her to forgive him. He knows how messed up he is and stuff like that. So first, I'm going to show you guys the first evidence before we really get into it, right? So before we even continue, so YouTube's not on my ass and say...
He's not forgiving you, bro.
YouTube, this is us at the police station making a report. This is an officer right here. This was in Sarasota, Florida. This is us at the police station making another police report. So here, I'm gonna just play this out so YouTube can get off my ass.
All right, chat, who am I here with today? And where are we right now? And you are whose ex? All right, so y'all, everything was.
Chat, that is a police officer back there, right? And this is the county sheriff's office, Sarasota's sheriff's office. All right.
Okay.
And you are whose ex? All right, so y'all, everything was real. I just put that in my Discord to meet him. We just got done talking to him. He admitted to everything, and it's even worse than we thought. So everything's given over to police. They're doing a thorough investigation of this, and we should be seeing some charges soon. But it's all legit. No hate to all legit. She did everything. She even went to the cops first, so she did everything right, man. So no hate to her. She's doing the right thing. Get on.
Shout out Alex, man. Now let's continue. So she outs him. This man, Hollow, to protect his career, was out here pretty much insinuating that she's lying, that she's putting this out there because they broke up. The reason why they broke up was because she saw the stuff that he liked to buy. Now, this is an exclusive. This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. Just one. This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. All right, chat? So let's go over this. So, as you guys can see first, he messaged first. He said, hi. This is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available. Which package are you interested?
The fuck?
What's your budget? He said CP, $25 max. So that's where the meme comes from, y'all. That's where the meme comes from. But there's more.
Meme?
There's more. There's way
Yeah,
more
just right.
other,
They made memes out of this.
stuff that I can't even have on my freaking computer and stuff that I'm not going to show you guys. But this is the PG version, okay? So let's continue. I get a quality CP mega link with large good files of 2500 HD vid files. Okay, cool. How would you like payment? So this man is over here telling this person that he wants to get a link for 2500 videos. 2500 HD quality videos, chat. This man right here, the Mogger himself. And he's still posting like, you know, this situation is not a big deal. 2,500 videos. 2,500. Okay, cool. How would you like payment? Razer Gold gift card or Chime Good. I haven't used either. Do you have Cash App, Bitcoin, or Venmo, PayPal? So he's asking for ways to get this money through. They were telling him to buy like a Razer gift card or whatever. Da 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 da. So he's going through it. Yes, yes, yes. And this is his now ex on his phone recording this, right? Okay. They said payment received. Hold as I get the mega links from my mega links website. And this man said okay with an exclamation point. He was excited. This man was excited to get 2,500 videos of children being brutalized. This is the dude that you guys are making memes of, saying Chad does what Chad wants and stuff like that. And Chad, this man has a 10-year-old sister, and he has a 1-year-old sister. We need to have them do a forensic investigation on those children, bro. He has a 10-year-old and a 1-year-old sister. Well, let's continue. And then, sure, just hold for like 10 minutes. So, he was getting antsy, and he double texted, and he was like,
1-year-old sister?
Almost. He was like, okay. Then they said, I don't know how we'll fix this. The mega links that goes for 25 has gone expired. The only remaining mega links are of large files of 10,000 plus HD videos files and goes for $55. Will you add $20 and I do 45 in this case, and I sent you 2 mega links, each with 5,000 HD videos each right now. But, you know, he just wants a quickie. So he said, can we just do a cheap pack? You can keep the rest. I don't need that much.
What?
This man says, I don't need that much. I wish we could do so, but now the remaining mega links are of the large files. The ones with the smaller files expired. So they're probably just scamming him right here, just trying to get a little bit more money out of him. And he said, I don't have any more. So he didn't have any more money to give. You telling me you're selling the one? yeah, I'm the one selling. I always stalk them in a Megalink. So that's how they usually trade the stuff, is through Megalink. Then we'll go down. He was in a bunch of other group chats. Here's another person that he was buying from. As you guys can see, this is two traders that he was buying from, at least that we can show you guys right now. He said hi,
What?
they said hi, CP content available, and he says how much? $20 for videos, $30 for Megalinks, da-da-da-da-da. And he decided to do $20. So I guess 25 isn't the max. We'll do 22. So what is your budget? And then he was like, where can I pay? And
What the fuck?
he decided to pay through PayPal. Now I don't want to leak the email addresses and mess up the case or nothing. So all I'll let you know is this dummy sent proof that he paid through PayPal. He literally sent the screenshot. So there's a
Fucking
documented
idiots.
trail of him
Fucking
buying season.
idiot.
A documented trail. And you got people out here defending him, all this and stuff. And there's a way more graphic one, y'all. His girlfriend saw videos of babies being brutalized. And not only that, she saw in his search bar, he was trying to find videos of animals being harmed. And you know what's crazy? They just bought a kitten. He was trying to find videos of animals being harmed, and he just bought a kitten. And when we were over at his house, he still has that kitten there. I'm gonna continue because I don't want anybody saying, "Oh, you
What
guys
the
just
fuck?
do this for clout." I'm obviously not gonna put the case number, but this right here is the police report. So we have a police report filed on hand. Now let's continue even further, right? So I found out about this. I found out about all this situation, and I saw that there was screenshots going around of like his girlfriend saying, "Oh, I'm gonna set you up and stuff." But just looking at the screenshots, you could tell that they were obviously fake. But this monster was going on his page, reposting anything that made him look good. He was reposting that stuff. He was reposting it. If it made him look good or it made her look like she was doing this disingenuously, he was reposting that. When I went through his phone chat, you know what I saw? I saw a note folder where it said defamation. And in the note folder, he said, I can either threaten to sue her for defamation.
What?
Or I could just send her a cease and desist. So he's scheming up ways to silence her. Right? He was scheming up ways to silence her.
Too late,
So
bitch.
let's continue
You got
further.
caught.
In my Discord, I wanted
Life
to
is
get in touch
over.
with the,
Thankfully.
with
Good.
his ex. I wanted to get in touch
Disgusting
with the
idiot.
girlfriend. She had all of the evidence. She had everything. I needed to get in touch with her. So
He
I
needs
put
to
out there,
die.
if any of y'all know about this Hollow getting exposed situation, do any of y'all know his girl's IG? She's the one who exposed him. Please let me know in general chat, right? So I'm trying my best to get in touch with her. But then I realized, if he knows that I'm getting in touch with her, it's gonna scare him. It's gonna scare him. So I played 4D chess. I was like, at everybody, it's a nothing burger. It's fake. I knew he was gonna see me prying into this, trying to get in contact. So I was like, you know what? I don't want him knowing what I'm doing. I don't want him to know my next move. I don't want him to know that I'm coming. So I just put out there, it's a nothing burger, it's fake, yada, yada, yada. I put this as bait, right? I put this as bait in chat. I'm not gonna even lie. I did not think the bait would be that good, but let me show you guys this. This is how good the bait was. The bait was so good, he posted this on his own story on TikTok. I was 25 steps ahead. When I saw he posted this, I knew that we were in. And I let the victim know. I let her know. I was like, hey, you know, I have to do this because I don't want him knowing I'm on his trail. Just know that once we expose him, it's going to be okay.
Well, he got cooked.
So she did get some flack
He fell for it.
me posting that, and I'll show you guys. And people were calling her out of her name. Like this dude specifically, right? Look. So that's his girlfriend. Okay, I did not say that. They just edited that, right? But the bait worked. They were posting saying he's innocent, da 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 da. And also, I have screenshots of people close to Hollow talking about the Discord as well. And I also know for a fact his manager, Hollow's manager, is the person who told Hollow to make
Bro,
the
nobody
5
likes
by
him.
5 TikTok. This one right here. So his manager, who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CP. CSAM.
That's, yeah.
$25 he spent $25 to watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme. His manager know he did that, yet he posted this meme. I want you guys to think about it like that. $20 to watch children's innocence be taken away. We continue. So at this
Like,
point,
which countries does this even happen in, and how does it not get stopped?
I found out about this whole situation on Sunday. Monday at 5
And
a.m.
what I'm confused about, is this something they're doing in the family or something? Because how is the police not catching this? Like, shouldn't police be on this shit? Or is it just in poorer countries that this shit happens? I would wish the police stop this, right?
Liv had a friend
I guess it's impossible.
who used to be friends with Hollow, but after finding out this, he cut off all communication with Hollow. And they picked us up at the airport, and we went straight over to Hollow's house, right? We go over to his house, we knock, he opens the door, he sees me and Alex. I shit you not, like, I saw, like, the life leave his face. And the bait worked perfectly. I told him, I said, hey, man, I saw you posted what I said on Discord. Obviously, you know, I'm on your side of this, but I want to get more of your side to this, man. I was like, my word has a lot of value. You see how people are seeing what I say. Is it okay we have a conversation? He invited us into his house. And we told him, hey, we're just recording for our safety, so you can't say that we hurt you, and you can't say that you can't say that we hurt you, and we can't say that you hurt us. So he knew that we were recording the whole time. We have a 2+ hour long interview with Hollow. 2+ hours, right?
Holy
I'm not
shit.
gonna reveal everything, but what I will reveal is his ex-girlfriend did an amazing job. By that night, she reported everything to the police that night, to where they got his phone the same day. So the police have his phone. Not only do they have his phone, but he confessed everything to the police. He made I can't tell you who told me, but he made very, very, very damning admissions to the police themselves, right? What we wanted to do was we just wanted to find out if I could see him being egotistical and keeping some CSAM left over, right? And we also we didn't know if he still had his phone or not, because his ex told us that he was texting her from the same number.
Yo, I feel like we might need a new birthday for here, guys.
After the police had took his
What's up with Claire? I mean, I'm not too looked in on Claire either myself, but I feel like something is really lacking.
We had a long interview with him, 2+ hours, that we will be releasing soon. But first thing first is, a lot of people haven't seen this. We had to go in with our phone. We couldn't go in with the camera. And literally, he knew we were recording. This isn't no hidden camera or nothing. We just placed the camera right in front of him. So this is me and Alex talking to him. Shout out to Predator Poachers for collabing with us on this operation. Listen to what he admits to. You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister
and 1-year-old daughter.
Sister, I mean. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I guess.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask you straight up, because you've been straight up with us. You're gonna be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate to those videos of 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being watched?
It was just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time. I'm just scrolling through everything.
Okay. So.
The fuck?
Your hand going up and down on your penis.
That question is so disgusting and it's so vile, but I mean, how to ask it though, right?
I appreciate you being honest about that, dude. I've jerked off at things that I'm not proud of either. God damn.
So not only does he admit to that, he also admits later that he bought those videos. He admitted that he knew what CP was the whole time. He also admitted that he bought those for his own sexual gratification. He bought it for his own sexual gratification. And this is a very disgusting and alarming situation. But what's even more disgusting is, like, what I'm seeing is there's
The people defending him, yeah? Uh-huh. The defenders, and it's disgusting.
right now, because if somebody's gonna do an interview with him soon, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna be doing an interview with him soon in the Looks Maxing community, and they want to quote unquote get his side of the story. I just want to do what you did, Gideon. I want to get his side of the story. There is no his side of the story.
He already admitted to it.
He's admitted to everything. So if you let this monster go on your platform and lie, saying that all this is made up, this and that, you're protecting a predator. Am I lying, chat? And keep in mind, this person, this individual, he seen all of these videos and he knows about all of this stuff. Right? And this individual is over here talking about different things where, like, he's talking about different things about how, even when I quote unquote said he was innocent, this individual is saying, Hollow shouldn't go anywhere near Gideon. That's career suicide. So this individual is also trying to help him navigate his career. I just want to put that out there, man. What do you guys think? Do you think if somebody knowingly knows that the person they're going to interview is not only buying this stuff, but viewing it for sexual pleasure, do you guys think if they platform them to let them lie to their audience, you don't think that's wrong? If you do platform him, press him on facts. Don't give him some softball interview and let him skirt around. No, press him on the facts. Because this dude's manager is scum as well, where he's trying to... The thing is the Looks Max community is trying to protect him because they know how bad it makes everybody else look. When this situation is a isolated incident, if you leave it isolated,
exactly.
This is like, damn, if he
but they're not. They're making a bigger deal.
F no.
It is a big deal, but like it doesn't. It's not.
Why are you worried about the collective when this has nothing to do about the collective?
Exactly.
This is a isolated incident. The crazy thing about it is all these TikTokers.
I agree with it, Gideon here. Yeah.
And stuff about this
100%.
situation in favor for him. I go on their page and they have no profile pic. They have no videos of their actual face. You know, they're all hidden. And I had to hit him with the Uno reverse. This dude's fans are saying, oh, this is AI generated. Yo, okay. In all honesty, chat, let's be honest. Who mogged who? I'm gonna be real, chat. I think I mogged. Now, this is where the situation gets even more weird. We had dudes like this. Loud, proud, and wrong. Listen to this. Gideon is low-key spineless.
Is it just me, or was fucking Gideon way too cool with Holo, man? Like, after all the stuff that he did, and, you know, after getting exposed for it in person, the energy was not there in person. He treated him, like, way too, like, nicely. I don't know if anyone feels the same way, but I think that everyone involved is a fucking clown.
Wow, I think everybody involved is a effing clown. This dude is a genius. Yo, you know what's is that light? Or that's L. Wow, bro, his profile pic is L. You would think him watching a show about detectives catching criminals, he would have just like a little bit of knowledge about this. I mean, your profile pic is L, but you know, I guess he has no comprehension. And then in his comment section, people were literally telling him why I do it the way I do it. And he just ignores all those and likes the comments that are on his side. And you see how spread out his likes are? So this particular dude, I DM'd him before I made a TikTok responding to his, and this is what I had to say. I said,
Yeah, so I didn't cuss out Hollow and slap him in the face because I actually want to get a confession so that way the cops can use it so you can actually go to jail. But, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. I just wanted to give you a reason. You know, I actually want justice to happen.
Yeah.
Just to get clicks.
And then this is what he had to respond.
And like some other characters, there's a lot of those. I mean, I think I watched it yesterday. Some guy was extorting people. They caught. It's so stupid. I mean, of course they deserve it, but you're gonna end in trouble too. You're throwing out the entire case and ruining the entire point of the entire concept.
So this is how smart the dude with the L profile pic is. By his logic, you being nice to a criminal, so he also thinks detectives are spineless and clowns. When you're nice to the criminal to get a confession out of them, you discredit the victims of the crime and the children. You know, like, I get it's a net positive that, you know, you're gonna get them arrested. I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan of how the law actually works. I'm just not a fan of how, you know, do their job. I'm not a fan. I don't get it. I like that. Okay? This is what you should have did, Gideon, okay? You should have just slapped him. Give him 3 hard slaps for like his CP, then posted it and cussed him out. And bro, that would have been so based. You would have been mogging all over him, and he would have learned his lesson, and the kids would have been safer, bro. But no, man, this you being nice and getting them to actually confess to everything? Yuck! Ugh! So, this is what I had to say next.
Yeah, man, your opinion's definitely so valid, man. You know, it's like whenever a police officer interrogates the criminal and like they're cordial and nice to them to get them to actually talk about the crime. So I'm guessing you have a problem with police, you know, being cordial and nice to criminals, man. You know, actually, we just the other day, a dude that we caught just got sentenced to 40 years. Yeah, man. You know, I get what you mean. It's too contenty. You know, also another dude that we caught, he was actually doing something to a real 8-year-old girl. But yeah, man, too contenty, you know? And he's about to face life in prison. But, you know, I was too nice to him, and I got him to confess to everything. And now he's going to be spending the rest of his life in prison because of all the charges that are on him. So, you know what, man? You definitely know what you're talking about. You definitely know what you're doing. If you can, just link me any catches you've done. Your opinion's totally valid.
And then he said, genuinely, I've been getting a lot of weird DMs and stuff. I just want to be left alone. When I said that I was going to make a stitch to it. And I said, you want to be left alone yet publicly talk about it. Makes sense. And he says, I can make an opinionated video and stuff. And you're such a big creator. I've been getting dogpiled in DM. Shit, bro. I've been getting mogged on, bro. You're comment mogging me. You're like mogging me. Your view mogging me. You know what? You're just like yogging me. I'm L. You're like yogging me. You killed me, bro. You literally killed me. Spoiler alert. Then he has this to say.
I mean, dude, if this is like a formal request of like asking me to take it down, right? Like, I mean, I don't really want to. Like, you know, my videos usually don't have that much views. But if like the insinuation is that if I leave it up, you're gonna like make a stitch, which would like subsequently lead to people, like more people like harassing me and shit and like telling me to like, you know, yeah. So, I mean, if you really want me to take it down like really badly, sure. Yeah, that's all I gotta say, man.
That's all I gotta say, man. already view logging. Let me have my dog shit take. Please, bro. I know my takes are dog shit, and like, you know, I don't get that much interaction on my videos, bro. Let me have it. Please. Please. This is where the situation gets even worse, man. His boyfriends are defending him. There's this dude named
And they are,
Jeff
and it's
Mack.
disgusting.
He says, as a former defense
It's fucking
lawyer
disgusting.
and someone who has faced allegations before, I know the importance of waiting to hear both sides. Stop judging as if you know someone's life and let the facts come to light. Filming an interview with Keishami tonight that will be posted later. This will go into depth about Mason's true story. Like I said, his boyfriends are on the defense. They're trying to get his side of the story out so badly. You're fucked. Mason, you are fucked. You are a sick individual. And this isn't gonna be a probation charge because you have priors. You're on probation. So not only are you on probation, but you're doing this as well? It's gonna be hard to mog your way out of this. And I know you thought you deleted everything before the cops took your phone. I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. So, that is the end of my TED Talk. That is the situation, man.
W TED Talk, bro.
Yeah, man. So you guys have some different opinions on this David case.
There's no disagreeing that her body was chopped up in his car.
This is just allegations at this time.
Terabytes of just allegations.
Those terabytes can be pictures of, Mickey Mouse.
When you have a team, it's better than just doing it by yourself. And anybody thinks that they have all the answers is somebody who really is missing something.
I disagree 100%. I disagree. How did David do it? Did he start with his left hand first? Did he start with his right hand? Did he choke her first? Did he beat her up first? What do we know? We don't know that.
Chat, man. So this is Bruce Rivers. His team reached out to me. I actually really enjoy watching his videos. He would talk about the YNW Melly situation, and he would also react to like music videos and stuff, and like say like what can be used in court and what can't. Do you guys know who he is? But he's been talking a lot about the David Celeste case, and I got an email saying that his opinion differs greatly from Jayoma. They are both criminal attorneys. So I would love to have
This
them
is
get out and stuff. But before we ask him about that, I want to ask him about this Mason case and get his opinion on that.
I can hear you,
Mr. Bruce.
I can see you. This is me.
Nice to talk to you.
Always a blick. They go hand in hand, right?
Whoa. Hey, you're not the only person that know about self-defense now, okay?
That's right.
That was airsoft. How you doing today, Mr. Bruce? Can you introduce yourself to the audience?
My name is Bruce Rivers, board certified criminal defense lawyer. I actually try cases. I don't just show up and say, "Hey, look at my good friend that is acquitted of criminal sexual conduct, even though he diddled a kid." I don't do that. I don't put those kinds of things on the air. But I do have my own channel called Criminal Lawyer Reacts, and we've got about 1.5 million subs, just about. And but I actually try cases. I'm board certified by the National Board of Trial Advocacy and by the Minnesota State Bar Association as a criminal law specialist and a criminal trial specialist. I've been doing this a long time, and I love what I do.
So when you say you try cases, what does that mean?
That means you go into court. You first of all, before you get to court, you investigate a case.
Mhm.
You go into court. You give an opening statement.
Yeah.
If you select a jury, give an opening statement, cross-examine witnesses, bring your evidence in, do your closing argument, and collect your verdict. And hopefully you win. We don't always win. There's two kind of lawyers that have never lost a criminal case. Liars and pussies.
Facts. If you don't lose, then you're not trying. So, I got a really interesting email from your team that you had saw my video of me interviewing Jayoma about the David case. And your team was letting me know that you had a very different opinion than him.
We're not going to sit here and have a beef. I'm not having a beef with anybody. and when you don't try cases, you can look through the world through rose-colored glasses. But I can tell you this. David is fucked. David is one of the things that what was that lawyer's name?
Jayoma.
I've seen him do these videos like outside the courtroom for Conas. Hey, here's my buddy. He was accused of diddling a kid, and now he's not. I mean, who puts it on there? I don't want anybody knowing that I was doing that. Anyway, that's aside. But if you look at Blair Burke is his lawyer right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And he just got like a $3 million signing bonus or something like that for his album release, the $3 million advance. I guarantee you that's in her fucking trust account right now.
The whole $3 million.
I guarantee it. I guarantee she's expensive. She's very expensive. But I also guarantee at the end of this case, she ain't gonna be there.
Really?
I would venture to guess I don't think they're gonna have a preliminary hearing.
You think they're gonna take a plea?
No, he's looking at life or the death penalty. I mean, he's looking at the fucking death penalty.
Yes, sir.
Excuse you. Stick a fork in him, turn him over, his ass is cooked. So, okay, let's just take a little bit of the jocularity out of this. Okay, a little bit, take it down a notch. If you remember, Blair Burke was just all hyped up in court, right? And that the shit that she did there, and I've spoken to her not about this case, but about something else. Her father and my office partner were good friends, and they were members of the American Board of Criminal Lawyers, very prestigious organization. I'm not a member of that. But she said something. That whole thing she did at the beginning of this case was all for the cameras. I mean, they have 40 terabytes of information. 40 terabytes. So are you kidding me? Like they're gonna already have that prior to the prelim or prior to the initial appearance, the detention hearing? I don't think so. It never happens. But she's got to be tough, and she's a tough lawyer. She's a very smart lawyer, but she's also a big time lawyer. She's also kind of more of a white collar kind of lawyer. You know what I mean? In other words, she bills by the hour. She's not like me, where you come to me for a homicide, I'll do it for $100,000 plus 25 in expenses. And we go try your case. She'll bill until the money runs out, and then she runs out. That's going to be my guess on this case.
I was thinking that same thing because, like, looking at this, I don't know how much you know about me, but what I do is I catch child predators. So we kind of do our own To Catch a Predator sting operations across the country.
I think they're all misunderstood. I'm going to take a controversial stand. No, I'm joking. I'm totally joking.
Yeah, you weren't there.
I think I used to, when I first started the criminal defense business, I thought, oh, well, you served your time, you should be given the benefit. No, you can't fix these motherfuckers. You cannot fix them.
I want to tell you something. We had a dude in Virginia. His first time on the sex registry, he exposed himself to some children. He ended up on the sex registry. Years later, while he's out, but he's a registered sex offender, he's at his hearing, or not hearing, but he's at like a meeting with his like officer or whatever, and she got a bad feeling because like he was just like real fidgety on his phone. So she goes over, takes his phone, they go through it, find a whole bunch of CSAM. So now he's a 2-time. Fast forward, I'm doing the pred catches. He hits up our 14-year-old decoy, gets in an Uber, travels all the way to our decoy to come meet her, and we catch him. So this is his 3rd time. We've caught multiple sex offenders across the nation. We caught one in Australia who he's getting convicted here soon. Yes, sir.
So what's your flavor?
What do you mean?
What turns you on? What's your flavor?
I don't get it.
Well, my flavor is tall, brunette, nicely built.
Oh,
well,
me personally, man, I got yellow fever.
And
I got yellow fever. My fiance, she's Vietnamese. I got yellow fever. Yeah.
And you have a particular taste for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you try to get me to like cranberries at Thanksgiving. My grandma made this cranberry relish. No matter how much I tried, I hated cranberry relish. I cannot eat it. It triggers a gag reflex. Well, try to get one of my one of my office or one of my editors, Robert, to like pussy. I mean, he wouldn't like pussy if you'd say because he's gay. You know, he's got his flavor, right? We all have our flavor. Well, these pedophiles have their flavor, and guess what? You can't change that shit. You cannot change.
You can't. It's really it's uncurable. You know, it's like though, and the guys I catch that are into CSAM and stuff, they're like, well, you know, I do it so I don't hurt anybody. You know, if I had the ability to look through your eyes throughout your entire life, I know for a fact you've done something to a kid. And we catch people, and it might be their first time getting caught up in it, but there's never a first time. We caught a dude in Del Rio, Texas, 19 years old, Mr. Bruce. 19 years old. He was on Telegram thinking that he was going to meet up with a predator father. We call it the Pred Dad. Where he thought he was going to meet up with a predator father to have sex with his 13-year-old daughter. So he comes there and he talks to my friend Alex, who's playing the Pred Dad. And so he thinks all of this is real. He's like, so man, like, what all have you done? How big is your collection? This man had over 5,000 videos. And he said that his favorite video was this little Asian girl being abused and tortured for 2 hours. And he was down to be recorded. He was just like, yeah, just make sure my face isn't in it. And he was like, and my friend was like, hey, have you ever done anything to like a real girl? He was like, I used to do stuff to my sister, but then she died.
Self snitching, man.
Oh yeah, we have this maneuver. We call it the vouch, and I want to tell you how you think it would hold up in court. We love doing this. So we get them confessing to everything about the child porn, and we let them know. We tell them, hey man, I know there's child porn on your phone. Do you want us to help you get that? Get rid of all that? Do you want to just get disassociated with it? They're like, yeah. We're like, okay, here, just give us your phone, put it in airplane mode, and we have a computer that can get rid of all of it. So
I was buying all of stuff, but a lot of it is not really filling.
And then when the cops come, like I bring them over, it's like, hey man, you know, look, bro, I got you. I'm gonna vouch for you. So we go over to the cops, and I'm like, yo, Derek, man, you're not gonna talk to 13-year-old girls anymore, right? No. The last time, no. And there is a lot of child porn on your phone that you want to get rid of, right? He's like, yeah. And I'll be like, can I show the officer the child porn on your phone that we're gonna get rid of right now? He's like, yeah, you can show them. And then we'll show the cops it, so it's on their thing. So with a vouch method like that, like, as a defense lawyer, how hard would it be for your job where you have this guy on body cam admitting to all this stuff?
I mean, the only thing you can do in a situation like that, if they're not held in custody, is shrink their head, get them into therapy, drag the case out as long as you possibly can, and hope for at the end of it, it's a departure. Now, if you wind up getting a federal case,
I'm trying to see what I can buy order. I don't know. Limit price. I mean, I like this one here. This is free money.
Tyler, Texas, he just got sentenced to 40 years. And it was all with all the stuff that was on his phone. We just had a suspicion that he had CP. We go over to his house. We talk to him. He admits to it. We asked him if we could help him get rid of it on his phone. He admits everything to the cops. And he just got sentenced. It was in Tyler, Texas. Just got sentenced.
They're not the brightest guys on the planet, but you know what they all have? They all have money for some reason. I don't know why. Well, it's because they hoard. You know, they hoard things. And they don't have a social life. Who wants to fucking with a child predator? Nobody. I mean,
and to bring it back a little bit, like where I feel like
that's a good point.
The reason why I've been gravitating to this case so much is that Celeste is a minor. Apparently he met her at the age of 11. Their sexual relationship started at when she was 13, and you see all these different things like with him bringing her out the country. Her saying
Tasty cheese. Is my bio here still standing? I guess.
Prosecutors are saying that they found videos of the two of them engaging in these sexual acts. And so it's like when I ask other, not saying any names, when I ask other lawyers, it's like, how can you what's the word? Like, the whole thing is to get to the murder, you have to know the whole story. Because to get to the murder, you have to know why would he murder her? Well, he's a famous artist sleeping with a minor. So that's a huge motive to wanting to silence her so she doesn't ruin his career and
have the flavor. I mean, what about that song Romantic Homicide?
Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, that's fucking bad. That's like Melly, Murder on My Mind. That was the very first thing we reacted to. That's where I came up with Stop Self Snitching. I mean, what the fuck are you doing putting your murder into your music? I mean, it just
I
is
need to
uncanny
somehow.
how art is imitating life, or life is imitating art, however you want to put it.
It's so
But the
hard to
thing
find
about it
stuff to
is,
buy over
there's
because
just too many
there's like barely
coincidences.
anything
There are too many bad
to
facts for me.
buy.
And I don't care. I think I said this on we did a
But I
reaction
guess
to
I'll have some
Bacon,
coins in there.
so I know a little bit about it.
It's like
But I don't care how pretty your lawyer is. I don't care how
15 billion
smart your
dollars, or I
lawyer
don't
is.
know.
I don't care how wealthy your lawyer is or how expensive your lawyer is. I don't care how smart your lawyer is. There's certain things the lawyer just can't do. Like, you're not going to be able to put that girl back together. You know, you're not going to be able to take that girl out of the car. You're not going to
Yep.
take out the fact that it's your car. You're
Yep.
not going to be able to take out the fact that you bought a fucking chainsaw just before this.
Actually, I'm
You're not
curious
going to be
about
able to
one
take out
thing
the fact
here.
that you bought a body bag and
What's
she
the
found
average
it in a
price
fucking
of
body
each
bag.
rose
I
drag?
mean, you're not going to be able to change any of those facts.
Go for it. Let's see. Rose Dragon. Around 1.3 billion per at that point.
Yes, sir.
You know, and if
Do I
somebody
buy
thinks
those?
that oh, well, you got set up. Well, you're not going to be able to take away all
Do
the
I
text
buy that?
messages between the two of you. You're not going to be able to take away all the like you said, the child porn
Wasn't it
that
just reason the thing again? I don't know.
between
It's gonna work.
of the two of you having intercourse. I mean, you can't get rid of all that. And so
not only that, but also they have the Uber where he ordered the Uber. His account ordered the Uber from where she lived to him.
It's not illegal to order an Uber for somebody. Give me a fucking break. I heard that. I watched a little bit of his interview with you, and and God love him. He's trying to fight the good fight, but grab your ankles, kiss your ass goodbye. I mean, it's as simple as that. Even if they don't get him on the homicide, they've got him on the child porn, and that's manufacturing child porn. And if he happened to send it to anybody, which if you're as narcissistic as some of these artists are, you're gonna be proud of your accomplishment of sexually assaulting a child who can't consent.
Oh, wait, what's the outcrow?
And
Is it
it's
him?
distribution of something you
I
manufacture.
just see some like pet.
Life in prison. I mean, you can still get life. So Blair Burke will not be defending a child pornography case. I guarantee it.
Okay, finally, there's a good golden dragon to
That
buy.
was what I
Hold
had
on.
asked the other lawyer. I was
Finally.
asking, what point
Finally,
is
finally,
his
finally,
defense
finally.
team like? What is going to be
Where
the
is it?
ill
Where
that
is it?
they're
Where
going
is
to
it?
concede on? Because they can't fight. That's why
Finally.
Germany lost. They tried to fight too many fronts. You can't fight the Allies and the Russians at the same time. You have
good analogy.
You have to pick one battle. So I would obviously assume he doesn't want to die, and they're putting the death penalty on here. So you have to fight the murder case. So if you're fighting the murder case, let's say you were his defense lawyer, would you just concede the fact, yes, he did have a sexual relationship with her, yes, he did record this? Would you just concede that fact?
I don't know enough about the case, to be honest with you, to say what you would concede, what you wouldn't concede. There's some lawyers that fight every single
Finally.
thing,
There's a golden
every
dragon.
little tiny fact. And I think you lose a jury when you do that. If you pick a few things and you fight the good fight on the main points, and I think on this you could just say, prove it that he did this, and without conceding anything. But there's just, it's a circumstantial case, right?
Yeah.
And what the law doesn't, the jury is instructed that they're not to, prefer either direct or circumstantial. The law doesn't prefer one or the other, direct or circumstantial evidence. But you start adding this all up. If they take death penalty off the table, you got to consider, especially in light of the child porn. It's like, what do you want to do here? You know?
Why is he in Magma Lord? What?
Where they're putting the death penalty on him, to where
Isn't he
they're
insta
not
dead?
really gonna push it, thinking he'll fold and just say, "Okay, I'll take life."
Maybe not, because this is the kind of case where you probably wouldn't even fucking negotiate if you're the prosecutor. You know, all right, you want to take a deal for life without parole, we take death off the table. That's the best deal you're gonna get. And he may just say, "Fuck it, I don't care." You know what I mean? But it wouldn't be beyond the prosecutor to be coercive in trying to get a plea. I mean, they do that all the time.
So going forward, because they pushed the preliminary hearing back, I'm guessing it's because of how much evidence it is, and they have to go through all of that. What do you?
But you heard her say, "We want our preliminary hearing right now." No, so they all go, "Oh fuck." Let's do it at the end of the month. I guess that's just like fuck.
Yeah, they weren't as antsy anymore.
Mark my word. So now the prosecutor filed a brief in this case, right, to showcase the evidence that they have, and the defense, you know, objected to that, saying, "Well, this isn't fair. It's one-sided." Well, of course it is. You're trying to put your fucking guy away for the rest of his life, at the very least. So of course it's going to be one-sided. But it's so bad. Yeah. It has this effect, you know. All they have to establish is probable cause, which is a very low burden, and there's not a judge that's around that's going to say that there isn't probable cause here. So what is your purpose?
That's a good point.
A hearing that you know you're going to lose. They know they're going to lose a preliminary hearing. So you have one or two outcomes. Either you have the hearing to sort of test the evidence, you know, to get a shot at the cops a little bit, to have them showcase their case, to see, you know, exactly, because they also have his phone.
No, David's family supporting him. Aren't they? I'm pretty sure they are.
Because they got DNA, they got
Oh shit, he's the breadwinner. I mean,
they've got 40 terabytes of information. So
it's crazy to say I would too, bro. I would also support him if he was funding everyone in the family.
My guess is they're gonna waive the preliminary hearing. I would be shocked.
I would. Well, I wouldn't support him until when it's proven guilty. But until he's proven guilty, I would support him. Obviously.
All the preliminary hearing is for is we don't have him in Minnesota.
If I was his family, but I'm not his family, so fuck David.
Okay, that's probable cause.
He's a bitch. He did that shit.
But the purpose of a preliminary hearing is solely for the judge to find probable cause to get this to a jury. That's it.
Okay.
And it's a very low burden.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. So it's kind of like
not true.
So it's kind of like when you do grand jury, but just with a judge, pretty much.
Yeah, kind of. That's a good way to put it.
Okay. I guess I have a personal question for you. So you're a criminal defense lawyer, right? You know, and this is a very high-profile case. Let's say you practice out of Minnesota. So let's say hypothetically, this all happened in Minnesota, David, all of that, and you saw that, and David came to you for you to represent. If you saw the details to this, would you personally take this case, you think?
Let's see, my soul is not for sale, but you can rent it, but it's expensive. Now, would I take? Sure, I would take it. But it would be expensive, and I would probably have to put a team together on it, and it really is going to be basically a slow guilty plea, if you want me to be honest with you. But I mean, I don't know the facts, so I mean, I could be speaking out of school because there might be some other facts embedded in here that an investigator will lob onto that all of a sudden changes the trajectory of the case. But you know, I've had a priest, you know, shoot his ex-wife's lover, or not priest, but a preacher shoot his ex-wife's lover. I've had
going back to David, scale from 1 to 10, how fucked is David? 11.
Maybe 37.
So would you say that his lawyer is really just in it for the money and publicity, maybe?
Because it's all about money. Ain't a damn thing fun.
I'm gonna add Jayoma to the call, so it's just gonna call again, and all you gotta do is just answer.
Oh yeah, Jayoma.
What's up, baby?
All right,
what's up?
You bed in your office?
I guess you can call this my office for right now. I got a couple murder cases out here in Dallas. So I got one murder case in Dallas that made the news,
Shots fired.
and then another case in Fort Worth that made the news. So I'm handling that right now.
So Bruce, meet Jayoma. Jayoma, meet Bruce.
Nice to meet you, Bruce.
You.
Yeah, man. So you guys have some different opinions on this David not a debate or nothing. You know, it's just a discussion. But you know, I'm gonna let Bruce talk first. Since he has the disagreement, so I'll let Bruce say what he wants to say.
I don't have any disagreement. There's no disagreeing that her body was chopped up in his car. There's no disagreement that he purchased a body bag and that's what she was found in. There's
Facts.
no disagreement that he purchased a pool and she was, some of that plastic.
Hello,
Safe
Odie.
plastic was found in that pool. There's no doubt in my mind that he was, or no dispute that he had child devices and his summon.
Hello, you.
Then
You.
leaves town shortly thereafter.
You.
I mean, no
Crank that soldier boy. You.
That sounds interesting. I mean, this is just allegations at this time. I can't say like whether there's dispute or no dispute about
Hello,
it. I can
you
just see
play
what the
Skywars.
press is putting out there and what the
Wait, you
prosecutors
say
are
this
alleging.
again? I'm not
But
playing
just like
Skywars,
any
bro.
Terabytes of just allegations.
Yeah, it's just it can be anything. Those terabytes can be pictures of, Mickey Mouse, or pictures of Gideon. Who knows? It could be anything. But right now we don't know it, and just like as you know, there's no way we can ever see discovery on this case until we become the attorneys on the case. So once we become the attorneys on the case, we'll be able to see what the prosecutors do have, and then I can work my magic from there.
Well, they did present a brief memo, kind of highlighting what the evidence would show at the preliminary hearing, and you can't just dismiss what the prosecutors are trying to show there. I mean, it's like the defense has got a mountain to climb.
I'm always going to dismiss what the prosecutors put out there. It doesn't matter what they put out there.
How am I on
As soon as I
burst?
get into the case and I can start getting discovery, that's when I can
What
start
happened?
sink my teeth into it. So it's like I'm never going to concede to what the prosecutors have ever. I don't do that in my practice. I'm always going to fight it, no matter what they have.
Well, you have to look at bad facts. I mean, you can't just ignore bad facts.
No, I'm not.
Maybe you just ignore bad facts. Maybe that's
Dude, I'm in a party with 5 people. I'm not gonna leave my party to do one round of Skywars. I'm sorry, bro. I don't even have a kit. I have nothing on Skywars on this account. It's literally fully naked.
Big light and that big smoke, it's on its way. You can't just be happy go sunshine and tell you, oh, everything's great. It's just allegations at this point. I mean,
But I'm just saying from this perspective right now, I'm not hired on the case. Neither are you. Only the people who are representing him are able to see what the extent of that discovery is. It's literally just a statement, a free speech statement that somebody is making about what
No
they
problem.
have.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can
sorry,
say,
bro.
well, we
But
have
like,
nothing,
if I had a
or
kit,
they have
I mean,
nothing,
I actually
just as
would
much
do.
as they're saying they have a lot.
Or probably would have done it.
So
I had
it's not
perks, but I
until
have no perks
we
on this
jump into
account,
the
so
case
it's
that
fucked.
we can see what we're actually working with, and then that's when I
I'm
can
just
go ahead and
asking to
start
die in 1 second.
doing my work in regards to those cases. Hey, I wanted to bring up some other stuff that we talked about, like how the body was chopped up. Isn't that part of the allegations that?
Yes. Her body was found chopped up in his car.
I will tell you, I have never, in my practice, I've never seen like a black defendant have chopped up a body. Like that's nothing, especially American. Like I've never seen that. That's what I'm seeing for mostly like cartel stuff. And mostly LA has a lot of, it's a high cartel area, I would have to say, right? And for me to see that type of dismemberment of the body parts, that
It's
doesn't look
shit.
like
I was
something
very
outside of cartel.
Pentagons.
And I don't know, the way I'm putting it together
And
is Ken David at his 5'5",
there's the, I kind of retired
what was he,
PvP
140
like
pounds, have the
when I
capacity to
quit
do all that
pits during, I think
physically,
it was like
and also can he do that
2020, 2019.
mentally.
That's when I quit the pit, and since then I haven't done any PvP, so like I don't even know anything.
With a chainsaw that you purchased.
Yeah, but that's like to cut up the body part. That's uncommon. Very, very uncommon. Look, I have a lot of murder cases. There's no body parts being chopped up into pieces. It's more like they just get left where they are. But for this to go to extend that far is very it's concerning to me as a criminal defense attorney.
Romantic homicide.
How often does that happen where somebody gets chopped up into pieces?
Not very often.
Not very often. And particularly for this case in LA, it could be anybody that's out there. We don't know the dealings that this girl had with anybody that's in LA or in the LA area. We don't know that.
I believe David's innocent then, right?
I believe 100% David's innocent. And the prosecutors have to prove to me otherwise. They have to prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt that it was David and David
He is
only,
not
that they
innocent, bro.
conducted a
He is
full investigation, that
guilty.
they closed out every other lead, and they did it properly. If you cannot prove that, then the presumption that I have is that
Is
the
there a
body was found in
chance?
a crime-ridden place. It was chopped up cartel style, and it was in L.A.
Is there a
That
chance
right
he
there
will
is
be
very, very
found
telling. And then you're
not
trying to
guilty of
convince me
murder?
that this
Maybe. In
small
some universe,
5'5"
maybe.
guy did this.
Every other
It's really
charge,
hard for
he's
me to believe
cooked.
that.
He's already cooked. He's going for like
It
20
is.
years.
And then not only that, but did you see the car? The prosecutors are alleging that he drove that car. Me and Gideon look at that video. There was nobody in that car. That's a self-driving car. Did he show it to you?
The circumstances under which she's found don't favor the defense. Look at you eating your snacks.
I don't believe so. In my practice, I see those 20 minutes to be anything. Me and Gideon talked about those 20 minutes that has elapsed.
Bro,
From
he's
the
out
time
of
that
staggered.
Celeste said that she arrived until the time that she was
Wait,
texted.
hold up 1 second, Jay. Okay, so here, I guess let's have a starting point with this. You know what I mean? Because we're kind of going all over the place. So let's start with their relationship. I would say we can all agree for a fact that they definitely did have a sexual relationship. Can we all agree on that?
I don't concede to that, not one bit.
Okay. I mean, like the prosecutors say, the evidence shows that she had a finger with his name tatted on it. They also showed that there was child porn of her on his phone with both of them in it doing sexual things.
Exactly.
Not only that, in text messages, she said, all we do is have sex. I want something more.
You're not conceding that because you don't even know that's her text message, right?
I don't know if that's her text message, and if it is, I don't know if that's.
I assume it is. Let's just assume it is.
Then
what's he doing hanging out? You disagree that he was even hanging out with? I bet you don't even think that was her.
No, I say that she did have an internship.
I bet you he didn't even have a Tesla. He doesn't even have hair. I mean, there is no David. Who's David?
I have no idea.
Some of these facts that are real. And they did have a sexual relationship. What's he doing hanging out with a fucking 11-year-old girl?
Wait, did you see him doing it? Like, did you see a video of them doing it?
Mom and Dad already admitted that they had a relationship.
No, did you see them, like, actually have sex?
Well, the government says they have a video of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the government says it, it does not mean it's true. I want y'all to remember that right now. Whatever the government says, it's not true. All right? Always remember that.
Didn't Joe Pesci try that and My Cousin Vinny? Everything they said is just bullshit. I mean, you lose credibility when you're arguing about things that you know that they can prove.
I'm saying I don't know it. I would say for sure that there was a sex video if I've seen it. None of us have seen it. You definitely never have seen it. So how can you say that it's for sure there? There's no way.
It's in their brief. It's in their brief. And they're not going to put something in their brief that they can't present in court. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, because otherwise the case gets thrown out.
And you know that.
No, because then the case gets thrown out.
If they put something in their brief that wasn't true, don't you think that Larry Burke would shove that up their ass so fucking fast and make their head spin?
All I know from my experience that it's not always going to be true. And I always fight whatever they put out there. You know? I can see where you're coming from, but I go into what I see. If I don't see it...
All right, so we started with the fact that they had a sexual relationship. Continue.
Say that one more time?
Dina.
Okay, so we
Bro.
can agree that they had a sexual relationship, but child porn was found on his device, right? Whether or not it's
We don't know that. We don't even know that. We don't know that he had a device. I mean, he didn't even have legs. He didn't have opposable thumbs. I mean, I'm joking.
Okay. So, what we do know is there was text messages between them where she was threatening to expose their relationship. And then after those messages were sent, he ordered her an Uber. She gets in the Uber and travels all the way to his LA house, and now she's never seen from again. And then 20 minutes after she already arrived, he texts her and says, "Where are you?" Which, you know, obviously the prosecutors are saying that was obviously this cover-up. Is like, "Where are you? I can't find you." Even though it shows that she got delivered at 10:10 p.m. He texted her at 10:30.
Yup.
So, I mean, isn't that a little fishy that he's saying, "Where are you?" when he could easily see on the app that she got there at 10:10? Like, wouldn't he be ready to go get her?
Exactly.
Either one of y'all, either one, yeah.
Absolutely. But I mean, if those facts exist, which we don't know that they do, but we can kind of guess that they do. I mean, you look at the big picture, those facts that you just talked about are not good for the defense. I mean, then why would you? And they've also got her phone stops at a certain point. You know, stops when she dies.
If that was the case, how can you? What happened to her in those 20 minutes? What happened to her? Do we have video of it? Do we have a camera of it? Do we have a witness statement saying what happened to her? Do we have a confession from David himself saying what happened to her? It's silent to that. And remember, this is LA. This is not like the best place, the Hamptons, or any nice place out there. This is LA. Okay? And extortion is really, really big out there. Listen, we don't know her dealings. We don't know her personal life. We don't. We just see pictures of her. And I'm not taking that away from her. We see pictures of her. She's smiling. But we don't know her transactions with other people. We don't know her ties with other groups of people. We don't know if she has wronged any other person out there. That's out there. And the prosecutor has to prove me otherwise.
But even if you wronged somebody else, how would she end up in David's Tesla?
How would she what?
If she wronged somebody else and they wanted to kill her, how would she end up in his Tesla?
The prosecutor has to prove that to me. Like these questions, the prosecutors have to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a doubt. Like
I think what you're saying is, regardless of how this all shakes out, they've got to prove their case, right?
The
They have
prosecutors
to prove every fact for every element of the offense, right?
Yeah.
Understood. But when we look at this, we also have to. I mean, we're just talking heads here, and as talking heads, we can look at the circumstances and they say what you want to. I mean, you agreed to represent him for free, right?
I would, but he hasn't contacted my office, so if he does, I'm down for it.
Why would you do it for free? That just, I mean, it's just a mountain task that would take up your whole practice.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I do it for the love of the game. I like to win. And when I go to trial earlier, I think, did you say that you joined other attorneys? Y'all work together on trials?
I have, yeah.
Okay, I don't do that. I do everything by myself. I'm in total control of my trials. I don't have anybody else interfering with me leading. I'm 100% there. I don't need anybody else.
Well, when I teamed up with another firm, I got my client $35 million on a products liability case. And they did the lion's share of getting this thing to trial. I tried the case, and we got $35 million. So I do the same thing, but, you know, sometimes when you have a team, it's better than just doing it by yourself. You know, and absolutely. Anybody thinks that they have all the answers is somebody who really...
Bro, he's getting mugged. He's getting mugged.
I disagree. Being with a team, you have to share who decides what. I don't do that. I'd rather be 100% in control of the voir dire, of the cross, of the directs, of who witnesses that are going to testify, and the communication with the court and communication with opposing counsels. That's what I do. I'd rather have that control instead of giving it to somebody else because I want to oversee it. And that's why when I do my criminal cases, I feel better when the wins come because I know it's 100% of the effort that I've done and the preparation that I've done. You know?
I'm not so arrogant to think that I know everything.
I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not saying that, but I just like being in control of my trials.
My office partner was the president for the American Board of Criminal Lawyers, ABCL, and he was one of the most successful lawyers in the Midwest and America. Very, very bright guy. But he would take ideas from anybody, from a waitress, from a law clerk, from a judge, from co-counsel, from opposing counsel. If something made sense, he, you know, and it made him, that openness made him a better lawyer. And I learned a lot from him. God rest his soul. He died a couple years ago. I mean, his last trial was a triple homicide that he tried to the court, and he got an acquittal. And so, you know, I get about
acquittal on triple is homicide is insane.
And control your case. I I do that for the most part, but there's certain cases where you just team up with people, and you know, and when I do, it's always been a positive experience, and I always learn something from it. So anyway, but as far as David goes, you gotta recognize the fucking bad facts that are in front of you. And you just have to. I mean, how do you not think that? You think that it's not a slam dunk for the defense? I mean, it's not like he's just gonna walk free tomorrow.
Bad facts comes from when you get the discovery on the case. What we're looking at is what's made to the public.
Yo, can we enter run?
You know, you get to see more into discovery. So there's no way for me to even say it's what's good facts and what's bad facts. Well, all we're discussing is what's out there in the media. Right?
One thing I want to put out there is Bruce believes that his lawyer Blair Birch, right? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
He believes that she is not going to be the person representing him. He thinks that by time it gets to any type of trial, the advance that he put for her and stuff like that, the money's gonna run out and she's gonna have to bow out. I was gonna say, with that being said, with him not gonna have that mega lawyer on his side anymore, with what Bruce thinks, that could possibly leave the room open for you to, you know, pursue the case or whatnot. But wouldn't you think that if she thinks this is something that could be winnable, that she wouldn't be pushing back the preliminary hearing and things like that, and also now trying to seal all this different stuff because she's realizing how bad it's making her client look?
I think that's you.
It just depends. Defensive strategy, nobody knows what's going on in the mind of a defense attorney, especially like me. Like sometimes I go to trial and I don't really prepare for it. Like, to be honest with you, I don't. I feel like it's like a fight, and I just roll with the improvisation that I have. Like at my last trial, I didn't really prepare. Like I just went there and I did my cross examinations. And
I like to hear the evidence like the jury does for the first time in court. How do you not prepare?
No, because going into jury trial is like a fight. You can literally prepare and say, if he throws a hook, I'm gonna do an uppercut. It's not always gonna be that way, and you have to see how you're gonna do in your improvisation when it comes to new evidence that this witness is gonna testify to. If they say something that you can capitalize on, and any evidence that the prosecutor is gonna twist into their favor. So that's what I say. Like to not prepare, it's more like you have to be fluid when you go to trial, because if you're going to stay one way and you stay to that strategy has to change. I'm telling you right now, you can prepare all you want for trial, but that strategy that you have is not going to change. I mean, it's going to change. It's not going to stay the same. So the way I do my trials is I have a general idea of what it is, but to write down every question, to write down every topic, I don't do that, because I go based on what the flow is in the testimony.
Wait, Bruce, to put some respect on J. Oma's name, he recently just had a client who was on video, shot a man 3 times, looked at the camera, went, and he got him 5 years probation.
Trying to quit him.
It's on camera.
I know, but not in. You didn't get him acquitted, right?
No, it's on camera. It's
was
literally.
Was the other guy firing back?
No, the other guy was unarmed. Unarmed.
Well, good for you. I mean, you got a good result for your client. Shouldn't you get good results for your client?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you do the best you can with what comes out in trial.
Did you have an agreement with the prosecutor?
No. Actually, the prosecutor didn't want to make an agreement. They were looking for 20. They didn't want to. I asked them if they wanted to, but they said no.
California?
What was that?
California?
Texas.
Texas. Are you based out of Texas?
Yes, but
I think I think we're out of
we can practice in different states. There's a Pro Hoc Vice, as you know what that is. You can jump onto a case out of state, and and
fantastic.
Yeah, so it was really, really good, because my client did he was in jail because they found him guilty, and they made him stay there for the weekend. And immediately, I didn't prepare for punishment. I just went there and went with it. And I did a real good job. And now he's free. He has to serve no prison time at all. And that's where I feel like being more fluid in trial and not 100% preparing rigidly.
I didn't mean that you should write every single question out. There's lawyers that do that, and I think you do lose something when you do that. But you gotta read the police reports. You gotta do your investigation, and you have to have your
Yeah.
witnesses lined up. You gotta prep for trial. You just have to.
I just don't operate that way. Like my law firm doesn't. We don't.
You don't
I mean, I respect their way of doing it, and I respect other attorneys the way they do it. But my way is more like improvisation, and it's good for me.
I
Maybe
can't
for
say he did represent. I had a personal case where I was being charged with contempt of court, and I was trying to give him the rundown about it and tell him. He was like, "Nope, I don't want to hear it. Nope, nope." He was like, "I do not want to hear it." And it was the day of the court case, and that's when he finally got the whole rundown. Yeah, so he does 1000% rock that way. You know, I mean, you know, I got no jail time, so I got good results.
Yeah, I didn't know much about the David case until we did our last interview. So everything that I said during that last interview was like my things. I didn't write down what I'm gonna say based on what happened on this case. All I knew was the girl died. And then Gideon, you filled me in on every piece of alleged evidence that's out there. And then whatever I said was more like how my mind thinks. And pretty much that's how it is.
Wait here. With this being such a mega case with David, would you at least let's say he got you right off the bat? Would you prepare for him at least, or would you just do it the same way you do?
No, I'll review the discovery, which is the alleged evidence that's out there, and then I'll say, I'll make my like small notes, like the offense report, what they're alleging, what who is the witness, and then I just go with it. You go to trial, you don't know what the witness is gonna say. Nobody knows what the witness is gonna say. The prosecutor's gonna say, we're gonna call John Arbuckle to the stand. You don't know what he's gonna say. You don't know what he does.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. A witness can say anything on the stand.
Well, I do. When I read the police reports and I read the transcripts of what they said, and if they say something different on the stand, you jam it up their ass.
No, I'm talking about what they say on the stand is not 100%. You know for sure what they're gonna say, because details are different on what's in the offense report and what they say in trial. Details are different what they say on the stand and what they said on different interviews. Does that make sense? So it's not 100% like a robot, like you know what they're going to say. It's not. Everything is literally
what somebody's going to say. You know the story that they're supposed to tell. You know that. You know it going in. Because there's usually a transcript of a prior statement. And when you get that
I just spit my cherry water, bro.
well, then you pounce.
They don't often have transcripts.
And so you don't have like audio recordings?
No, they don't have like in-court statements. They don't have in-court statements that I can use to impeach them. For the viewers, impeachment is like when you lie on the stand. Impeaching is like to show that they're lying.
Right,
and then that affects their credibility. Just for the viewers that's out there who's watching, who wants to know what impeachment means, it's actually something that's really, really important in trial to show like this witness right here is not credible. Okay?
In almost every case, there's a recording of what a witness is going to say. And if I don't have a transcript, I'll have one made. And so I know exactly what they've said in the past. So if they get in court and they say something different, then I've got that transcript. I can show them. I said, well, you said this then, right? And now you're saying something different. Were you lying then or are you lying now? I mean, it's just that's cross-examination 101. But anyway, there's different ways of doing things, and you do your way, and you do have to have some fluidity. I agree with that, and I don't write out my questions. I usually have an outline of where I wanted to go, but I'm not married to it as the case goes on.
Be sure to vote.
If you overpromise and underdeliver, you're gonna get fucked.
I can see that, but I have my own ways. And I learned through law school, I don't really like every lawyer is different, and you're gonna beat yourself up if you're gonna try to compare yourself to this lawyer that you look up to, right? So it's more like you paint your own picture, and you work with how the way you do your cases, your strengths and your weaknesses.
No.
So back to the David.
I think Bruce.
So
makes a very good point here.
the pool,
Because yeah, you
the pool
shouldn't brush it
unit,
at
the
all,
prosecutors are saying that
especially
he
when
placed her body
it's
in,
depending on
and
someone's
that's what he
life,
was using to A, chop her up,
rest of
and
their
B,
life. You
keep
know,
like blood kind of like off the floor and
it's
stuff
different
like
if it's a
that.
case that's
And
like a
that
month in
same
jail,
pool that he bought on Amazon is linked also
and
on her
then
body where the
a
embedding is
life
there, and they
in
matched
prison.
the two,
Like
showing
I
that
don't
it
know,
was the
man.
same pool. Also, with him buying shovels, him buying chainsaws, all of these different things, wouldn't the circumstantial evidence show that he killed, then dismembered her body?
You can go this time.
Yeah, I'll go Bruce. Bruce, wouldn't that show that?
100%. 100%. And I'm going by, if you just go by the brief that they filed and look at the list of evidence that they say they have, and you have to kind of assume, for the purpose of our discussion, that they're not lying in their brief. I mean, if they would lie in their brief every single time, how long do you think it would be before they were disbarred? Not that long. But there are cases where there's prosecutorial misconduct, and they're not that. It happens, but it's not that often.
Yo, man, if you're on Twitch, make sure you guys sub up, man.
If you believe,
if you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe.
I'm not muted. Y'all can stay here.
Our host was trying to say something.
Oh no! I muted myself. Like I was talking to the audience. No, you keep on talking.
But I think you look at all the crap that they say they have, and if they have it, his goose is cooked.
100%.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the statements made by the prosecutors, it's literally their statement. They're going to curtail it to what they believe is right. They're going to curtail it to what their story is. You don't hear anything from the defense. I'm the side of the defense. And what I'm going to say is the prosecutors are only pointing out what they want you to see. My job is to get like a light, and show everything that surrounds it. Did David only buy those things? Specifically the chainsaw and that little inflatable pool? Is that the only thing he bought? Or were there other things? Did David even buy it? Wasn't it under a different name? Like a female name?
It was like Victoria Martinez.
Yeah, how do we know it's literally in the custody, care, and control of David? We don't know that. It's just, if you just listen to the prosecutors, of course you're going to go, it's a guilty. It's easy. That's because you're listening to one side. Right? There's always two sides to a coin. So my job is to acknowledge that, is not just be one-sided and say, well, there's other things that we have to look at. And the way I'm looking at it is, we don't know exactly what other stuff they have that allegedly David bought. There's maybe some other things. And we don't even know how the manner in which David did it. The question I have is, how did David do it? Did he start with his left hand first? Did he start with his right hand? Did he choke her first? Did he beat her up first? What do we know? We don't know that. But I would leave it up to the prosecutors to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt to answer those questions for me. That's the only time I'll choose guilty. But until then, there's so many different stories to this.
Okay, but it's one thing choosing guilty, but if you were defending him, how would you defend him from not being guilty with those evidence being stacked against him?
The way I defend him?
Yeah.
The way I defend him is like, do we know that if it actually came from David? Do we know if David's the one who actually went on his phone and ordered those things? When did they arrive? Do they have?
Oh man, my right eye is actually fucked.
Do an investigation for somebody else.
It's a right or left eye. I guess it's
As
left
far as
eye,
we know,
right?
David has a lot to lose.
It's left eye.
He does, and he's a target because of that. He's open to being a target, and the manner in which the body was cut, it doesn't seem like an ordinary citizen would do that. That's so telling. I can't get that out of my mind. This is not even American. I don't see this as an American type of crime here. This is so foreign to me. I'm not doing this for rage bait. I'm really.
What about Jeffrey Dahmer?
What about Jeffrey Dahmer?
I mean, he like cut up his victims and like used someone's skull for soup.
I thought he put them in a soup.
He consumed them.
Like I mean,
or he cut them.
Like he cut them up. He would chop them up, put their bodies in a freezer, and one person he like melted their skin and muscles from their face, kept the skull, and he used the skull as a.
Hold on, I need to recheck something.
bowl and would eat out of it.
Wait, isn't Jeffrey Dahmer white?
Yeah, but you said that doesn't seem American, and I was just showing like American.
All right, it doesn't seem African American. This type of chopping up of the body does not seem very African American like.
So then we hang the jacket on his manager.
On whose manager?
On David's manager.
I'm saying I don't know who it is specifically, but it just doesn't seem like it's only to David. But if you just look at the way the investigation was done and they just focused on David, then yeah, they're gonna say it's David.
You agree it's a homicide, though, right? You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's no way she committed suicide. I know that.
Not an accident.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure we at least agree on something.
The way this looks like, it just based on what we're all seeing in the media, the way this looks like is it was done calculatedly. It was done specifically to make everybody look at David. The cutting of the fingers was the most telling to me. When I uncovered that with Gideon at the last stream, it just made me think so much that if you really didn't like somebody, you would just kill him. But the cutting of the fingers is like to show, oh, this is the one that has David's name on it. Let's cut that, so then they can always look at that. That is.
Yeah, it seems like the manager had the same motive.
I don't know about the manager. All I know is that this doesn't seem like. Look, I have a lot of cases, like I do, and the African American clients that I have, I don't see anybody chopping up bodies. Okay, I usually see drive-bys and leave the body there. That's all I see. I'm being real. Beat them up, leave them there. There is no we're gonna. I mean, you might get robbed. You might get robbed at the same time, get beat up or get shot. But there's never like we're gonna cut him into pieces. It's more like, no, dude, I ain't dealing with no blood, dude.
I don't
think. Nah, man.
And ascribe it to a particular race. I just don't think you can do that.
No, it's something. I'm not ascribing to a particular race. It's just something that it's uncommon, right? That's all I gotta say. It's just uncommon to me.
Okay, so I didn't tell you this, but the private investigator that's been working the case, I did an interview with him, and the other minors that David was in contact with and also having sexual relationship with, he would voice his like for dismemberment. Like he had a big thing for dismemberment anime and things like that. Like one of those animes is Jujutsu Kaisen, where to get powers you have to ingest the finger, right? So, you know, with him being so into anime and different things like that, and then him being,
Damn.
I mean, he was coming up with a manga where he was a detective solving a murder, but it's like he had split personality and he's the murderer. So you see him being infatuated with these different things. You see him putting these different symbolisms in his music videos. You see the same behavior where he's talking about his enjoyment of dismemberment to other minors. Then, you know, I mean, when you look at it as where are these two fingers? I mean, you know, how can he go that long without realizing that what is that smell? And actually, there's a video that just came out where he proactively, before anybody said anything, he was like, sorry about the smell, I just took a big shit. And when he said that, his car was outside. And
was that David said that?
Yeah, David said that. No one said anything about the smell. He just proactively was like, sorry about the smell, it stinks. He was like, I just took a big shit. And the stream clip's out there, and they're saying that that's when the body was out in the front. Especially with it being summertime, all these different things. So
that sounds like a cover up. I'm sorry, Jadion, that sounds like a cover up. Look, I have gay friends, and they would tell me when they had like gay butt sex in their car, it smells like shit. I'm not.
This wasn't in his car. This was in his house.
Rod is shaking his head. He's like, no, that ain't the fact.
I'm just saying, we don't know his sexual orientation. Guys would hide that. He would hide that to his death.
How does booty smashing have the same smell as a rotten corpse?
I just know that they stink. I have never smelled a dead body, but I just know what poop smells like, and it smells pretty putrid.
But poop and a decaying body are like two completely You've never smelled like a rodent or something like decaying driving by? You never smelled an animal like, oh man, roadkill. You never smelled roadkill before?
I know what BO smells like. I'm not alleging neon smells like.
Have you ever sat in an autopsy?
What was that?
You ever sat in an autopsy?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't smell good. That's anyway. It's not like a shit smell. Like,
Okay, well, I mean,
so
we have no idea.
So Bruce, how would you? Because that's the thing with Jayoma. He sees this as it's too perfect. You know, he sees it as everything's lining up to be David, and I think that's the contrarian in him, where he's like, okay, if everything's lining up to be David, what if there's a possibility that it's not David? So let's say hypothetically, I don't know if you've ever prosecuted a case before, but let's say hypothetically you were the prosecutor. How would you debunk Jayoma's claims?
I mean, with evidence, and it is a circumstantial case. Period. So you put it up brick by brick by brick,
Mhm.
and if you're the defense, you bat it away, saying that they don't have anything tying him directly to this event, and it's going to be a task. I mean, you got a very popular celebrity who's going to have
Rico, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Some naysayers out there, and some people that will support it, and so you want a jury on the people who are analytical. You're going to want a jury that people are going to look at science and believe the
I am diverse.
all the pieces together. If you're the defense, I think the best defense here would be to hang the jacket on somebody else.
All right, as a prosecutor, I mean, I like the answer. I like that. I'm not gonna take that away from you. I like that. However, as a prosecutor, the way to debunk what I'm saying is a thorough investigation. A thorough investigation. That's how you can clear it out of my head to make sure it's David and David only, nobody else. If you did that and not just focused on David himself, then yeah, I'd be like, you got something there.
But why does there have to be
I'm more leaning towards guilty.
But why does there have to be another person? You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, I would assume not every investigation always has to have multiple suspects.
They have to rule out reasonable doubt. That, ladies and gentlemen, is called reasonable doubt. If you show that it's just this one person, you never did any investigation for somebody else, that's called reasonable doubt. And if there's reasonable doubt in the case, you shall find the defendant not guilty. Does that make sense?
All roads lead to one place every time when you research a case.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's
you
the thing.
Research a case and I don't know if that's the answer. I look at this case and all of a sudden all leads back to the same holding or the same case. Well, that's probably the fucking answer. And the fact that they globbed onto this one, and it doesn't have to be him and him alone. I mean, it could be him with an accomplice, and they don't know who the accomplice is, but they know that he's either involved or he did it. My guess is that there's going to be other information out there that makes alternative perpetrators impossible. That's just my guess. Obviously we haven't seen all the evidence. But even if he walks from this murder, he still has all this child porn to fucking contend with.
Why wouldn't you concede on the child porn and stuff? Like, why would you try to fight so many different fronts at the same time if you defended David?
Because I care about my clients. I'm always gonna fight for them no matter what position they're in. I don't care how bad the allegations are. Every piece of evidence, I'm gonna fight you on it. So it's like a little sign to these prosecutors, like I'm gonna fight you even in the small things. If I'm gonna fight you in the small things, best be prepared for the big things that's coming. So it's more like a indication that if you see my name on a case, it's gonna be a battle. So tread carefully, very carefully.
But with you doing it by, I mean, I can see you being able to do different fronts if you have like a big team with you. But with you wanting to do solo dolo, wouldn't that be difficult to, the child porn in the relationship is a trial and stuff in of itself, let alone the murder. So wouldn't you not be putting as much effort into one spot as you could the other, and so wouldn't one suffer?
No, when I have a client, I 100% go all in on him. 100%. No matter where it's at.
No,
And
I know you were gonna go
straight-
100% all in, but I'm just saying, like, how can you go? You can go in 100% for the client, but how can you go 100% on both fronts? You have the child porn, the relationship. Really, it's three. You have the child porn, then you have the relationship, and then you have the murder. How can you go 100% for all three if it's three different things?
Because you can attack each one separately, right? Each charge that you have has different elements, and you attack each one of those elements. Just because you attack one doesn't mean you're gonna let go of the other. I don't work like that. I will never work like that. Every charge that my client has, I'm attacking it piece by piece by piece. And that's just how I do my cases. I'm not gonna concede to anything. We're gonna fight.
Yo, what is happening?
You know that, Gideon. I fought your case from beginning to the end.
You did.
Okay. And I did all that shit on the fly, just like that. What I tell you? Neon did that shit, right? He did that shit, and I said this within 2 seconds of hearing it. You see, I'm always on your side. No matter what, I'm always gonna be on your side, and that's what my clients like about me.
So I guess, like, with you guys both being criminal lawyers, why isn't this something to where you guys are both agreeing? And I'll let Bruce go first, or actually I'll let you go first, Jayoma, because I let him go first last time. Why do you guys think you guys aren't agreeing on this when you guys are both criminal lawyers?
Because we're both different lawyers. You can be in the same field, but the way you put your cases together are very, very different. Bruce said he works with a team. I don't. I do better. I do better working alone. I learned that when I was in mock trial. I did not do well when I had a co-counsel at all. The dude was slowing me down, and he was fucking up my case. I cannot have that. So I had to have 100% control in my cases. So the way I strategize, the way I do my cross-examinations, admit evidence, disprove evidence, speak to the judge, it's going to be very different than Bruce, than any other attorney, Johnny Cochran that's out there, anybody, because we're all two different people.
Holy, so many major requirements.
Bruce?
I'm not auditioning for a job. That's why we disagree. The thing about it is, I'm taking what the prosecutor says as fact. You know, I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm looking at their brief, and I'm trying to look at the train that is coming.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's fair.
Way. And as far as working with a team, you know, I have a paralegal that usually sits with me at trial. I have an associate. That sometimes.
Thing is, been doing this for a while.
You know,
I'm pretty sure he has good results.
But he can make pass to make the touchdowns, and that's what I do. Is I quarterback everything, and we're really not disagreeing. I mean, I think, you know, my colleague is just basically saying that they've got to prove it, and I 100% agree with that. And you got to put the government through their paces. At this point, I'm a talking head looking at what I think the evidence is going to be at trial, and I'm just saying I think David's fucked.
Shawty like a melody in my head.
Think about where you start out. You know, if we're arguing, you know, there's three parties in every case, right? There's the rescuer, there's the perpetrator, and then there's the victim. And the rescuer is always the jury, right? And in this case, you try to make David out to be the victim, and it's the government that's the perpetrator, right? And so, and it's difficult to do this when you're dealing with the subject matter that we're dealing with. A dismembered teenager, you know, that's where we start out.
Shawty like a melody in my head.
In a body bag that was on his Amazon, you know, I mean, and she was at his house apparently. So you're starting out in a hole. You're starting out, but homicide cases are actually easier than crim sex cases to fight, because people like to go, oh, there's a murder. Ooh, what happened? You know, let's find. But you have a crim sex case. They look at your client and they say, oh, what did he do? You know, I mean, there's a real difference in handling a homicide as opposed to a crim sex case. So I don't think we're really disagreeing too much. But I do think we might have different approaches. I mean, I have experts. I've got my investigator
Mhm.
reviews, and I investigate cases. And if the government has some evidence, I don't go by the fly. I get my own expert and combat them that way. So it's just a different style.
I agree.
So one's more analytical, one's more run and gun.
I guess. But either way, whether it's
Or
this style
guerrilla.
or this-
One's like the British where they stand in the army formation. The other is guerrilla warfare. We're gonna hide in trees. We're gonna put mines. We're gonna
Well, I'm not a redcoat.
All right. Well, I guess you know what? Here, let's. What? How can we
What?
get this to where
Shit.
like y'all can? What?
Can we just get along?
Yeah. What can be said about both of y'all to where it's like, hey, we're both on this stance, like, full-heartedly. What do you guys think you can both compromise on something that the other person said?
How about let's compromise on the policy?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I believe in his motto, adapt and overcome, which I think is what you're saying. When a case comes at you and trial, you need to be adaptive and you have to be able to think on the fly,
Mhm.
and if something all of a sudden change, I had F. Lee Bailey here for an event. I brought him in to speak to our group. He spoke for an hour and 15 minutes, didn't use a single note. And I find when you don't use notes and you're just got eye contact and you're just having a conversation with the witness, the jury is riveted with that. And so from that standpoint, I think that's what you're kind of talking about with your style.
Yeah, that's what I do. How about this? Let's agree to this. It's the prosecutor's burden to prove every criminal case beyond a reasonable doubt. And for us to immediately start pointing the fingers at the defendant, any defendant who's charged with a crime, it would be a great injustice. Because every defendant is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, and we need to hold the courts to that. They need to prove every defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for us to say he's guilty. But until then, we have to decide that he is innocent. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what I'm coming. That's the reason why I say the things I say, is because I'm ascribing to that notion that everybody's innocent until proven guilty, just based on just what we see on the news. It's not evidence. It's just the news. Okay. It just looks like somebody else did this other than David. A 5'5", like lightweight guy did all this in that manner, African American. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. And if it doesn't fit, you must have quit, right? That's how I think.
But you can't say it doesn't fit just because he's black. Like, I'm sure if you look it up, a black dude cut somebody up before.
I'll tell you this quick story. I had
Yeah.
a client who he and his brother killed his girlfriend with a baseball bat, right? And then they put her in the back of a pickup truck and strapped her to a
Sorry,
horse,
like a melody in
got the
my
car,
head.
or the pickup going 50 miles an hour, and then threw her out, right? And to make it look like a motorcycle accident. I told this story to a black woman, and she goes,
Come on, give me the
this is
loot,
what
give me
she
the
said.
loot,
She
give me the
goes,
loot.
"White
Oh.
boys?" I said, "Yeah." How'd you know? Sounds too much like work. That's what she said to me. And this crazy shit is usually white boy shit. I mean, how many black guys are going around doing mass shootings? Fucking nobody. Just up the block from my house, that Annunciation shooting. It was like literally 3 blocks from my house, and it was a fucking white trans guy. It's like they're all crazy white people who are doing that shit. So I get what you're saying. However, fucking listen to Romantic Homicide. That's some depraved shit.
I'll give it a chance.
Wait, counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh, gang violence is completely different.
It's still a shooting.
Yeah, but no, that isn't amongst themselves.
Oh man,
I like it. I like how you have a different take. And thank you, Gian, for introducing me to Bruce. I like to see how he thinks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this was really cool. People heard your side, and I think it's cool that people heard another criminal attorney's side. And I'm hoping to get a freaking prosecutor. I want to get their opinion on this. But man, yeah, it was great talking to you guys. This was
This was good.
This was definitely a heated thing. I will say, who knows, man? You might have that chance to. But what is in it? What, quite literally, genuinely. I mean, I get what's in it for you. If you did beat this case, like everybody would come knocking at your door. But with the mountain of stuff, you're not going to be able to work for I don't know how long, right? And you're going to be on this just one case where it's a doom calls. He's guilty. You're going to be working on this one case for free.
I don't see it as a doom call. I see it as more like a challenge. I told you, I love challenges. That's the only reason why I got into this profession. All right? The most unbeatable cases, I want that. Give me that. I'm chasing that high. And so that high can only be satisfied with not guilties or getting a win for my client.
What is your guys' win-loss ratio?
I don't know. It's high. That's all I know. I don't keep up with it. I just move on when I get to the next case.
What about you, Bruce? What's your win-loss ratio?
I don't know. Probably I probably win about 70% of the cases I go to trial on.
70%. You don't have a percentage, Jay?
It's gonna be higher than 70. I guarantee it.
I don't have a percentage. I just know that when it's an unbeatable case and it looks so bad, just like how Bruce is saying that this David's case is so unbeatable, it makes it that much more seductive to me. I want a case like this where it looks so bad and it looks so hard. So then it allows me to be more, I guess, more fluid when I get into the trials. And it's
Fair.
more fun like
I
that.
stress
You get like
this.
a high when you uncover a case through each witness and you cross-examine them, you get rid of evidence, you bring in